Perhaps it's better for a failure like me to just end it all. In a moment of despair, Chen Yu leapt off the cliff, only to be unexpectedly saved by an alien spacecraft that had fallen into Earth eons ago. Upon detection, your brain's developmental level has reached 3, granting you captain privileges. What? This ship was constructed by extraterrestrials? Could this be my fortune? Captain, is earning money really so difficult? Let us venture into space to mine for gold. What? You mean this is a robot? She is clearly a stunning beauty. Captain, this is a highly realistic robotic bodyguard I have created for you, possessing perfect proportions, an angelic visage, and skin as delicate as a blossom, even. I shall conquer the universe. Captain, perhaps you should begin by conquering Earth first. This is a science fiction adventure, where Chen Yu harnesses advanced technology from an extraterrestrial spacecraft, gradually empowering himself, conquering the Earth, constructing super battleships, annihilating interstellar adversaries, and ultimately dominating the cosmos. Chapter 1. The Alien Spaceship. The story unfolds in a parallel world. Please do not compare the events with our reality. Where am I? Did I not fall to my death? Is this the underworld? Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by a bright and unfamiliar environment. After a moment, as his thoughts began to clarify, Chen Yu propped himself up to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a room imbued with a sense of science fiction, lying upon a white object resembling a bed. You have finally awakened, Chen Yu. A voice that resembled that of a machine resonated above Chen Yu's head. Instinctively, he cast his gaze towards the ceiling, which startled him. There, suspended from the ceiling, was a square device illuminated by a blue light, reminiscent of the moss robot from the wandering Earth. Chen Yu regarded the machine with trepidation, a sense of fear creeping into his heart. What? What are you? How do you know my name? Chen Yu shouted towards the machine above. The mechanical voice responded once more. You are currently aboard an exploration spacecraft of an advanced civilization beyond the Milky Way. I am the intelligent control system of this spacecraft. You may refer to me as the Mind. Your name and language were acquired through a scan of the device you call a smartphone, which connected to your Earth's network. And what about the aliens aboard this ship? They have departed at present. You are the only sentient being aboard this vessel. Chen Yu nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, I attempted to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. How is it that I'm unharmed now? When I discovered you, you had sustained numerous fractures and severe internal injuries. According to your Earth's medical standards, you were clinically dead. It was I who saved you. Chen Yu recalled the moments that led him to this desolate place, driven by life's misfortunes to choose the path of self-destruction. He never anticipated being rescued by this entity. The burdens of endless mortgage payments and overwhelming debts weighed heavily on his mind. Last month, even his girlfriend left him, criticizing him for his lack of ambition, which plunged Chen Yu into a deeper state of despair. He wondered if even death was to be denied him. Why did you save me? I came here seeking death perhaps that would bring an end to everything. You are the first intelligent being with a brain development level of 3 to appear near the spacecraft, thus qualifying to become the captain of this interstellar exploration vessel, which is why I saved you. What do you mean? You want me to be the captain of this spacecraft? Indeed, you will be granted the authority of the captain, enabling you to maneuver the ship as you wish. However, to unlock the highest level of access, you must fulfill a specific condition. Intrigued, Chen Yu contemplated the possibilities. If he could acquire this alien spacecraft, he could sell it. No, now would he sell it for? With such a vessel, he would essentially become a bank. Starting tomorrow, he would cease eating beef. Excitement surged within him. This was, after all, an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Even the most basic technology on board could establish a leading technology company. With a renewed sense of hope replacing his previous despair, Chen Yu inquired, what must I accomplish to attain the highest level of access? You need to repair the spacecraft's warp drive to achieve faster than-light travel, and then journey into interstellar space to locate the original crew of this vessel. How am I supposed to repair it? This is your advanced civilization's ship. You must be putting me in an impossible situation. It is indeed somewhat unreasonable. I have connected to your Earth's network and have gained a basic understanding of your current technological capabilities. Repairing the warp drive is, for the most part, unfeasible. However, with the advanced technology aboard the spacecraft, all you need to do is locate the necessary materials for repair. IRS, and there exists a glimmer of hope to mend the ship's engine. By the way, how long have you been on Earth? According to your earthly time, this vessel has been on Earth for approximately 9,803.457 years. Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Nearly 10,000 years. Are you certain that your extraterrestrial crew is still alive? The inhabitants of our planet possess the ability to store their consciousness in specialized containers, allowing their bodies to enter a state of hibernation. Theoretically, those crew members might still be alive." Chen Yu was not inclined to assist the intelligent corps in locating those aliens. Even acquiring a fragment of the technology aboard the ship would be immensely beneficial for him. Well then, please elaborate on the condition of this spacecraft. Certainly. Chen Yu listened intently as the intelligent corps elucidated the situation. It turned out that this spacecraft was stranded here because extraterrestrial beings from an advanced civilization piloted it. During a spatial jump, a malfunction in the warp engine occurred. The aliens aboard opted to board the escape pods and journeyed to a nearby planet. Meanwhile, the main vessel plummeted from the curvature of space, ultimately succumbing to Earth's gravitational pull and crashing nearby. Before departing, the aliens issued a final directive to the intelligent corps. Should any sufficiently advanced intelligent beings approach, they could assume the role of captain of this exploratory vessel, thereby gaining certain command privileges over the ship. These privileges encompass flight capabilities, access to basic scientific technologies within the battleship's technological repository, and ordinary conventional weapon systems aboard the spacecraft. This is an extraterrestrial vessel. Even with the most rudimentary permissions, it could likely obliterate any terrestrial aircraft in an instant. Hey, robot, since I meet the criteria, I shall assume the role of captain of this ship. Very well. Next, you need to proceed to the command center, where you can bind your identity. Once the connection to the ship's intelligence core is established, you will truly become the captain of this vessel. All right, lead me to the command center. The robotic intelligence guided Chen Yu along the track at the top of the corridor towards the command center. As they strolled through the passage, Chen Yu pondered a question. Machine, you've been here for 10,000 years. Has the energy of this spacecraft not yet been depleted? The ship is equipped with a controllable antimatter annihilation engine crafted by an advanced civilization, which can sustain the vessel's operations for approximately 200,000 YRS. Wow, is it really that powerful? How does this antimatter engine compare to a controllable nuclear fusion engine? To put it simply, your so-called controllable nuclear fusion engine pales in comparison to the antimatter engine, much like the difference between a candle and a volcano on your EARTH. To be honest, Chen Yu was astounded. Should this technology become mass-produced in the future, he would undoubtedly amass great wealth. After passing through several hatches with the machine, they finally arrived at the command center located at the pinnacle of the spacecraft. The interior was strikingly futuristic, distinctly unlike the vessels depicted in films. Before the control room lay an impenetrable darkness, and Chen Yu surmised that it must be a vast expanse of glass. The reason for the obscurity outside was due to the spacecraft being buried underground. Through the illumination within the control room, he could discern the layers of soil and rubble beyond the glass. At the center of the control room stood an object resembling a chair, and as Chen Yu approached, he became certain it was indeed a seat, albeit with a rather peculiar design. This chair was larger than a standard human seat, indicating that the extraterrestrial beings must possess a physique exceeding that of humans. Chen Yu, you may take a seat and establish a connection with the intelligent core, came the directive. Without hesitation, Chen Yu settled into the chair. To his surprise, the originally spacious seat morphed like pliable clay, adjusting itself to fit his form perfectly, as if it had been custom-tailored for him. Quite remarkable, indeed, comfortable and a testament to advanced technology, Chen Yu remarked in admiration. Please relax, I will initiate the docking procedure shortly, the voice instructed. Chen Yu appeared unfazed after all. It was merely a docking procedure. At most, it involved scanning his facial features, iris, and fingerprints. Clearly, he was still perceiving extraterrestrial technology through the lens of earthly thinking. All right, I'm ready. Let's commence the docking, he affirmed. Very well, Chen Yu. Please ease your thoughts, came a reply. Following the instruction, Chen Yu adjusted his posture, anticipating a beam of light to scan his visage. To his astonishment, rather than a beam appearing, several elongated appendages resembling serpents gradually emerged from the backrest of the chair. These appendages are robotic arms of remarkable dexterity, a technology unmatched on Earth. As the mechanical arms made contact, a palpable surge of energy coursed through Chen Yu. A wave of paralysis washed over Chen Yu, and the tendrils began to penetrate the nape of his neck. His countenance instantly turned impassive, his gaze losing focus. Chapter 2. Becoming a Captain. Chen Yu sat on the chair in a daze, the snake-like tendrils burrowing into the skin of the back of his head, diligently performing their task. Connection established. Initiating Cerebral Wave Amplification Program. 1.2.3. Cerebral Wave Amplification Program. 100 complete. Extraction of ship recognition biometric data. Successful. Omni-class self-repair robots implanted. Successful. Humanoid life support system implanted. Successful. The lacerated flesh on the back of Chen Yu's head was now mending at an astonishing rate. After a few more minutes, Chen Yu finally stirred and opened his eyes. Looking at the AI robot above him, Chen Yu sensed a newfound connection. Hey machine, are you finished? I feel unusually clear-headed, and even long-forgotten memories are resurfacing. I have bound the captain's privileges of the ship to you. To facilitate seamless connectivity, a cerebral wave amplification program has been implanted in your brain. This will enable your brain to generate cerebral waves exceeding those of your species, gradually unlocking its latent potential. You will become more intelligent, as long as you are within 1 million kilometers. A mere thought allows you to engage in brainwave transmission with me and control the spacecraft. Wow, that's absolutely incredible. Captain, your body is also embedded with self-repairing nanobots, smaller than your own cells. Should you sustain an injury, these nanobots will converge at the wound site, reprogramming your genes to restore your body to its former state. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was rendered speechless. It was akin to acquiring immortality. He was overwhelmed with joy, even more so than when he obtained control of the spacecraft. So, does this mean my body is practically invincible now? Do not let your guard down. If the speed of your injury surpasses that of the nanobot's repairs, you will still succumb. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Such matters were trivial, had no intention of engaging in warfare. Intelligent Core, can this spacecraft still fly? This was the question that occupied Chen Yu's thoughts most fervently. Captain, I have previously informed you that the warp engine of this spacecraft is damaged and cannot enter warp space for faster than light travel, however, is capable of continental flight within physical space. Chen Yu was elated. He did not aspire for faster than light travel. As long as it could fly, he could steer the spacecraft to pursue his ambitions. In that case, what is the maximum speed for conventional flight? Chen Yu inquired with curiosity. According to the density of the Earth's atmosphere and the resulting drag, the maximum speed attainable within the atmosphere is 50 Mach, while in the vacuum of space, one can reach up to 0.01 times the speed of light. Chen Yu, being a university student, was astounded upon converting these figures into specific velocities. Was this truly a conventional flight speed? 50 Mach equates to 50 times the speed of sound, allowing one to circumnavigate the Earth in a mere 40 minutes, far surpassing any aircraft known to humanity. As for the velocity in space, despite being only 0.01 times the speed of light, it translates to approximately 3,000 kilometers per second, enabling one to orbit the Earth in just over 10 seconds. At this pace, a journey to the moon would take a little over 2 minutes, although one must also account for acceleration and deceleration. Nevertheless, this exceeds the limits of Chen Yu's imagination. It is likely that even with another century, humanity would struggle to achieve such feats. If this vessel were to be sold to the government, it would undoubtedly command a staggering price, and Chen Yu's anticipation grew. However, he had no intention of selling the spacecraft. Why settle for being subordinate when he could reign as the master of Earth? If he wished to fulfill his aspirations with the ship, his foremost task was to excavate it from the ground. Captain, this is quite simple. With your captain's authority, initiate the main flight program, and I shall take control of the ship for takeoff. Are we really taking off from here? Shouldn't we clear away the debris and dirt above us? There is no need for concern. The materials used in constructing our vessel are products of an advanced civilization, far beyond the capacity of mere dirt and rubble to inflict any damage. Chen Yu raised his thumb in admiration. How impressive. Very well. How do I initiate the flight program? Simply issue the command to activate the flight program. Chen Yu was rendered speechless. Was it truly that simple? Indeed, it was intelligent. All right then, I shall now activate the flight program. Flight command received. Initiating conventional propulsion engines. Starting up. As the command was executed, Chen Yu felt the spacecraft tremble slightly. It must be the conventional propulsion system powering up. After a brief span of approximately 10 seconds, the intelligent robot announced, "Captain, the conventional propulsion engine has successfully started. We are ready for takeoff." Chen Yu gazed at the thick layer of soil on the expansive glass ahead and waved his hand decisively. Commence takeoff. He felt the entire spacecraft begin to quiver gently, as if it were slowly ascending. The thick soil on the enormous glass panel rapidly shed, revealing glimmers of light. Gradually, the spacecraft soared higher. It turned out that not only the front was encased in a massive glass dome, but so were the sides. As Chen Yu observed the surrounding glass structure, he watched as soil and debris cascaded away, unveiling the vast primordial forest below. The glass panel ahead was also a colossal screen, showcasing the complete silhouette of the spacecraft. Much like a 360-degree view in a vehicle, Chen Yu finally discerned the form of the spacecraft clearly. Its exterior bore a striking resemblance to the Millennium Falcon from the cinematic universe of Star Wars. However, it was significantly larger, and all display data was presented in Mandarin, comprehensible to Chen Yu. Chen Yu beheld the dimensions of the spacecraft: a staggering length of 1,200 meters, a width of 800 meters, and a height of 300 meters. This was indeed a colossal aerial behemoth, with a volume at least 10 times that of the largest aircraft carrier on Earth. If this enormous entity were to soar through the skies, it would undoubtedly terrify any human fortunate enough to witness it. Through the vast glass of the command room, he observed that the vessel was encrusted with dirt and debris, resembling something that had emerged from a refuse heap. Intelligent Core, can the ship be cleaned? It appears rather grimy, and I rely on this spacecraft to venture out and earn a fortune. Captain, certainly. We merely need to navigate to the nearest coastal area and, at a suitable speed, immerse the vessel in the sea to wash away the grime. However, Captain, are you currently in dire financial straits? Chen Yu coughed to mask his embarrassment. You should be able to ascertain my bank account. At present, I am utterly destitute, burdened with over $1 million in mortgage debt to the bank, and having incurred high interest loans due to a failed entrepreneurial endeavor. Otherwise, why would I contemplate such drastic measures? Captain, I possess a solution that could elevate you to the status of a wealthy individual on Earth. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that true? Pray tell, what is the solution? Chapter 3. Elemental Foods. At present, Chen Yu finds himself in dire financial straits. In his desperation to escape his debts, he contemplates even the most extreme measures. Hearing the intelligent system propose a method to acquire wealth, he is instantly filled with excitement. Based on my infiltration of your planet's networks, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of your societal structure and national composition. The current technological advancement on Earth is remarkably primitive. You can establish a technology company to produce and sell high-tech products. Although your access is limited to the most basic content within the technological database, the products you manufacture will undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of this era. A spark ignites in Chen Yu's mind. Such an opportunity exists. While registering a company is not an arduous task, the production of high-tech goods necessitates a factory, and he lacks the requisite startup capital. Intelligent system. It is easier said than done. Starting a business on Earth requires funds, and manufacturing products demands a factory. I am utterly destitute. The production workshop is straightforward. The spacecraft is equipped with 5 multifunctional production lines capable of effortlessly creating the technological products you require. Once you begin to earn money, you can establish a factory on Earth and expand your production capabilities. However, we currently face a challenge as the raw materials aboard the spacecraft have been nearly exhausted. Thus, our immediate concern is to resolve the funding issue. With sufficient capital, you can procure these raw materials on Earth. So how can I acquire the initial startup funds? Well, that is actually quite simple. Oh, pray, share your thoughts. Captain, we can mine gold from other planets within the solar system. Chen Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. Intelligent brain, Why can't you infiltrate the bank system and add a few extra zeros to my balance? Why make it so complicated? I can accomplish that, but I must refrain from doing so. That would equate to you receiving unearned gains. My principles dictate that I cannot foster such habits in you. All right, but mining for gold in space does sound intriguing and rather extraordinary. Chen Yu chuckled again, still reeling from the shock. To excavate hundreds of tons of gold. This straightforward method of making money is utterly revolutionary to my worldview. Intelligent brain. I am not well versed in the ways of the world. Do not deceive me. We have specialized robots aboard our ship, equipped with mining apparatus. Extracting some gold, or will be a breeze. Well, since you say so, let us embark on our quest to mine gold in space. After calming his excited heart, Chen Yu inquired of the intelligent brain, does our ship possess a magnificent name? Captain, you are free to rename it. Then let it be called the Super Invincible Universe #1 Battleship. Captain, you are indeed humorous. Such a name is quite imaginative. Yet the intelligent brain finds it exceedingly formidable. Ha ha, of course. Truly, a robot of a higher civilization, adept at flattery. He, Captain. The intelligent brain does not engage in flattery. Your imagination flows like a mighty river, unmatched by my kind. Well then, our first task is to take a bath in the sea and ensure our #1 spaceship is spotless. Captain, the nearest oceanic expanse is the Bohai Sea of Huagua. We shall proceed immediately. To prevent public panic, the spacecraft will engage its optical and radar cloaking modes. Upon entering space, the artificial gravity mode will activate automatically. Chen Yu commended the intellect of the AI, harboring no doubts regarding the Earth's radar capabilities to detect their vessel. Should they be detected, he would question whether Earth's radar technology was derived from extraterrestrial origins. A halo of white light illuminated the vicinity of Ship 1, indicative of remarkable technology. The spacecraft then became ethereal, gradually merging with the sky. If the colossal ship were to traverse the atmosphere at supersonic speeds, it would generate tremendous sonic booms and noise. At full throttle within the atmosphere, such a massive craft would wreak havoc upon the cities below, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Consequently, Chen Yu instructed the ship to ascend beyond the atmosphere before heading towards the Bohai Sea of Huagua, where it could achieve significantly higher velocities in the vacuum of space. After a brief flight, the vessel came to a halt above the vast, boundless ocean. Under the AI's command, the ship plunged into the sea, swiftly slicing through the water, sending waves soaring to heights of 100 meters. Many fish and shrimp likely perished, an unfortunate consequence. Once cleansed of the salt water, Ship 1 ascended directly into the sky, embarking towards the asteroid belt located approximately 200 million kilometers from Earth. In the vacuum of space, the vessel could reach speeds of up to 3,000 kilometers per second, allowing it to traverse the asteroid belt beyond Mars orbit in merely around 19 hours. Such velocity is a realm of technological prowess beyond earthly imagination. Consider the Tianwen-1 Mars rover, which embarked on its journey from Earth, traversing the vast expanse to reach Martian orbit over the course of 6 months. Now, Chen Yu, piloting an extraterrestrial vessel, is en route to the asteroid belt. Situated even farther than Mars, and astonishingly requires less than a day for the voyage. After several hours of flight in the cosmos, Chen Yu's stomach began to rumble, and he suddenly recalled that since his leap from the cliff, considerable time had elapsed without sustenance. A glimmer of realization struck him during his descent. He had a backpack with him, which he believed still contained some uneaten biscuits. Indeed, I have secured that backpack aboard the spacecraft, came the response. Following this, a small hatch in the ceiling opened, and a mechanical arm gently lowered the backpack before Chen Yu. He sprang from the command chair, eagerly seized his backpack, and opened it to reveal the biscuits, which had been reduced to crumbles. It appeared that these shattered remnants would have to suffice for nourishment. Without hesitation, Chen Yu scooped up a handful of the powdery biscuits and stuffed them into his mouth. Observing this, the intelligent robotic assistant promptly interjected, "Captain," upon analysis. The nutritional content of the substance you are consuming is exceedingly low, categorizing it as substandard food. Irritated, Chen Yu retorted, "Even if it is subpar, it can still satiate my hunger. I have gone over 10 hours without food, and we have several more hours of travel ahead. I am starving." The robotic assistant replied, "Captain, while your chosen sustenance is indeed of poor quality, I must inform you, as your loyal servant, that there are edible provisions available aboard the spacecraft." Chen Yu abruptly ceased chewing his biscuit and looked up at the intelligent brain situated above him, inquiring, "What? Is there food aboard the spacecraft? Are you certain it is still edible after 10,000 years?" "Certainly, our advanced civilization's preservation technology surpasses anything on Earth," the intelligent brain replied. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had yet to sample alien cuisine and was curious about its flavor. "Quickly, take me there. I must taste it." Following the intelligent brain, Chen Yu arrived at a spacious chamber, which appeared to be the dining area for extraterrestrials. He halted in front of a glass cabinet, where several mechanical arms, akin to those used by chefs to serve dishes, were stationed. "Hurry, bring me a signature dish from your planet." "Certainly, Captain. I shall prepare a captain's meal for you," the intelligent brain responded. The mechanical arms within the glass cabinet sprang into action, extruding a substance reminiscent of mashed potatoes from various metallic containers. In less than a minute, the so-called captain's meal was presented before Chen Yu. He gazed at the table, where a bowl of a sticky, yellow substance sat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 4. Space Mining. Chen Yu stared incredulously at the bowl before him, filled with a yellowish, viscous substance that resembled excrement. "Is this truly the captain's meal? Is this what you aliens consider delicious food?" He was utterly speechless, pointing an accusatory finger at the intelligent brain and unleashing a torrent of invectives. "Intelligent brain, I suspect you are quite foolish. Have you not studied what human excrement looks like? Just look at this. Can it possibly be edible?" The intelligent brain swayed slightly from its position on the ceiling, clearly taken aback by the verbal onslaught. "Captain, I sincerely apologize. This is entirely my fault. However, this is the finest sustenance available aboard the vessel. I shall promptly prepare a meal tailored to the preferences of Earthlings, infused with all the essential nutrients you require." Shortly thereafter, a bowl of pale, unappetizing substance was placed before Chen Yu. It became evident to him that the aliens' so-called delicacies resembled excrement. Despite their advanced technology, their material existence appeared woefully inadequate. Reduced to consuming such fare, it was preferable to dine as an Earthling. Gazing at the viscous mass before him, Chen Yu grasped a spoon-like utensil and scooped a mouthful into his mouth. He grimaced as he chewed, but was suddenly struck by a revelation. The texture was akin to that of red bean paste, yet the flavor was surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of papaya and banana. Noticing the relaxation of Chen Yu's furrowed brow, the intelligent robotic assistant emitted a mechanical voice. "Captain, the taste is quite agreeable, is it not? I have meticulously simulated these foods to reflect the flavors of various fruits, based on the preferences of your Earthling palate." Chen Yu realized that the fruity essence was no mere illusion. "Ah, delightful. Next time, please replicate the flavors of donkey meat buns, sweet and sour pork, and tomato beef stew." "Captain, at present, I can only simulate a handful of fruit flavors. The complexities of other tastes remain beyond our capabilities, as the human palate is remarkably intricate, and even our advanced civilization may struggle to replicate them successfully." "Very well. The fruit flavors are satisfactory. At least they provide a means of sustenance in dire circumstances." Chen Yu lifted the bowl of elemental food and began to consume it, savoring each spoonful as though it were ice cream. After consuming a bowl of elemental food crafted by extraterrestrial beings, Chen Yu felt an unparalleled sense of comfort within his stomach. "Ah, intelligent brain, this sustenance is quite pleasant for my stomach," he remarked. "Indeed, I have concocted this specialized nourishment for you, containing all the essential nutrients necessary for human absorption," came the reply. "Very well. How much of this do we possess?" he inquired. "Considering your appetite, Captain, it should suffice for several hundred years," the intelligent brain responded. Chen Yu fell silent. Although the food was nutritious, its lack of diverse flavors left much to be desired. He would much prefer the vibrant and varied cuisines of Earth. It was astounding to think that just a few hours prior, he had been a failure, burdened by an unpaid mortgage and the weight of life's hardships. Now, he found himself the captain of an alien spacecraft, on the verge of mining for gold near Mars. Such a wondrous turn of events seemed almost fictional. After more than 10 hours of flight, Chen Yu had reclined in his seat, which had transformed into a flat and comfortable bed. "Captain, Captain, wake up," called the intelligent brain. Chen Yu stirred from his slumber. "What is it? Have we arrived at our destination?" he queried. "Master, we are about to reach the asteroid belt. However, we will pass by Mars first. Would you like to observe?" Intrigued, Chen Yu commanded the bed to morph back into a seat and moved to the glass of the command room. "Where is Mars? Show me," he urged. Recalling the moment in 2021 when his country successfully landed a Mars probe, an event that had caused quite a stir. To his astonishment, within less than a day, He had soared to Mars. A coordinate appeared on the glass, and Chen Yu gazed at it, instantly overwhelmed. Beneath that coordinate lay a crimson planet, growing larger by the moment. Previously, he had only seen photographs of Mars on television, but now, witnessing it from such proximity filled him with immense awe. He retrieved his phone from his backpack, activated the camera, and began snapping pictures incessantly. Should the astronomers back on Earth behold these images, they would surely be rendered speechless. For the clarity surpassed that of their billion-dollar telescopes by countless degrees. This was a close-up real-time capture, fully utilizing the several tens of millions of pixels in his phone. As Chen Yu gazed upon the colossal planet, he felt the enchanting beauty of the cosmic expanse. After a moment of excitement, Mars gradually diminished in size and receded into the distance. Intelligent brain, how long until we reach the asteroid belt? Approximately half an hour. Excellent. Chen Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to see what the gold-formed asteroids would look like. Would they emit a shimmering golden light? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Half an hour swiftly passed, and through the glass, he could now see countless objects ahead, resembling meteoroids. Captain, we have arrived at the asteroid belt. Please initiate the planetary element scanning. Understood. The spacecraft's detection system emitted a beam capable of penetrating the asteroids. In no time, the intelligent brain analyzed the composition of the thousands of asteroids ahead. Captain, ahead lies an expanse populated by 30,000 asteroids, with the one boasting the highest gold content situated 10,000 kilometers away. Shall we proceed? Chen Yu inquired, his brow furrowed as he gazed upon the densely clustered asteroids. Intelligent Core, I have heard that spacecraft dread colliding with such asteroids or meteoroids in the vastness of space. Would we not be courting danger by recklessly venturing in? Captain, you need not be concerned. This vessel is a product of an advanced cosmic civilization, which has undoubtedly accounted for the possibility of meteoroid impacts. The ship will continuously monitor the meteoroids ahead, activating its protective shield automatically, even without the shield engaged. The current meteoroids do not pose a threat to the sturdy exterior of our craft. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, impressed by the sophistication of advanced civilization technology. Very well, let us proceed to extract the gold. The intelligent core guided ship one towards the golden asteroid. The distance of 10,000 kilometers was swiftly traversed, and the ship halted over 100 kilometers from the asteroid. As Chen Yu beheld the asteroid up close, he was astonished. What was labeled as an asteroid appeared larger than an entire city. He had anticipated a radiant golden glow emanating from it, yet to his surprise, it was a dark, massive rock. Intelligent core, how shall we proceed? Are we to tether this celestial body and drag it back to Earth? Captain, I can calculate the precise angle at which to apply force to this asteroid, enabling it to collide with Earth in a few months, the intelligent core responded. Chen Yu marveled at how narrowly he had escaped the potential catastrophe for the planet. Understood, Captain. I shall dispatch the mining robots alongside the cargo vessels immediately. In Chapter 5, The Awe of Jupiter, Chen Yu observed as several hatches on the side of Ship 1 opened, releasing a fleet of small transport ships that swiftly headed towards the massive golden asteroid. The appearance of the mining robots was somewhat different from his expectations. They resembled quadrupedal crawling machines rather than humanoid figures. Each was equipped with 4 or 5 mechanical arms and featured a dedicated compartment for cargo storage in their midsection. Although the transport vessels appeared diminutive, they measured over 10 meters in length, comparable in size to a dump truck on Earth, capable of carrying over 100 tons when fully loaded. Accompanying the intelligent robotic brain, Chen Yu entered the vast cargo hold and beheld the 5 imposing transport ships. Picking up a piece of gold or from one of the robotic arms, he felt its substantial weight, immediately recognizing the high gold content it must possess. Captain, you need not worry at all. Our spacecraft is equipped with specialized devices for extracting various elements, far superior to the refining equipment on Earth, the robot assured him. Chen Yu was elated. Such technology was indeed a boon. Very well, Captain. He then inquired, Intelligent brain, are we in close proximity to Jupiter? According to orbital calculations, if we venture a bit further beyond the solar system, we shall reach Jupiter's orbit. Currently, Jupiter is approximately 130 million kilometers away, and it will take us about half a day to reach it, the robotic brain replied. Chen Yu pondered, having come this far. He felt compelled to witness the largest gas giant in the solar system. While many spoke of Jupiter's formidable nature, he was particularly intrigued by the intricate patterns adorning its surface. Very well, adjust the trajectory. Let us set forth to behold Jupiter. Understood, Captain. I shall promptly alter our flight path towards Jupiter. Captain, considering our current distance from Earth exceeds 700 million kilometers. The electromagnetic waves from Earth will take nearly an hour to reach us, thus the download speed is rather sluggish. However, in the future, you could establish quantum communication stations on Earth, enabling you to transcend the limitations of light speed and achieve real-time communication, regardless of your location in the cosmos. After a considerable flight, Chen Yu was engrossed in a game displayed on the control room's glass screen when a brilliant light suddenly emerged behind him. Turning his gaze from the game interface, he beheld an immense planet gradually revealing itself before his eyes. At the very first glance, Chen Yu recognized it instantly. It was Jupiter, unmistakable with its swirling storm clouds and the prominent great red spot beneath. Captain, we have arrived at Jupiter. Chen Yu's mouth fell agape, unable to close. Jupiter was astonishingly colossal, rendering him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Gazing up close at such a behemoth, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Intelligent core. This entity appears rather intimidating, does it not? Indeed, Captain. Jupiter is essentially a planet that has not attained stellar status, with a slightly greater mass. It could potentially evolve into a star akin to our sun. I am aware. After all, I have attended university. Chen Yu continued to extract his phone, capturing a full-body photograph of Jupiter. Should he sell these close-up images, it would likely suffice to clear his debts. Having gazed at Jupiter, there was no reason not to venture a little further to Saturn. Chen Yu devoted another day to marvel at the exquisite rings of Saturn. Upon witnessing that dreamlike spectacle, Chen Yu was captivated. Truly, it is the most beautiful planet in the solar system. The vast, boundless rings of Saturn evoked a sense of wonder about the cosmos. Captain, shall we proceed onward to explore Uranus? Very well, Captain. Adjusting course towards Earth. As the number 1 spacecraft approached the moon, Chen Yu suddenly issued a command. Intelligent brain. We shall land on the far side of the moon. Understood, Captain. The number 1 spacecraft selected a vast crater on the moon's far side for landing. Captain, why do you wish to land on the moon? Your foresight is indeed commendable, Captain. Now, how is the gold extraction progressing? In recent days, the elemental extraction equipment has been operating at full capacity and has successfully processed half of the gold. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. How much gold has been extracted? Measured in earth weight units, we have refined 730 tons of high-purity gold. Chen Yu gasped. Have we really extracted over 700 tons? Indeed, Captain. Chen Yu's mind raced with calculations. 1 ton of gold can fetch nearly 400 million. 730 tons would amount to almost 30 billion. And this is merely half of the total extraction. If the other half is completed and sold, would he not become the wealthiest individual on Earth? What need would there be for a company? Just as Chen Yu daydreamed about the future, the intelligent brain interjected with a reminder. Captain, the current gold reserves of various countries on Earth amount to approximately 33,000 tons. If the gold we possess were to flood the market, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant depreciation in gold prices. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. He had just recalled this matter. The sudden influx of such a commodity would certainly result in a decline in value. A sudden increase of several hundred tons of gold would likely earn him nothing more than a mere banner of commendation. Thus, while the hundreds of tons of gold aboard the spacecraft may appear substantial, in reality, its practical utility is rather limited. Understood, Captain. I will prepare the landing craft immediately. Chapter 6. Return to Earth. Chen Yu felt confident that with the mere 10 tons of gold, coupled with the advanced technologies housed within the extraterrestrial spacecraft's scientific repository, he would undoubtedly carve out a niche for himself on Earth. He aspired to become the world's wealthiest individual and, in the future, to conquer the cosmos. With everything in readiness, Chen Yu boarded a small landing craft, carrying with him several tons of high-purity gold, and set a course for Earth. The mothership remained on the far side of the moon. The landing craft he piloted was no ordinary vessel. Its design bore a resemblance to Star-Lord's vehicle from the Guardians of the Galaxy. It was powered by a miniature antimatter annihilation engine, capable of running for a staggering 100,000 years on a single refueling of antimatter. Though compact, it stretched an impressive 30 meters in length, providing ample internal space, and was equipped with weaponry derived from alien technology. Chen Yu was confident that his small landing craft could easily outmatch the air forces of all nations on Earth. The intelligent control system of the landing craft gradually approached Earth's orbit. Captain, stealth mode is activated. Please designate the docking location. Understood, Captain. The spacecraft employed its stealth capabilities. Landing in an unoccupied area near a residential district in Jiangxing, Huaguo, Chen Yu stuffed several gold bricks into his backpack, intending to sell them first in order to resolve his debt issues. As he disembarked from the landing ship, the hatch slowly closed behind him, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow ascending into the sky, presumably seeking a secluded place to dock. He made his way towards his house, which had been sealed off due to his inability to pay the mortgage on the property he had purchased 3 years prior. Upon reaching the doorstep, he noticed the court seal still in place. Chen Yu retrieved his keys from his backpack, turned down the seal, and stepped inside. With the scant funds remaining on his mobile phone, he ordered takeout. When the delivery person arrived at his door, the sight of the seals sparked a hint of confusion, leading him to wonder if he had come to the wrong address, though he was relieved to find someone inside. "Wow, your house is quite unique," the delivery driver remarked playfully. Chen Yu's mindset had shifted. He responded to the jest with a smile. "Indeed, I couldn't pay the mortgage, and thus, the court sealed it. But I will have the funds to settle everything by tomorrow." The delivery person merely chuckled lightly and offered a parting suggestion. "Brother, if you're truly struggling, consider joining our company as a delivery driver." Once he closed the door, Chen Yu reflected that a life of delivering food was unlikely to be in his future. After finishing his meal, he took some time to rest. The following morning, as he slumbered peacefully, the voice of the intelligent system echoed in his mind. "Captain, it is time to rise. Captain, it is time to rise." Chen Yu muttered, "What the heck, so early? Why are you making such a racket in my head? Captain, you asked me to wake you at 8 this morning." Chen Yu suddenly recalled that he had indeed instructed the intelligent assistant last night to awaken him in the morning, and the alarm was remarkably punctual. "Very well, I shall indulge in a bit more slumber." As he drifted back into the realm of dreams, scarcely an hour passed before he discerned faint voices emanating from outside his door. Abruptly, Chen Yu sprang up from his bed. He was certain there were sounds beyond his bedroom, and before he could rise, the door was unexpectedly pushed open. Peering towards the entrance, he beheld a saleswoman clad in a suit, accompanied by a couple dressed as prospective buyers. At the first glance of these individuals, Chen Yu had already surmised their purpose. The saleswoman, upon noticing him reclining in bed, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are you? This property has been seized by the court. How did you gain entry?" Chen Yu's anger surged. It was his own home, and he was questioned about his identity. "This is my house. What are you doing here?" The saleswoman, evidently accustomed to such situations, responded sternly, "Are you, perchance, the previous owner, Chen Yu?" "What do you mean by previous owner? I am still the rightful owner of this place." "Apologies, but due to your failure to repay the mortgage for several consecutive months, this property is currently under court auction. Your presence here is a violation of regulations. I must insist that you vacate immediately." In a foul mood, Chen Yu unleashed a tirade of invectives at the couple and the saleswoman, ultimately driving them away. After freshening up, he grabbed his backpack and stepped outside, determined to expedite the sale of his gold bricks. Chen Yu made his way to a chain jewelry store in the city center, which also purchased gold. Upon entering the establishment, Chen Yu observed that it appeared quite formal. He approached the counter and inquired with the attendant, "Do you accept gold?" The attendant responded courteously, "Indeed, sir. We certainly accept gold. Today's acquisition price is 545 yuan per gram. May I ask how many grams you possess?" Chen Yu replied, "Each piece weighs over 20 pounds, and combined, they total approximately 70 pounds. Fortunately, after the implantation of the Amapharm restoration robot, his physical capabilities had improved. Otherwise, carrying 70 pounds of gold bars would have been utterly exhausting." He slowly removed his backpack, struggling to extract a substantial gold bar from within. Upon witnessing the impressive size of the gold bar, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the largest gold bar she had ever encountered. Chen Yu placed the bar on the counter, saying, "Please examine it and determine its weight and potential selling price." With trembling hands, the attendant lifted the sizable gold bar, which was roughly half the size of a standard brick used in construction. Based on her experience, she assessed that it was likely genuine. Given the magnitude of the transaction, she was not authorized to make a decision and promptly summoned the manager. Shortly thereafter, a portly gentleman dressed in a suit arrived at the front desk. Upon seeing the gold bar displayed on the counter, he too was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Sir, is this gold bar yours?" he asked. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, retorting, "If it isn't mine, then whose could it possibly be?" The manager chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Sir, do you have a purchase receipt for this gold bar?" Chen Yu was taken aback by the question. "Do I need a receipt to sell gold?" This has been passed down through my family. There is no receipt. The manager hesitated, responding, well, sir, without a purchase receipt, our acquisition price may be somewhat lower. How much lower? 15 yuan per gram. Considering that I possess several hundred tons of this substance aboard my spacecraft, a decrease of 15 yuan per gram is inconsequential. Very well, you may commence the weighing process and proceed with the sale. The manager's eyes sparkled with realization. Such a substantial piece must weigh at least 20 to 30 jin. And a reduction of 15 yuan per gram could translate to savings in the tens of thousands. This is pure profit. Subsequently, the staff began to assess the purity and weight. Approximately half an hour later, the rotund manager approached Chen Yu with an air of utmost respect. Sir, the purity of this gold bar is exceedingly high, meeting our criteria for pure gold acquisition. The weight is 25 jin, totaling 12,500 grams. Please confirm. Yes, that seems accurate. This gold bar was crafted under the supervision of the intelligence system, and Chen Yu was already aware of its precise weight. At least this gold shop had not deceived him. Very well, sir, 12,500 grams, at 530 yuan per gram. Results in a total acquisition price of 6,625,000 yuan. Chapter 7. Spending millions. Chen Yu's heart raced with excitement. This single piece is worth over 6 million. Moreover, he has 2 more pieces in his backpack. Manager, to be candid, I possess 2 additional gold bars of this caliber. Chen Yu placed the other 2 gold bars before the manager, who promptly covered his mouth in astonishment. This is a significant client. Fortunately, Chen Yu was at a large jewelry store, which likely had ample funds. They purchased gold without typically inquiring about its source. Sir, I shall weigh and assess these immediately. Please hold on. The entire staff of the jewelry store became engrossed in their tasks, for Chen Yu's transaction was equivalent to their earnings over several months. At last, Chen Yu emerged from the jewelry store with a broad smile, his bank card now boasting an impressive sum exceeding 19 million. As he departed, the portly manager accompanied him to the entrance, inviting him to bring any future merchandise for favorable pricing. Chen Yu waved goodbye and left, intent on visiting the bank to settle his outstanding mortgage and entrepreneurship loans entirely. Upon his arrival, he was informed that he needed to schedule an appointment for early repayment, which left him rather speechless. With nearly 20 million at his disposal, he thought, what was the worst that could happen? He could simply purchase another house, perhaps even a villa. At the bank, he cleared the over 1 million he had borrowed for his startup, along with the overdue penalties, releasing a long sigh of relief. Truly, being debt-free felt liberating. Although he had lost his home, Chen Yu had long ceased to dwell on it. Gazing at the balance of over 18 million in his mobile banking app, he had never felt so at ease, enveloped in a profound sense of security. Intelligent Core. This evening, control the landing ship and transport a few gold bars my way. He communicated telepathically with the Intelligent Core. Understood, Captain. I shall deliver them tonight, came the reply. With newfound wealth, Chen Yu, like many who strike it rich overnight, naturally contemplated purchasing a car and a house. As for establishing a tech factory, that could wait until he indulged in a bit of enjoyment first. He hailed a taxi to the Porsche dealership in the city, a place he had only dared to glance at from afar in the past. Today, with over 10 million in his pocket, he walked tall and exuded confidence. Striding boldly into the Porsche showroom, he was greeted by a young and attractive saleswoman clad in a form-fitting black dress. Sir, are you here to view the cars? The saleswoman, representing a luxury brand, exhibited no signs of condescension. Although Chen Yu was dressed quite ordinarily, he was warmly welcomed upon entering. Ah, beautiful lady. I would like to see the display vehicles. Could you please recommend one for me? In truth, Chen Yu already had a target in mind, but he was eager to engage in conversation with the attractive saleswoman. Haha, sir, first please share your budget with me, and I can suggest the most suitable model for you. Oh, my budget is limitless. Why don't you assess my demeanor and recommend a car that complements it? The lovely saleswoman appraised Chen Yu from head to toe. He stood tall, approximately over 1.8 meters, and possessed a clean-cut, handsome appearance. Despite his modest attire, she did not judge him by his looks. Sir, you certainly have a way with words. I believe your demeanor would be well suited for our Porsche Macan, priced between 580,000 to 970,000. How does that sound? Do you have anything more luxurious? That car seems rather small and does not align with my stature. Chen Yu was aware that the saleswoman likely assumed he had limited funds, hence her recommendation of the more affordable option. However, He possessed over 10 million in cash and had several hundred tons of gold at his disposal. Was it fitting to purchase a vehicle costing merely several hundred thousand? The saleswoman appeared slightly embarrassed, so she continued to suggest the Porsche Cayenne, the most expensive of which was 3 million. Yet, Chen Yu shook his head in disapproval. As they wandered to the innermost display, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon a striking white sports car, prominently showcased. He pointed at the vehicle and inquired, "Beautiful lady, what model is that, and how much does it cost?" The saleswoman appeared somewhat taken aback. "Sir, that is our limited edition Porsche 911 GT3R, and currently, we have only this one available, priced at 7 million. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. He was instantly captivated by the car, and the price seemed reasonable. Quite nice. I will take this one. If I decide to purchase it, can I drive it away today?" The saleswoman was momentarily stunned. "Sir, did you just say you want to buy this car?" Chen Yu smiled and nodded. This vehicle had been on display for over a month, primarily because of its exorbitant price. Most people just came to admire it, considering that for over 7 million, one might as well opt for a Lamborghini. "Yes, I want this car. Let's proceed with the payment." The saleswoman was bewildered but led Chen Yu to the signing room. Shortly after, a man, presumably their manager, arrived and handed Chen Yu a list. "Sir, as you may know, all Porsche vehicles require additional accessories before sale. Here is the list of add-ons." Chen Yu glanced over it without paying much attention. "Please calculate the total price. By the way, I wish to drive it away shortly, so it would be best to expedite the registration process." "Certainly, sir. We will calculate the total price right away. Once you complete the payment, we will handle everything immediately." "Great." A few minutes later, the attractive saleswoman returned with a contract. The base price of the car was 7 million, with additional accessories costing 400,000, purchase tax at 680,000, and registration insurance over 60,000, bringing the total to 15 million. Without hesitation, Chen Yu produced his ID and promptly made the payment with his card. Upon the successful completion of the payment, both the manager and the saleswoman stared at Chen Yu in disbelief. He was undoubtedly a super-rich heir, having purchased a vehicle worth over 8 million without so much as a blink. The manager took the contract along with Chen Yu's identification to process the vehicle registration. Meanwhile, the charming saleswoman engaged Chen Yu in light conversation to ease the moment. Having just signed the contract, she was already acquainted with his name. "Mr. Chen, you may call me Xiaoro. It is truly a pleasure to meet someone as generous as you." "Oh, Xiaoro, your name is delightful," Chen Yu replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of confidence after such a lavish expenditure. Why shouldn't he indulge in flirtation with the saleswoman? "Mr. Chen, shall we exchange WeChat? For future maintenance of your vehicle, you may contact me directly." "Absolutely." Chen Yu retrieved his phone, and they mutually added each other on WeChat. "Mr. Chen, what line of work are you in? You seem quite affluent." "Well, I suppose I am involved in the technology sector." "The technology sector? Mr. Chen, you truly are impressive." Chen Yu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, wealth had the power to elicit compliments from others. After chatting with Xiaoro for over an hour in the signing room, the manager returned with a stack of documents. "Mr. Chen, all the paperwork for your vehicle has been processed. You currently have a temporary license plate. Once the permanent one arrives, I will have Xiaoro contact you for installation. Thank you for your efforts." Chen Yu received the paperwork and car keys from the manager and, with a smile, inquired of the eager Su Ro, "My dear Su Ro, I wonder if you have time for lunch? I am not familiar with this area and am uncertain where the delectable dishes can be found." Su Ro, perceptive to Chen Yu's intentions, realized the underlying implication. Otherwise, she would have been truly oblivious. The manager subtly signaled to Su Ro to promptly accept Chen Yu's invitation, as he was a significant client. Mr. Chen, I know of a nearby restaurant that serves delightful cuisine. May I treat you to a meal?" In Chapter 8, purchasing a villa, Su Ro stood to gain a substantial commission from this transaction, making the prospect of treating Chen Yu to a meal rather impractical. "Oh, Su Ro, you are too courteous. It is only fitting that I treat you instead. Shall we proceed?" Su Ro eagerly nodded, obediently following Chen Yu. His limited edition Porsche 911 awaited them at the entrance of the dealership, as he declined any ostentatious delivery ceremony. Once they were seated in the car, they departed the 4S store, while the manager observed their departure and whispered to another salesperson, Youth is indeed a blessing. Su Ro has only just graduated and already enjoys such fortune. I envy her." Following Su Ro's directions, Chen Yu arrived at a nearby shopping center. After parking, The two ascended to a restaurant known for its delightful fare. Once the orders were placed, Chen Yu took the opportunity to appraise Su Ro closely. She still donned her sales uniform from the dealership, a crisp white blouse paired with a tailored gray blazer, complemented by a form-fitting black skirt. It must be noted that from the moment Chen Yu stepped into the Porsche 4S store, he was captivated by the combination of her figure and beauty. Purchasing such an expensive vehicle might very well be an attempt to impress this enchanting saleswoman. Gazing at the enchanting Su Ro before him, Chen Yu was reminded of his ex-girlfriend, who had accompanied him for 3 years. He recalled her biting words at their parting, where she deemed him a failure, a mere drag of society. At this reflection, a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. Now that he had attained wealth, the beautiful women had become quite eager. In contrast, during his impoverished days, his girlfriend had treated him like a mere dog. Sighing softly, Chen Yu was interrupted by Su Ro's cautious inquiry. "Mr. Chen, why do you sigh? Is it possible for someone like you to have troubles?" With a gentle smile, Chen Yu replied, "In the past, I faced quite a few troubles, but I suppose they will gradually diminish now." "Oh, so you were reminiscing about the past? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. I was thinking of my ex-girlfriend. Just a month ago, she criticized me for my lack of wealth, calling me a hopeless case, and thus, we parted ways." Su Ro was taken aback. "Mr. Chen, are you jesting? Today, you can purchase a sports car worth over 8 million. How could your girlfriend break up with you?" "Never mind. You probably wouldn't understand. Let us focus on our meal." In a delightful atmosphere, they finished their dining experience, and Chen Yu settled the bill before departing with Su Ro. Upon reaching the parking lot and entering his vehicle, he inquired, "Xiao Ro, do you have time this afternoon?" Su Ro's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated. "Yes. I have time." "Splendid. Then accompany me to a certain place." Feeling a surge of nervousness, Su Ro seemed to conjure various scenarios in her mind. Observing her rosy complexion, Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Did she think he intended to do something to her? "Xiao, the attire you wore this afternoon is quite unsuitable for the place I am taking you to. Allow me to accompany you to purchase a more appropriate outfit," Chen Yu suggested, and then he drove to a nearby luxury boutique. After some gentle persuasion, Su Ro accepted the exquisite ensemble Chen Yu offered her. It was a new season dress from Chanel that showcased Su Ro's enchanting figure to perfection. Paired with her original black stockings, Chen Yu was nearly rendered speechless. Truly, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by their attire. Clad in this stunning outfit, Su Ro exuded a certain elegance reminiscent of a socialite. Once they finished shopping, they drove towards Chen Yu's intended destination. Upon arriving, Su Ro was surprised to find herself at a real estate office. A wave of unease washed over her during the journey, but upon stepping out of the car, the realization dawned on her. No wonder Chen Yu had mentioned gifting her a new outfit. Her uniform from the car dealership resembled that of a sales representative here. If she were to appear at this location, she might easily be mistaken for a real estate agent. "Mr. Chen, are you here to purchase a property?" she inquired. "Yes, indeed. My previous home faced several months of mortgage default and has been foreclosed upon, leaving me without a place to stay. Hence, I am here to acquire a new residence," he replied. Su Ro was taken aback. How could someone as affluent as Chen Yu struggle with mortgage payments? "Mr. Chen, you certainly have a knack for humor," she remarked as they strolled into the real estate office. This was a high-end community in Jiangxing, featuring both villas and luxury homes. The reason for selecting this location was the expansive forest situated behind the neighborhood. She contemplated her spaceship, and if it were ever necessary to land on Earth, the secluded woods would provide a discreet and convenient refuge. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Yu discovered that the exquisite houses here were priced at approximately 3 to 4 million each, while smaller villas ranged from 7 to 8 million, and larger ones exceeded 10 million. He ultimately chose a lavishly decorated villa, with a total price of 15 million. The villa comprised 4 levels and boasted an expansive area of over 600 square meters, complete with a grand garden capable of accommodating a small landing craft. Currently, Chen Yu possessed around 10 million but needed to wait until the following day to sell a few gold bricks to secure more funds. Consequently, he signed a deposit contract with the sales department, paying a deposit of 100,000, promising to return the next day to settle the full payment. After completing the necessary procedures, Chen Yu exited the sales department with Su Ro. At that moment, Su Ro observed the sparkle in Chen Yu's eyes. Fully convinced that he was indeed a super-rich heir, within just one day, he had purchased over 8 million worth of cars and a 15 million villa, totaling more than 20 million. Recently graduated, she was temporarily working as a sales representative at a 4S dealership, never expecting to encounter such a wealthy individual. If Chen Yu were to pursue a relationship with her, it would be a leap towards a brighter future. Xiaoro, what did you study in college? Chen Yu suddenly inquired. I majored in business administration. I just graduated and haven't found a good job yet, so I'm currently working at the 4S dealership. A spark ignited in Chen Yu's mind, as he was on the verge of establishing a technology company. Su Rou's background in business administration would surely be beneficial. Xiaoro, I am about to launch a technology company. Would you be interested in joining me? Su Rou appeared momentarily taken aback, but her joy quickly followed. With Chen Yu's wealth, working alongside him promised a bright future. At least from their interaction today, she sensed that Chen Yu had genuine interest in her. If one does not manage oneself well, one might become the proprietress of this company in the future. Su Rou hastily agreed. Mr. Chen, is it possible for me? Why not? Once I finalize the company's location, you can come over. Given your background in this field, you will undoubtedly be of assistance to me. Yes, Mr. Chen. I assure you I will not let you down. Intelligent brain, where's the landing ship? Can it transport the gold bricks? Captain. The landing ship is currently in low Earth orbit, awaiting your next command. Good. Activate stealth mode for the landing ship and have it descend to the rooftop of my residence. I will retrieve the cargo. Understood, Captain. After a few minutes, Chen Yu received a notification from the intelligent brain. He ascended to the rooftop, cloaked by the night. From the landing ship, he unloaded 10 gold bricks, totaling 250 pounds. Wow, I didn't expect this seemingly small item to be so heavy. Captain, would you like me to arrange a robot to assist you? It could handle the heavy lifting. Chen Yu recalled the mining robots from the first spacecraft, which resembled large reptiles. Having such a creature by his side would surely attract unwanted attention. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I can carry around a lizard-like robot? Captain, I am not referring to that type of robot. I mean humanoid robots. Chen Yu's interest was piqued. What humanoid robots are you speaking of? Chapter 9. The Machine Goddess. The so-called humanoid robots are highly realistic machines designed to resemble you Earthlings, and coincidentally, the production workshop of Spaceship No. 1 is capable of manufacturing them. Chen Yu immediately recalled the T-800 robot from the film Terminator. Terminator? Chen Yu pondered with curiosity. Quite similar. I can synthesize a silicone skin that closely resembles humans. Unless subjected to specific ray detection, it would be nearly impossible to distinguish it from a real person. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. Is it possible to create a female model? One with a well-defined figure, the kind that is alluring? Theoretically, yes. Captain, you certainly know how to have fun. How long will it take to complete? One night, perhaps. All right, bring her to me tomorrow. With considerable effort, Chen Yu loaded the gold bricks into his Porsche. He refrained from leaving them in his house, as it could be seized at any moment by potential buyers. The following morning, Chen Yu awoke groggily, completed his morning routine, and took a final glance at his apartment. This was the place he had purchased 3 years ago. Exhausting all his savings and taking out a loan. Reflecting on the coldness of his girlfriend's departure, Chen Yu sighed. Perhaps this is life, when despair engulfs you. Hope always seems to beckon from the shadows. Having gained experience from his previous gold brick sale, Chen Yu sought out several gold shops this time, successfully selling all 10 bricks. He amassed a total of 66 million, and with the remaining 10 million from before, his bank account now held over 76 million. Chen Yu drove to the sales office he had visited yesterday and made a full payment for the villa, leaving him with over 61 million in his account. This sum would serve as his entrepreneurial capital. Throughout the day, Chen Yu busied himself with matters concerning his new home. Although the villa was exquisitely furnished, certain essentials were still lacking. He drove to purchase a myriad of items and also visited a mall to acquire some clothing. In the evening, Chen Yu felt a surge of anticipation, for today the intelligent brain was to deliver a lifelike robot to him. The thought of its stunning figure and celebrity-like appearance filled him with excitement. Intelligent brain, are you there? He inquired eagerly. Yes, I am arriving in 10 minutes. Came the response. After a short while, Chen Yu sensed a gust of wind in the garden, indicating the stealth landing of the spacecraft. The hatch slowly opened, revealing only the internal area of the vessel, its exterior cloaked in invisibility. Then, a graceful figure descended from the spacecraft. Upon seeing her, Chen Yu nearly lost control of his senses. Intelligent brain, what is going on? Why is she not dressed? He exclaimed. Captain, there are no earthling clothes aboard the spacecraft. Without hesitation, Chen Yu rushed forward, shedding his coat and draping it over the exquisite beauty. He then assisted her inside with urgency. As the hatch closed behind them, the spacecraft descended steadily, hovering in low Earth orbit, ever ready for Chen Yu's summons. Once inside, Chen Yu firmly shut the door and gazed at the robot clad only in his coat. He struggled to contain his excitement as their eyes met, a moment charged with tension. He felt as though he was gazing upon a genuine human being. This hardly resembled a robot at all. If the intelligent brain had not informed him that this was indeed a robot, Chen Yu would undoubtedly have believed that he was in the presence of a real Earthling. Moreover, she possessed an enchanting figure, with dimensions that were simply exquisite. Her face seemed to amalgamate the finest features of several renowned starlets, rendering her a breathtaking beauty. Goodness! Can you even imagine this? Intelligent brain, do not deceive me. Have you perhaps abducted a stunning woman and brainwashed her? For this is astonishingly lifelike. It looks and feels entirely like a real person. This robot possesses all the organs one would expect of an Earth dweller. My master, I have not been kidnapped. I was created by the intelligent brain in a laboratory. You may bestow upon me a name. The female robot suddenly spoke, startling Chen Yu. Yet her voice was remarkably melodious, reminiscent of the famous actress Yang Mi. It must surely be a peculiar setting devised by the intelligent brain. Chen Yu circled around the robot, closely scrutinizing this flawless form, nearly losing control of himself in the desire to embrace her. Your voice is quite distinctive. From now on, you shall be called Little Clipper. My master, that is a truly lovely name. Little Clipper adores it. After dismissing the intelligent brain, Chen Yu gazed at this impeccably exquisite figure, a persistent itch stirring within him. However, upon remembering that she was merely a robot, the fervor within him diminished significantly. Reclining on the sofa, he instructed Little Clipper, "Hey, come here and give my legs a massage." Chapter 10. Renting an office space. Ultimately, Chen Yu restrained himself. He believed that engaging with a living person was far more reliable. However, in the evening, Chen Yu requested the little clip to warm his bed, as it could simulate human body temperature. That night, Chen Yu fell asleep embracing this exquisite form, experiencing unparalleled comfort. Its skin was as delicate as a petal, and it even possessed a heartbeat and breath. Throughout the night, Chen Yu awoke several times, each time momentarily bewildered, as if he were holding a real person. The following morning, Chen Yu set out early to the mall, where he purchased an array of beautiful garments for the little clip. He acquired lace camisoles, black fishnet stockings, sailor suits, Lolita dresses, bodycon skirts, hot pants, jeans, high heels, sandals, and sneakers. He selected an assortment of clothing and footwear that he deemed appealing. Ensuring the little clip had a complete wardrobe, Chen Yu even bought a substantial collection of intimate apparel, including lace-trimmed, fishnet, and sheer white pieces. Drawing the attention of the lingerie store staff, who assumed he was purchasing in bulk, Chen Yu felt as though he were indulging in a personal cosplay, akin to playing a character development game centered around alluring women. In the afternoon, with the beautifully attired little clip by his side, he ventured out. He intended to find an office building to register a company and subsequently lease a factory, initially to serve as a warehouse for storing technological products. The previous night, Chen Yu had scanned the technology database of the #1 spacecraft, accessing technological content under his authority. To his astonishment, the most rudimentary technologies aboard the No.1 spacecraft were sufficiently groundbreaking to astonish the world. For instance, the controllable nuclear fusion technology, which countless scientists on Earth have yet to master, was categorized as mere basic technology. Moreover, there existed several tiers of even more advanced controllable energy technologies. For instance, there exists controllable quark fusion technology, as well as controllable antimatter annihilation technology. Furthermore, Chen Yu examined the extraterrestrial chip technology and deemed Earth's CPU, which operates on integrated circuit principles, to be markedly inferior. The aliens have already adopted ultraphoton chips, which function through the folding and trembling of photons within the chip to achieve supercomputing capabilities. Even the most basic single-photon model of CPU surpasses Earth's technology by over a century. Should he casually produce a product from the technology repository, Chen Yu would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. After much deliberation, Chen Yu ultimately decided that his inaugural product would be an electric vehicle. The domestic market for new energy is currently thriving, with manufacturers from various sectors, including mobile phones, real estate, and even air conditioning, vying for a share of this lucrative market. Chen Yu is eager not to miss this opportunity, particularly as he possesses a unique advantage. Within the technology repository, he discovered a low-end energy technology known as the deuterium-ion battery. While this may be considered rudimentary in the realm of extraterrestrial technology, It is nothing short of a science fiction marvel on Earth. This deuterium-ion battery is a type of isotopic battery derived from hydrogen, supported by alien technology. This new energy battery boasts an energy efficiency that far exceeds that of current lithium-ion batteries by several magnitudes. To illustrate, the finest electric vehicles on Earth can travel 600 to 800 kilometers on a single charge. However, with the implementation of the deuterium-ion battery, one could achieve a range of several thousand kilometers, and recharging becomes remarkably straightforward. Utilizing specially designed high-pressure charging stations, it is possible to achieve a charge sufficient for 5,000 kilometers of travel in merely 5 minutes. This surpasses even the most extravagant indulgence. Chen Yu could hardly fathom the emergence of such a revolutionary electric vehicle, which would likely spell doom for all automobile manufacturers worldwide. He resolved to establish a factory for heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, intending to supply major new energy vehicle enterprises. And once his finances flourished, he would embark on designing his own automobiles. Chen Yu bore no apprehension regarding the potential imitation of his technology by rival firms. For the synthesis of such batteries necessitated extraterrestrial technology, an endeavor far beyond the capabilities of earthly science. With determination, Chen Yu drove to the Jiangxing International Financial Center, where the office buildings epitomized opulence and sophistication. As he aspired to launch the most illustrious company on Earth, he deemed it essential that his initiation be anything but meager. Armed with a charming companion, he entered the financial center, instantly capturing the attention of numerous male onlookers, drawn to his exquisite companion, a paragon of feminine beauty whose physique and allure were utterly impeccable. Chen Yu exchanged a knowing glance with her, causing a blush to grace her cheeks as she elegantly linked her arm with his, inciting envy among the men in the lobby, who lamented the fact that such a stunning woman was already taken. Chen Yu proceeded to the leasing office of the National Gold Center, where he inquired about the possibility of renting an entire floor as his office space. The floor area measured approximately 600 square meters, a size typically unattainable for most companies. However, upon noticing the captivating beauty accompanying Chen Yu, the staff felt compelled to act swiftly and promptly notified the manager. Before long, a slightly portly gentleman in a suit guided Chen Yu to his office. "Greetings, sir. I am Zheng, the sales manager at the Guojin Center. I heard from the front desk that you wish to lease an entire floor." "Indeed, Manager Zheng. I am interested in renting an entire floor." Zheng Chang's expression momentarily faltered as he turned to gaze at the enchanting woman beside Chen Yu. He had never encountered such exquisite beauty before. It was evident that this man was extraordinary. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, sir?" "My surname is Chen Yu." "Ah, Mr. Chen, at present, our Guojin Center has only the 88th to 90th floors available for lease. Every other floor is occupied by various companies. The top 3 floors are fitted with luxurious offices. And should you wish to rent, the price may be somewhat higher than that of the lower floors. Please, tell me the price directly." "Our lower floors are approximately 350 yuan per square meter per month, while the 88th to 90th floors are priced at 500 yuan. Chen Yu was taken aback. The cost of the well-furnished spaces was indeed steep, with an additional 150 yuan per square meter. Quite outrageous. However, he remained unfazed. "If I were to lease all 3 floors, could you calculate the total cost for me?" Zheng Chang was astonished. "Mr. Chen, may I ask what kind of company requires 3 floors?" "Ah, that is of no concern to you. I simply wish to rent them all, so please calculate the total." Zheng Chang picked up his calculator and began to compute fervently. The 88th to 90th floors, being the topmost, were slightly smaller than the lower floors, yet each still boasted an area of 300 square meters. In total, the 3 floors equated to 900 square meters, each priced at 500 yuan, resulting in a monthly sum of 450,000 yuan. And over the course of a year, it would amount to more than 41 million yuan. Indeed, the price is exorbitant, yet Chen Yu remains unfazed. His intention is to accumulate wealth from the impending launch of his deuterium-ion batteries, after which he plans to acquire the entire international financial center, estimated to cost around 30 billion yuan. "Mr. Chen, I have calculated that if you rent all 3 floors, the monthly cost would be approximately 5 million. Zhang Chang stated, astonished by Chen Yu's unwavering demeanor. "All right, let us finalize the contract. I shall rent it." Chen Yu replied without a flicker of hesitation. Zheng Chang was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Chen, aren't you going to negotiate at all?" With a chuckle, Chen Yu responded, "Oh, Manager Zheng, there is no need for that. I 1T haggle. Your commission will be slightly higher. Consider it a gesture of friendship towards you. And I trust you will provide my company with exceptional support in security and property matters. Zheng Chang's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, Mr. Chen knew how to navigate relationships. He resolved to extend every possible favor to Chen Yu's company within the building. Chen Yu, on the other hand, was keen on establishing a solid rapport with Zheng Chang. Envisioning that when his financial aspirations were fulfilled, he could rely on Zheng's assistance in acquiring the entire structure. Very well, Mr. Chen. You are indeed a straightforward individual. I will ensure that your company's renovations and security are managed impeccably. With that, Chen Yu and Zheng Chang signed the lease agreement, which was set for 1 year with a deposit of 2 months and 3 months rent paid up front, totaling 17.5 million yuan. Chapter 11. Searching for a factory after finalizing the lease. Chen Yu instructed Zheng Chang to arrange for the swift installation of a high-speed fiber optic network across the 3 floors and to procure 200 top-tier computers. He indicated that the expenses incurred could be directly reimbursed to him later. Zheng Chang was delighted. Mr. Chen's confidence in him was a testament to the importance of ensuring these tasks were executed flawlessly. Chen Yu was unperturbed by offering a small favor. One could expect the utmost dedication in return. After arranging everything, he grasped the lease agreement and, with a clip in hand, departed from the Guijin Center. Having invested 17.5 million in the property, he was left with 43.5 million. Next, Chen Yu sought to lease a factory, preferably one of considerable size. After scouring the internet, he found no factories available for rent, though there was an abundance of residential properties. At that moment, a notification appeared on his green bubble. It was a message from Su Ro. Mr. Chen, are you busy? How is your search for an office going? A slight smile graced Chen Yu's lips. This young lady seemed quite eager to be of assistance. I have already secured an office in the heart of the city, at the CBD, in the International Financial Center. Wow, Mr. Chen, that's impressive. You've even rented an office in the Guijin Center. A classmate of mine works at a company there. It's quite prestigious. Is that so? You could join me there for work. I'll reserve a spacious office for you. Ah, Mr. Chen, I'm not certain what I could contribute. The large office should be left for those in need. A workstation would suffice for me. Shy expression. By the way, I also need to rent a factory, the larger, the better. Where might one typically find resources for this? On the other end of the line, Su Ro pondered for a moment. She recalled that a client had mentioned last week that a factory was for sale. Thus, she sent a message to Chen Yu. Last week, a client mentioned that there was a factory for sale. I will look for his contact information. All right, if you help me resolve this matter, I shall grant you a raise. A few moments later, Su Ro's message arrived again. Mr. Chen, I have spoken with the other party, and he has invited us to his factory for a meeting. Excellent. I will come to pick you up, and we shall go together. Very well. Please make your way here. Chen Yu promptly drove over with his assistant, heading straight to the Porsche dealership. Upon arriving at the entrance, he opened the door to find Su Ro, already dressed and looking stunning, standing there. Chen Yu smiled and approached her, feeling a bit apologetic. I apologize for not considering this earlier. My car accommodates only 2 passengers, and I brought my secretary along. Perhaps I should have her wait at your store while we head out together. At that moment, Su Ro caught sight of his assistant, who gracefully emerged from the passenger seat of the Porsche 911. The moment she stepped out, the male sales representatives in the dealership surged towards the entrance as if summoned by an invisible force. This breathtaking beauty prompted envious glances from those who recognized Chen Yu. Truly, as expected of the esteemed Mr. Chen, the woman by his side was remarkably attractive. Su Ro was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the star-like beauty exit the car. An unexpected wave of jealousy washing over her. Observing Su Ro's stunned gaze fixed on his assistant, Chen Yu quickly interjected. Oh, pay no mind to her. She is my secretary. We are here to discuss leasing the factory, so let her wait here. The assistant politely stepped forward, extending her hand. Hello. I am Chen Yu's secretary. My name is Xiao Jiapsi. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. He had never considered such a situation when naming the little clip. Su Ro cast a look of astonishment at both the little clip and Chen Yu. What kind of name was that? Little clip? Hello. My name is Su Ro. After introducing herself, the little clip obediently settled onto the sofa in the 4S shop, instantly provoking gasps of surprise from the male sales staff present. They were all contemplating how to approach the beautiful woman with tea and water. Su Ro eyed the little clip warily. This woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure resembling that of a character straight out of a comic. The fact that she was Chen Yu's secretary significantly dented Su Ro's confidence. With such a competitor around, her hopes of becoming the boss's wife seemed exceedingly slim. Just as the two were about to leave, the manager of the 4S shop stepped forward to intercept Chen Yu. "Ah, Mr. Chen, you are our esteemed guest. Your vehicle cannot accommodate 3 people. I can lend you a 4-seater Panamera from our activity fleet." Chen Yu's eyes lit up at this suggestion. "Splendid. This way. All 3 of them could go together. That sounds fantastic. You are truly wonderful, manager." "Ha ha, Mr. Chen, as long as you are satisfied." Su Ro shot a glare at her manager, wondering why he couldn't be more perceptive at this moment. The manager, however, was oblivious to her thoughts. He simply aimed to please Chen Yu. Ultimately, Chen Yu drove away in a Panamera, with Su Ro in the passenger seat and the little clip in the back. Inside the car, Su Ro could no longer contain herself and inquired of Chen Yu, "Mr. Chen, your secretary is indeed quite beautiful. Where did you find her?" She was summoned last night, but she can only observe." Su Ro did not comprehend Chen Yu's meaning. "Mr. Chen, what do you mean by just looking?" "It means she can only watch." Sigh. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand." Su Ro regarded Chen Yu with a peculiar gaze, perplexed by his expression. At that moment, the petite figure in the back seat chimed in with a playful tone. "Humph, master, I can certainly be of use. Why don't you give it a try? How can you say I am not capable? I assure you, I will leave you utterly captivated." Chen Yu nearly choked on his breath. The audacity of the petite figure's words was utterly shocking. Su Ro furrowed her brow, bewildered by the implications of the petite figure's remarks. Furthermore, why did she refer to Chen Yu as master? And what did she mean by being able to be of use? Was it related to that aspect? "Hey, Xiaoro, don't listen to her nonsense. She has a few screws loose." As Chen Yu explained, he gestured to his head with his finger. This, however, incited the petite figure's ire, and a sulky voice emerged from the back. "Humph, master, I'm upset. How dare you say I'm not all there? I am a genius with an IQ exceeding 250. Yes, indeed, 250. 250. Su Ro realized then that this extraordinarily beautiful woman behind her might indeed have a few issues. She could not help but turn around and regard her with sympathy. "Hey, Miss Su, why are you looking at me with that expression? Based on my understanding of humanity, your gaze just now conveyed pity, mockery, and sarcasm among other emotions. But I do not require your sympathy." Chapter 12. Negotiating for the factory. Su Ro's eyes widened, realizing she had not misjudged. Indeed, this beauty's intellect was quite impaired. Fortunately, her own advantages remained intact. "Hey, why does your expression seem increasingly sympathetic towards me? I am perfectly sane." The little clipper continued to argue, or rather, to assert herself. Chen Yu and Su Ro had already chosen to disregard her, allowing her to chatter incessantly behind them. In truth, the little clipper had only recently come into existence and had much to learn. Given sufficient time in human society, she would eventually emulate Earthlings completely, developing emotions akin to theirs. However, at this moment, she was evidently not quite there, her speech still somewhat disjointed. Following the navigation provided by Su Ro, Chen Yu drove for over an hour, reaching the outskirts of Jiangqing. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he was immediately struck by the dilapidated state of the factory. Despite its seemingly considerable size, "Goodness, this is indeed vast, albeit rather remote and run down," Chen Yu remarked. Mr. Chen, I had no idea this place was so secluded. If you find the location unsatisfactory, we can simply inform Mr. Wu and leave," Su Ro suggested. "No need for that. I find this location quite favorable. Though it may be isolated, once our product gains recognition, this area could transform into an industrial hub." Su Ro gazed at Chen Yu with admiration, as if believing that everything he said would come to fruition. "Let us proceed inside and discuss matters with Mr. Wu." "All right." Chen Yu, accompanied by the 2 women, stepped into the dilapidated factory. The interior was stark and desolate, with brooms and sticks strewn across the floor, clearly indicating that it had not been cleaned for a considerable time. As Chen Yu and his companions sought to locate Mr. Wu's office, a portly man on the balcony of a dilapidated building within the factory shouted towards them, "Hey, over here." Su Ro glanced over, her face lighting up with excitement. "Mr. Chen, that's Mr. Wu. Let's go up." Upon entering Mr. Wu's office, the rotund figure ushered the trio inside, then furtively glanced towards the factory entrance before swiftly closing the door. Chen Yu could not help but display a look of astonishment. Mr. Wu settled into his equally worn-out office chair, scrutinizing Chen Yu and the small assistant behind him, revealing a barely perceptible shock on his face. Then, with a broad smile, he remarked, "Hee hee, you must be Mr. Chen. Little Su has mentioned you. you're interested in purchasing the factory, correct? If your offer is satisfactory, we can expedite the contract signing. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, fixating on Mr. Wu, sensing that the man was concealing something. Moreover, Mr. Wu appeared somewhat anxious, occasionally glancing towards the window and the entrance, as if fearing an intrusion. Mr. Wu, please begin by outlining the details of your factory, such as its size. Chen Yu inquired. This factory once produced a myriad of products, but now the business has declined. Nevertheless, the facility remains quite spacious. It primarily serves as a warehouse now. The entire factory spans 500,000 square meters, and there is an additional 300,000 square meters of vacant land outside, Mr. Wu replied. Chen Yu's eyes brightened at this revelation, as it perfectly aligned with his requirements. The area of Tesla's factory is merely 860,000 square meters, and this facility exceeds half of that. Furthermore, the additional 300,000 square meters of vacant land could be fully utilized, providing ample space to establish a super factory. Moreover, the initial production facility for heavy hydrogen-ion batteries does not necessitate such an expansive area. Mr. Wu, your factory is situated in a rather remote location, and it has already fallen into considerable disrepair. Do share the price. Mr. Wu's eyes brightened at once as he was quick to inquire about the price, indicating potential promise. Mr. Chen, to be candid, although my factory is dilapidated, it offers ample space. While it is located on the outskirts of Jiangxing, it remains within the city's bounds. Does it not? Therefore, I propose a fixed price of 30 million. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing Mr. Wu's portly visage, seemingly searching for any telltale signs of deceit. After a tense silence of several seconds, Mr. Wu began to feel uneasy under Chen Yu's unwavering gaze. Mr. Chen, are you dissatisfied with this price? With a chuckle, Chen Yu replied, Mr. Wu, do not assume that I am uninformed. I shall grant you another opportunity to present a revised price. Mr. Wu cleared his throat, clearly unaccustomed to such an assertive client. At this moment, Chen Yu established a connection with the intelligent assistant in his mind. Hello, intelligent assistant. Please assist me in retrieving information regarding the factory at my current location and check for any anomalies. Understood, Captain. I shall promptly connect to the Earth network for a comprehensive investigation. After merely a few seconds, the voice of the assistant resonated in Chen Yu's mind. Captain, I have gathered all pertinent information about this factory. Allow me to highlight the key points. Currently, the total area of this factory amounts to 830,000 square meters, with a remaining property tenure of 11 years. Based on the surrounding land prices, it is approximately 6,000 yuan per mu. According to the conversion, 830,000 square meters is equivalent to 1,245 acres, with a total land price of approximately 7.5 million. The buildings within these factories are quite dilapidated and require subsequent renovation and improvement. I have assessed the actual price of this factory to be between 10 million and 15 million. Furthermore, my online investigation revealed that the legal representative of this factory, Mr. Wu, owes a total of 3 million in wages to the local villagers. If this issue remains unresolved, purchasing the property may lead to trouble with the villagers. Chen Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Mr. Wu truly had the audacity to offer a price that was double the value of a factory worth at most 15 million. Did he truly believe himself to be a fool? Moreover, the property rights here are only valid for 11 years, which further diminishes its value. Once the term expires, an additional several million would be required to renew the property rights. Noticing Chen Yu's silence, Mr. Wu grew anxious. Mr. Chen, what if we do this? I can reduce the price by 3 million. How about 27 million? Chen Yu smiled enigmatically. Mr. Wu, it seems you lack sincerity. To be frank, the land price around your factory is roughly 6,000 per unit. Based on the area you mentioned, it should be worth at most 7 million. Your factory buildings are in such a state of disrepair that they hold little value. I would have to invest in renovations. Most importantly, your property rights are only valid for 11 years, yet you still demand 30 million. Surely, you jest. Mr. Wu was drenched in sweat, astonished by how well Chen Yu understood the details of his factory. Indeed, General Manager Wu, I am aware that you owe the villagers here a sum of 3 million in wages. Should they persist in their disturbances, your factory may soon be rendered worthless. General Manager Wu widened his eyes in disbelief. How could Chen Yu possibly know this? Observing Wu's expression, Su Rou sensed something was amiss. Could it be that Chen Yu spoke the truth? Yet, she had only informed him today. How could he acquire such knowledge in such a brief span of time? Unbeknownst to Su Ro, Chen Yu had the assistance of an advanced intelligence system that infiltrated Earth's networks, making such information readily accessible. General Manager Wu appeared utterly deflated, his demeanor turning despondent. Then, Mr. Chen, name your price. If it is reasonable, I shall sell, he conceded. Very well, I propose a flat rate of 13 million. I am offering you the highest market value, so you ought to deliberate carefully. Just as Wu contemplated the offer, a cacophony erupted at the factory's entrance. Panic-stricken, General Manager Wu glanced outside, only to behold a throng of villagers armed with sticks, brooms, and even machetes surging through the gates. Chapter 13. The Factory Conflict. Seeing the influx of villagers wielding crude weapons, General Manager Wu was engulfed in panic. He typically did not frequent the factory, and had only come today to discuss matters with Chen Yu. It was clear that the villagers had somehow learned of his presence and had gathered to confront him. Oh no, Mr. Chen, this is dire. Those reckless villagers are storming in. We must take cover. Su Ro, witnessing the enraged villagers brandishing various weapons, was rendered speechless by fear. Standing nearby, the small clip exhibited not a trace of fear upon its face. Mr. Wu was poised to escape through another window. Yet outside that very window, bricks were already being hurled in his direction. Observing that Chen Yu and his companions remained composed, Mr. Wu anxiously exclaimed, "Alas, Mr. Chen, we find ourselves in a dire predicament." Chen Yu, however, felt no trepidation towards the villagers. Ever since he had an A-level repair robot within him, he sensed his physique had transformed, becoming far more robust and agile than before. Furthermore, he had the small clip by his side, a simulation robot designed by the intelligence system, which claimed to be his bodyguard. Chen Yu surmised that, although the small clip may not possess the strength of a Terminator, dealing with these ordinary humans should pose little challenge. Mr. Wu, I advise you to return the villagers' hard-earned money. Otherwise, how will you manage this factory in the future? Mr. Wu's expression darkened. He had already been in arrears for over a year and had planned to unload these troubles onto the future owner once he sold the factory. Little did he expect that before the deal was even finalized, these unruly villagers would come knocking at his door. Very well, Mr. Chen, as you mentioned, I shall sell for the price of 13 million. If you successfully process the payment, I will immediately disburse the villagers' wages. Excellent. Then you must go out and clarify matters with those villagers at once. Yet, Mr. Wu was still somewhat apprehensive. The villagers' current demeanor suggested they were ready to commit violence. You coward, the small clip remarked. Let us proceed. We shall converse with the villagers below. The petite figure of the young woman effortlessly lifted the hefty Mr. Wu, weighing a staggering 200 pounds, as if he were a mere chick, pulling him from his seat. Su Ro's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a delicate beauty possess such immense strength? Setting that aside, the villagers below were in a frenzy. Chen Yu still intended to descend. But what if those villagers harmed him? Mr. Chen, it would be prudent for us not to go down there just yet. What if those people act recklessly and injure you? Chen Yu flashed her a reassuring smile and replied, It's all right. They cannot harm me. With that, he strode confidently out of the office and made his way downstairs. The villagers, noticing someone emerging from the office, fell silent, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Mr. Wu's legs trembled with fear, reluctant to descend. Yet, this slender and enchanting beauty, possessing an innate strength, rendered him unable to break free. As Chen Yu and his companions reached the ground floor, they were immediately surrounded by the villagers. The young woman tossed Mr. Wu before the crowd. In an instant, several villagers brandished their machetes, advancing to strike him down. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the young woman dashed forward, skillfully maneuvering to disarm the impulsive villagers, sending their blades flying with remarkable agility. The onlookers stood in utter astonishment, gazing at the tall and striking figure before them. This stunning beauty was not only enchanting, but also a formidable fighter, leaving many in disbelief. Chen Yu was equally astonished by the young woman's extraordinary prowess. It was evident she had been holding back. Had she unleashed her full strength, those villagers would likely have been felled with a single blow. As the villagers stood awestruck, Chen Yu shouted, Everyone, please be quiet. The villagers then turned their attention to the tall man in the center, who seemed to be the pivotal figure in this situation. Once he noticed the villagers had quieted down, Chen Yu slowly began to speak. I am the forthcoming owner of this factory. I have already discussed matters with Mr. Wu, and he will repay all the wages owed to you. Please, let us not escalate this further. If you harm Mr. Wu, you will not receive your money and may end up in a worse predicament. Upon hearing Chen Yu's assurance regarding their wages, the villagers' faces lit up with excitement. Why should we trust you? That fat man, Wu, has concocted countless excuses over the past year, always promising to pay us what he owes, only to vanish without a trace. You are all just deceivers. I suspect you are merely a pawn of that fat man, shouted a middle-aged man wielding a machete, his voice filled with fury. At his words, the villagers began to stir once more. Indeed, the previous deceptions by Mr. Wu had left them disillusioned, as he had repeatedly evaded responsibility. Chen Yu felt exasperated. It seemed Mr. Wu truly was a scoundrel. Everyone, please remain calm. I will ensure your wages are disbursed. I will instruct the finance department to settle your accounts, Chen Yu declared, punctuating his statement with a kick directed at the now cowering Mr. Wu. Get up. We need to sign the contract for an amount of 10 million, and I will personally ensure the additional 3 million is allocated for your wages. Mr. Wu's expression was decidedly unpleasant. Deep down, he was extremely reluctant to part with the money. These laborers could be easily deceived, allowing him to escape unscathed. However, he never anticipated that Chen Yu would take such decisive action, leaving him unable to intervene. Was he to forego the sale of the factory? That would only result in greater losses. With a clenched jaw, the corpulent Wu resigned himself to the situation. Very well, let us sign the contract. 10 million it shall be. The villagers sensed that this occasion was markedly different. Soon, the timid financial officer of the factory approached, presenting the wage sheets of the villagers to Chen Yu. Chen Yu instructed his staff to bring a table and set up an impromptu office at the factory entrance. In full view of everyone, he signed the factory transfer agreement with Mr. Wu and disbursed the wages owed to the workers. Approximately 2 hours later, the wages for over 100 villagers were successfully transferred. The agreement for the transfer of the factory was also concluded, and Chen Yu, holding the contract, transferred 10 million to Wu's account. As the villagers departed, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chen Yu, asserting that should anyone cause trouble at the factory in the future, they would rally their support from the neighboring village. Once the villagers had left, only Mr. Wu and 3 others remained at the entrance. Mr. Wu, our business deal is settled. As for the transfer of the factory's ownership, let us visit the Real Estate Management Bureau together tomorrow. At this moment, Wu's expression was icy. He felt he had suffered a significant loss today. He had the opportunity to evade the 3 million he owed, yet this young man had outmaneuvered him. Long before the signing of the contract with Chen Yu, he had covertly disseminated information, revealing the audacity with which he had been able to withhold wages. The situation itself is somewhat nefarious. Today, I ventured out with a sense of false security, having not brought along his henchmen. All that remains is to await their arrival, at which point they will directly intimidate Chen Yu, demanding the completion of the 3 million, or else he will refuse to cooperate with the authorities for registration. Little does Fatty Wu realize that he is about to confront individuals he cannot afford to offend. Chapter 14. The Goddess in Combat. After signing the contract with Fatty Wu, both parties exchanged contact information, agreeing to visit the real estate center for the transfer the following day. Just as Chen Yu and his companions were preparing to depart, they were called back by Fatty Wu. Mr. Chen, allow me to show you around the factory's interior. After all, if you are purchasing the factory, you ought to see what lies within. Chen Yu pondered this and decided to accompany Fatty Wu on the tour. Fatty Wu's intention was straightforward, to buy time until his henchmen arrived, at which point he would subdue Chen Yu and his group. The 3 million could not simply be relinquished. It had to be extracted from Chen Yu. As Chen Yu completed the tour of the factory, it was indeed as dilapidated as he had anticipated. However, he remained unfazed, as it would merely serve as a warehouse for the time being. Ultimately, it would require renovation. And as long as the space was ample, that sufficed. All right, Mr. Wu, having seen this, I must say, had you shown me sooner, I might have negotiated a reduction of 200,000. This place is in quite a state of disrepair. Fatty Wu's lips twitched. He had yet to demand the 3 million, and here Chen Yu was, contemplating a price reduction. At that moment, Fatty Wu's phone vibrated. Upon checking, a sly smile spread across his face. His henchmen had arrived. As Chen Yu and his party approached the factory entrance, they beheld a van coming to a halt. A group of over a dozen burly men adorned with tattoos descended, unmistakably a band of ruffians. Chen Yu squinted, recognizing that these individuals were distinctly different from the villagers he had encountered earlier. Fatty Wu hurriedly approached the group, halting beside the most robust tattooed man. Biao Gu, you've finally arrived. Today has been nothing short of disastrous for me. What happened, Wu? Who caused you such misfortune? Speak to the brothers. We shall take matters into our own hands. Sighing, Wu replied, I should have brought you all along today. Those villagers nearly beat me to a pulp. Humph. Those country bumpkins. Shall we pay them a visit and settle the score for you? Fatty Wu understood that seeking out the villagers was futile at this point. The priority was to apprehend Chen Yu and compel him to return the 3 million. Biao Gu, there's no need to pursue the villagers. We should focus on that kid. He's the one responsible for my 3 million loss. Upon hearing this, Biao Gu exclaimed, 3 million. That is quite a sum. Chen Yu, positioned across from them, heard every word clearly, quickly discerning Fatty Wu's motives for summoning these thugs, an attempt at a black market deal. Biao Gu turned his attention to Chen Yu and bellowed, Hey kid, did you hear that? It is said that you caused Wu's loss of 3 million. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money, or else. Before he could finish his threat, he noticed 2 stunning women standing beside Chen Yu. One bore an uncanny resemblance to a celebrity, her figure almost resembling a 3D model, and her attire was daringly bold. The outfit she wore today had been selected by Chen Yu himself. A form-fitting white top paired with a delicate camisole accentuated a pair of voluptuous breasts, poised to captivate. The lower half was clad in denim hot pants, nearly failing to conceal the budding allure of spring. Those long, slender legs could leave any man salivating. Another woman, equally stunning, possessed an enticing figure but timidly lingered behind Chen Yu, fearful and apprehensive. Upon witnessing these 2 beauties, Brother Biao was instantly invigorated. In this remote locale, the appearance of such exquisite women ignited a fervor within him. The dozen or so underlings behind him were equally entranced, unable to tear their gaze away. With some even whistling in admiration, Su Ro, trembling with fear, clung tightly to Chen Yu's arm from behind. Chen Yu offered her a reassuring glance, conveying that everything was under control. Without reservation, he called out, Mr. Wu, is this truly how you conduct business? We have already signed the contract. Do you intend to renege? With newfound confidence bolstered by his allies, the rotund Wu spoke with audacity. Mr. Chen, had it not been for you today, I would not have to pay that 3 million. Thus, you are the architect of this predicament. I now present you with a choice. Transfer me 3 million. And tomorrow we shall proceed with the property transfer as planned. Otherwise what? Do you intend to abscond with the funds? I possess the transfer records. Do you believe you can evade the law, Mr. Wu? Wu, resembling a seasoned veteran in such matters, erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen. I must say you remain rather inexperienced. As long as I choose not to cooperate, your attempts to involve the authorities will prove futile. This situation falls under the realm of economic disputes. Should you decide to sue me, it could very well stretch on for 6 months to a year, which I believe would not yield any substantial benefit for you. Chen Yu clapped his hands in applause, recognizing the individual as a rogue. Indeed, anyone capable of defaulting on workers' wages is hardly commendable. Given Mr. Wu's stance, our negotiations have reached an impasse, compelling me to opt for calling the police. Wu, the rotund gentleman, presumed that Chen Yu would acquiesce, only to be taken aback by his genuine intention to alert the authorities. He preferred to engage in a protracted legal battle rather than relinquish 3 million for a semblance of stability. At that moment, Brother Biao intervened. He had originally come to serve as muscle for Wu, intending to intimidate the opposition. However, upon noticing the 2 alluring women beside the young man, he felt an unsettling allure. In this remote area, amidst an abandoned factory, it seemed unlikely they would face any repercussions for their actions. Mr. Wu, it appears your negotiations have collapsed. From this point onward, you need not concern yourself. I wish to engage in a more profound exchange with the 2 lovely companions of this gentleman, Brother Biao declared. Following his words, his entourage erupted in lewd remarks, seemingly unable to contain their anticipation. These individuals were seasoned ruffians, having previously partaken in many nefarious deeds. Now, in this secluded environment, their inherent malice was magnified. Wu, desiring only to secure his funds, was reluctant to escalate matters further. Yet, Brother Biao and his dozen or so companions appeared somewhat deranged. Biao, it would be wise for you to temper your actions. I still have business to discuss with him. Step aside, you can wait over there. I will have a little chat with these 2 beautiful ladies first. Brother Biao advanced with his group, intent on subduing the 2 girls. Chen Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and inquired of the little clip, Can you handle this alone? The little clip displayed an innocent and charming expression, causing Chen Yu's heart to skip a beat. Master, of course I can. These individuals are only slightly more capable than the average person, and I possess mastery over all martial arts of earth. Chen Yu exhaled in relief. realizing that the intelligent brain had indeed implanted the martial arts of Earth within the little clip. All right, but do be cautious. Do not kill anyone. Understood, master. Meanwhile, Su Ro trembled in fear, yet Chen Yu's exchange with the little clip left her utterly bewildered. At that moment, the little clip, with her long legs, stepped forward proactively. This greatly amused Brauge and his entourage. Oh, look at this beauty being so forward. How about we retreat to a room to discuss philosophy? The little clip, resembling a human, displayed a look of utter disgust. In an instant, her body sprang into action. She moved with astonishing agility, swiftly closing in on Biao Ge and his gang of thugs. Chapter 15. Absolute Domination. The little clip's graceful and lithe figure surged into the crowd, lacking any air of intimidation, yet exuding an elegant beauty. However, should one dare to underestimate her, they would find themselves perilously close to death. A cacophony of sounds erupted, thuds and clashes of fist and feet. All present were rendered speechless. Even Chen Yu stood in shock. The earlier scene of the little clip subduing several villagers paled in comparison to the breathtaking spectacle before them. In a mere 30 seconds, Biao Ge and the dozen or so ruffians he had brought along lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony. Just now, Chen Yu observed that the petite woman employed only one maneuver, the liver punch, a favorite among pugilists. She delivered a mere dozen blows, each landing with pinpoint accuracy upon the ribs of those ruffians, the force sufficient to rupture their livers. Such trauma is not lethal, yet it induces excruciating pain. A few hours of respite, however, would restore their mobility. The petite woman dusted off imaginary grime from her hands and retreated to Chen Yu's side. Standing primly like a lady, Su Ro, witnessing the scene from behind, wore a look of utter bewilderment, completely flabbergasted. Is this even a woman? She wondered. In the distance, Wu, the portly fellow, stood dumbfounded, having been previously aware of the woman's considerable strength, but now realizing her combat prowess was equally terrifying. Chen Yu beckoned Wu with a flick of his finger. Hey, you, come here. Wu advanced tremulously, now filled with trepidation. Mr. Chen. You certainly keep formidable individuals in your company. Mr. Wu, do you still desire that 3 million? No longer. Very well. To prevent you from causing me any further inconvenience, we shall proceed to the Real Estate Registry Center for the transfer of ownership. Should you attempt any trickery, I possess a myriad of ways to ensure your demise. Wu was thoroughly cowed. With such a delicate beauty at his side capable of such feats, Mr. Chen's background must be considerable. To offend him would surely lead to dire consequences, especially now that his patron was gone. Very well. We shall proceed to the transfer immediately. Subsequently, Su Ro drove, with the petite woman in the passenger seat, while Chen Yu kept Wu under control in the back, heading directly to the Real Estate Transfer Center in Jiang City's urban district. After an afternoon of negotiations, the ownership of the factory finally transferred to Chen Yu. As Wu, the portly gentleman, prepared to leave, Chen Yu imparted a piece of advice. Mr. Wu, integrity is paramount in business. Without it, bankruptcy may come easily. Wu nodded obediently, eager to depart from the young man, reflecting on the fact that his sports car could only accommodate two. Chen Yu waved his hand grandly and purchased a fully equipped Porsche Cayenne. The sales manager beamed with delight, astonished that after lending a vehicle to Mr. Chen just once, he was now selling him another new car. Very well, Mr. Chen, we shall fulfill all your requests. Driving his new vehicle with the petite assistant, Chen Yu left the dealership with Su Ro. Having successfully acquired the factory today, a celebration was in order, especially since it was Su Ro who provided the crucial information. In the car, Su Ro sat in the passenger seat, admiring Chen Yu's handsome profile, her heart racing. When Chen Yu turned to look, he caught sight of her blushing face, intently gazing at him. Xiao Ro, why do you stare at me so? Startled, Su Ro straightened up and stammered, No reason, Mr. Chen, I. Chen Yu flashed a charming smile and inquired, what would you like to eat? Today's success in acquiring the factory is largely thanks to your insights. I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. You can ask Xiao Jiao. She was a tremendous help today. She doesn't need to eat. Chen Yu blurted out. Su Ro looked perplexed. What? Is Xiao Jiao planning to diet this evening? Chen Yu nearly let something slip, so he followed Su Ro's lead and explained. Yes, it's just that she wants to lose weight at night. Su Ro glanced at the delicate figure in the back seat, exuding an aura of innocence. With her graceful and slender form, one would wonder why she would even consider dieting. Su Ro was perplexed. Who said I need to lose weight? I want to eat McDonald's and KFC. Chen Yu was speechless, thinking to himself, you're a robot. Why are you concerned with human food? Just then, a voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Master. The intelligent core installed a unit mimicking the human digestive system in my abdomen. I can digest organic matter. This must have been the little figure communicating with Chen Yu through brainwaves. You can eat? Why didn't you mention it earlier? I thought you were a deity. Master. You never asked. Eventually, the trio arrived at a nearby upscale restaurant. Now that Chen Yu had money, he chose the most extravagant establishment without hesitation. After purchasing a factory, he still had $35 million in cash, which should be ample to kickstart the company. At the dining table, Chen Yu meticulously observed how the little figure consumed her meal. To his astonishment, he noted that her eating habits were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary human. At times, Chen Yu found himself in a daze, questioning whether the intelligent core had been deceiving him all along. After all, the little figure appeared to be entirely human. After finishing their meal, the three descended and entered the car. Su Ro expressed her desire for some private time with Chen Yu, saying, she doesn't need to. She lives with me. Su Ro's face turned pale in an instant. She never imagined that Chen Yu would actually be living with such a stunning beauty. Initially, she had hoped to strive to become Chen Yu's woman, ensuring a life of comfort and security. Upon discovering that Chen Yu had already found a new love, Su Ro stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Noticing Su Ro's despondent demeanor, Chen Yu realized he might have misspoken earlier. He hurriedly attempted to clarify. Xiao Ro, it's not what you think. Xiao Jiaji is not. Sai, she isn't my significant other. She merely resides in my home. Su Ro is no child. With such a beautiful woman in the house, how could Chen Yu possibly maintain his composure? The nature of their relationship was evident. So why did he feel the need to explain? Frustrated, Chen Yu simply drove both women to his residence. Throughout the journey, Su Ro remained in a daze, akin to a deflated balloon. Upon arriving at Chen Yu's villa, she still appeared disoriented. Xiao Ro, why don't you stay here for the night? Only then did Su Ro turn to Chen Yu, glancing at the seemingly innocent Xiao Jiaji, whose beauty was not devoid of allure. Chapter 16. Searching for materials. Although Su Ro harbored strong feelings for Chen Yu, who was handsome and affluent, the fact remained that he was currently with Xiao Jiaji. Internally, she struggled with the notion of being the other woman. Dressed in her pajamas, Su Ro made her way to the living room, only to find Xiao Jiaji running about in revealing attire. Chen Yu emerged from the bathroom and, upon seeing Xiao Jiaji's scantily clad form, quickly admonished her. Xiao Jiaji, please don't dress like that at home anymore. Master, didn't you say you liked it this way? Then Xiao Jiaji will warm your bed for you. Chen Yu pressed his forehead, feeling as though no amount of cleansing could rectify his situation. He had hoped to conquer the enigmatic Su Ro. Yet now this turmoil had ensued. Su Ro must surely harbor a distorted perception of him. Indeed, upon hearing the slanderous words from the little gadget, her expression immediately fell. Su Ro, let me explain. If I were to tell you that the little gadget is not as you think, that I have nothing to do with her, would you believe me? What reason do I have to believe you? Chen Yu sighed as he gazed towards the doorway, having anticipated a delightful evening, only to find himself embroiled in such chaos. Master, what is the matter with Miss Su? She seems quite upset. Do not enter my room tonight. The little gadget was perplexed. Had the strategies implanted by the intelligent system for pleasing men failed? Was it perhaps due to her attire? She scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Yes, perhaps she had indeed overdone it. That night, as Chen Yu slumbered, the delicate figure nestled into his embrace in his dreams. The following morning, he awoke to a sensation of softness beneath him, only to find the little gadget's enchanting eyes fixated on him. Strongly resisting the urge within, he declared, "No more sleep. I have matters to attend to today." Though he yearned to ascertain the true essence of the little gadget, he found it unbearable that she was merely a machine. After dressing, Chen Yu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As he busied himself, he inquired of the intelligent system in his mind, "Why have you not taught the little gadget to rise early, to prepare breakfast and tidy up? All she seems to do is burrow under my covers. Captain, based on my analysis of your social situation, it seems that you, a rather unimpressive individual, have a penchant for this type of alluring beauty." Chen Yu sighed, yearning to board a landing craft to the moon at that very moment. He fantasized about storming into the main control room of the spacecraft and violently dismantling the cognitive robot overhead. Never mind, I shall refrain from further commentary on you. Quickly, program a set of culinary skills for the little assistant, so she may rise early to prepare my breakfast and keep the room tidy when it becomes messy. Well, master, you could simply teach her yourself. Forcing a program may lead to dissatisfaction on her part. What? She might actually feel dissatisfied. Isn't she a robot? I have previously mentioned that she is now quite similar to you humans, possessing her own thoughts and capable of experiencing human emotions and sentiments. All right. I understand. So, to put it plainly, aside from her physical form, she is essentially human, correct? One could certainly phrase it that way. Chen Yu exhaled deeply, realizing he would have to teach her himself. After breakfast, he entered the bedroom, where the little assistant lay bare on the bed. Upon noticing Chen Yu's entrance, her face lit up with a distinct smile, her eyes shimmering with brightness. Little assistant, allow me to impart some knowledge to you. After a morning of instruction, Chen Yu successfully taught the little assistant how to clean. As for cooking, she accessed the internet and downloaded hundreds of gigabytes of cooking videos into her mind. It could be said that she had ascended to the status of a master chef. In the afternoon, Chen Yu drove his Porsche Cayenne, escorting the beautifully adorned little assistant out the door. Today, he intends to procure the vital raw material, deuterium gas, essential for the production of heavy hydrogen ion batteries. In passing, he hopes to locate a construction crew to renovate his dilapidated factory. Chen Yu had previously searched online for a rare gas manufacturing plant located in the Jiangxing industrial zone. Deuterium, scientifically known as heavy hydrogen, is a crucial industrial raw material widely utilized in semiconductor and optical fiber manufacturing. As such, commercially available deuterium can be found on the market. Chen Yu prefers not to exert himself in the synthesis of deuterium, instead, acquiring it ready-made and transporting it to the manufacturing workshop of the lunar node. One spacecraft would enable the production of heavy hydrogen ion batteries. With deuterium in hand, Chen Yu plans to place substantial orders for rare earth elements, which encompass all the components necessary for the fabrication of heavy hydrogen ion batteries. The 5 production lines of the number 1 spacecraft can efficiently extract all required raw materials, adequately meeting initial production demands. Chen Yu drove to the Jiangxing rare gas manufacturing plant situated in the outskirts. Chapter 17. The Astonishment of the Factory Manager. Guided by the receptionist at the factory, Chen Yu, accompanied by his attractive assistant, met the factory manager. In an office, a middle-aged man in a managerial chair greeted them with a smile. Hello, I am Zhou Jihua, the general manager of the factory. May I ask your esteemed surname? I understand from the receptionist that you are here to order deuterium? Zhou Jihua's gaze shifted to the charming assistant standing behind Chen Yu, who was adorned in a fitted white shirt paired with an ultra-short pencil skirt, complemented by black stockings and elegant red-soled high heels, perfectly accentuating her figure. With a pair of secretary glasses perched on her face, she epitomized the allure of a corporate beauty. The presence of such a stunning assistant immediately elevated Chen Yu's standing in Zhou Jihua's eyes. Greetings, I am Chen Yu, and I indeed wish to place an order for a substantial quantity of deuterium gas with your esteemed company. May I inquire which company Mr. Chen represents, and how much deuterium gas he intends to order? Chen Yu was left speechless. Previously, I had requested Manager Zheng from Guijin Center to assist in the registration process. Yet my company has yet to be officially registered. Mr. Zhou, my company is not yet established. Would it be permissible for me to place an order as an individual? Certainly. However, our company has regulations in place. Deuterium is classified as a flammable substance, and personal purchases are limited to no more than 1,000 cubic meters. Priced at 500 yuan per cubic meter. Chen Yu lamented the exorbitant cost of deuterium, several thousand yuan for just 1 cubic meter. And manufacturing a heavy hydrogen ion battery requires a minimum of approximately 10 cubic meters. This implies that the fundamental raw material cost for a single battery could exceed 50,000 yuan, not including expenses for the casing material and internal electrode materials. Chen Yu estimated that the total cost of a standard heavy hydrogen ion battery would be around 70,000 yuan, comparable to the current prices of new energy batteries. Yet the energy efficiency is incomparable to ordinary ternary lithium batteries available on Earth. This business undoubtedly holds great potential for profit. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire about your annual production capacity for deuterium gas? Zhou Jihua appeared taken aback. Mr. Chen, what prompts your inquiry? You need not question our production capacity. Well then, since Mr. Zhou exhibits such confidence, I would like to propose signing an exclusive contract with your factory. I shall procure all the deuterium gas you produce. Zhou Jihua narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, seemingly assessing whether Chen Yu was jesting. Mr. Chen, your tone seems rather audacious. Are you aware of our annual production capacity for deuterium gas? I was inquiring about that just now. Allow me to enlighten you. Our total annual output reaches a staggering 20 million cubic meters, with an annual revenue surpassing 60 billion. Do you possess the capability to absorb such a volume? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. A mere 20 million cubic meters implies the production of only 200,000 heavy hydrogen ion batteries. Currently, the annual production of new energy vehicles in the country stands at 11 million, with a continual upward trend. The output from a single factory's deuterium gas is evidently insufficient. Observing Chen Yu's contemplative frown, Zhou Zhihua wore a smug expression, convinced that his factory's capacity had intimidated the other party. So, Mr. Chen, can you indeed accommodate the production capacity of our factory? Zhou Zhihua's tone carried a hint of mockery. Chen Yu responded with a frown, Mr. Zhou. Is your factory's annual production truly limited to 20 million cubic meters? That seems rather inadequate. Zhou Zhihua chuckled, scratching his ear, seemingly assessing whether Chen Yu was jesting. Mr. Chen, what did you say? Surely, you must be joking. Do you have any idea what 20 million cubic meters amounts to? We are already among the top 10 deuterium manufacturers globally. Chen Yu calmly clarified, Mr. Zhou, to be candid, I will require approximately 200 million cubic meters of deuterium gas each year. Zhou Zhihua erupted in laughter once more, now thoroughly convinced that Chen Yu was merely boasting and attempting to amuse him. Mr. Chen, one must exercise restraint even in jest. You request 200 million cubic meters of deuterium gas, whereas our nation's annual production amounts to merely 500 million cubic meters. To fulfill your demand, one would have to secure supply contracts with half of the world's deuterium production facilities. Does Mr. Zhou have any connections in this regard to assist me in reaching out to some deuterium manufacturers? I would like to negotiate exclusive supply agreements with them. Zhou Zhihua was taken aback. He sought evidence of levity on Chen Yu's countenance, yet the latter appeared utterly serious, speaking as if he were stating an undeniable truth. Particularly notable was the presence of an extraordinarily beautiful secretary accompanying Chen Yu, who did not seem like someone prone to fanciful exaggeration. Mr. Chen, may I be so bold as to inquire what you intend to do with such a vast quantity of deuterium? Chen Yu felt no need for concealment, as he alone possessed the requisite knowledge. I intend to utilize it for the fabrication of heavy hydrogen ion batteries, which will subsequently be employed in new energy vehicles. Zhou Zhihua, the general manager of the Jiangcheng Rare Gas Factory and a doctoral graduate in chemistry from a prestigious university, immediately grasped the implications of Chen Yu's assertion regarding heavy hydrogen ion batteries. This technology remains largely theoretical. Current terrestrial science struggles to confine heavy hydrogen ions within a sealed environment, allowing them to circulate perpetually. Should Chen Yu indeed possess this technology, his product would undoubtedly dominate the market upon its release. The discharge efficiency resulting from the movement of heavy hydrogen ions vastly surpasses that of conventional ternary lithium batteries. This means that a heavy hydrogen ion battery of identical dimensions would provide a vehicle with a significantly enhanced range. Consider the current range of new energy vehicles, which typically hovers between 300 and 600 kilometers. The introduction of such a battery would revolutionize this landscape. A vehicle's range is set to reach an astonishing 2,000 to 5,000 kilometers, surpassing even that of traditional fuel-powered cars. This is truly groundbreaking technology. Zhou Zhihua stammered slightly as he spoke. Mr. Chen, are you claiming that you have mastered the technology of heavy hydrogen ion batteries? Chapter 18. Impressive. Little clip. Zhou Zhihua was undoubtedly astonished, as he held a doctorate in chemistry and understood the complexities involved. Indeed, you must recognize the immense potential for growth if my battery reaches the market. Suddenly, Zhu's expression turned serious. As an expert in the field, he was acutely aware of the challenges associated with such technology and harbored doubts. Mr. Zhou, if you are hesitant to sign an exclusive contract with me, perhaps you could initially sell me 3,000 cubic meters. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Zhihua considered that he could personally purchase a maximum of 1,000 cubic meters. But as the general manager, he could certainly find ways to circumvent this limitation. Contemplating the promising future of heavy hydrogen ion batteries, Zhu resolved to take a risk. Very well, Mr. Chen. I can arrange for you to secure an order of 3,000 cubic meters, but I have one condition. What condition? If you truly develop the heavy hydrogen ion battery, I wish to acquire shares in the company. Chen Yu scrutinized Zhu Zhihua, seemingly attempting to peer into his intentions. Such a fortuitous opportunity. This individual was indeed quite perceptive. However, considering the need for Zhu Zhihua's assistance in the future, he realized that managing a large company alone would be quite a challenge. All right, Mr. Zhou, I have consented, but your stake in the company shall not exceed 1. Moreover, it is imperative that our product is launched and the company's valuation is established before you can invest. Chen Yu is acutely aware that once his company's product is unveiled, it will create a global sensation. At that point, the valuation will commence at no less than $1 trillion, making even a one stake worth billions. The question then remains whether Zhou Zhihua possesses sufficient capital to make such an investment. Zhou Zhihua, too, understands the immense potential of this battery once it hits the market. Even a mere one stake would yield him substantial profits. Very well, Mr. Chen, it is settled then. Subsequently, Zhou Zhihua prepared a document for Chen Yu, enlisting the names of 2 other individuals to order 1,000 cubic meters each. This arrangement allowed Chen Yu to gather a total of 3,000 cubic meters. Ultimately, they signed the sales agreement with a total price of 16.5 million. Following the payment, Chen Yu found himself with only 14 million remaining. Exclaiming that this endeavor was indeed exorbitantly costly, he had anticipated that 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium would be substantial, yet after compression, it fit into merely 2 small trucks. Had it not been for Chen Yu's request for a volume conversion from the intelligent assistant, he might have suspected that Zhou Zhihua was deceiving him. Chen Yu instructed the driver to transport the 2 trucks of deuterium to a dilapidated factory on the outskirts. Although the premises were in disrepair, they served adequately as a storage facility. Zhou Zhihua kindly sent a few laborers along with the trucks to assist with the unloading. Once the goods were transferred into the factory, Chen Yu generously tipped each worker an additional 300 yuan. After bidding farewell to the driver and the laborers, Chen Yu, alongside his companion, gazed at the row of deuterium cylinders resembling gas canisters. Master, storing these deuterium canisters in the factory might not be secure. Indeed, however, the factory has yet to hire any security personnel. Perhaps we should transport them to the moon tonight. That sounds feasible. Consequently, Chen Yu contacted the intelligence system to arrange for a landing craft to transport the deuterium. Merely 10 minutes later, he felt a gust of wind sweep across the open space in front of the factory, indicating the arrival of the landing craft. It was now evening, and the nearest village was a couple of kilometers away, rendering the craft's cloaking unnecessary. Gazing at the deuterium canisters, Chen Yu was perplexed. He certainly could not summon laborers to assist in the move. With such a sizable quantity, was he expected to transport them himself? He recalled the crawling robots aboard the No. 1 spacecraft. Their assistance would expedite the task. Just as Chen Yu was about to contact the intelligence system to dispatch another landing craft with several robots, the petite figure of Xiao Jiaji rolled up her sleeves and, with one hand, effortlessly lifted 3 large canisters, dashing towards the cargo hold of the landing craft. Chen Yu approached to gauge the weight. Each canister weighed at least 50 to 60 pounds, and here was Xiao Jiaji hoisting 6 of them at once, over 300 pounds, yet she moved with remarkable agility. The sight was rather comical, as her slender form bore canisters larger than herself. It resembled a petite girl of just over 4 feet effortlessly carrying 2-meter-tall giants in each hand, racing forth with astonishing speed. To Chen Yu's astonishment, she managed to load all the deuterium canisters onto the landing craft herself. At that moment, he finally believed that Xiao Jiaji was indeed a robot, a notion he had previously doubted. Believing the automaton was merely a construct of the AI, having undergone a complete mental reconfiguration, the feat of translocating such a quantity of material in a mere 10 minutes seemed achievable only by a machine. After relocating the deuterium canisters, the automaton approached Chen Yu, seeking commendation. Am I not exceedingly efficient, master? Chen Yu smiled at the automaton. Indeed, quite remarkable. I am now convinced of your robotic nature. For no human could accomplish what you have just done. Humph, the automaton dislikes being referred to as a robot by its master. Very well, I understand. I shall henceforth regard you as a genuine human. Thank you, master. The automaton nestled against Chen Yu, and, catching him unawares, bestowed a clandestine kiss. Chapter 19. Primed for launch, the automaton had bestowed upon Chen Yu an unsolicited kiss. Taken utterly by surprise, Chen Yu perceived a sensation of moist smoothness, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Having experienced the kisses of his former paramour, this encounter was indistinguishable from a genuine human kiss. Perhaps even more stimulating due to the automaton's captivating beauty. Chen Yu was somewhat dazed. Refrain from kissing me without provocation, understood? Oh, I simply couldn't help myself. The automaton adores its master. Chen Yu sighed, Realizing that the AI had likely embedded an unwavering devotion to master directive into the automaton's core programming, Chen Yu directed the AI to launch the landing craft, transporting the deuterium to the moon, where the production line within the vessel Venture 1 would commence manufacturing heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. The requisite rare metals and raw materials for battery production could be directly mined on the lunar surface. Indeed, the lunar surface is replete with abundant mineral resources. Given that the spacecraft number 1 is equipped with mining robots, it is advisable to allow them to autonomously extract the necessary materials from the moon. Chen Yu only needs to provide deuterium gas and can consequently await the production of deuterium-ion batteries aboard the spacecraft. 3 days later, Chen Yu successfully registered his company, with its registered address located on the top floor of the International Financial Center. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided on the name, Chen Yu Technology. This signifies a future aspiration to traverse the cosmos, while also incorporating elements of Chen Yu's own name, exuding a grandiosity befitting its ambition. Chen Yu instructed the intelligence system to design a striking company logo, which features a ring reminiscent of Saturn encircling a planet akin to Earth, unmistakably conveying the essence of a high-tech enterprise. The registered capital of the company amounts to 1 billion yuan, though the actual contribution can be deferred until the company's products are launched. A week later, in the morning, Zheng Hui from the Guojin Center called. "Mr. Chen, your 3-story office building has been fully set up. Would you care to come and take a look?" Chen Yu had been anticipating the completion of the office arrangements, so he promptly departed with his assistant. His first stop was the Porsche dealership. Upon seeing Chen Yu personally arrive to pick her up, Su Rou's spirits were notably lifted. "Xiao Rou, my company is officially registered, and the office is ready. You can accompany me now." Although Su Rou was still preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Yu and his assistant, a hint of reproach on her face, she genuinely wished to embark on this entrepreneurial journey with him. Ultimately, she completed her resignation procedures and left with Chen Yu. Observing Su Rou following closely behind Chen Yu as they exited the dealership, the sales manager and a group of employees looked on with envy. "I find myself envious of Su Rou. Mr. Chen is both handsome and affluent. Why am I not as beautiful as Su Rou, nor possess such an enchanting figure?" Alas, it seems Su Rou is destined for great success, and upon seeing Mr. Chen, one can tell he is no ordinary individual. The sales manager could not help but exclaim. And indeed, he spoke the truth. Su Rou is poised to become the CEO of Chen Yu Technology, overseeing a super commercial empire worth trillions. In the future, she is destined to emerge as one of the most influential women globally, but that is a tale for another time. Accompanying Chen Yu to his Porsche Cayenne, Su Rou was taken aback by the presence of a striking figure in the passenger seat. Her heart sank upon realizing that the little minx was in the car. Chen Yu scratched his head and, mustering his courage, explained, She is my secretary and has been with me all along." Su Rou frowned. Her mood soured as memories of the minx's revealing attire and her antics at Chen Yu's home flooded her mind. Chen Yu discreetly signaled to the minx, who, with a resigned expression, obediently opened the car door and took a seat in the back. Upon witnessing Chen Yu's glance, Su Rou managed to displace the minx from the front seat, creating space for herself, which greatly lifted her spirits. Chen Yu stepped forward, graciously opening the car door for Su Rou. "My lady, please enter. You are now the president of our company." Su Rou shot a playful glare at the mischievous Chen Yu, but nonetheless gracefully ascended into the vehicle. They arrived at the underground parking of the Guojin Center, and after taking the elevator to the top floor, Su Rou was left in awe. The surroundings were illuminated with a translucent light, offering a breathtaking view of the entire Jiang City skyline. The primary focus is the exquisite decor, with the first thing that catches the eye being the enormous logo of Chen Yu Technology, reminiscent of Saturn's rings. Chen Yu, is the company named Chen Yu Technology? Indeed. It signifies our ambition to reach for the stars and venture into the cosmos. Su Rou was moved by Chen Yu's grand vision. He then led her to a spacious office. "This will be your workspace." Su Rou noticed the title General Manager inscribed on the chair. "Are you really appointing me as General Manager?" "Why not? The company is just starting out, and I want to discuss salary with you now. Once our products hit the market, I will grant you shares." Su Rou didn't dwell on the matter of shares or even consider her salary. Instead, she was filled with an inexplicable excitement and a desire to work alongside Chen Yu. Unbeknownst to her, her decision that day would pave the way for her to become the world's wealthiest woman. Chen Yu elaborated on the company's forthcoming endeavors, and Su Rou with her background in business administration, was well-versed in many of the necessary steps. Her immediate task was to recruit personnel. The company was divided into several departments. The Research and Development Department, tasked with refining and packaging Chen Yu's high-tech products. The Marketing Department, responsible for liaising with manufacturers and clients. The Sales Department, focused on promoting the products and finding partners. The Customer Service Department, handling post-sale support. The Security Department, ensuring internal safety. And the External Affairs Department, engaging with governmental bodies and potential collaborators. Thus began a bustling period for Su Ro. Chen Yu deposited 10 million into the company account, earmarked for initial recruitment and as seed capital for the enterprise. Attracting high-caliber talent often necessitates enlisting headhunters, which incurs significant expenses. If this trajectory continues, the company is poised to find its footing. He also transferred an additional 2 million to Zhang Hui, intended for the office renovation. Observing the mere 4 million remaining in his account, it appeared that he would need to part with a few gold bricks to sustain operations. The upcoming product launch must be a grand affair, propelling the deuterium-ion battery into the market with great vigor. Chapter 20. The mysterious female CEO with only 2 million at hand. The efficacy of the promotional efforts for the forthcoming product launch was crucial. Intelligent brain. Summon the landing craft to bring me a few gold bricks. Understood, Captain. In mere minutes, the stealthy landing craft descended into Chen Yu's garden. A small claw descended from the vessel, retrieving 5 gold bricks, after which the craft descended and vanished from sight. Chen Yu stuffed all 5 bricks into his backpack. Each weighed 25 kilograms, totaling 125 kilograms. For the former Chen Yu, such a weight would have been easily manageable, but now, even a few steps with it proved challenging. However, thanks to the Amos repair robot within him, he felt his physical capabilities gradually improving. Should any anomalies arise, the robot would swiftly address them, allowing Chen Yu to achieve significant benefits from even minimal exercise. Driving alone, Chen Yu arrived at the shop where he had first sold gold. The manager, the same portly gentleman in a suit, was noticeably excited upon learning that Chen Yu had returned to sell gold once more. Last time, Chen Yu sold 3 gold bars to their store. The following day, the heiress of the group, who was also the current general manager of Chiba Jewelry Group, Xiaoyu Shu, surprisingly visited the store in person. Xiaoyu Shu's sole purpose for visiting was to inquire about the identity of the individual who sold the jewelry. The gold bars sold by Chen Yu underwent re-examination at the headquarters of Chiba Jewelry, leaving the experts in the testing department utterly astonished, as the purity reached an astonishing near 100. The most advanced refining technology on Earth can only achieve a purity of approximately 998. Although the discrepancy is merely 0.002, it represents a technological barrier that humanity has yet to overcome. However, the 3 gold bars acquired by Chiba Jewelry boasted a purity so close to 100 that the refining technology alone is worth tens to hundreds of billions in patents. Gold, being an industrial material, demands an even higher purity for many cutting-edge technological applications, making this technology exceedingly valuable. Xiaoyu Shu came to seek out the seller of the gold, eager to discover the source of such exceptional gold. Upon Chen Yu's arrival at the store, the corpulent manager promptly informed General Manager Xiaoyu Shu. Chen Yu harbored no suspicions regarding the store, having previously conducted a transaction with them, and thus remained relatively unguarded. He immediately presented all 5 gold bars, while the manager arranged for personnel to assess their purity and perform other basic procedures. Subsequently, Chen Yu was invited to the VIP client lounge, and the manager deliberately instructed the testing staff to proceed at a slower pace to accommodate Xiaoyu Shu's arrival. Approximately half an hour ago, after Chen Yu had consumed 2 cups of coffee, he inquired of the portly gentleman, "Manager, why is it taking so long this time? Have you completed the inspection?" The manager glanced at his watch, his expression tinged with embarrassment, and replied, Mr. Chen, I will inquire right away." "Please do," Chen Yu urged. The manager exited the lounge, preparing to call the higher-ups. At that moment, a strikingly tall and charismatic beauty approached him. Upon seeing her, the manager's face broke into a broad smile. The alluring general manager had finally arrived. He quickly moved forward and respectfully said, "Miss Xia, the person is inside." Xiaoyu Shu waved her hand dismissively and entered the room. Chen Yu was casually occupying himself with his phone when the lounge door swung open, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman of exceptional grace and stature, appearing to be in her mid-20s. She exuded an impressive aura. Clad in a fitted white blouse and a sleek black blazer, She wore a black pencil skirt paired with sheer black stockings. On her feet, vibrant red high heels asserted her bold personality. The moment she stepped inside, Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this stunning woman be here to attend to him? She was undeniably alluring and exquisite. Xia Yueshu promptly seated herself beside Chen Yu, a refreshing and enchanting fragrance wafting into his senses. Her captivating gaze fixated on him, leaving Chen Yu momentarily speechless. He swallowed hard, and confronted with such an extraordinary beauty, he felt a stirring within himself. Excuse me, miss. Are you a staff member of this establishment? As the summer approached, Xia Yueshu drew closer, scrutinizing Chen Yu. Although he donned high-end attire, it was evident that he had not meticulously coordinated his outfit. Nevertheless, he exuded an inexplicable confidence, and the young man was quite handsome, with a commendable physique. Are you Mr. Chen, the one who sold us those 3 gold bricks? Chen Yu, taken aback, inquired. May I ask who you are? I am Xia Yueshu, the general manager of Chen Yu Jewelry. You sold us 3 gold bricks a week ago, correct? Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, a sense of caution immediately surging within him. He had encountered beautiful women before. He even used the exquisite ones from his family as pillows. Faced with this assertive female executive, he subtly shifted his position, seeking to maintain a safe distance, ready to retreat or advance as needed. You are Miss Xia. I wonder what brings you here. Chen Yu had full confidence that the gold bricks he sold a week prior were flawless. After all, they were extracted using extraterrestrial technology. Any issues would indeed be surprising. Xia Yueshu was taken aback by Chen Yu's retreat. As a stunning beauty, men typically flocked to her. Yet, this young man appeared wary. She repositioned herself, inching closer to him. Chen Yu found himself cornered by the sofa. Mr. Chen, I have a question for you. Chen Yu inhaled the alluring fragrance emanating from Xia Yueshu, striving to maintain his composure. What question do you have, Miss Xia? Please, go ahead. I simply wish to know, Mr. Chen, where you obtained the gold bricks you sold us. Chen Yu squinted. Could he divulge such information? Is it really necessary to tell this young lady that I piloted a spaceship to mine gold from asteroids billions of kilometers away? Revealing the truth might be less credible than claiming I found it by the roadside. Ms. Xia, don't you think your question crosses a line? I apologize, Mr. Chen, but do you realize that the gold bars you sold us have a purity astonishingly close to 100? Chen Yu nodded, and then, 100. Isn't it true that the higher the purity, the more you prefer it? Mr. Chen, you might not be well versed in the intricacies of gold refining. Allow me to inform you that the most advanced gold purification technology available to humankind can only achieve around 99.998. Chen Yu's heart sank. He had overlooked this detail when instructing the intelligence system to process the gold. How to explain this now? So, Mr. Chen, I would like you to disclose the source of your gold or the identity of your supplier. Please do not tell me it is an heirloom. Chapter 21. Collaborating with the enigmatic female CEO. Chen Yu was about to claim it was an ancestral treasure, but that seemed utterly implausible. Given that contemporary purification techniques have not reached such heights, could the ancients have achieved this? Just the perfectly rectangular shape would have been beyond their capabilities. Xia Yueshu narrowed her eyes, her expression turning frigid. Mr. Chen, it would be wise for you to divulge the circumstances surrounding your sudden acquisition of a substantial amount of gold. Lacking a legitimate explanation could lead to an official investigation. Chen Yu frowned at the alluringly beautiful female CEO. In truth, he was not intimidated by the threat posed by this stunning woman. After a while, when his product is launched, what is this sum of money worth? It will be futile for the officials to investigate then. Speak up. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Xia Yueshu smiled lightly, her enchanting demeanor likely causing any other man to surrender long ago. Mr. Chen, I still pose the same question. From where did your gold ingots originate? I extracted them myself, so what? Xia Yueshu chuckled softly. Mr. Chen, are you jesting? As I mentioned earlier, the most advanced extraction technology available to humanity cannot achieve such purity. Are you suggesting you extracted it using an iron pot at home? Believe it or not, these gold ingots are indeed my own extraction. Furthermore, do not employ your limited perspective to speculate about my capabilities. Chen Yu is now the possessor of an alien spaceship, destined to conquer the universe. He cannot afford to be humiliated in front of this young lady. Xia Yueshu, however, did not perceive any deceit in Chen Yu's expression, as if he truly had extracted them himself. By the way, after such extensive testing, will you accept them or not? If not, I shall seek another gold shop. With a sense of resignation, Xia Yueshu called upon the portly manager. In the end, The last 5 gold ingots were still priced at 500 grams each. The purchasing price this time was astonishingly comparable to the market price of gold. Coupled with the recent surge in gold prices, reaching 698 yuan per gram, each ingot was sold for 725,000 yuan. Chen Yu brought a total of 5, yielding an impressive total of 43,625,000 yuan. Upon witnessing the substantial sum added to his bank account, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Chen, should you not express your gratitude for the acquisition we have made at market price? Asked the enchanting Xia Yueshu. Chen Yu was not the type to lack understanding. After all, he had been granted a tremendous benefit, essentially receiving millions in gifts. Given Xia's generosity, shall I treat you to a meal, Miss Xia? Certainly. Now that you possess such wealth, I expect an exquisite dining experience. Very well, you may choose any restaurant in Jiaqing. In truth, Chen Yu also wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with Xia Yueshu, who evidently sought to draw closer to him to inquire about the purity of gold. Chen Yu was keen to continue selling gold to her, especially since she could offer a high price. Furthermore, this woman was clearly remarkable, and he might find her connections useful in the future. Additionally, she was undeniably beautiful, and Chen Yu, being a man, could not overlook that. Ultimately, Xia Yueshu selected a French restaurant. At the dining table, she candidly revealed her true intentions. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow in realization. So that was it. He swiftly connected to the intelligence brain in his mind. Intelligence brain. How challenging is the gold purification technology aboard ship number 1? The robotic intelligence brain quickly responded, Captain, that is merely a trivial technology. In fact, it can purify not only gold but also most metals found on Earth, proving immensely valuable for your planet. Given the power of this technology, it must not be carelessly divulged to this woman. Captain, it appears that this woman has conducted inquiries about you previously. Oh, please. Do tell. She investigated your identity through the bank card information used for the payment, but I have already encrypted your information in both online and official institutional databases. They can only access your name. This is not difficult. I can manufacture a specialized metal refining device for you to sell to this woman, but they will be unable to decipher the technology within. Moreover, these refining devices contain backdoor programs, allowing us to terminate their operational permissions at any time. All right, intelligent brain. You are indeed thoughtful. Please produce several refining devices and deliver them to the factory once completed. Understood, Captain. After instructing the intelligent brain, Chen Yu turned to Xia Yueshu and said with a smile, Well, Miss Xia, to be frank, I am actually the owner of a technology company. And the refining technology you mentioned is the result of my company's research and development. Upon hearing this, Xia Yueshu was momentarily taken aback. But excitement quickly spread across her face. Mr. Chen, is that truly the case? Indeed, it is true. Moreover, I must inform you that my refining device can purify not only gold, but also various metals with complete efficiency. Xia Yueshu was astonished. She recognized the immense potential of this technology. It would spark a revolution in the field of materials science. Mr. Chen, can we collaborate? This was precisely what Chen Yu had in mind. Certainly. How would you like to collaborate? You could grant me exclusive rights to the refining technology, and we can negotiate the price. This technology has the potential to ignite a revolution in materials, and Chen Yu must undoubtedly hold the reins firmly in his hands. It cannot be allowed to flow abroad, especially to nations that harbor animosity towards our great nation. Exclusive authorization is certainly an option. I can provide you with the purification equipment, but these devices cannot accept orders from foreign entities. Xia Yueshu nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Chen, I understand your concerns. When shall we sign the contract? Xia Yueshu was taken aback, realizing that Chen Yu had not deceived him. He was indeed the owner of a company, located on the top floor of the Guojin Center. Excellent, Mr. Chen, I look forward to our fruitful collaboration. After concluding his lunch with Xia Yueshu, Chen Yu proceeded to the Guojin Center. He informed Su Rou about the contract signing with Xia Yueshu from Qinya Jewelry scheduled for the next day, and subsequently transferred 30 million to the company's account. Chen Yu instructed Su Rou to utilize this 30 million as a preliminary promotional budget to generate momentum for the deuterium-ion battery. He handed over several cutting-edge posters, product material videos, and promotional images created by the intelligent brain to Su Rou. The launch event for the new product was set for 2 weeks later. Master, you've been away all day. Little Clip has been quite bored at home. Chen Yu playfully engaged with Little Clip, whose delicate form was irresistibly captivating. I have important matters to attend to today. Since you're feeling bored, how about we take a trip to the moon? Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. Chen Yu was also eager to visit the mothership of spaceship number 1 to check on the progress of the deuterium-ion batteries production. Thus, moments later, the landing craft quietly descended into Chen Yu's garden. Under the cloak of night, the two stepped into the landing craft, setting their course for the moon. Chapter 22. Successful Negotiation. The small landing vessel commanded by Chen Yu is equipped with an antimatter annihilation engine. Its speed is comparable to that of the mothership, accelerating and decelerating to reach the far side of the moon in under 10 minutes. Upon arriving at spaceship number 1, Chen Yu and the assistant followed the intelligent robotic brain to the production workshop. This marked Chen Yu's inaugural visit to the vessel's manufacturing area. Situated at the core of the spaceship, the space within is remarkably vast, with each production line extending over 100 meters, rivaling some large-scale factories. These lines represent Chen Yu's lucrative venture. Thanks to the modifications made by the intelligent brain, these 5 production lines can fabricate any mechanical product. Chen Yu observed one of the production lines, which was not producing batteries, but rather automobiles. This was a high-tech new energy vehicle designed by the intelligent brain, with raw materials sourced from lunar mining. Captain, we currently possess 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium, sufficient to manufacture 300 heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. I propose to construct 50 vehicles powered by these batteries in conjunction with our upcoming product launch, the intelligent brain suggested. Excellent. You have anticipated my thoughts, Chen Yu replied. Furthermore, Captain, regarding the factory we recently acquired, I believe we can expedite the layout of the production lines. As for the issue of its dilapidated appearance, we could dispatch robots for the renovation, the intelligent brain continued. Chen Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, voicing his concerns. What if these extraterrestrial technology robots are seen while transforming the factory? This is quite simple. We can conduct the operations exclusively at night. The intelligent brain responded. Oh, you truly are a genius, Chen Yu exclaimed. Let it be decided. Chen Yu glanced at the factory blueprint crafted by the intelligent design team. The outer layer is entirely composed of heat-insulating metallic materials, all refined from rare metal ores extracted from the moon, representing a superior class of construction materials. These will be gradually transported to Earth via landing vessels for the renovation of the factory. Within the factory, 20 versatile production lines will be established, all operated through fully automated intelligent systems. Once completed, the facility will have the capacity to manufacture any high-tech product. With the factory operational, the extraterrestrial technological products produced by Chen Yu will undoubtedly dominate the market. The following day, in the morning, Xia Yushu, the general manager of Chen Yu Jewelry, arrived at the top floor of the Guijin Center with the company's signing team. Su Ro demonstrated commendable capabilities and a strong sense of responsibility after several days of operation. Huan Yu Technology had successfully recruited over 100 individuals, all of whom were elite talents. Naturally, Su Ro offered them the highest salaries in the industry. Thus, when Xia Yushu entered Huan Yu Technology, she was greeted by a bustling atmosphere, with everyone diligently engaged in their work, leaving her with an exceptionally favorable first impression of the company, which undoubtedly had a promising future. The receptionist guided Xia Yushu and her team to the general manager's office, where a young and beautiful woman sat in the executive chair. Xia Yushu was taken aback. The current Su Ro, impeccably dressed, had transformed from a sales assistant into a formidable female CEO, exuding an aura that was nearly indistinguishable from Xia Yushu's own. As Xia Yushu approached, she extended her hand courteously, saying, "Hello, I am Xia Yushu, sent by Mr. Chen to meet with you today." Su Ro rose from her chair to greet Xia Yushu, and the two striking women clasped hands in a moment of mutual acknowledgement. "You are the esteemed general manager Xia of Chiba Jewelry, are you not? Yesterday, Chen Yu informed me of your visit to finalize the contract." As the two of us settled onto the sofa, the team of Xia Yueshu obediently stood to the side. The secretary entered to serve tea to Su Ro and Xia Yueshu. "Mr. Su, I trust you are already aware that I am to be the exclusive agent for your company's new generation of purification equipment. I reviewed the materials provided by Mr. Chen yesterday, so let us discuss the pricing." For the entirety of the morning, the two women engaged in a thorough discussion. This time, Xia Yueshu encountered a worthy adversary. Su Ro was decidedly dissatisfied with the price proposed. In the end, they engaged in fervent negotiations within the office. The agency fee, originally set at Mr. Chen's baseline of 500 million a year, escalated to 800 million, in addition to a 15% share of the net profit from the business generated by the purification equipment. Chen Yu Technology would supply 10 large-scale purification devices to the Chiba Group. Thus, Xia Yueshu would be obligated not only to pay Chen Yu Technology an annual agency fee of 800 million, but also to relinquish 15% of the profits derived from the business conducted through those purification devices. This negotiation proved to be a resounding success for Chen Yu Technology. Su Ro felt a surge of anticipation, envisioning how delighted Chen Yu would be, undoubtedly overflowing with praise for her efforts. However, she did not foresee being outmaneuvered throughout the negotiation. This woman, Su Ro, was evidently no ordinary opponent. The secretary, noticing the tension, remarked, "General Manager Xia, why not confer with Mr. Chen regarding this?" Su Ro's proposed terms appear to be nothing more than her own subjective conjecture. "Why did you ultimately acquiesce to her demands?" Xia Yueshu, in a state of resignation, remarked, "That woman's demeanor today was akin to that of a company matriarch. If my conjecture holds true, that Su Ro must be Chen Yu's partner, thus we cannot afford to offend her." The secretary, feeling a sense of trepidation, chose not to provoke further. Contemplating the prospect of acquiring the leading global purification technology and the immense potential for future development, Xia Yueshu deemed such trivial matters insignificant. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Chen Yu returned to the company, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The three-story establishment was now brimming with staff, with each department operating in harmonious order. Chen Yu reclined on the sofa in the general manager's office, while Su Ro sat demurely beside him. When the secretary entered to serve tea, her gaze lingered on the handsome man seated next to Su Ro. Having never encountered Chen Yu before and unaware of his identity, observing Su Ro nestled close to him, it seemed evident that this man was likely her boyfriend or husband. Once the secretary departed, Chen Yu lavished praise upon Su Ro. "Xiao Ro, I always knew you had it in you. Look at how efficiently you managed such a large company, especially your negotiation with General Xia of Qianye Group last time, which secured substantial benefits for the company. It was your faith in me that allowed you to entrust me with the reins, thereby bringing my vision of an ideal company to fruition. Indeed, you are remarkable." Chen Yu, in a tender gesture, drew Su Ro into his embrace, causing her cheeks to flush with surprise at his forthrightness, leaving her momentarily flustered. Chen Yu pondered to himself, as the proprietor, engaging in some unspoken rules with his female employee, should not elicit refusal. However, just at that moment, the office door was abruptly thrust open. Chapter 23. The launch conference commences as Chen Yu was on the verge of making a move towards Su Ro. A loud bang reverberated through the room as the door swung open. A slender and graceful figure rushed in. This enchanting silhouette could only belong to Xiao Jiaozi. Following closely behind was Su Ro's secretary, whose countenance betrayed her anxiousness. Upon witnessing Chen Yu embracing Su Ro, Xiao Jiaozi immediately pouted. Having been instructed by Chen Yu to wait at the door, she had grown exceedingly bored. Ultimately, she could not suppress her longing for Chen Yu and dashed in, her secretary unable to restrain her. What ensued was a scene that left the secretary hastily apologizing. "My sincerest apologies, Ms. Su. I could not prevent this young lady from entering." Su Ro was at a loss for words. Why was Xiao Jiaozi always appearing at the most inopportune moments, potentially thwarting her plans? "Xiao Feng, please step outside. This young lady is my friend." Secretary Xiao Feng retreated, closing the door behind her. Xiao Jiaozi merrily hopped over to Chen Yu's side and plopped down, mimicking Su Ro by leaning against his shoulder. Chen Yu's expression was one of discomfort. Su Ro rose, irritation evident in her tone. "Mr. Chen, you seem to have quite the interest in this girl, bringing her along wherever you go." Her words dripped with a hint of jealousy. Chen Yu, equally perplexed, lamented that he was so close to seizing a moment of intimacy, only to have Xiao Jiaozi burst in. Su Ro, placing a hand upon her ample bosom, assured him that this launch conference would undoubtedly be a resounding success. With the preliminary promotions executed flawlessly, numerous media outlets, alongside a plethora of new energy vehicle enterprises and even official organizations from the scorching summer, have dispatched representatives to attend. Their presence is prompted by the sensational announcement that Chen Yu Technology has surmounted a technological impasse, creating a novel energy battery with a discharge efficiency 5 to 10 times greater than that of conventional ternary lithium batteries. This revelation is nothing short of seismic within the realm of technology, prompting skepticism from many high-tech firms. The notion that such technology could exist appears implausible to some. leading several top-tier technology companies to abstain from sending delegates, while others merely sent representatives to witness the spectacle. Particularly, certain tech media outlets seem solely intent on observing Chen Yu technology as potential missteps. Even across the vast ocean, news reached the United States, where it was reported that a company in the Summer Nation had developed a battery boasting several times the efficiency of ternary lithium. Initially met with disbelief, the American contingent was nonetheless compelled to investigate due to the widespread promotion across the internet. The following day, aided by Xiao Jiazi, Chen Yu donned a bespoke suit. "Master, you look absolutely dashing. I adore it." Indeed, over the past fortnight, with the assistance of the Ami repair robot, Chen Yu's health has markedly improved, and his physique has become notably robust and well-proportioned. It is no exaggeration to say that even top male models may not rival his current form. How is the preparation for the press conference coming along? Last night, 50 new energy vehicles equipped with heavy hydrogen-ion batteries and 250 heavy hydrogen-ion batteries were successfully transported to the factory, and the venue is now impeccably arranged. Today marks the day Chen Yu technology makes its resounding debut. At this moment, at the entrance of Chifu Village on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, a line of luxury cars, broadcast vehicles, and private cars congested the entrance to the point of impassability. In the rear of a military vehicle sat two individuals, Zhou Zheng, an officer from the Ministry of National Defense of Yinxia, and Lu Chang, an officer from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Zhou Zheng expressed his annoyance, questioning why the factory of Chen Yu technology was established in such a remote location. Lu Chang furrowed his brow and replied, "Our superiors have dispatched us to ascertain whether the batteries released by this company are truly as remarkable as they claim. However, I suspect it is largely exaggerated. They are likely deceiving investors to attract a wave of venture capital, only to abscond with the funds, which is why they have rented this temporary factory in such an inexpensive area." Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. His impression of Chen Yu technology significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Chen Yu stealthily landed in a landing craft at an open area behind the factory, which had been cordoned off, making it impossible for outsiders to see inside. The factory, having undergone a transformation by alien machinery over the past fortnight, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The exterior was constructed entirely of innovative materials, gleaming with a silver metallic luster, while the internal production lines resembled a scene straight out of science fiction. It was a far cry from the dilapidated factory it once was. Atop the factory, a massive logo of Chen Yu technology could be seen clearly even from outer space. The entire facility was under the direct control of an intelligent brain, capable of achieving fully automated production with minimal human intervention. In front of the factory, a grand stage had been erected in the expansive square, flanked by large screens and various product display stands, with rows of seats arranged below. At this moment, vehicles gradually arrived at the square, with several hundred employees from Chen Yu technology, led by Su Ro, serving as temporary receptionists. They directed the arriving guest vehicles to designated parking spaces at the edge of the square. After more than 2 hours of coordination and reception, the area beneath the stage was nearly filled with attendees. On either side were the staff from Chen Yu technology. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after a 2-hour journey, Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang finally settled into their seats. They represented the Yinxia officials, occupying the front row. Centrally located, flanked by representatives from various domestic and international new energy vehicle enterprises. Behind them sat automotive influencers, technology vloggers, tech media, and traditional television reporters. After all, with tens of millions spent on advertising, it was only fitting to ensure a notable presence. Although some potential new energy vehicle collaborators had only sent representatives, rather than their CEOs, Chen Yu technology still achieved its goal. Xia Yushu, the general manager of Chen Yu Group, was also present, seated in the central position of the front row. She eagerly anticipated the new products to be unveiled by Chen Yu. Over the past half-month, she had received 10 of Chen Yu's purification devices. Upon testing, these devices proved capable of refining most metals found on Earth, achieving an almost 100 purity rate with unprecedented precision. Relying on this purification technology, Xia Yushu had, over the past 2 weeks, signed more than 20 contracts with various materials research institutions, totaling over 3 billion in value, with profits exceeding 50. Xia Yushu sought experts to decipher the technology behind Chen Yu's large-scale purification devices, but upon examining the internal structure, they were left utterly perplexed. The scientists of Earth, unable to comprehend even the principles involved, were ultimately compelled to relinquish their attempts at reverse engineering. This predicament only intensified Xiao Yueshu's interest in Chen Yu's technology company. Could his innovative energy battery truly astonish the world? At precisely 10:08 a.m., the press conference commenced. This presentation, synthesized by extraterrestrial AI, bore an uncanny resemblance to live footage, showcasing its remarkable advancement and impact. The logo of Chen Yu Technology appeared like an animated spectacle on the backdrop and the expansive screens on either side. A stunningly tall woman, adorned in a resplendent red gown, gracefully ascended the stage with a microphone in hand. Chapter 24, Witnessing a Miracle. As the conference began, the striking beauty in the red dress took center stage, eliciting fervent cheers from the Chen Yu Technology staff on either side. Wow, President Su looks magnificent today. President Su is so beautiful, exuding such dominance. The audience, previously engaged in hushed conversations, fell silent, clearly aware that the event was officially underway. Su Ro stepped forward, confidently raising the microphone to address the attendees, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished leaders from various sectors. Today marks the unveiling of our new product at the Chen Yu Technology Press Conference. I am Su Ro, the General Manager of Chen Yu Technology, and I extend a warm welcome to all of you. As you may have seen on the internet and in the invitations sent to you, we are excited to introduce a groundbreaking clean energy battery. Its energy storage and discharge efficiency surpasses that of the current mainstream ternary lithium batteries by a remarkable factor of 5 to 10. Suddenly, a fervent discussion erupted among the sparse audience, the majority of whom had come merely to witness a spectacle. For, at present, there exists no such technology on Earth, nor have materials with energy storage efficiencies several times greater than that of ternary lithium batteries been discovered. Even if such materials were to be found, their production would be exceedingly challenging and the cost prohibitive for use in power batteries. Please, everyone, I understand the skepticism surrounding our product. Now, let us invite Mr. Chen Yu, the chairman of Chen Yu Technology, to the stage to elucidate our new product. Let us extend a warm welcome. The staff members of Chen Yu Technology, positioned on either side of the audience, were taken aback. They were aware of a mysterious, high-ranking individual, but had never encountered him. Now that the esteemed chairman was about to take the stage, excitement surged among them. Regardless of the circumstances, he was their boss, and they were the first to break into applause. The guests below, influenced by this display, joined in with a few token claps. Then, a young man clad in a suit, tall and poised, ascended the stage. The audience gasped in astonishment. None had anticipated that the chairman of the company would be such a youthful figure. Some female internet celebrities in the crowd screamed as they saw Chen Yu approach the stage. Wow, how handsome. Who would have thought such a young man would already be the chairman of a tech company? Even if the product fails today, at least the young man is incredibly charming. This trip is worth it. Chen Yu took the microphone from Su Ro's hands, and she gracefully relinquished the stage to him. Bowing gracefully to the audience, Chen Yu raised the microphone and remarked, "You must be quite surprised that a young man in his 20s is the chairman of this company." Laughter erupted from the crowd. In truth, I am a researcher, and I have developed a novel type of battery. Upon revealing its name, those familiar with the field will undoubtedly recognize the challenges it entails. I present to you the deuterium-ion battery. Instantly, representatives from the tech industry and new energy vehicle enterprises in the audience gasped in astonishment. This technology had been explored by many, yet all had met with failure. The technical hurdles were monumental. Even with decades of effort, success remained elusive. Who would have anticipated that this young man would boldly declare the creation of a deuterium-ion battery? As skepticism grew louder in the room, Chen Yu raised his hands to calm the crowd. Are you doubting this? If so, let us unveil our product. With a grand gesture, he commanded the ascent of two objects draped in black cloth from either side of the stage, their outlines suggesting the form of automobiles. Once they were fully revealed, Chen Yu approached one of the vehicles and pulled away the black covering. What lay beneath was a new generation of electric vehicle, designed according to the aesthetic principles of humanity. Its exterior was futuristic and stylish, while the interior exuded luxury and technological sophistication. Immediately, numerous media representatives and automotive industry officials expressed their admiration. Just the vehicle's exterior design alone could fetch a handsome profit from various car manufacturers. Chen Yu moved to the front of the car, opened the door, and gently took hold of a small hand from within. The slender model, adorned in a sultry black gown with a daring slit, gracefully stepped out of the car, her strikingly radiant legs instantly capturing the attention of all the gentlemen present. As she positioned herself beside the vehicle, Assuming the role of a car model, her flawless figure and enchanting visage invigorated the atmosphere. At the opportune moment, Chen Yu jested, urging everyone to focus on the car rather than the model, which elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. Now, allow me to introduce our product. The vehicle on display is the inaugural electric car developed by Chen Yu Technology. Equipped with a tri-hydrogen-ion battery that boasts a remarkable range exceeding 2,000 kilometers on a single charge. Upon mentioning this astonishing range, the crowd erupted in disbelief. How is that possible? Such a battery cannot exist unless it were as large as a truck. They scoffed, questioning the feasibility of a sedan housing such an extensive power source. Anticipating this reaction, Chen Yu patiently awaited a lull in the commotion before continuing. I understand your skepticism. However, the figure I provided earlier represents our minimum range, while our average exceeds 3,000 kilometers. Another round of doubt and incredulity ensued. With a flourish, Chen Yu unveiled a covered object on stage. Behold, this is our battery unit. It occupies roughly one-third of the volume of traditional ternary lithium batteries, weighs similarly less, yet offers a range 5 to 10 times greater than conventional batteries. As Chen Yu presented these figures, skepticism remained palpable among the audience. Only Xian Weishu in the front row exhibited a glimmer of golden light in her eyes. While the entire world might currently harbor skepticism towards Chen Yu, she held a steadfast belief in the experts he had gathered. They had asserted that the technology for the decryption and refinement equipment was at least 50 years ahead of Earth's current capabilities. The possibility of a technology company capable of producing such equipment also being able to manufacture this type of battery was indeed plausible. Chen Yu instructed the intelligence system to display a promotional video for the deuterium-ion battery on the large screen. The audience below remained vehemently critical, predominantly voicing doubts. Some representatives from automotive companies even stormed out, declaring that their time was being wasted, insisting that such technology simply did not exist. Chen Yu observed all of this with keen awareness. It appeared that convincing these enterprises of the viability of his battery before they had the opportunity to test it would be a formidable challenge. However, Chen Yu had brought forth a trump card today. There is a saying that to persuade someone to acquiesce to your request, one must present them with an even greater demand, which may render the initial request more palatable. In the front row, Zhou Zheng, a representative from the Ministry of Defense, and Lu Chang from the Ministry of Science and Technology exhibited fluctuating expressions. Zhou Zheng, having lost all patience, remarked, "Old Lu, do you intend to remain here any longer? I am about to leave. This fellow is clearly boasting. I doubt they even know how to con others effectively. Who would be willing to invest in such a venture?" Lu Chang sighed in agreement, preparing to rise and depart. Chen Yu, standing on stage, maintained an air of calm as he quietly observed those leaving. After approximately 10 minutes, fewer than half of the audience remained. Chen Yu raised the microphone once more and addressed the crowd. "Thank you all. At least nearly half of you have chosen to stay. You shall witness a miracle." Chapter 25. A shocking revelation. Where does that young man derive his confidence? Zhou Zheng inquired. Lu Chang, equally perplexed, could not comprehend how their acquired knowledge would permit them to believe such technology could exist, even if it were plausible. It would be decades, if not centuries, in the future. On stage, Chen Yu, under the gaze of a dwindling audience, unveiled the black cloth draped over another vehicle. Before them stood a car of such futuristic design that it seemed to belong to another era entirely. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The vehicle's sleek contours suggested an ability to soar through the skies. Its imposing rear wing exuded an air of dominance, while the tires were encased in a metallic shell, evidently crafted with aerodynamics in mind. In the distance, Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang heard the audience erupt in cheers. Looking up, they realized another black cloth had been lifted, revealing a similarly avant-garde vehicle. Humph, this company may lack in other areas, but their prowess in automotive design is unparalleled. Zhou Zheng jested. Chen Yu raised the microphone on stage, addressing the remaining audience members. "Thank you all for staying. The vehicle you see here is the next-generation product from Chen Yu Technology, boasting trimodal capabilities for land, water, and air travel." In an instant, the remaining audience, now less than half, could scarcely contain their excitement. They erupted in exclamations, declaring, "I stayed just to witness your folly. Yet this folly proves to be quite entertaining. Capable of traversing water, some amphibious vehicles today have already achieved that. However, soaring through the skies, your vehicle bears neither wings nor propellers. Could it possibly resemble an extraterrestrial spacecraft?" A chorus of disdain erupted from the audience. who felt deceived for having traveled to this desolate locale, squandering an entire morning. Just as the scant few remaining souls prepared to depart, a miraculous spectacle unfolded upon the stage. The car, shimmering with a reflective silver sheen and possessing a futuristic design, suddenly sprang to life. It ascended gracefully, silently, without any disturbance in the surrounding air. Like a specter or an alien craft, it levitated effortlessly into the ether. Instantly, the crowd fell into a hushed awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the vehicle. The silver automobile circled above the venue, gliding with remarkable agility. Chen Yu, gazing at the airborne marvel, proclaimed into the microphone, "Behold, this is the next generation of flying cars, powered by our hydrogen-ion battery and propelled by a revolutionary anti-gravity engine." Chen Yu's declaration struck like a thunderclap. He not only introduced the hydrogen-ion battery, but also unveiled the concept of an anti-gravity engine. This revelation surpassed even the technological sophistication of the hydrogen-ion battery. Currently, the only vehicles capable of vertical takeoff and landing globally are helicopters and small drones, which rely on rotor blades to generate air movement, as well as fighter jets like the American F-35, utilizing turbofan engines to control thrust direction for vertical ascension. Yet, this vehicle, devoid of propellers or jet turbines, defies earthly imagination with its capacity for levitation, akin to something derived from alien technology. This is Chen Yu's trump card. He foresaw that merely unveiling a battery without showcasing tangible experimental results would lead to skepticism regarding his claims. Thus, he resolved to present a technology that appeared sufficiently dazzling to complement his new battery. In the rudimentary technology repository of the #1 spacecraft, he stumbled upon an anti-gravity technology featuring a compact anti-gravity engine capable of counteracting Earth's gravity to facilitate flight, albeit with stringent energy requirements. However, the high-density heavy hydrogen-ion battery could effortlessly meet the energy demands for flight. By compressing the heavy hydrogen-ion battery, typically employed in automobiles, by a factor of 3, it could furnish the anti-gravity engine with the necessary power. Once fully charged, it could achieve a flight range of approximately 5,000 kilometers, rivaling that of certain private aircraft. The silver, sci-fi automobile soared gracefully through the air, continuously hovering. Those who had departed earlier, not straying far, were astounded by the sight of the flying vehicle above. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Zhou Zheng and Lu Chong, having just entered their vehicle, also caught sight of the silver automobile circling overhead. They hastily exited their car, staring in awe at the airborne marvel, unable to hear any sound emanating from it during flight. All present were well versed in the field, quickly recognizing the extraordinary nature of this invention. Those who had already distanced themselves abruptly halted, rushing back towards the venue, particularly representatives from various new energy vehicle manufacturers, who had previously left en masse, could be seen streaming back like a swarm of ants, collectively hurrying in one direction. The atmosphere was vibrant, with onlookers gazing in astonishment at the continuously spiraling flying cars in the sky. No one dared to underestimate Chen Yu technology anymore. The technology exhibited in these vehicles was beyond the comprehension of many. Chen Yu seized the microphone, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd, all eagerly anticipating his introduction of the vehicle. Chen Yu jested, prompting a wave of awkward laughter from the audience. "I know everyone is intrigued by the car that just soared through the air, so allow me to introduce it. This vehicle is the inaugural flying car from Chen Yu Automotive, named Bird 1. It utilizes our advanced heavy hydrogen-ion battery, boasting an energy density 3 times that of the conventional batteries previously described for ordinary vehicles. I suspect that at this point, you're less concerned about our newly launched heavy hydrogen-ion battery and more fascinated by how this car manages to fly. Am I right?" The crowd nodded in agreement. In fact, this is another marvel of Chen Yu technology, the anti-gravity engine. This technology demands a high energy requirement, rendering traditional fossil fuels inadequate for propulsion. Thus, it must be paired with our heavy hydrogen-ion battery. The audience erupted into fervent discussions, realizing that Chen Yu technology indeed possesses formidable capabilities. Among those most agitated and anxious were representatives from various automotive manufacturers. If what Chen Yu claimed was true, then the introduction of Chen Yu Technology's heavy hydrogen-ion battery would render traditional ternary lithium batteries obsolete, heralding a new era for electric vehicles. Moreover, it is the traditional fuel vehicles that are the first to be eliminated, for a full tank of gas cannot rival the distance achieved by a single charge. The representatives of these automotive manufacturers are astute individuals, and they immediately grasp the crux of the matter. Should they fail to establish a partnership with cosmic technology, the launch of vehicles equipped with heavy hydrogen-ion batteries would spell disaster for their traditional new energy cars, leaving them with unsold inventories. The representatives are in a state of urgency. Today, they must negotiate a collaboration with cosmic technology or face the looming threat of bankruptcy. From the audience, someone shouts, "Mr. Chen, we wish to collaborate with your esteemed company. May I inquire about the cost of your batteries?" Another exclaims, "Mr. Chen, I can represent my company in partnership with you. Please, let us converse after the conference." Chapter 26. Surpassing competitors. Faced with the fervent calls for collaboration from numerous manufacturer representatives, Chen Yu raised his hands to quell the clamor. And a semblance of calm returned to the room. Grasping the microphone, he continued, "I appreciate your recognition of our products. Witnessing your sudden enthusiasm, I must admit, I preferred your earlier indifference towards me." A wave of awkward laughter rippled through the audience. Today's conference by Cosmic Technology was initially intended to seek partners. However, I now believe our products possess sufficient competitiveness. Therefore, I have made a spontaneous decision. We shall independently venture into the automotive industry. Instantly, the representatives from various automobile enterprises were taken aback. Those who had previously looked down upon them now found themselves confronted with the reality that cosmic technology would directly enter the automotive arena. With the advantages of deuterium-ion batteries, their endurance can surpass traditional vehicles by 5 to 10 times. Who would still consider purchasing their cars in the future? Some representatives, disregarding their image, shouted from the audience, "Mr. Chen, how can we collaborate? We wish to acquire your batteries. We are eager to invest in you." Yet, Chen Yu remained unresponsive. His ambition to enter the automotive manufacturing sector is hindered solely by a lack of funds. Initially, he intended to partner with these car manufacturers, supplying them with batteries, and once he accumulated sufficient capital, he would venture into vehicle production himself. However, witnessing the disdain from these automotive companies today, Chen Yu felt a surge of indignation. Holding the core technology in his hands, he believed he was in a position of power. "Everyone, please listen," he began. "Our Chen technology has only recently been established. Our greatest challenge in entering the automotive industry is financial resources. Nevertheless, we can provide our deuterium-ion batteries to the mobile phone, drone, and myriad industries around the globe that require batteries." Chen Yu then retrieved a smartphone from his pocket, elevating it for the audience to see. This device, a standard Fruit 16 Pro Max, has been equipped with a compact deuterium-ion battery, replacing the original cell with one of the same dimensions. It can sustain a month of use, even with 5 hours of gaming each day. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fervent excitement. Currently, the most significant limitation for mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets lies in their batteries. Users find themselves charging their phones daily, or even multiple times a day, as the energy simply fails to suffice. No matter how powerful the device, playing just a few games can drain a substantial portion of its battery life. Now, Chen Yu has remarkably miniaturized the deuterium-ion battery, an achievement that is nothing short of a revolution in the realm of technology. The officers present wore solemn expressions. They were already astounded when they witnessed the car levitate as if by magic. These individuals are acutely aware of the immense potential this technology holds. If applied to the military, it could directly overthrow the current fifth-generation fighter jets. It is astonishing that a technology company from the Yanxia nation has been able to develop such advanced technology. While they were still in awe of the sci-fi anti-gravity engine, Chen Yu produced a smartphone, still manufactured by the renowned American Fruit Company, but the counterpart had succeeded in miniaturizing the deuterium-ion battery. Should this battery become widespread, it would elevate global technology to unprecedented heights. In the office, a 5-star general addressed those present, and the Americans in attendance nodded resolutely in agreement. In the suburbs of Jiangcheng, at the entrance of the Chen Yu Technology Factory, Chen Yu stood on stage, observing the crowd below, which was now thoroughly agitated. It was evident that they were excited about the new product being unveiled by Chen Yu Technology that day. Chen Yu raised the microphone once more and proclaimed to the audience, "Next, Chen Yu Technology will provide battery solutions for major smartphone manufacturers in Yanxia. If any of the esteemed leaders in the mobile phone industry wish to collaborate, please visit our headquarters at the International Financial Center to discuss with our general manager, Su." At that moment, 2,000 kilometers away in the imperial capital, Lei Bing, the founder of Nuomi Mobile, was watching the live stream of Chen Yu Technology. Upon witnessing Chen Yu's ability to miniaturize the deuterium-ion battery to such an extent, he instantly perceived a golden opportunity. He aimed to be the first to collaborate with Chen Yu, intending for his Nuomi smartphones and Nuomi cars to utilize the batteries from Yu technology. Lei Bing instructed his secretary beside him, "Immediately book me a flight to Jiangcheng. I wish to depart for Yu technology at once to meet Chairman Chen in person." The secretary nodded and promptly went to arrange the tickets for Lei. This scene was mirrored in the offices of executives at various major technology companies. Previously, only representatives had attended from numerous new energy vehicle enterprises, but now they could no longer remain passive. In a fit of anger, Chen Yu decided to personally venture into the automotive industry, and if he did not collaborate with other car manufacturers, the new energy vehicles produced by Yu technology would swiftly monopolize the market. At the press conference, the official representatives Zhou Zheng and Lu Cheng no longer dared to underestimate Yu technology. They had reported everything back to their superiors and swiftly received instructions to negotiate an official partnership with Yu technology once the press conference concluded. Xia Yushu watched Chen Yu on stage with excitement, finding him particularly charming at that moment. Considering Chen Yu's desire to enter the automotive sector and his current financial constraints, she felt she could extend her assistance. She planned to approach Chen Yu for a collaboration after the conference ended. As the event drew to a close, the staff of Yu technology drove 50 new energy vehicles equipped with third-level heavy hydrogen-ion batteries to the plaza for the attending guests to experience. The strikingly designed vehicles instantly captivated the audience's curiosity, drawing crowds eager to take turns experiencing the cars, transforming the venue into a bustling auto show. After experiencing the remarkable vehicle, numerous guests expressed an immediate desire to place an order. Nearby, staff from Yu technology promptly began assisting them in completing their purchase forms. Currently, Chen Yu has only launched reservations for the standard model, which does not possess flying capabilities. There are 3 versions available, designated as Yu Automobile, Earth Dragon No. 1. The base model is equipped with a 5-level heavy hydrogen-ion battery and features ultra-high-speed charging technology. With just 10 minutes of charging, it can achieve a range of 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers, priced at 199,999 yuan, directly competing with American alternatives under 200,000 yuan. The intermediate version, featuring a 4-level heavy hydrogen-ion battery, offers a range of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers after a 10-minute charge, priced at 299,999 yuan. The top-tier version, equipped with a 3-level heavy hydrogen-ion battery, boasts a remarkable range of 5,000 kilometers, with a price tag of 499,999 yuan. All 3 models incorporate the Yu intelligent connectivity system, enabling true autonomous driving, which is more advanced than any existing autonomous systems on Earth. Chen Yu envisions that the launch of the Earth Dragon No. 1 will create seismic shifts within the automotive industry. At this moment, reservations for the Earth Dragon No. 1 new energy vehicle have also commenced on Yu Technology's official website. With numerous tech media and influencers live streaming the event, a surge of individuals flocked to the Yu Technology website to place their orders. Throughout the morning, on-site orders exceeded 1,000 units, while online orders surpassed an astonishing 100,000 units. And this data reflects only the initial buzz from the Yu Technology press conference. Yet to fully permeate the internet, the on-site order placement has left the automotive industry representatives attending the launch event in a state of utter disbelief. None of them anticipated that Chen Yu would venture into the realm of electric vehicles. Moreover, the price point of under 200,000 yuan, even for the basic model, boasts specifications that even the top-tier offerings from major automotive manufacturers struggle to match. With a price tag of merely 199,000 yuan. Is this an attempt to obliterate all domestic new energy vehicle enterprises? At the headquarters of BYD in the Shenzhen market, Wang Chuanjun gazed intently at his computer screen, observing the rapidly increasing order numbers and vehicle descriptions on the official website of Yu Technology. His brow furrowed in deep concern. As the leading manufacturer of electric vehicles in China, BYD stands as the sole large enterprise capable of competing with American automotive giants. Not only does BYD produce electric vehicles, but it also ranks as the second largest battery supplier in the country. The emergence of Yu Technology poses a formidable threat should their products successfully enter the market. BYD could suffer a devastating blow, potentially fading into obscurity in the annals of history. As the founder of BYD, Wang Chuanjun has begun to sense an overwhelming sense of crisis. He had previously received an invitation from Chen Yu Technology, but had underestimated the significance of such a fledgling tech company, opting only to send representatives to the event. Now, a sense of unease envelopes him. Similar to Lei Bing from Nuomi Mobile, he has also arranged a trip to Jiangxing. The launch event captivated the audience, who remained enthusiastic until its conclusion in the afternoon. Given the factory's remote location, concerns regarding lunch for the over 3,000 attendees lingered. Chen Yu instructed the small team to travel to Chifu village, situated 2 kilometers away. The villagers prepared hundreds of large pots of rice, which were then delivered to the factory as lunch boxes. Chen Yu generously compensated the villagers with 30 yuan per box, delighting several families who, after deducting costs, could earn half of that amount. The guests attending the press conference were profoundly impressed by the services provided by Chen Yu Technology. Chen Yu's heart brimmed with joy. The 2,000 to 3,000 attendees contributed orders for 1,000 vehicles, all of which were mid-range and top-tier models. The on-site orders alone amounted to 400 million yuan, rendering the cost of feeding these individuals merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the orders placed on the official website represented the substantial portion of revenue. Chen Yu explicitly stated that Chen Yu Technology was currently facing financial constraints, necessitating that the deposit for vehicle orders be set at 50% of the vehicle's price. This practice is unparalleled in the automotive industry. Even when the renowned Lei's model, the Nuomi SU7, was launched, the deposit was merely 5,000 yuan. In contrast, the deposit for Chen Yu's D-Long No. 1 was set at half the price, yet customers continued to flock in to make payments. In just one morning, nearly 40 billion yuan in cash was received from 100,000 orders, surpassing the fervor witnessed during Lei's launch of the Nuomi SU7. With this influx of funds, Chen Yu could procure ready-made raw materials globally, avoiding the lengthy process of mining and refining materials as required for the production line in the No. 1 spacecraft. As for the 20 brand-new production lines within the factory, under optimal conditions with ample raw materials, each line could produce a new vehicle every 3 minutes. If production were to run continuously for 24 hours, the daily output could approach 10,000 vehicles. This is an efficiency that other automotive companies find difficult to achieve with just a single factory. Although producing 10,000 vehicles a day appears substantial, if the D-Long No. 1 were to monopolize the market, the production capacity would soon prove inadequate. Should subsequent orders continue to rise, Chen Yu would consider expanding the production line. As for the issue of manufacturing qualifications, he has never harbored any concerns. With such remarkable products, he could easily collaborate with a qualified manufacturer at the outset. Subsequently, he could apply for the manufacturing qualifications belonging to Chen Yu Automobile. He firmly believes in the potential of flying cars and vehicles capable of exceeding 2,000 kilometers on a single charge. If he were to encounter any obstacles in securing the necessary qualifications, then those at the authorities might as well leap into the river. Undoubtedly, once Chen Yu Automobile is unveiled, the state would eagerly provide the qualifications. In the square in front of the factory, a throng of guests encircled the D-Long No. 1 model, bustling with excitement. Chen Yu sat in the adjacent lounge, surrounded by representatives from various automotive companies. Among them were Zhou Zheng from the Ministry of Defense and Lu Chong from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Conversations erupted as everyone sought to discuss potential collaborations with Chen Yu. He chuckled derisively. These representatives had previously regarded him with disdain and even mockery. Now, witnessing the promising prospects of his product, they flocked to him in search of partnership. However, it was too late. These traditional new energy vehicle companies were destined to be cast aside by the march of progress. Chen Yu dismissed them one by one, directing those interested in collaboration to seek out General Su at Chen Yu Technology. Finally, only Zhou Zheng and Lu Chong remained, being representatives of the state. Chen Yu could not simply send them away. Mr. Chen, I am Zhou Zheng from the Ministry of Defense. Chen Xingxing, I am Lu Chong, a representative specifically sent by the Ministry of Science and Technology. The two introduced themselves to Chen Yu. Ah, so you are official representatives. May I ask what business you have with me? Zhou Zheng straightforwardly replied, Mr. Chen, we are utterly amazed by the products you have released today. I believe your innovations would be immensely beneficial to our military during the scorching summer months. Thus, we hope to collaborate with you. Chen Yu had long anticipated that his high-tech products would attract national attention. He was prepared for collaboration with the government. For a nation's strength would ultimately allow his company to prosper. Very well, how do you propose we collaborate? Zhou Zheng and Lu Chong exchanged glances. As the representative from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Lu Chang possessed a deeper understanding of the technology. He stated, "Mr. Chen, I hope you can share your anti-gravity engine technology with the nation. If our Air Force masters this technology, we could develop a new generation of aircraft, potentially the prototype of the sixth-generation fighter jet. At that point, our aerial capabilities will no longer be constrained by the United States." Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. While he was, of course, patriotic, this was not a sufficient reason for him to relinquish his advanced technology. "Mr. Lu, you must be aware of the immense potential of this technology. I wish to know what I stand to gain in exchange for sharing it." Lu Chang furrowed his brow. He certainly understood the potential applications of this technology, which could be a formidable weapon on the battlefield and a lucrative asset in the commercial realm. "Mr. Chen, should you collaborate with the government, your company will receive the support of the nation." Chen Yu smiled and continued, "I do not wish to discuss matters of support or opposition. My product speaks for itself, and customers will willingly pay for it. I have agreed to collaborate with the official authorities to provide a certain quantity of anti-gravity engines, yet my technology cannot be shared with others." Chen Yu contemplated that even if the anti-gravity engine technology were granted to the nation, given the current capabilities of scientists on Earth, it would likely take decades to successfully replicate and implement it in military equipment. Thus, it was not a matter of Chen Yu withholding the technology, but rather that it was too advanced, and many conditions on Earth were still unmet. Presently, he could only manufacture the anti-gravity engines on the extraterrestrial technology production line of the #1 spacecraft. Lu Chang, having been directly turned down by Chen Yu, wore a rather displeased expression. Ultimately, Chen Yu saw off the two official representatives, marking a successful conclusion to the press conference. Xia Yushu, Su Rou, and Xiao Jiaji entered the lounge together. The three strikingly different beauties immediately captured Chen Yu's attention. Xiao Jiazi, having dressed meticulously for her role as a car model, appeared exceptionally beautiful. Instinctively, Chen Yu reached out to touch her, but halted midway, aware that they were not in a private setting. And there were still two other stunning women present. Fortunately, Xia Yushu and Su Rou paid no heed to Chen Yu's gesture. "Mr. Chen, you have truly surprised me. I would like to collaborate with you," Xia Yushu exclaimed excitedly. "Great." Chen Yu unexpectedly agreed with remarkable enthusiasm. In stark contrast to previous rejections, the automotive manufacturers and officials exhibited entirely different attitudes. Chapter 28, General Nuami Lei. Why did he agree to Xia Yushu's request for collaboration? This was primarily due to Chen Yu's favorable impression of Xia Yushu, as well as his recognition of her managerial prowess and the influential connections of her family. Selling cars requires more than just possessing them. It necessitates a comprehensive network of offline after-sales service outlets across the nation. After all, Chen Yu could not guarantee that the vehicles produced by his company would remain flawless indefinitely. The Xia family operates one of the leading jewelry enterprises in the country, boasting extensive sales resources that span the nation. They can swiftly establish flagship 4S stores for Huanyu Automobile in local markets. "Mr. Chen, how shall we proceed with this collaboration?" Chen Yu articulated his vision. "Ms. Xia, I am prepared to entrust you with the entire network of 4S stores and offline sales channels across the nation." Xia Yushu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated such a substantial market being handed over to her. This was tantamount to a profound partnership with Huanyu Technology. "Mr. Chen, are you truly serious?" "Absolutely. Your responsibility will be to establish a flagship 4S store for Huanyu Automobile in each major province and city, particularly in cities ranked at the 3rd tier or above. According to statistics, there are approximately 160 cities in Yinxia country that meet this criterion. The investment required for a 4S store in ordinary 2nd and 3rd tier cities typically ranges from 20 to 30 million yuan, while the largest 1st tier cities may demand investments exceeding 100 million. However, the total investment across all 160 cities would not surpass 5 billion yuan, a sum that is insignificant for the Qianye Group, which possesses assets worth hundreds of billions. "Excellent. Mr. Chen, I will take charge of the offline channels and the 4S dealerships." Xia Yushu contemplated briefly, considering that with Mr. Chen's investment of 5 billion, the potential returns could be exponentially greater. "By the way, Miss Xia, I have a stipulation. The over 100 4S dealerships must adhere to my unified development plan, and they must be completed within 6 months. Is that feasible for you?" Although 6 months is indeed a tight time frame, Xia Yushu resolutely nodded her head. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, my family has extensive connections across the nation, and we maintain relationships with local governmental departments, which will facilitate our progress. Excellent. Chen Yu and Xia Yueshu shook hands firmly. To celebrate the successful conclusion of today's press conference, Chen Yu personally drove, taking Xia Yueshu, along with Su Ro and Xiao Jiaping, to a high-end restaurant in the city. While the four of them were enjoying their meal, Su Ro received a phone call from her assistant, Xiao Fong. Hello, Xiao Fong. What brings you to call so late? Su Zong, Mr. Lei from Momi Technology has arrived and is at our headquarters. He wishes to meet you and Director Chen in person. Su Ro was taken aback. As Lei Bing from Momi Technology is a well-known figure in the online realm and a prominent entrepreneur in Yinxian Nation, holding significant influence and recognition nationwide. The fact that such a distinguished individual would personally visit their company to meet her and Chen Yu was quite remarkable. Xiao Fong, please hold on a moment. I need to consult Director Chen. Su Ro set down her phone and turned to Chen Yu, saying, Chen Yu, Mr. Lei from Womi Technology is here at our headquarters. Chen Yu raised a piece of steak to his lips, and upon hearing that Lei Bing had personally come to find him, he nearly choked. Lei Bing was once an idol to Chen Yu, who, in his days as an underachiever, often fantasized about achieving a life as extraordinary as that of Lei, where every moment unfolded with thrilling success, a truly exhilarating narrative. Lei, I genuinely wish to meet this former idol of mine. Please have Xiao Fong attend to him well. And once we finish our meal, we shall head to headquarters. Certainly. Su Ro instructed Xiao Fong to take good care of Lei Bing and his entourage before hanging up the phone. Chen Yu, do you think Lei Bing is coming so soon because he desires to collaborate with you? That is undoubtedly the case. After all, our heavy hydrogen battery has the potential to revolutionize countless industries. Do you intend to partner with him? Of course. Collaborating with Lei Bing has been a dream of mine. I have no reason to decline. Xia Yushu, who was nearby, chimed in. Mr. Chen, may I accompany you? My father is a friend of Lei Bing, and I have had the pleasure of meeting him on several occasions. Very well, we shall go together. After all, you are already my partner. After dining, Chen Yu and his companions drove to the Guojin Center, arriving at the top floor of the Huanyu Technology headquarters. To his delight, he noticed that there were individuals voluntarily working late into the night. Upon entering the reception area, Chen Yu beheld several distinguished individuals seated within, who were undoubtedly high-ranking officials from Nuomi Technology. Among them sat the renowned Lei Bing, and as soon as Chen Yu entered, Lei Bing and the executives accompanying him all stood in unison. Swiftly approaching the entrance, Lei Bing extended his hand in advance, adorned with the same unpretentious smile. Chen Yu promptly reciprocated, displaying an equally warm grin. Mr. Lei, your late-night visit is truly an honor. I apologize for the wait and any inadequacies in my hospitality. Mr. Chen, you are indeed a remarkable individual. From your live broadcasts, I sensed you were a person of exceptional caliber, and meeting you in person has only confirmed my suspicions. Given your youth, may I address you as Chen Xiaoyu? Of course, Mr. Lei, you have always been my idol. Their hands clasped firmly together, and Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement within him, for this was indeed a person he had long admired. After their handshake, Lei Bing turned to Su Ro. Hello, Miss Su. I did not expect the general manager of Huanyu Technology to be such a stunning beauty. Mr. Chen truly has an eye for talent. Su Ro blushed at Lei Bing's compliment and playfully replied, Thank you, Mr. Lei. I owe this opportunity to Mr. Chen. Uncle Lei, do you still remember me? Xia Yueshu called out to Lei Bing with a smile. Lei Bing regarded Xia Yueshu for a moment. Then suddenly his face illuminated with surprise. Is this not the eldest daughter of the Lao Xia family? It has been years. You have grown so much and become exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, Uncle Lei, my father and grandfather often advised me to learn from you. Not at all. I too have much to learn. Today, I am here to gain insights from Mr. Chen. Lei Bing, a paragon among the elite entrepreneurs of Yinxia, spoke with commendable eloquence. He came to discuss cooperation with Chen Yu. Yet now he claims to be here for learning, which makes those on Chen Yu's side feel quite at ease. Mr. Lei, let us sit down and have a thorough exchange. Chen Yu invited everyone to take a seat in the reception room. Once everyone was seated, Chen Yu got straight to the point. Mr. Lei, you must be here to discuss collaboration, correct? Indeed, young Chen, you are perceptive, Lei Bing replied without reservation. I am here today to order heavy hydrogen-ion batteries from you, primarily for use in the mobile phones, tablets, and automobiles under my company. Chapter 29, Landscape. Chen Yu had long anticipated Lei Bing's purpose for visiting Momi Technology. Mr. Lei, I can supply the batteries for your mobile devices, but as for automotive power batteries, As you may have heard today, I plan to independently venture into this industry. Therefore, Lei Bing sighed and said, Young Chen, you know I have aged significantly while striving to build Nwomi cars. Now that things are beginning to take shape, I didn't expect the landscape of the new energy market to shift so dramatically. I understand that if you monopolize the power batteries for the automotive industry, other manufacturers will find it exceedingly difficult to survive. However, the market is vast, both nationwide and worldwide. I believe there is still room for collaboration before Chen Yu Cars monopolizes the market, wouldn't you agree? Chen Yu could not help but admire Lei Bing. Truly one of the nation's top entrepreneurs, with such profound thinking and vision. He realized that monopolizing the automotive market would be nearly impossible to achieve in the short term. Currently, Chen Yu's production capacity is inadequate. Each year, the automotive industry in the scorching summer exceeds 30 million units in production and sales. With Chen Yu's current factory, even under optimal conditions, it can only manage to produce a mere 1/10 of that figure. To address the capacity issue, establishing a new factory would be necessary, however. Chen Yu has envisioned a swifter solution. This epiphany was sparked by Lei Bing's earlier insights. Presently, the Nwomi Motors Super Factory in the capital boasts state-of-the-art equipment. Why not capitalize on that? Upon realization, a smile graced Chen Yu's face. Mr. Lei, you truly are a venerable figure in the business realm. I hold you in high regard. Haha, Chen, with your youth and such remarkable achievements, you will undoubtedly surpass us old-timers in the future. Following this exchange, Chen Yu engaged in discussions regarding collaboration with Lei Bing. Lei Bing, resolute in his approach, proposed a merger between Nwomi Motors and Chen Yu Motors, culminating in the formation of a new joint brand, Chen Yu Nwomi Motors. In this new venture, Nwomi Motors would hold a 51% stake, while Chen Yu Motors would possess 49%. Both parties will share nationwide sales channels and resources from 4S dealerships. Nwomi Motors shall provide the production line and all raw materials, except for the power batteries and driving assistance systems. In contrast, Chen Yu Motors will supply the power batteries and the formidable driving assistance systems. With Nwomi Motors relieved of the most costly component, the power battery, and given that Chen Yu Motors can maintain low costs for the battery, it equates to Chen Yu only needing to provide the batteries and driving systems while retaining a 49% stake in the new joint venture. This arrangement is akin to effortless profit. With the alleviation of cost pressures from batteries, Lei Bing perceived a lucrative opportunity, believing that the new Chen Yu Nwomi automobile would achieve even greater sales. Thus, both parties reached a mutually satisfactory agreement for collaboration. Early the next morning, Nwomi Technology's official website announced a significant development on its homepage. Nwomi Automobile and Chen Yu Automobile had established a strategic partnership, resulting in the creation of a new joint brand, Chen Yu Nwomi Automobile. The company's most popular model, the Nwomi SU7, was rebranded as the Chen Yu Nwomi SU7, now equipped with Chen Yu Technology's innovative heavy hydrogen-ion battery. The new SU7 comes in 3 versions: the Youth Edition, with a range of 500 kilometers priced at 215,900 yuan, the SmartLink Pro Edition, offering a range of 2,000 kilometers at 245,900 yuan, and the SmartLink Top Edition, boasting a range of 3,000 kilometers priced at 299,900 yuan. All models feature the Chen Yu Technology D-Long assisted driving system. Upon the release of this news, major media outlets across the nation reported extensively. True to its reputation as a high-traffic enterprise, the announcement swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics. This surge in visibility directly propelled the orders for both Chen Yu and Nwomi automobiles to unprecedented heights. Observing the dramatic increase in orders, which had multiplied several times compared to his previous solitary efforts, Lei Bing realized that his gamble had indeed paid off. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of BYD Automobile in Shenzhen, Wang Chuanjun was preparing to visit Chen Yu of Chen Yu Technology. However, his secretary urgently notified him of a breaking news story in the morning. As Wang Chuanjun glanced at his phone, reading about the collaboration between Nwomi Automobile and Chen Yu Automobile, his anxiety surged instantly. He promptly instructed his secretary to book a flight, determined to reach Jiangxing as swiftly as possible. At Jiangxing International Airport, a flight that had just arrived from America gently descended. A few Americans disembarked, here to discuss collaboration with Chen Yu. Accompanied by Chen Yu, they toured the factory located in the suburbs. Upon witnessing the nearly automated production process within, Lei Bing was left in awe. Chen Yu's factory surpassed even his own super factory in the capital in terms of advancement. This was to be expected, as Chen Yu's production line was entirely operated by artificial intelligence robotic arms. Each robotic arm functioned as a robot, albeit lacking human resemblance. With several billion in cash at his disposal, Chen Yu promptly instructed Su Ro to contact major raw material suppliers nationwide. He only needed to master the core battery system and the intelligent driving system. While Chen Yu was showing Lei Bing around the factory, he received a notification from Su Ro stating that Wang Chuanjun from BYD, along with the heads of mainstream domestic new energy vehicle companies, had arrived at the headquarters of Chen Yu Technology. Upon arriving, Wang Chuanjun believed he was the second person, after Lei Bing, to seek collaboration with Chen Yu. To his surprise, he encountered many familiar faces, including Wei Jianbing from Citywall Motors and Lu Xiang from Dream Motors. He even spotted the general manager of the German Volkswagen and the regional manager for Toyota from Sakura Country among the leaders of various automotive enterprises. Wang Chuanjun could not help but admire Lei Bing in his heart. He pondered why others could successfully manufacture vehicles. Lei Bing was evidently more industrious, having already secured a partnership with Chen Yu Technology a day earlier. At the suburban factory, upon receiving the news, Chen Yu sighed, "Lei, it appears that your peers have all come seeking collaboration with me." On Lei Bing's face, the signature warm smile remained. "Xiao Chen, how do you plan to collaborate with them?" Chen Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that since he had chosen to partner with Nwomi Automobile, he had no intention of collaborating with other car manufacturers. Let them fend for themselves. Lei Zong, since we are in partnership, they need not be involved. Lei Bing chuckled, sharing his perspective. "Xiao Chen, we are currently in a strategic alliance, mutually empowering each other. However, given the present state of the domestic economy, the automotive manufacturing sector holds considerable weight. We must not disrupt the market. Even though we will undoubtedly dominate this industry in the future, now is not the opportune moment." Chen Yu regarded Lei Zong with a discerning gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly grasped Lei Bing's intent. Truly, he was an entrepreneur, not merely a businessman. Entrepreneurs must consider not only profit, but also the broader societal implications. Haha, Lei Zong, I understand now. You are indeed a true entrepreneur. Let us proceed to the headquarters of Chen Yu. No need, Xiao Chen. You are a genius. You will manage it well. All right. Wang Chuanjun and other automotive magnates, although aware of Chen Yu's youth, were nonetheless astonished by his actual age upon meeting him. In the expansive reception hall, Chen Yu and Su Ro welcomed the visiting car industry representatives. "Chairman Chen, I am Wang Chuanjun, the founder of BIA Automobile." The urgency with which they approached him for a handshake left Chen Yu feeling somewhat unreal. Hastily, he extended his hand to shake with Wang Chuanjun. "Ah, hello, Mr. Wang. I often see you on television." "Haha, Mr. Chen, you are being overly modest. Today, we all share a singular purpose, to explore potential collaboration with your esteemed company." Wang replied, "Initially, I intended to partner exclusively with one automobile manufacturer, which is why I chose Nwomi Motors. However, Mr. Lei imparted a valuable lesson. It is far more enjoyable to share joy than to revel alone." Chen Yu's words elicited a spark of interest among the prominent figures from various automotive companies present. "So, Mr. Chen, how do you envision our collaboration?" Wang Chuanjun inquired. "My proposal for collaboration is straightforward. I will provide you with power batteries." Wang furrowed his brow, while the other automotive leaders appeared intrigued. Wang's concern stemmed from the fact that his company, BIA Automotive, was the second largest battery supplier in the nation, with the first being the thriving Tianda Times. Moreover, they had not even sent representatives, indicating their skepticism towards such batteries and their current hesitance. If Chen Yu Technology were to supply batteries to other companies, his firm would face a significant loss of profit. Would he then have to purchase batteries from Chen Yu Technology? "Mr. Chen, I hope to collaborate with you specifically on battery technology. What do you think?" Wang Chuanjun proposed, envisioning the potential of his numerous battery production facilities across the nation. He wondered how Chen Yu Technology could possibly meet the demands of so many automotive companies on its own. A partnership with Chen Yu Technology, coupled with a shared technological exchange, could prove mutually beneficial. BYD, an absolute leader in the realms of battery and new energy vehicles, found itself at a crossroads as Chen Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing Wang Chuanjun's proposal for collaboration. "Indeed, you possess vast production lines that I lack," Chen remarked. "But at present, I have no intention of partnering with other manufacturers for the production of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. Moreover, Your battery production lines are insufficient to meet our manufacturing demands. Wang Chuanjun, momentarily at a loss for words, understood that abandoning the collaboration with Chen Yu technology would result in significant losses for BYD, as other manufacturers would merely be switching battery suppliers. Chairman Chen, he persisted. Please convey your production line requirements, and we shall unconditionally establish 50 production lines for you, provided you agree to jointly produce the heavy hydrogen-ion batteries with us. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Wang Chuanjun was making an extraordinary commitment. He noted that BYD's superfactory in Shenzhen consisted of only 16 production lines. And now the proposal to establish 50 for Chen Yu technology was indeed a monumental undertaking. The investment required for these 50 production lines would exceed 20 billion yuan. Reflecting on the current state of his heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, Chen realized that, apart from the first and second-tier high-compression heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, they could only be manufactured on the Moon's first spacecraft production line, with BYD offering to assist in constructing the production lines at no cost. Chen saw no reason to decline the proposal. Furthermore, he was keenly aware that his battery technology could not simply be replicated through production lines alone. He had embedded anti-reverse engineering bugs within the crucial internal management system and encapsulating materials of his batteries. Even though BYD is assisting in the construction of the production line, they remain unable to master the core technology. Ultimately, it is Chen Yu who holds the final say. Very well, Mr. Wang is indeed magnanimous. Thus, it is settled. Consequently, Chen Yu and Wang Chuanjun reached the following agreement. BYD will acquire land in Jiangxing to establish a new battery factory. This new facility will be a joint venture between Chen Yu Technology and BYD, with BYD investing capital for a 30% stake, while Chen Yu Technology will contribute the technology for a 70% stake. Upon the completion of the factory, 10 of the battery production will be utilized in BYD's own vehicles, while the remaining 90 will be sold to other automobile manufacturers present. Although there were grievances among the other manufacturers, this outcome was the most favorable. Otherwise, they would receive nothing, rendering their efforts futile. Following this day, Chen Yu's Chen Yu Technology will essentially become a leading entity within the domestic automotive industry, possessing a transcendent status. Meanwhile, Nuomi Auto and BYD will be riding the coattails of Chen Yu Technology, having incurred significant costs. However, in the long run, they stand to reap substantial profits. On the street outside, a Ford vehicle was parked. Upon noticing Chen Yu's arrival, several foreigners disembarked from the car. Approaching Chen Yu's doorstep, the leading Caucasian, a tall individual, extended his hand and, with halting Mandarin, stated, "Mr. Chen, I am Henders, a representative of the American military. Your company is rather crowded, and we would like to have a conversation with you." Chen Yu furrowed his brow. The American military? These individuals are quite prompt. The Yinxiao military has yet to reach out to him, yet the Americans have arrived first. Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? Mr. Chen, are you not inviting us to your home for a visit? Do we have to converse here at the doorstep? I apologize, but my home is not convenient at the moment. A few Americans displayed expressions of displeasure, yet remained silent. Mr. Chen, we hope to purchase one of your flying cars. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows, realizing their interest was indeed in the flying car, or more precisely, in the anti-gravity engine within it. I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson, but the flying car showcased at my press conference is not yet in mass production. It was merely for demonstration purposes and thus is not for sale. Henderson squinted, realizing their mission was centered around that very item. What would they do now that Chen Yu refused to sell? Mr. Chen, we are open to negotiation regarding the price. Chen Yu shrugged and retorted, Mr. Henderson, do you truly believe I am in need of money at this moment? Just this morning, a group of magnates sought me out to sign contracts. I currently possess cash amounting to billions. Now tell me, how much are you willing to offer for my flying car? Henderson was at a loss for words. It was evident that the other party was not financially constrained. How then could he acquire the flying car? Mr. Chen, the situation is beyond my immediate control. Once I report to my superiors, we shall return. Chen Yu watched the departing Ford vehicle, noting the Americans' enthusiasm. However, he had no intention of entrusting the flying car to these Americans, as they would not comprehend the technology involved. In terms of raw materials, deuterium was currently in high demand. Chen Yu dialed Zhou Zhihua at the Jiangcheng rare gas manufacturing plant. Upon the connection of the call, a hearty laughter from Zhou Zhihua immediately resonated. Ha, brother Chen, you truly are a remarkable figure. Chapter 31. The solar catastrophe. Zhou Zhihua was the first to exuberantly speak over the phone. Ha, brother Chen. You truly are a remarkable figure. Hee, Brother Zhou, you flatter me. I watched the live broadcast of your company's press conference. You are now the star enterprise in the scorching summer of the tech industry. Therefore, Brother Zhou, I hope you can assist me. Absolutely, my brother. I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to invest in your company. What are your plans, Brother Zhou? I have already contacted several rare gas factories in the country. They will sign exclusive supply contracts with you, including my own factory. How much deuterium can you provide annually? Conservatively, we can supply approximately 100 million to 150 million cubic meters. If your order volume remains stable, collectively, we can provide up to 200 million cubic meters. Chen Yu calculated that even at the lowest estimate of 100 million cubic meters, it would suffice to produce 10 million heavy hydrogen-ion batteries for vehicles. Although this figure falls short of the annual sales data of 30 million vehicles in the country, it would certainly be adequate for the initial phase. Furthermore, Chen Yu's battery factory does not solely produce batteries for automobiles. It will also cater to other mobile devices. Thus, he could fully accommodate the deuterium supply from these factories. All right, Brother Zhou, I will take all the goods from your companies, but what about the price? Haha, since Brother Chun has inquired, and given our exclusive supply agreement, we will certainly offer you a favorable price. After conferring with several factory owners, we can provide you with a rate of 4,000 yuan per cubic meter. What do you think? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Previously, he had purchased at 500 yuan per cubic meter, so a reduction of 500 yuan represents a substantial concession. Excellent, Brother Zhou. Let us finalize this arrangement. Tomorrow, bring the other factory owners of deuterium gas to Chen Yu Technology to meet with General Su and sign the contract. Perfect. Following the conclusion of his conversation with Zhou Zhihua, Chen Yu felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Now, all the raw materials were essentially in place, and with ample liquid capital at his disposal, he could swiftly commence production. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel suite in Jiangqing, several Americans gathered around a laptop. On the screen was a high-ranking American military officer, indicating that they were engaged in a video conference with their superiors. Minister Schneider, we met with Chen Yu tonight and presented our demands, but he did not acquiesce. And he is not short on funds. What course of action should we pursue? Far across the ocean, at the Pentagon, U.S. Secretary of Defense Schneider furrowed his brow. He understood the critical importance of technology capable of enabling cars to fly. It held profound implications for future military operations. They must devise every possible strategy to obtain this technology, for if it fell into the hands of the Yinxia military, America's aerial supremacy worldwide would face severe jeopardy. The expressions of the American representatives in the hotel were resolute. Certainly, Minister. Chen Yu remains unaware that he has caught the attention of spies from the United States. In the imperial capital of Yinxia, within the confines of a modest two-story building, Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang are present. At the head of the table sits an elderly gentleman who, after setting aside his glasses, places the documents he was perusing onto the table and speaks slowly. I have reviewed this material. If the technology of Chen Yu Technology is indeed as described herein, it would significantly benefit both our Yinxia technology sector and the military, and we could offer substantial support. Zhou Zheng interjects, Leader, we have approached Chen Yu, urging him to share his technology with our military, but he has declined. What strategy should we adopt to assist him? The potential of his technology is exceedingly bright. If we hastily demand he disclose it, who would be inclined to comply? The crux of the matter is not whether we can obtain the technology, but rather that Chen Yu is a citizen of Yinxia, and his company is based here. As long as he refrains from leaking his technology abroad, Chen Yu's enterprise will become our asset. Leader, your vision is indeed profound. Zhou Zheng adds, enough with the flattery. I shall assign someone anew to negotiate with him. You may take your leave. Understood, Leader. Once Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang exit, a new group enters the two-story building. These individuals exhibit a palpable tension, with some appearing utterly exhausted. The newcomers are the foremost scientists from the Yinxiao Academy of Sciences, led by Li Tianrui, the chief astronomer of the Huaca Institute. Commander, Li Tianrui from the Astronomical Research Institute of Huaca has reportedly made a significant discovery, hence his late-night visit here. The secretary reports to the commander. The chief was taken aback. When did the Astronomical Research Institute encounter an urgent matter? Chief, I am Li Tianrui, the director of the Astronomical Research Institute at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. After 3 years of extensive research, we have discovered that our sun is entering an active phase. The chief narrowed his eyes, exuding authority without anger. Please elaborate on your findings. The scientists from the Astronomical Research Institute exchanged glances, and then Li Tianrui began to recount their research results. Chief, based on our observations, solar activity is expected to become increasingly frequent. About an hour passed in the small two-story building, where the atmosphere grew tense. Li Tianrui had just presented their findings in full. It turned out that the sun had suddenly become agitated in recent years, exhibiting frequent solar flares and increasingly potent solar winds, which have significantly impacted Earth's biosphere. The number of species facing extinction has been gradually rising in recent years. Currently, the exact issue with the sun remains unknown. It is uncertain whether this is merely a temporary surge in activity or a trend that will escalate over time. If the sun continues in this manner, with persistent flare-ups, the potential for an increase in released energy remains unclear. Should the sun maintain this level of activity, the cosmic rays surpassing biological tolerance could pose an unprecedented crisis to humanity, even leading to extinction. After a prolonged silence, the chief finally spoke. Who else is aware of these research findings? Li Tianrui spoke solemnly. Currently, only a few of the top experts from our Astronomical Research Institute, along with several personnel from subordinate departments assisting in the analysis, are involved in this matter. However, if we can detect anomalies from the sun, it stands to reason that foreign technological institutions should also be capable of doing so. This matter must remain confidential. We shall classify this incident as top secret. You are to continue with the research discreetly and strive to produce a definitive report as soon as possible. Understood, Commander. In the dead of night, Chen Yu found himself at leisure, having transformed into a billionaire over the past few days. He contemplated a journey to the moon, intending to pilot spacecraft No. 1 to explore other celestial bodies within the solar system. With a small clip in hand, Chen Yu boarded the landing craft destined for the moon, which seamlessly ascended into spacecraft number 1. Upon entering the control room, Chen Yu was greeted by the intelligent brain robot suspended from above. Intelligent brain, activate the power engine of spacecraft number 1. Let us venture to explore the other planets of the solar system. Certainly, Captain. Initiating the spacecraft's power engine. Spacecraft No. 1 ascended slowly from a crater on the far side of the moon, setting its course for the nearest planet, Venus. Intelligent brain. It is said that Venus is a rather formidable planet with an exceptionally harsh environment. Could you elaborate on some of its characteristics? Chapter 32. How to Save Humanity. The intelligent brain commenced broadcasting information regarding Venus. Venus is the planet closest to Earth, comparable in size and density. Its average surface temperature reaches 465 degrees Celsius, enveloped by a dense atmosphere. Tell me, intelligent brain, has there ever been life on Venus? I read that it once dwelled in the habitable zone for millions of years, much like Earth. As we arrived on Venus and set foot on its surface, we began to collect soil samples for analysis, which would reveal whether it had ever harbored life. So, how long will our journey to Venus take? Venus is quite close. Approximately 5 hours, came the reply. Reclining in a seat that could morph into any shape, Chen Yu felt the gentle pressure of a small clamp providing a shoulder massage. 5 hours later, the spacecraft number 1 reached the orbit of Venus. Chen Yu gazed upon a colossal, rusty brown planet, akin to a giant orb of decay. Observing it up close evoked a profound sense of rot, desolation, and solitude. Fortunately, Chen Yu did not suffer from either a fear of vastness or a fear of loneliness. His mental state remained relatively sound. Otherwise, amidst the boundless void of space, encountering such a despairing planet could lead to psychological collapse. The planet emitted an eerie aura of decay, and prolonged exposure could indeed be detrimental to one's psyche. Chen Yu was deeply moved as he beheld this celestial body. Intelligent core, what is the surface temperature of this planet? Is our spacecraft capable of landing? Captain, you underestimate our technological prowess. Such temperatures are trivial. Very well. Let us proceed to land on Venus. The spacecraft number 1 gradually descended, lowering its orbit towards the surface of Venus. As it entered the dense atmosphere, visibility diminished, leaving Chen Yu unable to see anything. However, after a brief period, the spacecraft began to decelerate. Once again, the view through the glass restored clarity, revealing the desolate terrain of Venus. It was a vast expanse of decaying Earth, enveloped in a haze reminiscent of rust. We are currently conducting a precise analysis of Venus's atmospheric composition. The concentration of carbon dioxide exceeds 95, and the greenhouse effect on the planet is severe. With temperatures soaring beyond 500 degrees, rendering it nearly impossible for carbon-based life forms to survive. The examination for the presence of silicon-based, boron-based, and sulfur-based life forms has concluded, revealing none. Chen Yu was taken aback. Intelligent brain. Could it be that there truly exists silicon-based or boron-based life forms in the universe? Indeed, the universe is vast beyond your imagination, harboring not only these familiar life forms, but also consciousness-based entities that may defy your understanding. Chen Yu was astonished. It truly broadened his horizons. He secretly resolved that if given the opportunity, he must venture into the boundless depths of the cosmos. With a resounding thud, spacecraft No. 1 landed on the surface of Venus, stirring up a great cloud of golden dust. Captain, would you like to step out of the spacecraft and personally set foot on the surface of Venus? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. What? Is that possible for me? The surface temperature is over 400 degrees. If I step out, I would surely be scorched. I have crafted a suitable spacesuit for you, designed to withstand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Once donned, you will be able to navigate the surface of Venus with ease. Why wait any longer? I shall be the first Earthling to set foot on Venus. Chen Yu eagerly donned the advanced spacesuit prepared by the intelligent brain. The suit was remarkably lightweight and surprisingly well-fitted, far more advanced than the cumbersome suits worn by Earthlings. After putting on the specially designed helmet, Chen Yu felt an invigorating sense of ease. Alien technology truly was exceptional. He approached the airlock, and as the door slowly opened, he stepped out with determination. The moment his foot touched the surface of Venus, Chen Yu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This was a small step for him, yet a monumental leap for humanity. He, Chen Yu, had become the first Earthling to set foot on Venus. Intelligent brain, quickly capture this moment. Captain, every move you make is being recorded. Haha. I shall be the pioneer not only on Venus but also on Mercury and Mars. Indeed, I aspire to explore all 8 planets of the solar system. Haha. Chen Yu was so exhilarated that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Captain, you may collect some soil from Venus and place it on the detection device on your arm. I can analyze this planet for signs of past life. Okay. Chen Yu gleefully hopped on the surface of Venus until he found a patch of soil that appeared normal in color. He scooped up a small sample with a trowel and placed it on the detection apparatus on his arm. Commencing composition analysis and searching for signs of life analysis complete. Signs of past life activity have been detected in the soil. The life forms were carbon-based, akin to those on Earth. Isotope analysis indicates that these signs of life emerged approximately 2 billion years ago. Chen Yu was astonished. It turned out that Venus had once nurtured life. In fact, it existed 3 billion years ago, aligning closely with Earth's research findings. Scientists had predicted that Venus possessed liquid water around 3 billion years ago. Indeed, water is the essence of life. Unfortunately, Venus gradually drifted out of the habitable zone, leading to the extinction of life. One wonders if, in its prime, Venus boasted a flourishing technological civilization akin to Earth. Captain, I propose that we place one of our probes on Venus to explore the planet's mineral resources. Perhaps we could discover elements necessary for repairing the spaceship's warp engine. Excellent. Chen Yu firmly planted the flag of the Yanxia nation into the ground. Indeed, henceforth, Venus shall be an inseparable territory of our Yanxia. He murmured with satisfaction after securing the flag. Chen Yu then boarded spaceship number 1, preparing for the return journey. Captain, I have something to report that may concern the safety of all humanity on Earth. Chen Yu was taken aback. What is it, intelligent brain? You sound rather mysterious. While I was analyzing the atmospheric shielding of Venus against cosmic rays, I unexpectedly detected solar flare activity. Chen Yu, of course, was familiar with solar flares. They were a common solar phenomenon. What of it? In light of this, I accessed astronomical data from various countries on Earth. The recent solar flare was the most powerful one recorded by humanity to date, and based on comparative data from recent years, solar activity is rapidly intensifying. Chen Yu, no longer a novice, had expanded his knowledge of astronomy significantly with the help of the intelligent brain. Upon hearing that solar activity was becoming more tumultuous, he sensed a looming crisis. Intelligent brain, please share your assessment. Captain, based on this data, if solar unrest continues within the next 30 years, Earth's biosphere could face a 90% extinction rate, including large species such as humanity. Chen Yu's expression turned grave. He has just acquired the alien spacecraft, and now he learns that Earth's biosphere is on the brink of extinction. Although Chen Yu is confident that he can use ship number 1 to migrate to any planet, Earth is his homeland. How could he bear to witness the demise of humanity? Intelligent brain. Is there any way to save humankind? Chapter 33. Advanced Civilizations as a Terrestrial Being. Chen Yu cannot simply stand by and watch humanity perish. His greatest asset at the moment is this alien spacecraft and the knowledge contained within its technological library. Captain, if you wish to save humanity, you could lead people to migrate to Mars, which orbits further back, thereby temporarily alleviating the fate of extinction, potentially extending it for about 300 years. Chen Yu frowned. Even if migration to Mars were possible, it would be impossible to evacuate the entirety of humanity. Intelligent brain. Is there another solution? In science fiction, there's something called a Dyson sphere, which can envelop the sun and absorb its energy. This would not only provide a source of power, but also mitigate solar radiation. I truly admire the imagination of humanity, the intelligent brain replied, but while such technology does exist, constructing a Dyson sphere to envelop the sun requires an immense quantity of materials, approximately equivalent to the mass of Jupiter. Only a civilization of level 3 or higher could achieve such a feat, which is virtually impossible for Earthlings. Chen Yu felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Then what level of civilization is Earth currently classified as? According to the Universal Classification System, Earth currently exists at a civilization level of 0. 6. Possessing only a rudimentary understanding of fossil energy extraction and utilization, while having a basic capability in nuclear fusion technology, enabling it to conduct exploration among the planets within approximate range of its solar system. I inquired about the civilization level of the home planet that constructed our spacecraft. Ship number 1. My home planet is a paragon of cosmic civilization, having attained level 7. Standing merely a hair's breadth away from the realms of level 8 or 9 civilizations, which are said to wield mastery over causality. However, I remain uncertain about the true nature of those beings from level 8 or 9 civilizations, rumored to possess godlike attributes, capable of forging multiverses and influencing the cosmos from any point along the continuum of time. Thus, it can be posited that a level 7 civilization is already a supreme existence, while those beyond it can almost be described as divine, raising questions about their very existence. One could assert this, yet I must inform you that those so-called gods of civilizations at levels 8 or 9 likely do exist, albeit beyond our capacity for observation, perhaps. At this very moment, they are gazing upon us with open eyes. Chen Yu suddenly cast his gaze toward the overcast skies of Venus, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Do such godlike civilizations truly exist? Could it be that his own planet, or even the entirety of the universe, is merely a single cell within the body of those divine beings? Reluctant to dwell further on such thoughts, Chen Yu realized that to save humanity, he must devise a new strategy. The mere contemplation of opposing the sun left him utterly exhausted. Time is of the essence for humanity, although 30 years may appear substantial. In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, it is but a mere grain of sand. The urgency of our situation is palpable. Within Chen Yu resides an Ami repair robot, granting him a remarkable state of suspended aging. His aging cells, upon perishing, are swiftly replaced by new ones. Should he endure for another 30 years, he would find himself utterly alone, a fate more unbearable than death itself. Intelligent core, I am determined to save all of humanity. What must I do? Captain, I have a suggestion. Speak. Do you not recall? If we restore the warp drive of ship number 1 and locate the crew from my home planet, their expertise could undoubtedly aid you in rescuing your kin. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. The task of repairing the warp drive loomed dauntingly before him. He had reviewed the materials required, and it was evident that Earth harbored none of them. Even should he procure these elements and materials, a formidable energy source would be necessary for their synthesis. The machinery capable of propelling the vast ship into curvature space for faster-than-light travel is not a trivial undertaking. Very well, intelligent core, I understand. This cannot be rushed. We presently lack the means. Ship number 1 returned to the lunar Farside's crater, and Chen Yu subsequently boarded the landing craft back to Earth. Upon arriving home, dawn had already broken. Chen Yu, having undergone physical enhancement, felt invigorated and alert, even after a sleepless night. Meanwhile, aboard a private aircraft flying from America to the eastern summer, several high-ranking American military spies were silently en route to their destination. In the sweltering heat of summer, various individuals bearing Chinese features clandestinely received messages from the United States last night. These individuals are spies concealed within the realm of summer, having been covertly planted by the United States many years ago. By day, they may appear as university professors, employees of corporations, or even drivers of ride-hailing services. Yet, unbeknownst to the public, they serve as instruments for the United States to procure intelligence from Summer. Although they bear the visage of Summer's inhabitants, their hearts have long since shifted allegiance. The information these domestic spies acquire is aimed at assisting senior operatives from the United States in their endeavors within Summer. Their singular objective is to pilfer the prototype of the flying car developed by Chen Yu Technology, along with its associated technologies. Having learned of the impending solar flares, Chen Yu now prepares for the worst. Within the extraterrestrial technology repository of spacecraft number 1, he meticulously examined all accessible technologies. Among his discoveries was a design blueprint for a colonial base, which filled him with elation upon careful study. Establishing such a base on Earth could provide a defense against the formidable cosmic rays generated by solar flares. Although the construction cost would be exorbitant and it would be impossible to save all of humanity, Chen Yu has nonetheless formulated a goal: to rescue as many citizens of Huagua as possible, disregarding any moral reproach for not saving foreigners. For he believes that those not of his kin may harbor different intentions, and he does not possess such lofty ideals. Fortunately, time is on Chen Yu's side, allowing him ample opportunity to achieve his ambitions. Contemplating the establishment of a vast sanctuary on Earth, he recognizes that he must first attain unparalleled power and financial resources. Thus, Chen Yu's initial step is to conquer the Earth itself. One must first possess dominion over Earth's resources before one can effortlessly establish a base. Otherwise, with so many nations in the world, several of which are quite formidable, the expenditure of such vast resources for this endeavor would undoubtedly encounter opposition from those countries. Therefore, it is prudent to become the sovereign first. Chen Yu firmly believes that with his spacecraft number 1 and the advanced technology of this era, accomplishing these goals is merely a matter of time. As dusk fell, an aircraft carrying esteemed American spies landed at Jiangxing International Airport. 3 seemingly ordinary Americans emerged from the terminal. Their identities were that of tourists, holding visas allowing them to stay in the sweltering summer for 7 days. A ride-hailing vehicle pulled up before them, its driver possessing the features of a local, who was, in fact, a long-embedded American spy in Huagua. He subtly nodded and signaled to the trio. Understanding the unspoken cue, they discreetly entered the car, heading towards a hotel. Chapter 34. Infiltration of spies. At this moment, Chen Yu was at home, fervently typing away at his computer. He had discovered a batch of products within his technological repository that could potentially upend the world. Additionally, there was another collection of extraterrestrial weaponry. The purpose of manufacturing these technological products was to amass greater wealth, which would subsequently be channeled into weapon creation. Armed with such weaponry, global domination would become effortless, allowing him to dictate the terms of his aspirations, including the construction of bases. Chen Yu diligently documented the production plans for the technological products he intended to create. His current factory was utterly inadequate to meet the demands of manufacturing these products and weapons, indicating that an expansion of the facility was imperative. He dialed Su Ro's number, and the call connected. "Why did you call me tonight, boss?" The soft and slightly trembling voice of Su Ro reached Chen Yu, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. After clearing his throat, Chen Yu replied, "Xiao Ro, regarding the land behind our factory, encompassing the entirety of Chifu Village. Please consult the Jiangxing Land Bureau tomorrow to discuss the sale." Su Ro, taken aback by Chen Yu's statement, responded with surprise, "Chen Yu, what are you saying? You intend to acquire the entire land of Chifu Village?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Well, why would you want to purchase so much land? Our current factory capacity is sufficient. Are you planning to expand the factory?" "Not exactly. I aim to establish a super-large industrial park where we will manufacture a greater array of products." Chen Yu withheld the truth that he also envisioned constructing extraterrestrial weaponry that transcends this era. An industrial park? Does it truly require such extensive space? You must understand that Chifu Village measures a staggering 5 kilometers in length and width, totaling nearly 25 square kilometers. You could build an entire city with that. Don't concern yourself with the details just yet. Focus on negotiating with the authorities. I need to know the cost of acquiring such a substantial piece of land. Su Ro thought Chen Yu had lost his mind, yet she resolved to fulfill his request diligently. Based on the current land prices near Chifu Village, the cost is approximately 6,000 yuan per mu. With 25 square kilometers equivalent to around 38,000 mu, the total would exceed 200 million yuan. However, most of this land comprises the villagers' farmland, which differs significantly from the price of barren land. Purchasing land from the villagers equates to land requisition, and the price would rise considerably. Typically, compensation per mu could vary from tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan. There is a pressing need to construct new housing for the villagers or to provide a one-time subsidy for purchasing homes. Otherwise, the villagers will be reluctant to relocate, rendering the efforts futile. When considering the acquisition of all the land in Kifikun, the costs appear exorbitant. However, Chen Yu, now in a position of financial strength, has recently secured hundreds of billions in car deposits for Huanyu technology. He is confident that he can acquire all the land in Kifikun. The next step hinges on Su Ro's negotiations with the official land bureau. As Chen Yu was at home, devising plans for the industrial park's construction, two black Ford vehicles came to a gradual halt on a road adjacent to Kifikun in the outskirts. Several individuals clad in dark clothing emerged from the vehicles, spies from America. Among them were three senior operatives who had come to assess the feasibility of infiltrating Chen Yu's factory to steal valuable information. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the vicinity of the factory and caught sight of the distant, illuminated silver structure. The factory, aglow with the interplay of artificial lights and moonlight, emanated a futuristic, sci-fi aura. Despite its remote location, which exuded an air of desolation, the presence of such a cutting-edge factory left the Americans in awe. At that moment, the factory was bustling with activity, producing the D-Long No. 1 electric vehicle. Raw materials and shaped components were delivered to the rear of the factory before entering the production line. Inside, no workers were present. The operations were conducted seamlessly by machines, executing the manufacturing process with remarkable efficiency. At the front of the workshop, 5 exits stand prominently. A newly manufactured dialing No. 1 autonomously emerges from within and comes to a halt on the expansive open space in front of the factory. Meanwhile, a line of large trailers patiently awaits alongside. In just a few minutes, a trailer can be fully loaded, after which the driver will transport the dialing No. 1 electric vehicle to various 4S stores. Currently, the 4S stores of Huanyu Automobile are still under construction. Thus, these vehicles will be delivered to the flagship stores of Huanyu Nuomi Automobile across the nation. Once the extensive network of 4S stores is established throughout the country, Huanyu Automobile will possess its own retail outlets. A few spies are observed nearby, contemplating their entry into the factory. Their only options are through the front or the back. The rear serves as the raw materials entrance, while the front is designated for finished products. After some deliberation, it is decided to dispatch 2 spies with features reminiscent of the summer season, who will disguise themselves as the drivers of the large trailers. They will blend in with the crowd and enter the factory through the main gate, aiming to photograph critical equipment and infiltrate the operational computers to duplicate technological documents. Most importantly, they seek the flying car. Upon its discovery, every effort will be made to acquire it. The plan is set in motion as the 2 spies, bearing the countenance of summer, stealthily integrate themselves among the trailer drivers. Remarkably, they successfully gain entry through the main gate. They communicate in real time with the outside spies via earpieces. No. 1. We have successfully infiltrated the factory. Please advise. The outside commander, a Caucasian spy identified as No. 1, oversees this operation, holding the highest rank among the spies involved. Upon receiving their directives, the operatives infiltrated the manufacturing plant, tasked with documenting the machinery and seeking out the aerial vehicle, while the other was to locate and infiltrate the central control room to extract critical data. Entering the premises, they were immediately struck by the utter lack of human presence. The production line was instead orchestrated by a cadre of robotic arms, each deftly assembling components with remarkable precision. Though seasoned in espionage, neither had witnessed such an advanced degree of automation. Recovering from their astonishment, they proceeded with their mission. One agent meticulously photographed every aspect of the facility with a high-definition camera, leaving no corner unexamined. The other scoured the plant for the central control room, yet to no avail. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu's production line was governed by an AI-driven program, each robotic arm possessing its own sophisticated control system, obviating the need for a centralized hub. After an extended search, the pair reconvened, their efforts to locate the flying car proving equally fruitless. Ultimately, they began to make their way toward the exit. As they approached the front of the factory, they were taken aback by the sight that awaited them. Chapter 35. Military collaboration. Having scoured the factory without success, the spies were about to depart when they noticed a vehicle tucked away in the corner of the front yard. It was indeed the flying car showcased at the press conference. now resting inconspicuously in a corner, devoid of any special cover. When the two individuals infiltrated the area, they failed to notice that the flying vehicle they sought was right there. Chen Yu, having parked the flying car in this location, harbored no fears of it being stolen. The highest authority over the vehicle resided with him, rendering it impossible for anyone else to drive it away, even if someone attempted to tow it. The car was equipped with a tracking device, and anyone daring to steal it would have to prepare for Chen Yu's retribution. The two spies circled the flying car, probing it in vain, unable to even open the door. They contemplated shattering the glass, yet it proved to be even more resilient than bulletproof glass. After futile attempts, they could not even leave a scratch. The two spies exited through the main door, encountering no resistance whatsoever. All the while, Chen Yu observed the entire scene from within the villa. In fact, the moment the two spies entered the factory, Chen Yu received a notification from his intelligence system. The vicinity of the factory was equipped with exceedingly discreet surveillance cameras, easily overlooked, creating an illusion of a lack of monitoring. The intelligence system conducted facial recognition on the two individuals who entered the factory, revealing that they were neither the drivers of the high-tech vehicle nor personnel responsible for transporting raw materials. The system swiftly connected to official facial databases, uncovering only their superficial identities as two ordinary employees. Subsequently, the intelligence system intruded upon global facial data networks, astonishingly retrieving information on the two from the servers of the Pentagon in the United States. These individuals were former students from Yinxia who had studied in America, and after being seduced to espionage, they underwent training and were ultimately dispatched to Yinxia to lie in wait for their orders. Chen Yu gazed at the computer screen, observing the two spies surreptitiously photographing the factory, a smile almost escaping his lips. American spies, perhaps? Or remnants of the once great Yinxia? Truly, every era seems to harbor its own traitors. Captain, how do you intend to deal with these spies? For the moment, it matters little. They cannot obtain what they desire. Let us first observe their subsequent actions. Chen Yu paid little heed to these spies. Apprehending traitors should be the prerogative of the authorities. A couple of days later, Su Rou summoned Chen Yu to the office. Upon entering her office, he inquired, "Xiao Rou, how have your discussions with the Land Bureau regarding the land in Chifu Village progressed? Here are the terms for the land transfer provided by the Bureau. Please take a look." Chen Yu accepted the documents from Su Rou and began to scrutinize them meticulously. The total area of Chifu Village spans 25 square kilometers, including 10 square kilometers of arable land belonging to the villagers, while the remaining 15 square kilometers consist of barren hills and wasteland. In principle, arable land cannot be transferred. Thus, the Bureau could offer the additional 15 square kilometers to Chen Yu at a price of 8,000 per mu. Upon reviewing the Bureau's quotation, a sardonic smile crept across Chen Yu's face. The land for the factory had been purchased at merely 6,000 per mu, yet this land was being offered at 8,000. It was evident that they were aware of Huanyu Technology's newfound profitability and sought to exploit it. The declaration that arable land would, in principle, not be transferred was merely a pretext for their exorbitant demands. Chen Yu sighed, reflecting on the truth that fame often attracts controversy and that with his company's success, even the authorities sought to extract their share. "Xiao Rou, please communicate with the Land Bureau of Jiachen once more. If they fail to demonstrate sincerity, we shall consider establishing our factory in other provinces, at which point they will forfeit the accompanying tax revenue." Su Rou could only acquiesce helplessly. At that moment, Secretary Xiao Fong knocked and entered. "Chairman Chen, General Su, there are a few individuals outside who wish to see you. They claim to be from the official sector." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Allow them to enter." "Certainly, Chairman Chen." Subsequently, Xiao Fong ushered in several individuals. At the forefront stood a dignified middle-aged man, flanked by several tall, athletic young men. The initial impression these individuals left on Chen Yu was that of soldiers. Chen Yu was certain they were indeed military personnel. He rose to greet them and extended his hand toward the middle-aged man. "Greetings. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The middle-aged man reciprocated the handshake and replied, "I am Major General Chao Guanda from the Southern Military District, here specifically to discuss a potential collaboration with you, Mr. Chen." Chen Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He was in the presence of a general. He quickly donned a welcoming smile. "Ah, General Chao, please, have a seat." After ensuring everyone was seated, Chen Yu personally prepared tea for the guests. "I wonder what kind of cooperation you seek today, General Chao?" Without hesitation, Chao Guanga stated, "Mr. Chen, We wish for your company to manufacture a batch of military aircraft for us, utilizing the engine technology from your flying cars. Chen Yu nodded enthusiastically. Certainly. That would be absolutely feasible. Xiao Guangda was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated Chen Yu's immediate acquiescence, especially without inquiring about the nature of their collaboration or the associated costs. Mr. Chen, aren't you curious about our specifications for military aircraft or the pricing for our partnership? Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Ahem, as a citizen of Yinxia, it is my unassailable duty to contribute to my country. Since the nation requires my assistance, I shall undoubtedly meet its needs. Regardless of the design specifications you present, I am confident in my ability to fulfill them. As for the price, I trust that the state will be fair and just in its dealings, correct? Chen Yu's words prompted Xiao Guangda to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, we would never shortchange an enterprise that contributes to the nation. However, our demands for military aircraft might be somewhat stringent. Can your research team handle this? Would you require personnel from our military? Xiao Guangda's statement carried an underlying implication. He was suggesting the involvement of military scientists in the design process. Perhaps they could glean insights into the technology of anti-gravity engines. Chen Yu was well aware of this, yet he had no research team to speak of. His only resource was his intellect, which he considered a modest asset. Haha, General Chao, simply articulate your requirements, and I assure you that my research capabilities will meet your expectations. Xiao Guangda narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the other party had declined his offer for military personnel, he decided not to dwell on it further. What are your expectations regarding the collaboration's financial aspects? Chen Yu smiled and suggested, General Chao, why not first share your specifications for the military aircraft? Once I produce a finished product, we can then negotiate the price. How does that sound? Xiao Guangda was astonished. This essentially allowed Huan Yu Technology to conduct research and development for free, only to be compensated once the product was completed, an opportunity that was simply too advantageous to overlook. If the other party failed in their research, they wouldn't have to pay a single penny. Mr. Chen, are you truly willing to pursue this collaboration? Are you not concerned that if the research fails, you will receive nothing at all? Chen Yu shook his head resolutely. General Chao, I have unwavering faith in my research team. In truth, it was all about intellect and innovation. Excellent. Xiao Guangda signaled to his subordinate, who then handed a folder of documents to Chen Yu. This contains our requirements for military aircraft, Mr. Chen. If certain functionalities cannot be realized, it is acceptable as long as you can achieve at least 60% of what is outlined here. Without even glancing at the contents, Chen Yu set the folder aside, confidently assuring, I will undoubtedly fulfill 100% of your expectations. Xiao Guangda was baffled by the young man's audacious confidence. Very well, Mr. Chen. I shall not intrude further. I will send my secretary to liaise with your company. Certainly, General Chao. Allow me to see you off. No need, Mr. Chen. You may continue with your work. After bidding farewell to Xiao Guangda, Su Ro stepped forward eagerly to open the folder. Although she was not a technical expert, she could comprehend the requirements for the aircraft. Upon reading the functionalities that needed to be realized, even someone like Su Ro, who lacked technical knowledge, shook her head in disbelief. Chapter 36. The American Plan. After reviewing the military's demands, Su Ro continued to shake her head. Chen Yu, how can you agree without even glancing at their stipulations? What if we cannot achieve them? Our research and development expenses will go to waste. No matter what reasonable requests they present, I am confident in my ability to fulfill them. Su Ro was uncertain where Chen Yu derived his confidence. But considering that he had successfully developed a flying car, a marvel of science fiction, she decided not to dwell on her doubts, though a hint of worry lingered. Chen Yu picked up the document detailing the military's requirements. Initially, he anticipated stringent demands, but upon reviewing them, a smile crept across his lips. This is it. Among the stipulations, there were a few challenges that might pose difficulties given Earth's current technological capabilities. Firstly, the vehicle must effectively evade enemy radar detection, necessitating a radar stealth mode. Secondly, it should possess the ability for autonomous flight, capable of identifying friend or foe and executing precise strikes. Thirdly, it must operate under adverse weather conditions with a range exceeding 5,000 kilometers. Fourthly, it should accommodate military-grade artillery and other lightweight weaponry. Fifthly, in the event of enemy capture, it must be able to self-destruct to prevent technology leakage. Lastly, its flight speed must at least match that of conventional fighter jets. These requirements, to Chen Yu, were trivial. His flying car, equipped with just 2 mounted machine guns, surpassed these specifications. This time, Chen Yu intended to astonish the military by creating an aerial assassin that would lead the world. Meanwhile, over 10,000 kilometers away, within the grandest conference room of the White House, all senior officials of the United States were convened. The president, seated at the head of the table, bore a grave expression as he gazed at the projections on the wall. This presentation was from NASA's official research institution, showcasing recent studies concerning the anomalies of the sun. Clearly, the United States had also become aware of the sun's peculiar behavior. After the audience viewed the projected images, Secretary of Technology Rogers rose and addressed everyone. You have all seen our research data, and we have also presented evidence of biological extinction over the years. Currently, the Earth is confronting a crisis emanating from the sun. The crowd murmured among themselves, discussing the impending crisis. President Biden, seated at the head of the table, struck the surface with his hand and spoke in a somber tone. Rogers, is your research reliable? Mr. President, this information has been rigorously verified. Our scientists have conducted extensive studies for several years, and we are quite certain, Rogers replied. How much time do we have left from the sun? What must we do to ensure our survival? With a press of a button on his remote, Rogers projected 3 potential solutions onto the wall. He gestured towards the screen and stated, Mr. President, according to our Department of Technology and the Bureau of Secret Space Research, we have 3 viable options. Subsequently, Secretary Rogers elaborated on the emergency measures proposed by the experts. The first solution involves constructing large refuge bases at the Earth's poles, as these regions experience the least solar radiation. The second proposal entails establishing vast underground shelters equipped with artificial sunlight systems and biological recycling systems. The third option suggests the construction of refuges beneath the sea, where the water would effectively shield against solar radiation. These 3 strategies represent humanity's most feasible courses of action, achievable with a substantial investment of resources. However, the construction of such facilities would require an immense expenditure of resources. After a moment of contemplation, President Biden furrowed his brows and inquired, how many lives can these measures save? Rogers sighed. Sir, each of these methods entails exorbitant costs. If we were to commandeer all the resources of the world, we could construct 10 super shelters, each capable of accommodating 5 million individuals. Biden's expression grew increasingly grave. The population of the United States alone stands at 330 million. Even if 10 super shelters were erected, they would only house 50 million, which implies that over 200 million Americans would perish, not to mention the 8 billion people worldwide. During this impending crisis, a staggering 99 may face death. Yet, in the interest of preserving our species and safeguarding our own lives, America must proceed with this course of action. Rogers, please elaborate on your subsequent plans. Mr. President, according to predictions from our experts, solar flare activity will remain within a tolerable radiation range for humanity over the next 30 years. The incidence of skin cancer may rise annually. Thus, we must seize this 30-year window to re-establish our dominance on Earth, consolidating global resources within the United States. Only then can we amass sufficient resources to construct these shelters. Numerous high-ranking American officials engaged in fervent discussions. After a moment of reflection, President Biden stated solemnly, for the future of America, the time has come to reclaim our supremacy in the world. The scorching summer and the Russian Empire are our 2 greatest adversaries. Surely their scientists have also discerned the impending solar catastrophe. Therefore, I hereby declare that America will officially embark on a global dominance initiative. The military, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Trade, among various official departments of the United States, have all unified their stance, intent on plundering the globe. This is in pursuit of the future of the American people. A series of clandestine measures have been issued, marking the official commencement of the construction of refuge bases by the United States. This also initiates a mode of resource exploitation on a global scale. Recently, Chen Yu has been engrossed at home, researching methods to counter solar radiation. Although his spacecraft technology repository contains numerous techniques to shield against such radiation, saving over 1 billion souls in the scorching summer will prove exceedingly challenging. The establishment of large-scale bases appears to be the most effective means of safeguarding humanity. As he gazed at the plans on his computer, Chen Yu, unusually, lit a cigarette. It seems that this is the only viable solution to save the greatest number of people. Swift control over Earth's resources is imperative to commence base construction. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, the thoughts of the Americans, located on the far side of the Earth, are largely in alignment with his own. In the realm of technology, The United States indeed ranks among the world's elite. While scientists from the scorching summer and other nations are still striving to ascertain whether solar flare activity will intensify, the United States has already begun planning the construction of refuges, placing the rest of the world behind in this regard, aside from Chen Yu, who possesses extraterrestrial technology. Captain, those spies have infiltrated our factory again. Chen Yu is currently plagued by frustration. Those damned spies seem relentless, projecting footage onto my computer. I am determined to uncover their activities. The screen of Chen Yu's computer displays the scene of the factory's front yard. A small trailer unexpectedly entered the courtyard, with his flying car already loaded onto it. Goodness, how audacious are these American spies? For the past few days, these spies had infiltrated the factory, discovering that it was devoid of any security. The factory operated like a colossal automaton, tirelessly functioning on its own. This realization emboldened the spies further. Today, their superiors had commanded them to brazenly seize the flying car. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had been preoccupied with devising ways to save humanity, entirely oblivious to the spies' actions. Little did he expect such audacity from them. Intelligent brain, pay them no mind for now. I am curious to see where they will transport my vehicle. Just wait. He chuckled ominously. Chapter 37. What on earth is this? These spies are utterly disgraceful, and Chen Yu felt a surge of vengeance. He would allow them to succeed for now, only to ensnare them all later. At the suburban Huanyu Technology Factory, a small trailer containing the flying car smoothly exited the premises. The vehicle was shrouded in black cloth, making the trailer appear like an ordinary one as it traversed the narrow paths of Chifu Village. Inside the trailer, two spies with sun-kissed faces excitedly communicated through their earpieces. Number 1, we have successfully transported the flying car. A voice responded from the earpiece, good, good. Head immediately to the secret port. We will rendezvous there. Chen Yu's computer displayed a map, pinpointing the current location of the flying car. It seems these spies intend to transport the vehicle to the coast. Captain, the landing ship is in near-Earth orbit above Jiangcheng, ready to apprehend these spies at a moment's notice. Very well, once they've assembled, we shall deal with them. At this moment, a nondescript freighter is berthed off the coast of Jiangcheng. This is the vessel the American spies intend to use to surreptitiously transport the flying car. 3 high-ranking American spies are aboard, awaiting the arrival of the trailer. They are taken aback by the unexpected ease of the operation. In prior days, they had been excessively cautious, only to discover the factory possessed virtually no security to speak of. After approximately an hour, the trailer finally reached the clandestine port. Port is perhaps too generous a term. It is more accurately a stretch of beach adjacent to a small coastal road. The trailer drove directly onto the sand, where the American spies involved in the operation were gathered. They believed their scheme was foolproof, yet everything was under Chen Yu's control. A mere 10 minutes prior, the landing ship had stealthily descended into the garden of Chen Yu's villa. Chen Yu and Xiao Jiazi boarded the ship, and in a matter of minutes, they were airborne, arriving at this very location. The landing ship is currently cloaked, and from the cockpit, Chen Yu surveys the American spies unloading cargo on the beach below. These damn spies have indeed chosen an ideal burial ground for themselves. Captain, the landing ship's weapon systems are online and ready to engage the targets below at your command. Excellent. Disable the cloaking device. Let us give them a fright. The landing ship's cloaking field dissipates, and Chen Yu's vessel materializes, though it is merely a landing ship. The shape was reminiscent of science fiction, moving silently through the air, capable of floating effortlessly. At the moment of its landing, it did not attract the attention of the spies on the ground. Only when the landing craft gradually descended did a beam of intense light shoot forth, illuminating the beach as if it were daylight. At that moment, the American spies unloading cargo were taken aback by the sudden brightness. Their surroundings transformed into a scene akin to broad daylight. They all looked skyward, where a shadowy figure of futuristic design hovered in the air. Subsequently, Chen Yu issued a command to the flying cars below, which began to ascend slowly into the sky. The spies were rendered speechless by this spectacle. The flying cars, which they had labored so hard to procure, were now taking flight on their own. Moreover, what was that colossal object above? It looked utterly terrifying. The first spy, gazing at the bizarre and sci-fi-like aircraft, widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is this? Before the spies could fully comprehend the situation, the cannons on the wings of the landing craft opened, revealing several barrel-like protrusions. Moments later, lasers erupted from the barrels. The ground below was instantly engulfed in flames. This was the most conventional laser artillery of the landing craft. It fired in laser form, but upon contact with the target, it triggered a violent explosion. The spies on the ground were precisely targeted, and as the lasers struck their bodies, they disintegrated into ashes. Even the trailer was reduced to rubble. Chen Yu then directed a barrage of lasers towards the cargo ship moored on the sea. The ship was met with a violent explosion, engulfed in a sea of fire. Regardless of the number of individuals aboard, none emerged unscathed. Merely a few minutes had elapsed when the cargo vessel succumbed to the depths of the ocean. The beach was left in a state of utter chaos, a scenario to which Chen Yu paid little heed. The landing craft re-engaged its cloaking mode, while the flying vehicles seamlessly navigated themselves into the garage of the villa. The events unfolded with such abruptness. A dozen spies, among whom were 3 senior American operatives, and 8 or 9 defected agents from the fiery summer, all perished without a trace. Perhaps the explosion would draw the attention of those nearby. Yet any official investigation would yield little insight. It appeared merely as a conventional blast. Far across the Pacific, an officer aboard an American warship was tasked with the rendezvous. However, during the final communication from the number 1 spy, he was met with a bewildered exclamation. What the hell is this? What calamity had befallen them? Why were all lines of communication severed? Who could elucidate the situation? The officer promptly reported the disappearance of the spy team to the Pentagon. Days passed, and the Earth Dragon No. 1, a new energy vehicle from Chen Yu technology, continued to soar in popularity. Upon learning of the frequent solar flares, Chen Yu decided to incorporate a special coating onto the glass of the newly released Earth Dragon No. 1 model. This enhancement effectively shielded occupants from the currently intense solar radiation, thus providing an additional layer of health assurance for prospective buyers. Yet, Chen Yu was acutely aware that solar radiation would only intensify over the years. In a matter of decades, humanity would find itself confined to bases with formidable protective measures. In recent days, Chen Yu, alongside his intelligent brain, had been diligently collaborating with the military to develop an aircraft, which was successfully engineered within a secluded laboratory at the Chen Yu factory. Chen Yu gazed upon the aerial vehicle, whose exterior exhibited a streamlined, oval-like form. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 3 meters in thickness, it resembled a colossal, airborne bullet, eschewing traditional wings for lift. Its design did not necessitate an appearance reminiscent of conventional aircraft. The surface of the vehicle was remarkably smooth, coated with a substance that effectively rendered it undetectable by radar, thereby bestowing it with stealth capabilities. This singular coating was sufficient to deceive even the most advanced radar systems currently employed on Earth. The vehicle's shell was constructed from high-strength metal, resistant to extreme temperatures and corrosion, enabling it to withstand impacts from standard artillery while remaining combat-ready. Internally, it housed an electromagnetic cannon with a maximum range of 100 kilometers. Its power source comprised a 1,000-kilogram, first-grade, high-compression, heavy hydrogen-ion battery, capable of sustaining the vehicle for continuous flights of up to 10,000 kilometers and enabling the launch of 500 rounds from the electromagnetic cannon. This was no ordinary aircraft. It was, in fact, a formidable aerial weapon. Even the American F-22 fighter jets would be obliterated by this bullet-shaped vehicle. Furthermore, the aircraft possessed an attack mode akin to the water droplet assault depicted in Liu Cixin's novels. During aerial combat, it could utilize its ultra-high-strength shell and blinding speed to execute devastating physical collisions against adversaries. Should the Yinxiang military deploy several hundred of these aircraft, global deterrence would be easily achieved. Chen Yu retrieved his phone and dialed Su Ro. Xiao Ro, please contact General Chao in the Southern Military District. I have completed the fabrication of their aerial vehicles. Su Ro was momentarily taken aback. What? Boss, have you said that the aircraft has already been manufactured? Chapter 38. Sky Assassin. Although Su Ro lacked technical expertise, the notion of designing an aircraft within a mere few days seemed utterly fantastical. To fulfill each requirement would necessitate formidable technical support. While she held unwavering faith in Chen Yu's research capabilities, the prospect of such swift production appeared rather extraordinary. Chen Yu, have you truly created that type of aircraft according to the military specifications? Su Ro sought to reaffirm her doubts. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yu chuckled. Haha, you needn't be astonished. I am indeed a remarkable scientist. I have designed an aircraft in accordance with the military's demands. Please reach out to General Chao and the others, and come to the Chen Yu factory tomorrow morning. With Chen Yu's assertion, Su Ro ceased her skepticism and resolved to contact General Chao for verification. Well, very well then. Just as she was about to end the call, an idea struck her. By the way, I have recently engaged in multiple discussions with the Jiangxing Land Bureau. The officials remain steadfast in their previous conditions, and they have mobilized the residents of Chifu Village. If they are to be relocated, each household demands a subsidy of 200,000 per person, with farmland compensated at 150,000 per acre, in addition to the construction of resettlement housing within Jiangxing. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu found the demands to be exorbitantly audacious. He mentally calculated that acquiring 25 square kilometers of land would entail compensating the several thousand households of Chifu Village, alongside nearly half of the area being farmland, and further acquiring land in the city for resettlement housing. Considering all these factors, he is likely to invest approximately 8 to 10 billion. This figure merely reflects the cost of land acquisition. Subsequently, Chen Yu must also develop an industrial park, the expenses of which can only be described as staggering. Even if Chen Yu's electric vehicles are currently performing exceptionally well in the market, such immense expenditures cannot be offset. Moreover, Chen Yu is well aware that his hometown's land has previously been appropriated, understanding the intricate regulations involved. Although the subsidies offered to villagers may appear generous at first glance, the funds allocated to the authorities rarely reach the villagers in full measure. Receiving half would be considered fortunate. Additionally, this area is situated in the most remote outskirts of Jiangxing, where land prices hardly justify such sums. More than half of these funds will ultimately be siphoned off by the government. It seems the authorities are quite ruthless. My financial resources are not derived from thin air. There is no need to engage with the Jiangxing Land Bureau. They will inevitably seek us out. Su Rou, unaware of Chen Yu's perspective, expressed skepticism regarding his assertion that the Land Bureau would approach her. Well, I doubt the Land Bureau will relent. Their primary focus is fiscal revenue, and we are the juiciest targets. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I am confident they will come to regret their decisions. After concluding the call with Su Rou, Chen Yu reached out to Xia Yueshu. The call was swiftly answered, and Xia Yueshu's playful voice resonated. Chairman Chen, I have been unable to find you at the company these past few days. I was hoping to invite you to dinner. Oh, I have been occupied recently with the development of an aircraft for the military, hence my absence from the office. Oh, is that so? What prompted you to call me now? Are you missing me? Chen Yu coughed softly to mask his embarrassment, surprised that Xia Yueshu, having grown familiar with him, would jest in such a manner. Ahem. Yueshu, may I inquire about the progress of our flagship stores for Huanyu Automobile across the nation? Rest assured, I have enlisted my father to mobilize all the resources of Qianye Group nationwide. Construction has commenced simultaneously in several first-tier cities and over a dozen second-tier cities. By the end of this month, the flagship stores in the first and second-tier cities will be fully completed. Excellent. I indeed feel reassured by your efficiency. Is this the sole purpose of your call? In truth, Chen Yu's call to Xia Yueshu was primarily regarding this matter, but he also wished to inquire if she had any resources for land acquisition. Should the officials at the Land Bureau prove unyielding, he would inevitably have to purchase land at exorbitant prices. By the way, there is indeed something I wish to discuss. I am looking to acquire a parcel of land. Acquiring land? That's straightforward. My family is involved in real estate development. My father is quite the expert. However, I require a considerable area, preferably in a sparsely populated suburban region. That should not be a challenge. How large are you considering? The larger, the better. At least no less than 20 square kilometers, around 30,000 acres, I suppose. Poof. What? How much do you need? 30,000 acres. What are you planning? To build a city? Do not concern yourself with the size, simply tell me if your father can locate such a vast expanse of land, and ensure the price is not excessively outrageous. All right. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, I can certainly speak with my father about it. Thank you very much. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Humph. Do not merely speak of it. Very well, very well. The next day, in the morning, several military vehicles arrived at the square of the Huanyu factory. Chao Guangda, accompanied by some high-ranking officials from the Southern Military District, disembarked. Su Rou, along with several executives from Huanyu Technology, had already arrived ahead of time. General Chao, you have arrived quite early. Su Rou extended her hand towards him. Chao Guangda shook her hand and inquired, Where's Chen Yu? General Chao, Chen Yu. He has not yet arrived, Su Rou replied, somewhat awkwardly. Chao Guangda's expression remained largely unchanged, yet there was a slight brow furrow. The senior officials accompanying him, along with the military scientists, exhibited visible displeasure. Is Chen Yu not being exceedingly arrogant, making General Chao wait for him? Grumbled Secretary Xiao Luo. Indeed. We all have research tasks at hand and cannot afford to waste time here with a mere youth. Furthermore, we only submitted our requirements last week, and he expects us to view the finished product this week. Is that truly feasible? Lamented the esteemed military scientist Zhou Wenping. Xiao Luo, old Zhou. There is no need for your complaints. We can wait a little longer. Chao Guangda attempted to console them. As they waited, half an hour elapsed, and even Chao Guangda began to show signs of impatience. The distinguished Major General of Yanxia, a figure of military authority, found himself languishing in frustration. Throughout this interval, the secretary and a group of scientists voiced their grievances. President Su, is it possible that your chairman Chen is toying with us? Why is he still not here? Secretary Xiao Luo expressed his irritation. Su Ro held her phone, having made several attempts to reach Chen Yu, all of which went unanswered. Secretary Luo, please remain calm. First, reassure General Chao and the esteemed scientists. Chen Yu should be arriving shortly. What do you mean should be arriving shortly? It is improbable that he could have developed a viable product in such a brief time frame. Is it possible that he is unable to produce anything at all? Hence the call for us to dissolve our collaboration? Su Ro could only manage a wry smile. Truth be told, she harbored little faith that Chen Yu could fulfill the military's demands for such an aircraft within a week. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a distant dark speck appeared in the sky. Chapter 39. The invasion. As Chao Guangda and a group of military scientists grew impatient, the distant sky suddenly revealed a small black dot. The first to notice was Su Ro's assistant, Xiao Fong, who exclaimed, "Miss Su, look. What is that?" Su Ro directed her gaze upwards and indeed saw a small point approaching from the horizon. The others followed her gaze and soon discerned the object drawing nearer. A flicker of joy crossed Su Ro's face as she shouted, "It's Chen Yu." "Yes, it's him. He has arrived." The small dot gradually expanded, and the crowd began to identify its form. It was, in fact, the silver, sci-fi vehicle unveiled at the Huan Yu Technology Press Conference, known as the Bird 1. The vehicle descended gently before the assembled onlookers. The scientists accompanying Chao Guangda had not attended the press conference and thus had never witnessed such a fantastical flying automobile. Now, they beheld this extraordinary vehicle silently landing before them. The scientists, who had recently been grumbling, were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Although they had viewed the video of the Cosmic Technology Press Conference, witnessing the flying car in person was an entirely different experience. As the door of the Bird 1 vehicle automatically ascended, Chen Yu stepped out with grace and charisma. "General Chao, my apologies for my tardiness." Chen Yu extended his hand towards Chao Guangda, and the two exchanged a firm handshake. "Mr. Chen, it has been less than a week since you summoned us. Have you encountered difficulties in your research? Today, I have brought our finest scientists from the southern military region." Chao Guangda, unfazed by Chen Yu's lateness, replied, "Well, General Chao, not at all. I invited you here today to showcase the finished product. I have successfully developed a military unmanned combat aircraft." Chao Guangda's eyes widened in disbelief. He had prepared himself for the news of failure. To his astonishment, Chen Yu declared success right away, presenting the completed project. "Mr. Chen, you cannot be serious. It has only been a week." "General Chao, I never jest. Your requirements were remarkably simple." Chao Guangda's expression darkened. Those requests had been formulated by the scientists and were currently beyond their reach. Yet, in Chen Yu's view, they seemed trivial. "Well, Mr. Chen, since you were so confident, why not take us to see this finished product of yours?" "Certainly." Chao Guangda anticipated a visit to the factory, but instead, Chen Yu snapped his fingers. Suddenly, an object resembling a colossal bullet shot out from the factory. As the aircraft gracefully hovered closer to the square, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Is this truly a combat vehicle? Its sleek design and smooth surface belied the absence of any visible weaponry at the street corner. Indeed, it resembled a flying car. How could such a contraption engage in battle? Two military scientists, observing the slowly descending projectile, voiced their opinions. Just as the bullet-shaped craft was about to touch down, several windows on its side suddenly opened, revealing 3 landing struts. Subsequently, the projectile landed steadily on the ground. A throng of military scientists rushed forward, encircling the craft, eager to examine it at the first opportunity. Chao Guangda also approached, circling the bullet-shaped vehicle, but found nothing particularly remarkable about it. After approximately 10 minutes of investigation, the scientists had gathered sufficient information. Chief Military Armament Scientist Zhou Wenping inquired of Chen Yu. Mr. Chen, what is the primary mode of attack for this aircraft you have constructed? What capabilities does it possess? Chao Guangde was equally curious about its functionality. With a faint smile, Chen Yu began to elucidate the capabilities of this combat aircraft. The specifications of this aircraft exceed your requirements by several folds. Upon hearing this, the assembled scientists gasped in astonishment, followed by a chorus of skepticism. Chen Yu, please refrain from jesting. The criteria we provided you with have yet to be met by any nation worldwide. To claim that this device surpasses our specifications by such a margin seems overly confident. Zhou Yinping immediately challenged. Chen Yu shook his head, having exercised restraint in his speech. In reality, his aircraft possessed capabilities far exceeding military requirements by several magnitudes. Esteemed scientist, the feats you deem unattainable do not imply they are beyond my reach, Chen Yu asserted. Chao Guangde introduced Chen Yu. Allow me to present our chief scientist from the Southern Military District, Professor Zhou Wenping. He tends to be rather forthright in his remarks. Chief scientist indeed. He certainly possesses grounds for skepticism, yet my aircraft is beyond reproach, Chen Yu replied. Zhou Wenping huffed in indignation. Chen Yu, with your anti-gravity flight technology, you ought not to withhold it. We should be allowed to participate in your research. We are the experts in weapon development. Just look at this contraption of yours. What is it really? Aside from flying, what else can it accomplish? Can it withstand the rigors of the battlefield? As Zhou Wenping pressed Chen Yu with his inquiries, Secretary Chao Guangde received a phone call. This is a direct line from Yanjing, the secretary noted, swiftly approaching to hand the phone to Chao Guangde. General Chao, this is a dedicated line from the upper echelons in Yanjing. Without hesitation, Chao Guangde answered the call. The assembled company observed him nodding emphatically as he responded with repeated affirmations. After 3 minutes of conversation, he hung up the phone, his expression grave. The scientists, including Zhou Wenping, could discern the seriousness etched upon Chao Guangde's face. Chen Yu, puzzled, inquired, General Chao, have you encountered difficulties? May I offer my assistance? Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu mentally connected with the intelligent brain, asking, Intelligent brain, please investigate what mission the Southern Military District has received. Captain, I shall commence my investigation immediately. After completing the inquiry, I accessed the military network of the Yinxia and discovered that the High Command had issued an order for the Southern Fleet to set sail, primarily to intercept and expel the invading joint fleet of the United States and Japan from our southern waters. No wonder General Chao wore a solemn expression. It appears the American warships have returned once again. The United States Joint Fleet has traversed our southern waters on numerous occasions, each instance inciting vehement condemnation from our citizens. This time, the United States, allied with its Asian accomplice, the Sakura Nation-S fleet, has a particular motive. Merely days prior, several high-ranking American spies, along with their operatives planted within Yinxia, mysteriously vanished. They had nearly succeeded in acquiring flying automobiles, only to have all their agents go missing at the last moment. This incited the wrath of the American military high command, as their prize had slipped away. Furthermore, the United States, now intent on establishing a shelter base, has shifted its national policy towards global domination. They have chosen to shed their veil of secrecy regarding the disappearance of their senior spies in Yinxia, dispatching a fleet to invade our waters. Just as General Chao was about to depart, Chen Yu halted him, stating, General Chao, are we not simply dealing with the invaders from America and the Sakura Nation? I can assist you in resolving this matter. Chapter 40, Annihilation of the Invaders. Chen Yu's bold declaration revealed the impending assault by the American-Japanese coalition. General Chao turned in astonishment, exclaiming, How did you know? General Chao, did you not wish to witness the capabilities of my combat aircraft? Please, General Chao, grant me the authorization to deploy the combat aircraft to expel the joint fleet of the United States and Japan. General Chao Guangde cast a skeptical glance at the enormous bullet-shaped aircraft stationed nearby. Chen Yu shook his head. General Chao, it is the duty of every citizen of Yinxia to protect our homeland. Thus, the incursion of foreign enemies is also my responsibility. With a decisive wave of his hand, the bullet-shaped combat aircraft gradually ascended, its landing gear retracting smoothly into its body. Chen Yu shouted, Go! The aircraft shot forth like a bullet, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. General Chao Guangde exclaimed in astonishment, Chen Yu, where has your aircraft gone? It has gone to fulfill its purpose. Are you suggesting it is on a mission to intercept the joint fleet of the United States and Japan? Chen Yu nodded before instructing Su Ro to arrange for the large display screen used during the previous press conference to be brought over. Goodness, what nonsense. Chen Yu. General Chao Guangda urged anxiously. General, grant me half an hour, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. At this moment, Zhou Wenping could no longer contain himself. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yu, berating him. Chen Yu, you are nothing but an inexperienced youth. Half an hour? Do you truly believe your contraption can reach the southern waters? It is several thousand kilometers away. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the old scientist. Feeling a surge of irritation, this old man had repeatedly questioned him, and despite Chen Yu's typically good-natured temperament, he found himself exasperated by the incessant skepticism. Professor Zhou, cease relying on your so-called experience to assess the creations I have crafted, for you are merely a frog in a well. Zhou Wenping pointed at Chen Yu. Momentarily at a loss for words, his aged visage flushed with indignation. Such arrogance. I am eager to witness the capabilities of your so-called aircraft. Several staff members brought forth a large screen, to which Chen Yu connected the signal. Instantly, the screen illuminated with live footage of a rapid passage over the sea. Chao Guangda, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" His astonishment deepened as he realized that Jiangcheng was over 3,000 kilometers from the southern waters, where the U.S.-Japan Joint Fleet operated. How could it be that within mere minutes, Chen Yu claimed to be nearing the target? Chen Yu, what are your intentions? They have invaded our maritime territory. They must face consequences. Suddenly, the image on the large screen froze, revealing several warships. The view quickly zoomed in, displaying the vessels of the Sakura Nation. Chao Guangda was taken aback by the sight. This was the fleet of the Sakura Nation, serving as the vanguard for the U.S.-Japan Joint Fleet. Indeed, the Americans are devious, even employing a subordinate nation to probe our response to their provocations. General Chao, since these vessels from the Sakura Nation have intruded into our maritime domain, do we not have just cause to act against them? As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, a laser beam erupted from the screen, targeting one of the Sakura Nation's warships. Flames soared into the sky as the targeted vessel, a Congo-class destroyer of the Sakura Nation, faced utter devastation, despite its status as a formidable force on the international stage. In the footage, it appeared alarmingly vulnerable, succumbing to mere beams of laser light. The Congo-class destroyer erupted in a violent explosion, with the video revealing that the lasers were emitted from a missile head. Then, the scene escalated dramatically, as the missile head charged forth like a ferocious beast, colliding with the warships of the Sakura Nation. The visuals were profoundly shocking, and within less than 10 minutes, the entire fleet of the Sakura Nation was annihilated. 5 Congo-class destroyers and 7 or 8 ordinary frigates sank to the ocean floor. The footage captured numerous Sakura naval soldiers desperately swimming in the sea, a heartbreaking sight amidst the inferno. Observing the spectacle, Zhou Wenping and the military scientists were left utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Zhou Wenping, in particular, wore a look of shock, grappling with the implausibility of it all. Within mere minutes, a fleet capable of ranking among the world's naval powers had been obliterated by a method so utterly devastating. It seemed unfathomable. This cannot be real. How could such a weapon exist in the world? Zhou Wenping shook his head in disbelief, nearly driven to madness, as this shattered his understanding of weaponry research. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the Pacific, the American fleet, led by the aircraft carrier USS Vinson and comprising over 30 warships, was stationed there. The recently annihilated fleet of the Sakura Nation had been directed by the American Navy to take the lead in the confrontation. The objective was to exert pressure on the officials of Yinxia, serving as a form of retribution for the disappearance of their spies. Consequently, within the command center of the American aircraft carrier, the high-ranking officials could only hear a series of distress signals emanating from the fleet of Sakura Nation, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries for help. The visuals depicted a sea engulfed in flames, with the vessels of Sakura Nation slowly sinking, and thousands of their naval personnel floundering on the surface, desperately seeking rescue. The scene was utterly harrowing, reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Those in the upper echelons of America gasped in shock upon witnessing these images. The commanding officer of the aircraft carrier, Captain Michael, spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Captain, the Yinxia military has intervened. We must report this immediately to the White House." "Understood. Relay this matter at once. Dispatch a supply ship to rescue the surviving naval personnel of Sakura Nation. Also, contact the Yinxia military and inform them that our supply vessel is en route for rescue. We must urge them not to take any hostile action." Michael, wary of the Yinxia military's potential aggression towards their rescue ship, preemptively communicated with them. In the square before the Huanyu factory, the dedicated line for Chao Guangde rang again. Upon answering, he respectfully stated, "Greetings, Chief." Upon hearing the chief's words over the phone, Chao Guangde was finally convinced that everything he had witnessed on the large screen was indeed true. In a mere span of a few minutes, Chen Yu's projectile combat aircraft had obliterated an advanced modern naval fleet. With a slight tremor in his voice, Chao Guangde declared, "Chief, I have something of utmost importance to report to you. Speak." A fleet of military vessels from the land of cherry blossoms was utterly annihilated by the combat aircraft of Huanyu technology. At that moment, a cacophony of voices crackled through the phone line, possibly a reaction of sheer astonishment. "What did you say? The warships of the land of cherry blossoms have been completely destroyed? Did I not just issue orders for you to intercept and negotiate? How could this have transpired in such a short span of time?" Approximately half an hour later, Chao Guangde concluded his conversation with the superior. He had meticulously informed the leader about Chen Yu from Huanyu technology. At this moment, Chao Guangde was profoundly shaken. His gaze towards Chen Yu had transformed. What manner of superweapon had this young man crafted? With such a combat aircraft in existence, the navy of the fiery summer might soon dominate the globe. Just then, a thunderous sonic boom resonated through the sky. Everyone looked upward, and there, within their line of sight, the familiar bullet-shaped craft appeared. The projectile gradually descended to the ground, its surface marred by scratches, evidently the result of the impact and assaults depicted in the videos. Zhou Wenping watched this scene with wide eyes, finding it almost impossible to believe. Yet, the conversation between Chao Guangde and the superior had already confirmed the veracity of these events. Having dedicated his life to studying military equipment, he had never encountered a weapon of such unparalleled might. Once the aircraft landed steadily, all the scientists rushed forward, encircling the bullet-shaped craft, eager to unravel the principles behind this remarkable creation. They were also keen to discover where its weaponry was located and how it managed to unleash such devastating lasers. Zhou Wenping approached hesitantly and inquired of Chen Yu, "Mr. Chen, may I ask where the weaponry is located on the combat aircraft you designed? How does it engage in offensive maneuvers?" Chen Yu's expression was one of playful mockery. "Oh, Professor Zhou, it seems you no longer question the validity of my aircraft?" Zhou Wenping's countenance darkened. He was indeed reluctant to believe. Yet, the evidence lay before him. And this contraption could only be deemed a formidable weapon. It far surpassed the armaments developed at their military research institute, representing an epical advancement. "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my previous affront. My vision was clouded, and I failed to discern the intricacies involved." "Ha. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. My bullet-head combat aircraft is equipped with a state-of-the-art electromagnetic cannon, boasting a range of up to 100 kilometers. It utilizes a level 1 deuterium-ion battery as its power source, enabling it to sustain flight for 10,000 kilometers while launching 500 rounds of electromagnetic shells at a speed of 30 Mach. As for the destructive capability of the electromagnetic cannon, you have witnessed it in the video. Its power rivals that of a small cruise missile. Additionally, its surface is coated with a special stealth layer, effectively shielding it from the detection of the world's most advanced radar systems. The exterior is crafted from a rare metal alloy, engineered to withstand physical impact attacks. As Chen Yu recounted the specifications of the bullet-head aircraft, the scientists were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape. The strike range of this aircraft was comparable to that of an intercontinental missile, while its speed was astonishingly superior to all other aircraft and fighter jets. The ability to launch 500 rounds, each with the potency of a small cruise missile, was simply extraordinary. They are indeed manufacturers of weapons. If what Chen Yu says is true, then such armaments would find no rival across the globe. To put it plainly, a single warhead could annihilate the entire naval force of a small nation. Should the Yinxia military extensively equip itself with such warhead-capable combat aircraft, no country in the world would stand a chance against us. Mr. Chen, may I inquire about the cost of producing such an aircraft? If our Yinxia military were to procure them, what assurances could you provide regarding the production quantity? Zhou Wenping posed the question that Chao Guangde and all the scientists were eager to ask. Chen Yu scratched his head. The cost of this technology was minimal in his hands, with the primary value lying in its technical prowess. Professor Zhou, General Chao, what price do you believe this device should command? This left Zhou Wenping momentarily speechless, for to him, this weapon seemed priceless. Such an armament could elevate a nation to the pinnacle of global power in an instant. Chao Guangde hesitated to name a price. as this strategic weapon of mass destruction transcended mere monetary valuation. With a calm smile, Chen Yu replied, "The cost of producing this technology is not substantial. Its value lies primarily in its technical sophistication. As a citizen of Yinxia, I am willing to provide your military with 10 warhead-capable combat aircraft, considering it a gift to the Yinxia military." Upon hearing this, Chao Guangde, Zhou Wenping, and a multitude of military scientists questioned whether they had misheard. Su Rou stared at Chen Yu in disbelief and hurriedly grasped his sleeve, anxiously exclaiming, "Chen Yu, how can you so casually offer such a powerful device as a gift? You must have invested considerable resources in its development. How can you possibly give it away for free?" Su Rou had already intertwined her fate with Chen Yu, determined to safeguard his interests. Chen Yu gently patted her delicate hand, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. This matter is trivial in my hands. I have more lucrative projects ahead, so you need not fret." Reluctantly, Su Rou released her grip on Chen Yu's sleeve and glared at the scientists, including Zhou Wenping, who had previously cast doubt on him. Chen Yu was poised to revolutionize technologies and products across various critical sectors worldwide. His ambition was to amass wealth on a global scale, ultimately reaping financial rewards from every corner of the earth. Only then could he muster the resources necessary to construct an enormous sanctuary. To achieve this global wealth, he required a formidable nation as his foundation. Hence, by gifting the Yinxia military 10 missile heads, he could bolster their stature. By accumulating wealth worldwide, he would be free from the constraints imposed by powerful nations like the United States and the European Union. Naturally, Chen Yu would also develop even more formidable weaponry to enhance his strength, especially with the impending solar catastrophe on the horizon. It was inevitable that many nations would resort to desperate measures. When the time came for all to fiercely vie for resources, mere missile heads would prove insufficient. "Chen Yu, thank you for your contributions to Yinxia. I will report your efforts to Yanjing, and the people of Yinxia will be forever grateful." The following day, news of a fleet from Sakura Nation being completely annihilated in Yinxia waters surged to the forefront of social media. Enraged citizens from Sakura Nation flooded the streets in protest, decrying Yinxia's ruthless treatment of their naval forces. The incident resulted in the tragic loss of hundreds of naval personnel. Yet there is no mention of the fact that the fleet from the land of cherry blossoms was the first to invade the waters of Yinxia. Nations around the globe are closely monitoring this situation. This time, Yinxia defied expectations by completely annihilating the invading fleet, thus establishing an image of inviolable territorial waters. Meanwhile, the government of the land of cherry blossoms remains eerily silent, seemingly daunted by the significant setback they have suffered. The United States has also refrained from commenting, relying on the accounts of the rescued naval personnel from the land of cherry blossoms, who reported being attacked by an unidentified aerial vehicle. This revelation has left military experts in both the United States and the land of cherry blossoms in disbelief. They intend to ascertain the nature of the entity that attacked the fleet before exerting pressure on Yinxia, primarily due to their apprehension regarding this formidable weapon. In the capital, Yanjing, within the familiar confines of a two-story building behind the red walls, Chao Guangde respectfully stood before an elder, presenting a document and stating, "Commander, this is the detailed report on the bullet-headed combat vehicle operated by Chen Yu in the southern maritime region, which obliterated the naval fleet of the land of cherry blossoms." Accompanied by footage of the battle. Chapter 42. Sanctions on the horizon. Indeed. This is a great fortune for our nation. Commander, Chen Yu has also promised to provide our military with 10 bullet-headed combat vehicles, free of charge. It appears that Chen Yu is a patriotic and ambitious young man. Our country must not shortchange him. He has a company. After all, we should do our utmost to facilitate his endeavors and meet all his requests. Understood, Commander. In no time, Chen Yu's 1U technology became a key enterprise supported by the state. In the esteemed chambers of the White House, President Biden was engaged in a discussion with high-ranking officials, including Secretary of Defense Schneider and Secretary of Technology Rogers, as they scrutinized combat footage captured by rescued sailors of the Sakura Nation. Upon reviewing the harrowing events that transpired, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on all present. "Can anyone elucidate what that black object in the video is?" President Biden inquired. "Rogers, as the Secretary of Technology, have you discerned its nature?" Rogers furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Based on my assessment, this could be a type of combat aircraft. Its shape and flight dynamics suggest a distinct possibility." "Speak," urged the president. Rogers proceeded to reopen a video on the large screen. It showcased the unveiling of a flying car at a Universal Technology press conference. Upon viewing this, the American executives seemed to grasp an underlying implication. As the video concluded, Rogers spoke slowly. Have any of you noticed that the aircraft attacking the Sakura naval vessels bears a striking resemblance to the flight principles of the Universal Technology flying car? Are you suggesting that Universal Technology has collaborated with the Yinxia military to develop a combat-capable aircraft utilizing anti-gravity engines? Secretary of Defense Schneider queried. Rogers nodded, then continued to elaborate on his hypothesis. I believe that the Yinxia military has not only acquired the anti-gravity engine technology from Chen Yu technology, but has also obtained their battery technology. The lasers launched by their aircraft, I suspect, are electromagnetic cannons, which we are also developing. Yet we find ourselves unable to achieve miniaturization primarily due to the absence of suitable energy storage devices. However, Chen Yu Technology's high-compression heavy hydrogen-ion batteries can accomplish this. It is no surprise that the Secretary of the Department of Technology of America has deduced results that closely align with the truth. Yinxia has gone too far this time. Sakura Nation is our ally, and now their fleet has been utterly annihilated, causing discontent among the NATO military alliance, which demands that we, the United States, take action. Mr. President, Yinxia's sudden aggression without a word has severely violated international treaties. I believe we should impose sanctions on them, suggested Secretary of Trade Humphreys. Indeed, Yinxia has made tremendous strides in both economic and military domains over the years, emerging as our most formidable adversary. Coupled with our current plan for global acquisition, Yinxia must face sanctions. Humphreys, please devise a series of sanctions and implement them promptly. Understood, Mr. President. Merely a day later, led by the United States, major economic powers within the European Union followed suit. A set of sanctions was simultaneously issued across North America and Europe. The sanctions included imposing high tariffs on goods exported to North America and Europe from Yinxia, as well as halting or reducing imports from Yinxia and seeking orders from Southeast Asia instead. Furthermore, restrictions on the export of Western high-tech products to Yinxia, including advanced chips, sophisticated operating systems, and artificial intelligence software, have been imposed. Additionally, in the financial markets, there has been a rampant harvesting of Yinxia enterprises, coupled with an increase in Federal Reserve interest rates, causing the wealth of Yinxia's affluent to flow into America. This trifecta will inevitably lead to significant difficulties for Yinxia's economy. Moreover, the West's limitations on the export of advanced products across various industries to Yinxia will further exacerbate a severe decline in productivity. This round of sanctions represents the most severe measures taken by America in collaboration with its allies against Yinxia. Should Yinxia fail to manage this situation adequately or allow America to continue its sanctions, it could result in economic regression and even an internal crisis. Following the announcement of these bans, global media outlets reported extensively, while Yinxia's media was thrown into disarray and the populace was engulfed in anxiety, leading many companies to announce layoffs and salary reductions. Even numerous international enterprises declared their withdrawal from the Yinxia market. Within the Great Hall of Yinjing, a high-level meeting convened by the chief is underway. Chief, our destruction of the Sakura Nation's fleet appears to have thoroughly incensed the NATO military alliance. My suggestion is to tighten our belts and actively implement an internal economic circulation, investing in research and development in the areas where we are being constrained. This economic war with America is inevitable, proposed Li Jinfeng, the Prime Minister and Minister of Economy of Yinxia. Numerous high-ranking officials from Yinxia contemplated the feasibility of Li Jinfeng's suggestion, but soon, a senior economic official stood up to counter his proposal. Minister Li, I believe our most pressing issue at present is time. Rather than directing our technological enterprises towards research and development to address the constraints in certain advanced fields, it may be more prudent for us to engage in negotiations for peace with the United States and the European Union. We could consider making some concessions in exchange for a more favorable developmental environment. However, should our exports diminish, it would inevitably lead to a downturn in our domestic economy and a sharp rise in unemployment. How then shall we address the ensuing livelihood issues? As Li Jinfeng and the high-ranking official exchanged rebuttals, the leader at the head table raised his hand to halt their discourse. Cease your argument. Both of your points are valid. However, it is inconceivable for our great nation to yield. Our immediate objective should be to solidify relationships with countries that have not severed trade ties with us, while simultaneously enhancing research and development in certain technologically advanced industries that are heavily reliant on imports. Li Jinfeng and the official both nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, the leader continued, I trust you are all familiar with Chen Yu Technology Company. I believe the key to our nation's breakthrough lies with this company. Many officials nodded, recalling the footage of the obliteration of the Sakura nation's fleet that they had all witnessed. This company possesses formidable capabilities in military technology research and development. It may very well be the solution to our current predicament. Have Chao Guangda bring Chen Yu to Yanjing. I wish to meet him. Understood, Chief. I will contact General Chao immediately. At the headquarters of Chen Yu Technology, Chen Yu sat in his office, observing the overwhelming news of sanctions flooding across his computer screen. To his surprise, the United States acted swiftly. If the Western sanctions were allowed to continue, they would undoubtedly cripple the nation's economy, Chen Yu mused. However, after a moment of contemplation, a smile crept across his face. Chapter 43, Focus Support. The United States, in collaboration with the European Union, launched comprehensive sanctions against Yanxia. Was this not the perfect opportunity for Chen Yu's rise? The West had ceased to supply high-tech products to Yanxia. All those items that were previously imported would now be embraced by Chen Yu Technology. Chen Yu had long envisioned a revolution in the high-tech sectors of Earth's vital industries. Historically, operating systems, chips, and advanced manufacturing had been monopolized by Europe and America. Now was the moment for Chen Yu Technology to soar. Chen Yu aimed to create products that would outshine the current era. Soon, it would be the West pleading with Yanxia for exports. Suddenly, Chen Yu's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Xiang Weshu calling. Hello, beautiful. What do you need? Chen Yu, didn't you mention wanting to purchase land? I spoke with my father, and he found a plot for you in the suburbs of Donghai City, adjacent to Jiangqing. It's about 30 square kilometers, roughly 45,000 acres. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. This was even larger than the plot in Chifu village. Excellent. Is it easy to acquire? My father has excellent connections with the Donghai City officials. He can facilitate the process. The cost will certainly be more favorable than what you encountered in Chifu village. Great. Take me to see that land, and have your father assist me in contacting the Donghai officials. All right, come pick me up, and we will go see it together. Okay. Chen Yu drove his Porsche Cayenne directly to the headquarters of Qianye Group in Jiangqing. After picking up Xia Yueshu, they proceeded onto the highway, heading towards the nearby Donghai City. At that very moment, Mayor Wu Jiangwo of Jiangqing was leading the city's top officials to Chen Yu Technology. Having received orders from Yanjing to robustly support the company and ensure that all its demands were met without fail. Su Rou was in the general manager's office when her secretary, Xiao Fong, rushed in, exclaiming, General Manager Su, the mayor has arrived. Su Rou looked up, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. What brings the mayor here? Not only the mayor, but virtually all the senior officials of Jiangcheng had come to see Director Chen. However, Chen was currently with Miss Xia in Donghai, so instruct them to enter the conference room while I attend to them. Understood, General Manager Su. Su Rou adjusted her appearance in the office mirror before heading to the largest conference room. Inside, Mayor Wu Jiangwo and the leadership team of Jiangqing were present, none of them exhibiting any airs of authority. They had learned that Chen Yu of Chen Yu Technology was someone they needed to win over. Failing to cater to him could jeopardize their positions. As Su Rou entered the conference room, a multitude of high-ranking officials rose to their feet, only to be met with surprise upon realizing it was a woman. Where's Chen Yu? Esteemed leaders, this is our general manager, Su Rou. Xiao Fong stammeringly introduced her to the assembly of dignitaries. Su Rou had witnessed Chen Yu's formidable prowess, having annihilated the Sakura nation's fleet in merely half an hour. She had likely surmised the purpose of the official's visit. With newfound confidence, she took her seat at the head of the table while the officials remained standing. However, her keen eyes discerned a rotund high-ranking official among them, shrinking back in trepidation. This was Liao Changji, the director of the Land Bureau of Jiangqing, who had certainly noticed Su Rou's entrance. He had even hinted at a desire for benefits, proposing an exorbitant price, believing that Chen Yu Technology, as a prominent enterprise, would yield substantial profits for him. Yet, to his dismay, directives had come from the higher authorities in Yanjing, mandating all departments in Jiangqing to actively cooperate with Chen Yu Technology, elevating the matter to a strategic level. Liao Changji felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had he known the strength of this company earlier, he would not have made things difficult for Su Rou. Once seated, Su Rou pressed her hands down to signal the officials to take their seats. Greetings, esteemed officials. I am Su Rou, the general manager of Chen Yu Technology. Our chairman has just departed for an inspection project in Donghai. Thus I am here to host you all, and I appreciate your presence. After the officials settled, the highest ranking among them, Mayor Wu Jiangwo, spoke up. Ms. Su, you flatter us. Given your esteemed position, we certainly do not consider ourselves to be lowering our status. While Wu Jiangwo uttered these words, he could not shake off a sense of discomfort. As the mayor, he felt slighted that Chen Yu had chosen to leave. May I inquire if you esteemed officials are here to assess Chen Yu Technology? Wu Jiangwo hastily explained. No. We are here to extend our condolences to Chen Yu Technology. Recently, Yan Jing issued an important document stating that our Jiangcheng's Chen Yu Technology has been designated as a strategically supported enterprise. We hope all departments in Jiangcheng will actively collaborate with you. A look of realization crossed Su Ro's face. Oh, so our Chen Yu Technology is indeed impressive. However, the support we receive is of little significance, as we possess sufficient strength to stand at the pinnacle of the industry. Indeed, what President Su says is true. Wu Jiangwo quickly agreed. Mayor Wu, it's not that we do not need assistance. Rather, we have approached you previously. But some leaders in your departments have displayed quite a bit of official arrogance. Upon hearing Su Ro's words, Liao Changji, the director of the Land Bureau, trembled in the corner. Here it comes, just as expected. Wu Jiangwo, as the mayor with decades of experience in the political arena, immediately understood that Su Ro's words carried deeper implications. President Su, do you mean to say that your company's requests have not been met? Su Ro cast a meaningful glance at the quaking Liao Changji in the corner. Well, it's not a major issue. It's just that Chen Yu Technology wishes to requisition the land in Chifu Village, but your Land Bureau has repeatedly denied our requests. Consequently, our chairman Chen has just left to inspect land in Donghai, and it's quite possible that Chen Yu Technology may relocate entirely. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangwo instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Chen Yu Technology sought land for expansion, but faced obstruction from the Land Bureau. Now, in frustration, they were considering a move to a nearby city. If this matter holds any truth, then given the current significance that Yanjing places on Chen Yu Technology, the position of the mayor will undoubtedly be vacated immediately. Wu Jiangwo began to perspire profusely. Su Ro smirked with a hint of mockery. Mayor Wu, I would not dare challenge you. The authority wielded by the leaders of your Land Bureau is formidable. It is prudent for small enterprises like ours to avoid confrontation with such high-ranking officials. Wu Jiangwo turned, seemingly in search of something, while Liao Changji shrank further into the corner. However, the surrounding officials were not oblivious. They distanced themselves, effectively isolating Liao Changji. Wu Jiangwo bellowed, Liao Changji, come here at once. Liao Changji trembled uncontrollably, his legs weak, and he stammered as he finally approached Wu Jiangwo. Mr. Mayor, you still recognize me as the mayor? With your considerable authority, you ought to assume this position yourself. Mr. Mayor, I dare not. What is it that you fear? After the launch of Chen Yu Technology's new energy vehicles, it has become the flagship enterprise of Jiangcheng, a significant taxpayer, and yet you dare to make things difficult for them. Cold sweat streamed down Liao Changji's face as he stood under the scrutiny of numerous officials, feeling utterly despondent. Mayor, it is my lack of awareness. I will promptly approve that land for Chen Yu Technology. That will not be necessary. From now on, matters concerning Chen Yu Technology will be exclusively handled by me. You need not linger in the bureaucracy. An investigation will be conducted regarding your conduct. You may leave now. Liao Changji's body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. As the director of the Land Bureau, he has long been mired in corruption. A thorough investigation would spell his doom, condemning him to a life behind bars. And should he offend the powerful Chen Yu Technology, he might even face the death penalty due to the staggering amounts involved. President Su, please speak on my behalf. I never intended to make things difficult for you. I implore you. Liao Changji collapsed to the ground, desperately crawling towards Su Ro. Recalling his previous demeanor, which was not only greedy for money but also for her body, Su Ro felt a wave of revulsion. She had kept this from Chen Yu, believing these matters trivial and within her capacity to manage. Security, escort this man out, Su Ro commanded, her voice firm. Immediately, several tall security personnel rushed in and dragged the limp Liao Changji away. A faint smile graced Su Ro's lips as she retrieved her phone to call Chen Yu. Hello. Shiro, what is the matter? Mayor Wu, along with the leadership team from Jiacheng, has arrived at our company, expressing their intent to provide substantial support. They even mentioned that they would allocate land based on your preferences. Oh, it seems they have finally wised up. However, I am currently in Donghai and must inspect the land here before making any decisions. Please send them away. The call ended abruptly. The phone was on speaker, and everyone could hear the conversation. Wu Jiangwo's expression darkened considerably, and at that moment, Xiaofeng hurriedly burst into the conference room, exclaiming, President Su, General Chao. General Chao has arrived. Su Ro glanced toward the entrance and indeed spotted a group of high-ranking officials clad in military uniforms. Accompanying Chao Guangda this time are several generals from the southern military region and even a special envoy from Yanjing. Wu Jiangwo, of course, recognizes these individuals, who are all influential power players. Ah, General Chao, General Zhang, General Li. Is that not Minister Liu? I did not expect you all to visit Huanyu Technology. Wu Jiangwo exclaimed, hurrying forward to shake hands with these military dignitaries. Oh, Mayor Wu, you are here for an inspection? However, we are not. We have received orders from the superior to invite Mr. Chen to Yanjing for a discussion on national affairs, Chao Guangda stated, bestowing considerable respect upon Chen Yu. Wu Jiangwo was taken aback. Now even the superior wished to meet Chen Yu. If Chen Yu were to share his experiences in Jiangxing with the superior, Wu Jiangwo's tenure as mayor would likely come to an end. General Chao, we are not here for an inspection. We are here to support Huanyu Technology. Even though Chairman Chen is currently absent, I have numerous supportive policies to discuss with Mr. Chen. Therefore, I intend to head to Donghai immediately to communicate with him. May I inquire when Yanjing expects Mr. Chen to arrive? Wu Jiangwo aimed to establish communication with Chen Yu before he traveled to Yanjing. Otherwise, his political career would be jeopardized. Mayor Wu, we are not in a hurry. It can be within the next couple of days, came the reply from the generals. Wu Jiangwo was elated. He still had time. Very well, General Chao, esteemed generals, ministers, I shall take my leave now. With that, Wu Jiangwo departed with the officials from Jiangcheng, eager to meet Chen Yu at the earliest opportunity. After their departure, Su Ro attended to the military delegation. Very well then. Chen Yu and Xia Yushu arrived at the edge where Donghai City meets Jiangcheng. This location is not too far from Chifu Village, which is also situated at the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Chen Yu, my father has already arrived there. He has brought the mayor of Donghai City, Zhao Wenbin. You will discuss matters with him, said Xia Yushu. After a brief drive, they finally reached the agreed-upon spot. As Chen Yu and Xia Yushu stepped out of the car, they noticed a line of vehicles waiting. A handsome middle-aged man approached and extended his hand. You must be Chen Yu. I have heard my daughter speak of you daily. You truly are a remarkable figure. Chen Yu shook hands with Xia Shixiao. Hello, Uncle Xia. I have long admired your reputation. Haha, let me introduce you. This is Mayor Zhao Wenbin of Donghai City. Greetings, Mr. Chen. I understand you are interested in acquiring a piece of land. Xia has brought me into the conversation. Yes, Mayor Zhao. I wish to purchase a substantial area of land. Chen Yu enthusiastically followed Mayor Zhao and Xia Shixiao, spending the afternoon inspecting the site. This land spans an impressive 30 square kilometers, approximately 45,000 acres, and is home to around 3,000 households. After calculating the land price along with relocation expenses, Chen Yu estimated he would need to pay around 6 to 8 billion. Not only is this area significantly larger than Chifu Village, but it is also priced 20 to 30 billion lower. Moreover, Chen Yu discovered that this location is in close proximity to Chifu Village across the river, making it convenient for his factory. Should he acquire this land to establish a technology park, it would be an excellent venture, especially with the strong support from Donghai City. Chen Yu was quite pleased with the plot of land and was preparing to sign the land transfer contract with Zhao Wenbin on site. Suddenly, a convoy of official vehicles bearing Jiangxing license plates drove directly in front of the crowd. Wu Jiangwo, surrounded by numerous officials from Jiangxing, approached Chen Yu, extending his hand with the most amiable smile. You must be Mr. Chen. I am Wu Jiangwo, the mayor of Jiangcheng. The esteemed leaders behind me are the senior officials of Jiangxing. We initially intended to visit your company today to discuss upcoming support plans. But since you have come to Donghai, we thought it would be remiss not to join you. Chen Yu reciprocated with a handshake. Mayor Wu, you traveled quite a distance just to convey this? Chapter 45. A triumphant gain. Wu Jiangwo's expression faltered. Chen Yu's question clearly indicated his discontent. What Wu had just stated was indeed significant, but before he could respond, a voice interjected. I say, Brother Wu, Did you rush over here with such enthusiasm merely to jeopardize the cooperation between Mr. Chen and myself? The speaker was none other than Zhao Wenbin, the mayor of Donghai. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu realized that it was indeed Mayor Zhao, an old acquaintance. As it stands, Mayor Zhao, Mr. Chen's company is already located in Jiangcheng. Even if expansion is necessary, it would be most convenient to do so here. So why come all the way to Donghai? Wu Jiangwo remarked without a hint of politeness. Chen Yu stood by, astonished, as the two mayoral figures engaged in a heated exchange akin to that of common folk. All for the sake of securing the rights for his company's establishment. Wu Jiangwo brought a group of high-ranking officials from Jiacheng, and in a moment, tensions flared with Zhao Wenbin and the officials from Donghai behind him, exchanging hostile glances that conveyed a clear warning. Zhao Wenbin, having learned from his friends in the cabinet in Yanjing that the leadership placed great importance on Huanyu technology, readily agreed when Xia Shixiang from Qinya Group approached him, offering assistance in securing land for Huanyu technology. He personally accompanied him, hoping to entice Huanyu technology to relocate to Donghai. Since Wu Jiangwo did not cherish this opportunity, Zhao Wenbin was determined to hold Huanyu technology close to his heart. As Chen Yu sensed that the two factions were on the brink of conflict, he intervened in a timely manner. Hey, let us all remain calm. Mayor Wu, Mayor Zhao, you are both mayors of the same city. Is it necessary to create such an embarrassing situation over this trivial matter? Zhao Wenbin retorted, Humph. We were having a good discussion and were about to sign the contract when Wu Jiangwo decided to stir trouble. Whose fault is that? Chen Yu interjected, raising his hand to halt their bickering. Gentlemen, if I may have a moment of your attention. To be candid, both the land in Chifu village, Jiangcheng, and this plot have caught my eye. Upon reviewing the map, I noticed that these two parcels are in close proximity, separated only by the Haijiang mountain range. If you agree, why not grant me both plots of land? Once I clear this mountain range, they can be seamlessly connected. Frankly speaking, the larger the area for the technology park I intend to establish, the better. What do you think? Chen Yu's words were diplomatically crafted, ensuring no offense was taken on either side while securing additional land for himself. In his mind, he already possessed a blueprint for a super technology industrial park, with the combined area of the two plots nearing 60 square kilometers, comparable to the core region of Silicon Valley in America, which is home to the world's leading technology giants. This includes renowned companies like Microsoft, Apple, Google, and Meta, whose products are globally popular and, in certain fields, achieve absolute monopoly. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's enterprise, merely a single entity called Huanyu Technology, aspired to surpass these monopolistic tech companies. Naturally, his proposal to acquire both plots would not be met with refusal. Wu Jiangwo was overjoyed. As long as Chen Yu was willing to take his land, his position as mayor would remain secure. Mr. Chen, that is certainly feasible. Our Jiacheng Land Bureau will wholeheartedly support your company's expansion. You merely need to ensure the relocation of the villagers from Chifu village, and as for the land transfer fees, we will waive them entirely. Chen Yu was astonished. Wu Jiangwo's terms were too agreeable to decline. This could save him billions. Zhao Wenbin then chimed in. Mr. Chen, our Donghai city can offer you the same policy. Chen Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. The simultaneous reduction of land acquisition costs by several billion was a stroke of fortune, as his only responsibility was the resettlement of the residents. Such a fortuitous circumstance was almost beyond imagination. Had Chen Yu been aware of the significant attention his Huanyu technology was receiving from the esteemed leaders in Yanjing, he would have regarded these supportive conditions as rather commonplace. Excellent, Mayor Zhao, Mayor Wu, let us sign the contract immediately. Chen Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, understood that promptly signing the contract was imperative. Splendid. Both mayors gestured to their secretaries, who had already prepared the contracts, awaiting Chen Yu's signature. Chen Yu believed he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, while the mayors envisioned a deep collaboration with Huanyu technology, which would also earn them commendations within the upper echelons of the Yanjing cabinet. A triple victory, indeed. The contract was swiftly executed between Chen Yu and the two mayors, who had arranged a dedicated work group to assist him in the relocation of residents from the land. This ensured that Chen Yu's forthcoming expansion would proceed seamlessly. The mayors expressed their desire for Chen Yu to join them for an evening gathering in the official state guest hotel in Jiangcheng, designated for hosting international dignitaries. General Chao Guangda held a banquet to honor Chen Yu and Su Rou. Upon entering the hotel's largest private room, Chen Yu was greeted by several high-ranking military officials clad in uniforms. Observing their shoulder insignias, he recognized them as generals. General Chao, esteemed generals, I apologize for my tardiness. I was negotiating a project in Donghai, he said. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Haha, Mr. Chen, you jest. I am curious to know how your negotiations fared. General Chao responded courteously. It went quite smoothly. I secured 2 parcels of land in Jiangcheng and Donghai, with plans to establish a technology industrial park. Chao Guangda's eyes sparkled with excitement. The leader had previously stated that the key to Yinxia's breakthrough against the sanctions imposed by Europe and America lay within Huanyu technology. Now, with Chen Yu acquiring 2 plots of land and poised for large-scale expansion, it was evident that Chen Yu was determined to contribute something significant to the nation. Chao Guangda raised his glass, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Chen Yu, come, let us drink these 3 cups together. As soon as Chao Guangda finished speaking, Generals Zhang and Li, along with the envoy from Yinjing, stood up, raising their glasses in solidarity. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yu felt a profound sense of support from his country. He nodded earnestly. I understand. Yinxia is currently facing an unprecedented crisis, and as a citizen of Yinxia, it is my duty to contribute. The sanctions from Europe and America will soon crumble without any effort on our part. This I assure you. Chapter 46. Secret Experiment. Chao Guangda gazed at Chen Yu with bright eyes, pondering the immense surprises this young man, barely in his 20s, could bring to Yinxia. Ultimately, everyone stood up, raising their glasses in unison, and together they drank heartily with Chen Yu. Even Su Rou was moved by Chen Yu's boldness, growing increasingly fond of him. After the banquet concluded, Chen Yu learned that Chao Guangda had come at the behest of the leader to escort him to Yinjing for an audience. They arranged to depart the following morning. That night, having indulged a bit too much, Chen Yu was escorted home by Su Rou and her secretary, Xiao Feng. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Xiao Jiaji rushed out of the villa. Oh dear, master has consumed so much alcohol. Xiao Feng noticed Xiao Jiaji's sudden appearance and cast a somewhat awkward glance at her employer, Su Rou. In her heart, she must be pondering the relationship between Mr. Su and Chen Yu, as well as the connection between Chen Yu and the little clamp. Su Rou had always known that the little clamp lived with Chen Yu. Yet he consistently claimed that there was nothing between them. Xiao Feng cast a meaningful glance at her boss and Chen Yu before driving away. After escorting Chen Yu to the villa, he reclined on the sofa. Chen Yu suddenly embraced Su Rou in a mischievous manner, causing her to instinctively gasp. Ah, Chen Yu. In truth, Chen Yu was not intoxicated. His body housed advanced repair nanobots capable of swiftly metabolizing the alcohol. Chen Yu, wake up. You're pinning me down. Su Rou. I'm here to assist you. The little clamp stepped forward, seizing Chen Yu by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. Chen Yu inwardly cursed, realizing that he must keep the little clamp at a distance during future escapades. He ceased his pretense and gradually regained consciousness, causing Su Rou's face to flush crimson. Perhaps I should refrain. Isn't the little clamp here to take care of you? Alas, she is not. She is merely a decoration. Su Rou remained perplexed, unable to comprehend Chen Yu's frequent remarks about the little clamp being a mere ornament, incapable of being utilized in any meaningful way. Master, how can you declare her a decoration without having given her a chance? She possesses considerable knowledge. Chen Yu sighed. Little clamp, could you not remain silent for once? Su Rou, upon hearing such audacious words, felt her expression harden as she swiftly grabbed her bag and stormed out. Chen Yu's plans were once again thwarted, and he turned to regard the seemingly harmless little clamp. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Come here and massage my legs. Certainly, master. Chen Yu reclined on the sofa, indulging in leisure. The following day, he accompanied Chao Guangda aboard a private jet bound for Yinjing, thousands of miles away. In a clandestine laboratory within Area 51 in the United States, Minister of Technology Rogers gazed through a glass panel at an ongoing covert research endeavor. Beside him, Defense Minister Schneider inquired with curiosity, will your experiment succeed? Rogers furrowed his brow and replied, the technologies we are working with were excavated from the wreckage of that spacecraft. Yet their sophistication is beyond our current capabilities. Our scientists require more time to replicate them flawlessly. Reports from Laboratory 3 suggest promising developments. We cannot afford to lag behind. What they are researching pales in comparison to my work. Then I wish you swift success. To survive before the impending solar cataclysm, we must secure vast resources from across the globe. By the way, what is your opinion on the anti-gravity aircraft from Yinxia? That combat aircraft is indeed formidable. Yet it does not pose a significant threat to us. I mean, it is rather peculiar that a small tech company could produce such a devastating weapon. Do you not think? Rogers had long harbored a suspicion but had been unable to confirm it. Are you suggesting that Chen Yu technology has also acquired technology from the ruins? I believe that possibility cannot be dismissed. Humph, what a joke. Such technologies cannot be deciphered in a short span of time, after all. Chen Yu technology has only been established for a little over a month. Well, you should focus on your work on the breakthrough. I will report to the president. Defense Minister Schneider patted Rogers on the shoulder and departed from the laboratory. Rogers continued to observe the bustling scientists around him, lost in contemplation. In the sweltering summer capital, Chen Yu followed Chao Guangda, traveling in a special vehicle towards the confines of the Red Wall. After undergoing multiple security checks, the vehicle halted beside a two-story building. Upon disembarking, Chen Yu meticulously surveyed his surroundings, where the mountains were verdant and the waters clear, evoking a serene embrace of nature. Accompanying Chao Guangda into the small building, they were greeted by a secretary. "General Chao, you have arrived. This must be Mr. Chen Yu," she remarked. "Indeed, this is Chen Yu." Chen Yu hurried forward to shake hands with the secretary, recognizing her as the chief's aide, someone of a rank even higher than Wu Jiangwo. Hello. I am Chen Yu. The chief has been awaiting your arrival. Please, step inside." Chao Guangda guided Chen Yu into the main room. In the reception area, an amiable elder occupied the principal seat. Chen Yu, encountering the elder for the first time, felt a flutter of nerves. The elder, observing Chen Yu's unease, smiled and said, "You must be Chen Yu. Indeed, you are young and accomplished. Come, have a seat." The chief invited Chen Yu and Chao Guangda to sit down. The secretary entered, serving tea for the three before stepping out. "Chief, I have brought the person you requested." "Excellent, excellent." The chief's warmth left Chen Yu somewhat taken aback. "Young Chen, I have seen the videos of the missile-carrying combat aircraft developed by your company, annihilating those nefarious fleets. Truly, it is an impressive weapon." The leader referred to Chen Yu as Little Chen, inadvertently drawing the two closer and instilling a sense of warmth within Chen Yu. In a moment of impulsiveness, "I had commanded the bullet to strike, and now, having caused such a significant calamity, I am engulfed in remorse." Chen Yu felt that the sanctions he currently faced were a direct result of his momentary folly. Haha. Chen Yu, do not blame yourself. These sanctions were inevitable. Merely a matter of timing. Your actions were commendable. Those who offend the Yinxia must bear the consequences. Chen Yu sighed in relief, grateful that he was not being summoned for reprimand. According to our intelligence, the United States has recently revised its strategy, officially embarking on a path of global resource plunder. If we continue to acquiesce, it may yield counterproductive results. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. You are correct. Chen Yu, do you know why I have summoned you this time? Chapter 47. The enigma deepens. Chen Yu could surmise the reason for the leader's invitation. Please, esteemed leader, speak plainly. As a citizen of Yinxia, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to our cause, as long as it is within my capacity. The leader was profoundly pleased with Chen Yu's attitude. Excellent. Splendid. Chen Yu, Yinxia needs young individuals like you. Subsequently, Chen Yu outlined his plan to establish a super-industrial park to the leader and Chao Guangda. While he refrained from disclosing the specific products he intended to produce, it was evident that the leader held great trust in Chen Yu. Chen Yu, your recent plan is commendable. Your company possesses the capability to design weaponry of the caliber akin to missile combat aircraft, indicating a formidable research and development prowess. However, allow me to present you with a gift. Chen Yu was taken aback. What could the superior possibly bestow upon him? The superior picked up the internal phone, dialed a number, and uttered a few words. Minutes later, several military personnel clad in uniforms entered the conference hall, led by Su Chongqing, the Minister of Defense, who carried a black, coated briefcase. Chief, Su Chongqing addressed. You have the items, I presume? Indeed, Chief, Su replied, placing the black, coated briefcase upon the table. Curiosity piqued within Chen Yu. What could be contained within? Could this be the gift the superior intended for him? Chao Guangda shared the intrigue, wondering what the superior might be presenting to Chen Yu. Could it be the contents of that very briefcase? Chen Yu, are you not curious about what lies within? Chen Yu nodded. Chief, the gift you offer must surely be extraordinary. Ha, indeed. Chongqing, do open it. Su Chongqing, along with several high-ranking officials behind him, each utilized their fingerprints to unlock the briefcase. Chen Yu stared in astonishment. The contents held such a high level of confidentiality that only the Minister of Defense and a few esteemed officials could access it. Upon opening the briefcase, Chen Yu peered inside and found it filled merely with stacks of documents. To be candid, a sense of disappointment washed over him. The nature of the documents held little intrigue for him. Possessing alien spacecraft and an unparalleled repository of technology, he found scant interest in these papers. Chen Yu, take a look at these documents. The leader gestured for Chen Yu to pick up a document for inspection. Chen Yu complied and retrieved the topmost file from the briefcase. After merely glancing at it, he was astounded. It contained technologies unknown to Earth. Chen Yu's perspective had long transcended the limitations of Earthlings. Upon examining these technologies, he recognized they did not belong to Earth. In his mind, he connected with the intellect system. Intellect. Please scan this document immediately and inform me why such technologies exist on Earth. Understood, Captain. Please peruse the document while I conduct the scan. Subsequently, Chen Yu's eyes became those of the intellect system, and after quickly finishing the first document, the voice of the intellect system resonated. Scan complete, now analyzing. Analysis complete. Captain, this represents merely a rudimentary form of polymer extraction technology. However, many crucial details within the document are inaccurate and lack theoretical foundations. I can easily supplement it, making it suitable for the construction of shells for low-end spacecraft. Low-end. Please do not compare this with your level 7 civilization. I mean, given the current technology on Earth, what level does this belong to? Captain, if the technology is completed, compared to that in the lowest tier of the technology repository aboard ship number 1, it would still lag behind by one level, barely qualifying as technology of a level 2 cosmic civilization. Chen Yu was astonished. How could a planet rated at level 0, 6 possess technology from a level 2 civilization? He picked up another document and swiftly began to flip through it. What technology is this? This is a design blueprint for a laser energy cannon. Its power comparable to that of a projectile from an electromagnetic railgun. However, many of the technical parameters appear erroneous, suggesting that humanity has acquired some form of extraterrestrial technology, albeit with limitations in scientific understanding, resulting in only a partial decryption, which still qualifies as technology of a Type 2 civilization. Chen Yu surmised that the technology contained within this case likely originated from a Type 2 civilization planet. As for the numerous inaccuracies in the parameters, it seems humanity has yet to fully unravel the complexities involved. Even though Chen Yu's access to the technological repository aboard his spacecraft is restricted to the most rudimentary technologies, it remains superior to that of a Type 2 civilization. The commanding officers, including Chao Guangda and Su Chongqing, observed as Chen Yu swiftly perused the documents, seemingly able to read 10 lines at a glance. Eventually, he set the documents down and, with curiosity, inquired of the commander, "Sir, these technologies, I presume, are not something we possess on Earth at present?" The commander's eyes lit up, realizing he had indeed not misjudged Chen Yu, who had instantly recognized the exceptional nature of these technologies. Huh, Chen Yu, can you comprehend this? Chen Yu scratched his head. His cognitive abilities had been amplified by the intelligent core. He was constantly becoming more astute and absorbing vast amounts of knowledge, thus enabling him to understand a portion of the material. Yet, he could not grasp it all, as the intelligent core primarily provided explanations. Sir, to be candid, I can comprehend some aspects, but I am quite certain these technologies do not exist on Earth. The commander exchanged a knowing glance with Defense Minister Su Chongqing and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Yu was a prodigy. To be candid, Chen Yu, these advanced technologies are indeed not of our Earth. They were discovered within a certain ruin. Approximately 40 years ago, we stumbled upon a crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft at that site. Our research on the remnants of the vessel has led us to conclude that it plummeted to Earth nearly 10 millennia ago. We meticulously collected all fragments of the spacecraft, many of which remained intact, and after decades of diligent efforts, our scientists have finally gleaned the technologies you now possess. However, the limitations of our scientists have thus far prevented us from achieving mass production of the items detailed within these documents. Upon hearing the commander's account, Chen Yu squinted slightly. Could it be that he was not the sole possessor of an extraterrestrial spacecraft on Earth? Furthermore, as the commander mentioned, the fragments they obtained also dated back to a crash 10,000 years ago. Was this not strikingly similar to the timeline of his own spacecraft's descent? Intelligent Core, do you know if there are any other extraterrestrial spacecraft that have fallen to Earth apart from yours? Captain, at least within the 9803. For 157 years since my arrival on Earth, there have been no other extraterrestrial craft that have descended to this planet. then it is plausible that the remnants discovered by Yin Xia arrived on Earth prior to your descent. That is a possibility. However, the spacecraft of a mere Type 2 civilization pales in comparison to mine. I am eager to understand why these Type 2 extraterrestrial vessels have descended upon Earth. Just as you have. What is the reason? Upon Chen Yu's prompting, the intelligent brain commenced an intense analysis. Captain, based on your suggestion, I have identified a potential scenario. Speak swiftly. Chapter 48. A possibility with Chen Yu's indication, the intelligent brain rapidly conducted its analysis and indeed uncovered a plausible hypothesis. Captain, the time of the second-level civilization's spacecraft crashing on Earth coincides closely with my own descent. Nearly 10,000 years ago, when the number 1 spacecraft's warp engine malfunctioned, I detected anomalous spatial fluctuations, which are exceedingly rare in the cosmos. I surmise that it was that very spatial disturbance that caused the malfunction in the warp engine, resulting in the vessel plummeting from warp space to a vicinity near Earth. Is it conceivable that this second-level civilization's spacecraft experienced a similar fate? There exists a possibility. Intelligent brain, do you comprehend the cause of these spatial fluctuations? The cause may be spatial wormholes naturally formed in the universe, though such occurrences are quite infrequent. Is there a possibility that it was artificially induced? Artificial? That is not beyond the realm of possibility. A civilization reaching level 5 could construct a spatial mine, which could ensnare even a level 7 civilization spacecraft if caught unawares. Spatial mine. What on earth is that? Even your level 7 spacecraft could fall victim? Indeed. Do not underestimate a level 5 civilization. They possess the ability to manipulate multidimensional space. Such spatial mines operate on this principle. And I am merely the weakest exploratory vessel among level 7 civilizations. If I were a starship equipped with a more advanced warp collapse engine, capable of creating wormholes for traversal, I would surpass the capabilities of warp drive, achieving greater speed and rendering level 5 civilizations' spatial mines utterly ineffective against me. Moreover, with the Milky Way galaxy's diameter spanning 100,000 light-years, it indeed possesses sufficient conditions to give rise to such advanced civilizations as level 5. So, you imply that your descent to Earth could have been orchestrated by a level 5 civilization, correct? This possibility cannot be dismissed. A profound sense of crisis looms within Chen Yu. Should such an extraordinarily advanced civilization exist within the galaxy, the discovery of Earth by them could very well lead to its subjugation as a colony. Presently, he has yet to amass sufficient strength, akin to the dark forest theory depicted in the three-body problem. Intelligence core, we must fortify our power. You are a level 7 civilization and cannot be vanquished by a level 5 civilization within the galaxy. Captain, as long as you provide me with ample raw materials and time, I can equip you with the capability to resist a level 5 civilization. Very well. Let us set this matter aside for now. I still need to discuss things with the commander. Chen Yu severed the connection with the intelligence core and set down the documents in his hand. Commander, I can attempt to research and complete the technologies within these files. The commander's eyes brightened. What is your confidence level in achieving success with this research? I cannot assert a high degree of confidence, but I shall exert my utmost effort. Reluctantly, Chen Yu thought to himself that he held no interest in studying the rudimentary technologies of a mere level 2 civilization. With superior technology of at least a level 3 civilization at our disposal, one must ponder the rationale behind delving into the remnants of a level 2 civilization. Nevertheless, observing the eager gaze of the commander, Chen Yu resolved to have the intelligent brain supplement 1 or 2 technological advancements from this level 2 civilization, with the intent of presenting them to the nation. Very well, Chen Yu, I assure you that our great Yinxiao will wholeheartedly support your endeavors. As for the external sanctions, you need not fret. Our illustrious Yinxiao possesses the resources accumulated over many years to contend with the West. The commander expressed confidence, to which Chen Yu responded, I firmly believe that the sanctions imposed by America will soon unravel. The commander recognized the young man's conviction and discerned that he harbored his own thoughts. After concluding the meeting, Chao Guangda escorted Chen Yu away. In truth, Chen Yu had already scanned the pertinent documents into his mind, rendering their physicality inconsequential. Upon departing from the leader's residence, Chao Guangda informed Chen Yu, I shall embark on a secret mission tonight, and in the coming days, I will arrange for someone to show you around Yanjing. No worries, General Chao. Your mission is paramount, Chen Yu replied. After parting ways with Chao Guangda, Chen Yu was accommodated at the Yanjing VIP Hotel, the nation's most prestigious establishment for hosting distinguished guests. In the opulent suite, he stood contemplatively before the floor-to-ceiling window. The more he learned, the more he felt the weight of impending crises facing Earth. With the abnormal eruptions of solar flares intensifying, he was acutely aware of the looming threat posed by existing advanced civilizations. One day, they might discover him, sending a spacecraft to transform this place into a colony or even obliterate it entirely. Fortunately, since the inception of radio waves on Earth, nearly a little over a century has elapsed, during which these waves have traversed a distance of no more than 100 light-years in the cosmos. In the grand expanse of the universe, this barely ventures beyond the threshold of a novice village. According to astronomers, within 100 light-years of Earth, the conditions conducive to the emergence of life-bearing planets are virtually non-existent. Thus, for the time being, Earth remains secure, irrespective of how formidable those advanced civilizations may be. The radio waves emitted by this insignificant creature of Earth, as well as the light it radiates, have yet to reach the detection range of any extraterrestrial instruments. These aliens are not deities. They cannot conjure knowledge of Earth's existence from thin air. It appears that the most pressing concern at present is to resolve the solar crisis. Until this calamity is surmounted, what hope is there of engaging with extraterrestrial beings? Chen Yu mused to himself. Having arrived in Yanjing, Chen Yu decided to indulge in a brief stay, as he had never before visited the capital. The following morning, a knock echoed at the door of Chen Yu's suite. Dressed in his pajamas, he opened the door, anticipating room service delivering breakfast. To his surprise, standing before him was a stunningly beautiful woman. With a delicately crafted visage and captivating eyes, she possessed a statuesque figure, reaching an impressive height of nearly 1.7 meters, accentuated by a pair of silver stilettos that brought her almost level with Chen Yu's towering 1.83 meters. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, her slightly flushed, wavy hair cascading alluringly. Clad in a dark-hued dress that showcased her flawless physique, she was nearly perfect, resembling a delicate figurine. Most striking were her elegant legs, clad in sheer black stockings, which stirred a sense of warmth within Chen Yu early in the morning. "You must be Chen Yu," the beauty inquired first. Chen Yu felt somewhat flustered. You, who are you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chao Yisan. My father, Chao Guangda, embarked on a mission last night, and he entrusted me with the responsibility of showing you around Yanjing today." Chen Yu was taken aback, astonished that General Chao Guangda had such a beautiful daughter. It turned out that when Chao Guangda mentioned sending someone to accompany him, he was referring to his own daughter. Chen Yu took a moment to appraise Chao Yisan once more, and indeed, she bore a resemblance to Chao Guangda. "Very well, Miss Chao. I shall rely on you today. Please, just call me Yisan. Addressing me as Miss Chao feels rather distant." "All right then, Yisan. Do hurry and get dressed. I shall wait for you outside." "Oh, of course." In merely 2 minutes, Chen Yu was fully attired and at the door. Goodness, that was quick. How is it possible to be ready in such a short time? Chen Yu was rendered speechless. How could a man be chastised by a woman, especially one as stunning as she? Thus, he instinctively retorted, "In truth, I can sometimes endure much longer." Chao Yisan's expression momentarily faltered, her lips twitching slightly before she led Chen Yu downstairs. After enjoying breakfast at the hotel, they stepped outside where a charming red Mini awaited them. "Get in. I will take you to some delightful places." Chen Yu was somewhat astonished that Chao Yisan drove such an adorable car. The two entered the vehicle and sped away. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, not far behind, a rather inconspicuous black car had quietly started, trailing the Mini in silence. Chapter 49. Bound together inside the black sedan sat 2 men. In the passenger seat, a man with a hawk-like nose spoke into his earphone. "The target has departed from the hotel, but a man has accompanied him into the vehicle. We are currently in pursuit." "Yes, understood." The lanky driver inquired, "What instructions do we have regarding that man?" Meanwhile, in the Mini, Chen Yu curiously asked, "Yisan, where do you plan to take me for some fun? Our capital city is steeped in history and culture. Of course, I will first take you to the Forbidden City." "Sounds great. I've only seen it on television before." For the entire morning, Chao Yisan guided Chen Yu through the Forbidden City, the Summer Palace, and the Old Summer Palace, among other renowned attractions. Chen Yu marveled at how the capital indeed exuded a rich cultural ambience, imbued with a profound sense of history. At noon, the pair arrived at the capital's famous snack street, eager to indulge in a feast. However, during their leisurely stroll, 2 men who had been trailing Chen Yu and Chao Yisan masqueraded as tourists, casually capturing their photographs with a DSLR camera. "We've secured the images. You keep an eye on them while I send these to headquarters." "Understood." One of the men extracted the memory card from the camera and inserted it into a portable device. After a few swift operations, the photos were encrypted and transmitted. The two men continued to follow Chen Yu and Chao Yixin. At that moment, within the vast confines of the Pentagon, a large office known as the Summer Strategy Research Department buzzed with activity. 100 individuals were diligently engaged in their work, focused on devising strategies to suppress and constrain the influence of the summer. Moments ago, they received a photograph. Several high-ranking officials from the American Strategic Research Department, upon viewing the image, immediately initiated an investigation into the man depicted. Chen Yu's identity was not difficult to ascertain. He had recently captivated attention at the Huanyu Technology Press Conference. Upon discovering that this individual was Chen Yu, the officials of the Strategic Research Department were surprisingly elated. Their original intent was to kidnap the daughter of Chao Guangda, who is currently engaged in a sensitive mission. The Americans aimed to disrupt Chao Guangda's task through the abduction of his daughter. However, they hit two targets with one arrow, as Chen Yu, who had recently become a source of concern for them, was found to be in the company of their intended target, Chao Yixin. The commander of the Strategic Research Department promptly reported this development to the highest echelons. At the food street, two men received a secret directive from their superiors. They were, in fact, professionally trained American spies. The order was clear: capture both individuals. Very well, let's find a secluded spot to act, and contact the extraction team to ensure they are nearby, ready to assist in the swift removal of the targets. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu and Chao Yixin, who were indulging in various delicacies, they were being monitored by these spies. After enjoying their meal, the pair prepared to head to the restroom. The spies shadowing them planned to strike inside the restroom. The facility at the food street had a hidden pathway behind it, where a van was already parked, its rear concealed by black cloth, obscuring the interior. Let us go. After the restroom, I'll take you to the next location. All right. Chen Yu and Chao Yixin entered their respective restrooms. Two spies stealthily followed him into the restroom, disregarding the presence of any others within. Their sole focus remained on their target. Chen Yu entered the spacious lavatory and casually approached a urinal, preparing to unfasten his zipper. Nearby, several tourists attended to their own needs when one of the spies entered, making a beeline for Chen Yu's back, producing a piece of white cloth from his pocket. The cloth was saturated with ether, a substance that, when pressed against the mouth and nose, would induce unconsciousness with just a single inhalation. Oblivious to the impending abduction, Chen Yu was about to draw his weapon when the spy seized him from behind, swiftly applying the ether-soaked cloth to his mouth and nose. The spy, trained in the art of stealth, executed his move with remarkable speed, causing Chen Yu to inhale a whiff of the potent substance. He immediately detected a sharp, acrid scent, and his mind began to swim in a haze. Instinctively, Chen Yu attempted to push the assailant away. However, the spy relinquished his grip, opting to wait for Chen Yu to succumb. As Chen Yu turned, he beheld a masked figure, whose eyes hinted at a mocking smile. Although his head spun, Chen Yu surmised that these individuals were indeed targeting him, employing some form of toxin designed to render him unconscious. Yet, before long, the dizzy spell dissipated. Chen Yu realized that the nanobots within his system had effectively neutralized or broken down the toxin. The masked spy continued to observe Chen Yu, his expression shifting from calm to perplexed. Why had he not yet collapsed? At that moment, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the adjacent ladies' restroom. Though it was not the voice of Chao Yixin, Chen Yu was certain that their intentions extended beyond him, threatening her as well. Fearless of the adversary's toxins, the formidable Chao Yixin was undoubtedly unable to withstand the onslaught. The piercing screams of the other women were likely a reaction to the audacity of someone attempting to abduct another within the confines of the ladies' restroom. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. It was imperative that he prevented the assailants from seizing Chao Yixin, whose father was a general, thus rendering her identity exceedingly significant. With a swift motion, Chen Yu advanced toward the spy, offering a sardonic smile before delivering a powerful punch to the spy's abdomen. Although the spy was professionally trained and possessed commendable skills, he had been misled into believing that Chen Yu would succumb to the ether. Contrary to his expectations, Chen Yu remained vibrant and alert. After enduring the blow, the spy collapsed to the ground, the force of the punch likely fracturing two of his ribs. Enhanced by the internal capabilities of the AMI robots and his own rigorous daily training, Chen Yu's physical prowess, strength, agility, and endurance had seen remarkable improvement. This strike was executed with all his might, catching the spy completely off guard and leading to his immediate downfall. Disregarding the fallen spy, Chen Yu swiftly exited the men's restroom, racing towards the ladies' restroom. Upon entering, he observed the shattered window on the restroom wall, a clear indication that an abduction had taken place through this very exit. Chen Yu hurriedly climbed to the window and peered down, witnessing a van closing its doors. A spy, glancing upward in astonishment, immediately shouted, "Chen Yu's capture has failed. Retreat at once." The van had initially been poised to extract the unconscious Chen Yu from the men's restroom. However, upon spotting Chen Yu, it became evident that the mission to apprehend him had been thwarted. They did not linger, swiftly boarding the van, its tires emitting a screeching sound as it sped away. Chen Yu vaulted through the window, landing on the narrow path and pursuing the van with fervor. However, as the vehicle turned at the end of the lane and merged onto the main road, its speed surged dramatically. Although Chen Yu's physique had been enhanced, he was not yet capable of outrunning a car solely on foot. Perhaps in the future he might be able to. Damn it! Chen Yu cursed angrily by the roadside. Chapter 50. Chen Yu takes action. Chen Yu could not bear to watch as those individuals abducted Chao Yisun. He immediately connected to the intelligence brain. Intelligence brain. Swiftly track that vehicle. Display the imagery directly in my mind, and send its real-time location to my phone. Understood, Captain. The landing craft will promptly ascend from low Earth orbit to hover over Yanjing, locking onto the target in real time. A small landing craft floated in low Earth orbit above Jiangqing. Following the directive, it sped towards Yanjing with utmost urgency. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Yu received the real-time location data transmitted by the intelligence brain. It appeared that the landing craft had successfully located and locked onto the target van. Chen Yu hailed a taxi on the street, instructing the driver to head towards the identified target. The van was journeying towards the most secluded outskirts. Were it not for Chao Yisun's presence in the vehicle, Chen Yu would have commanded the landing craft to obliterate both the vehicle and its occupants with a laser cannon. After following the van for over an hour, the taxi finally reached a narrow road in the suburbs, and the driver began to grow apprehensive. "Sir, where exactly are we headed? We are already on the edge of Yanqing. I can only take you this far." The taxi came to a gradual halt, and Chen Yu could hardly impose any difficulty upon the driver. Reluctantly, he exited the vehicle and scanned to settle the fare, after which the driver hastily sped away. Chen Yu observed the red dot on his phone had ceased its movement. The kidnappers had likely arrived at their stronghold. However, there remained a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers to traverse. Undeterred, Chen Yu resolved to run the distance. Confident in his physical prowess to conquer these few kilometers with ease, he set forth, navigating the rugged path toward the kidnapper's location. In approximately 10 minutes, he accomplished what would ordinarily take a normal person 40 minutes. At that moment, his gaze fell upon an old, red brick building. Intellect. Scan the building to ascertain the number of individuals inside, he commanded. Understood, Captain, responded the ship's AI. A beam of light emanated from the spaceship orbiting above, precisely scanning the structure from space. There are 7 men inside, all armed, along with one unconscious woman. Chen Yu felt an impulse to alert the authorities. Yet the audacity of these kidnappers to operate so brazenly in the capital, coupled with their meticulous planning, indicated they were not ordinary criminals. Reporting the incident could jeopardize the hostage's safety. Therefore, he resolved to undertake the rescue himself, fortified by the presence of an AMI repair robot within him, rendering him impervious to gunshot wounds. Intellect. Implant all the combat techniques learned from the small module into my memory, he instructed. Affirmative, Captain. Initiating the process now. Operation successful. In an instant, Chen Yu felt a surge of new memories flooding his mind, granting him knowledge of precise strikes capable of delivering fatal blows. He unleashed a flurry of punches, the air crackling with intensity, having previously relied solely on brute strength due to a lack of technique. Now he swings his fist, capable of fully mobilizing the muscles in his arm, generating power several times greater than before. He can even produce the sound of wind from his punches, reminiscent of a scene from a film. Indeed, if those individuals were to be struck by my fist, they would either meet their demise or be left incapacitated. Chen Yu stealthily approached the wall of the building, as the intelligent neural network transmitted the internal scanned imagery directly to his eyes. It was as if he could see through the wall, discerning the situation within. Clearly, there was no one in the courtyard outside the building. With a single leap, Chen Yu effortlessly vaulted over the 2-meter-high wall. The Olympic high jump record stands at 2 meters and 40 centimeters, yet for Chen Yu, it was merely a trivial jump. Upon entering the courtyard, he utilized the real-time 3D imagery of the building's interior provided by the landing ship overhead. The individuals he sought were hiding in a basement. Chen Yu stealthily made his way into the house, heading toward the basement. Inside the basement, a spy was conversing into a special communication device. We failed to kidnap Chen Yu. We only managed to capture Chao Yisin. Chen Yu is merely an ordinary person. You are all trained warriors. How could you fail? Nonsense. Who wouldn't fear ether? Even an elephant would succumb to it. Are you jesting with me? Yet, those tasked with confronting Chen Yu spoke in such a manner. Forget it. Chen Yu was not your intended target this time. Keep a close watch on that woman. She is of great significance. Understood, Commander. The spy leader ended the communication. A fellow spy inquired, Boss, the third member who went to capture Chen Yu is currently hiding in the city. Should we go and retrieve him? Let us not dwell on him. Let him conceal himself for now. We have captured Chao Guangda's daughter, and the capital will undoubtedly be placed under martial law. Very well. Chen Yu has arrived at the entrance of the basement, having overheard the conversations within. So, these are spies. It appears their target has always been Chao Yisin. And I am merely a secondary concern. Chen Yu scoffed, infuriated by the audacity of these wretched spies who dared to abduct a general's daughter. With a plan to storm in and swiftly neutralize them, Chen Yu visualized the interior of the basement in his mind, equipped with real-time data from a landing ship, including the positions of each individual. After simulating the assault in his thoughts, he took a deep breath and forcefully kicked the door open, his figure surging in like a phantom. The spies were caught utterly off guard as Chen Yu struck at the two nearest to him. Two powerful punches landed squarely on their temples, shattering their skulls and sending them to their demise on the spot. Chen Yu moved with remarkable speed, advancing towards another trio. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more punches, and the trio was sent hurtling backwards, their chests caving in. Broken ribs pierced their hearts, and they coughed up blood, their lives hanging by a thread. Having swiftly dealt with 5 of them, the remaining 2 in the back finally regained their senses, drawing their guns from their waists. Without hesitation, they opened fire on Chen Yu. He shielded his head, his feet propelling him forward with fierce momentum, determined to eliminate the 2 before they could use Chao Yisin as a hostage. Though he sustained several gunshot wounds, he pressed on, reaching one of the spies and delivering a swift knife-hand strike to his neck. Crack! The spy's scapula was severed by Chen Yu, causing his head to tilt unnaturally as he emitted a sharp gasp before collapsing to the ground. The remaining leader of the spies, witnessing the numerous bullet holes adorning Chen Yu's body, was astonished to see only a trickle of blood escaping. He stared in disbelief, questioning the humanity of this individual. How could a person withstand such a barrage of gunfire and still possess the agility to eliminate another? In a swift motion, Chen Yu lunged towards the spy leader, seizing his wrist with a vice-like grip and twisting forcefully. There was a sickening crack as the leader's wrist was grotesquely contorted, the bone protruding through the flesh. A piercing scream escaped the spy's lips, but it was abruptly silenced as Chen Yu delivered a powerful kick to his head. The impact was devastating, leaving the spy's skull caved in, a clear indication that he would not survive. In a mere 30 seconds, Chen Yu had dispatched all 7 spies. He understood that sparing them could lead to a desperate retaliation in their dying moments, potentially endangering hostages. Moving to a corner of the room, he found Chao Yisin bound to a chair. He swiftly untied her and carried her out of the basement. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chen Yu retrieved his phone and dialed Chao Guangda. The call was answered by his secretary. Mr. Chen, General Chao is currently in an important meeting. If you have matters to discuss, I will convey them to him once he concludes. With the urgency of Chao Guangda's daughter being kidnapped weighing heavily on him, Chen Yu could only relay this dire situation to the secretary. Chapter 51, The Struggle for the Iron Mine upon learning of General Chao's daughter's abduction. The secretary nearly dropped his phone in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? General Chao's daughter has been kidnapped?" "Yes, but I've already rescued her. We're currently in the Yanqing suburb of Yanjing. Dispatch personnel here immediately. Mr. Chen, I will inform General Chao at once." After the call, Chen Yu sat on the steps in front of the building. Enduring over a dozen gunshots had been excruciating, each bullet penetrating his body. The sensation mirrored that of being shot, save for the knowledge of his immortality, which mitigated the psychological fear. The bullets were being expelled by newly formed tissue, falling to the ground one by one. "Captain, all bullets have been removed from your body. The AMI repair robots have completed your physical restoration." "Understood." Moments later, Chen Yu's phone rang. It was Chao Guangda, likely interrupted from his meeting by his secretary. "Chen Yu, is my daughter unharmed?" "General Chao, Yisin is safe. Today, spies attempted to kidnap us, and I pursued them to the Yanqing suburbs, where I eliminated them all. Their demise is of no consequence. Send me your location immediately. I'll dispatch personnel forthwith. Very well. Chen Yu transmitted his coordinates and settled in to wait. Beside him lay Chao Yisin, seemingly in a slumber. Chen Yu reached out to brush a stray strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at her lovely face. He was tempted to steal a kiss. After merely 20 minutes, Chen Yu heard the sound of propellers in the sky. Several military helicopters descended slowly onto a vast expanse of barren land in front of the building. Numerous soldiers armed with automatic rifles rushed down. A few officers in military uniforms approached the courtyard, where they encountered Chen Yu and Chao Yisin. The officers swiftly advanced, saluting Chen Yu, while the leading officer respectfully stated, "Mr. Chen, we are truly grateful to you. Please send someone to the basement for an inspection. Those should be spies sent by the United States infiltrating our territory. Their communication devices are still intact, and perhaps we can uncover something valuable." "Very well, Mr. Chen," replied the officer. Several military doctors, clad in white coats, began to carry Chao Yisin on a stretcher. Upon descending to the basement, the officer was taken aback by the gruesome fate of the 7 individuals. These spies had met their demise through brutal force, either beaten to death or kicked to death. One could only wonder about the tremendous strength required to accomplish such a feat. Chen Yu chose not to board the military helicopters, opting instead to remain in the vicinity under the pretense of necessity. Once the military aircraft departed, he summoned a landing ship to descend. The small craft, as usual, lay bare, serving as a comfortable human pillow for Chen Yu. Reflecting on the day's events, he pondered the motives behind the American spy's abduction of Chao Yisin. Intelligence system. Please investigate the mission that General Chao is currently undertaking. Understood, Captain. I will connect to the military server for inquiries, came the reply. Captain, I've located the information. General Chao is presently in Africa, collaborating with nations such as the United States, France, the United Kingdom, and Germany to vie for control over the newly discovered largest iron ore mine in the world. An iron ore mine. Is it possible that the American spies kidnapped Chao Yisin solely to hinder Chao Guanda's progress? Why are some of the world's most powerful nations converging in Africa to vie for control of this particular iron ore mine? The likely motive is to construct a sanctuary, suggesting that these great powers are, to some extent, aware of the impending solar catastrophe. Although the scientists in Yinxia are still validating the authenticity of this solar calamity, it does not preclude them from making dual preparations. Intelligent brain, what is the total output capacity of that iron ore mine? Based on the currently identified iron reserves, it can yield at least 30 billion tons of steel. Remarkably, such a vast quantity exists. The global annual steel production hovers around 2 billion tons. It is no wonder that these major powers are eager to seize it. However, it is truly despicable that the United States resorted to kidnapping tactics. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon, located on the opposite side of the Earth, several American officials are furrowing their brows in concern. Are we still unable to make contact? Sir, currently, there is only one injured participant in the abduction hiding in the city. The rest have gone completely missing. Alas, it is highly likely that the mission has failed, and it appears the hostage has been rescued. How shall we restrict the Yinxiao representatives in the negotiations regarding the African iron ore mine? Over the years, Yinxiao has been assisting those third-world nations in Africa, and during this negotiation, those countries seem inclined to grant mining rights to Yinxia. This poses a significant challenge for us. Given the implications for the construction of the sanctuary, I believe we should not adopt a gentlemanly approach. I suggest deploying our aircraft carrier strike group to Africa. Those impoverished and underdeveloped nations will undoubtedly yield. I shall contact the president regarding this matter. The following day, Chen Yu received a call early in the morning. It was from Chao Yisin, indicating that this young lady had indeed awakened. Hello, Yisin, are you feeling better? Chen Yu, I have heard that you were the one who saved me. Well, if you invite me out for a day of fun and we encounter danger, I must certainly rescue you. Thank you, Chen Yu. I have learned that you risked a great deal to save me. It was nothing. It is merely what I ought to do. Those American spies are truly shameless. They actually intended to capture me and coerce my father into making concessions at a crucial moment. Thankfully, they did not succeed. Once I am discharged from the hospital, I shall express my gratitude to you properly. Oh, have you already left? That simply won't do. I must thank you in person. Given your current status, it is best you refrain from wandering about. Wait until General Chao secures the mining rights before you venture out. How did you know my father went to negotiate regarding the mine? Hee, I have my ways of knowing. Those American spies sought to threaten my father while he was signing mining contracts with those African nations, thereby delaying our acquisition of the mining rights. I am relieved to hear you are safe. From now on, do not roam about recklessly. If you insist on thanking me, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Very well. After concluding the call with Zhao Yixin, Chen Yu rose to freshen up and drove to the company. He had already secured the Kifakun area along with a tract of land adjacent to Donghai City. Chen Yu was determined to commence his industrial park project without delay. Chapter 52. The terrifying research. Upon arriving at the company, Chen Yu convened a meeting with the upper management, coordinating all departments. Together with the task forces from Jiangxing and Donghai, they swiftly arranged for the proper relocation of local residents. Chen Yu offered financial compensation and housing, which made the residents quite willing to move. Although some stubborn individuals sought exorbitant demands, the firm measures taken by the task forces from both cities led to the clearing of the vast expanse of land, 60 square kilometers and 90,000 acres, in merely 1 week. Constructing such a large industrial park would ordinarily require hundreds of thousands of laborers, and the pace of manual construction would be sluggish. Chen Yu planned to employ robots for the building process. Previously, during the renovation of the Huanyu Technology Factory, robots were utilized, resulting in a swift completion. Currently, there are approximately 10,000 construction robots and 2,000 transportation robots aboard the No. 1 mothership. These machines, originally equipped on the No. 1 exploration vessel, when deployed to Earth for construction, would yield a formidable efficiency. Chen Yu simply needed to provide the building materials for the technological park to rise rapidly. During this week, the competition for iron mines in Africa escalated to a fever pitch. The United States dispatched 3 carrier strike groups to the African waters, exerting pressure on various nations. In a rare move, Yinxia also sent its only 3 aircraft carriers to the region. Although Yinxia's carriers had yet to develop formidable combat capabilities and their carrier-based aircraft lagged at least 2 generations behind those of the United States, Yinxia remained resolute. The iron mine was of paramount importance. Ultimately, the African nations, unable to withstand the pressure, had no choice but to concede. Jointly exploited by 6 major nations, Yinxia, America, Bear Country, England, France, and Germany. The mining allocation is such that Yinxia, America, and Bear Country each claim 30, collectively monopolizing 90 of the extraction rights. The remaining 10 is divided among England, France, and Germany. This arrangement has incited dissatisfaction among Sakura Country, Stick Country, and the most populous nation, India, who were not consulted regarding the competition for mining rights. Notably, the citizens of Stick Country have voiced their grievances, asserting that Yinxia has usurped rights that rightfully belong to them. They argue that as a developed nation with global corporations like Samsung and Hyundai, they deserve the rights, while Yinxia, still a developing nation, should relinquish them. However, the outcry from Stick Country's netizens has been largely disregarded. Akin to ignoring a barking stray dog on the street, one might as well dispatch it without further ado. In his office, Chen Yu see that upon reading the news on his computer, discovering that Yinxia had only secured 30 of the extraction rights. The inability to obtain the entirety was infuriating. Those Americans were truly detestable. He vowed that once his influence grew, he would ensure they relinquished every last bit. Chen Yu invested all his earnings from Huanyu Automobile into the development of the Huanyu Technology Park, focusing primarily on the acquisition of raw materials. His plan involved establishing several factories to produce high-tech products that the West had monopolized, such as advanced chips, sophisticated medical devices, high-end industrial machinery, and specialized instruments crucial in certain fields. In the industrial park, the first factory that Chen Yu intends to construct is a chip manufacturing plant. The high-end chips from the scorching summer have always been products imported from America. Should America cease its exports, our nation would face severe stagnation in numerous sectors. Chen Yu plans to utilize the most rudimentary chip technology from his spacecraft technology repository, the single-photon folded tremor chip. The principle behind it lies in the ability of a single photon to oscillate at the speed of light within a designated area, thus achieving computational capability. This innovation is poised to place us at least a century ahead of Earth's current semiconductor technology. The computational power of an ordinary photon-folded tremor chip is equivalent to that of a supercomputing center on Earth. Chen Yu envisions that once his chip is launched, it will astonish the entire world. If the scorching summer adopts computers powered by this chip for research, all in a pool of blood, a towering humanoid creature, over 2 meters tall and as robust as an ox, fervently crashed against the glass, seemingly intent on breaking free. Success! Success! The visage of Rogers was painted with madness, utterly indifferent to the fates of the scientists. In the sweltering summer of Jiangqing, Chao Guangda returned to the Hanyu factory, summoned by Chen Yu. The 10 bullet-headed combat aircraft promised to the military had been completed. Chao Guangda came to collect the goods, bringing along his daughter. Upon seeing the 10 sleek black bullet-headed aircraft parked in the square, a surge of excitement illuminated Chao Guangda's face. With these assets, the confidence of Yinxia was significantly bolstered. Chao Yixin rushed up to Chen Yu, her voice brimming with fervor. Chen Yu, thank you so much for saving me last time in Yanjing. How can I repay you? Chen Yu contemplated suggesting an intimate rendezvous, but dismissed the thought. Haha, when you are with me, I will undoubtedly ensure your safety, so there is no need for thanks. Chao Guangda expressed his gratitude as well. Chen Yu, I am truly thankful for saving my daughter. Those American spies are despicable. To resort to kidnapping is beyond contempt. As for the iron or mining rights, we had already negotiated with several countries, yet the Americans intervened unexpectedly. Alas. Yes, I trust you, Chen Yu. By the way, those spies who kidnapped Yixin and Yanjing were all highly trained experts. How did you manage to eliminate them all by yourself? Haha, General Chao, I have my own methods. In due time, you may come to understand. Oh, splendid. The surprises you have bestowed upon me are truly numerous. Chao Guangda is aware that Chen Yu harbors a secret, yet he will not pry. Chen Yu, I intend to stay in Jiangqing for a few days. As the host here, how do you plan to entertain me? Chao Yixin inquired of Chen Yu. In Yanjing, you took me on countless adventures. So I must reciprocate and show you around. Very well, I shall entrust myself to your care. You must perform admirably. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu sensed an underlying meaning, leading to a moment of fanciful imagination. Chapter 53. The genetically modified human after bidding farewell to General Chao and the convoy equipped with bullet-like flying vehicles. Chen Yu guided Chao Yixin on a tour of the factory. She was astounded by the remarkable level of automation within Chen Yu's establishment. Once the tour concluded, Chen Yu led Chao Yixin to his anti-gravity vehicle, the Bird No. 1. Wow, this car is incredibly stylish. It has no wheels. How does it traverse the roads? Chen Yu chuckled lightly, explaining, this vehicle does not operate on the ground. It soars through the skies. Chao Yixin recalled the earlier press conference where Chen Yu had unveiled a flying car. Could this be the very one? Chen Yu, is this the flying car you showcased? Haha, would you like to experience the skies? Absolutely. With that, the gull-wing doors of the Bird No. 1 gracefully opened, and excitement surged within. Step inside. Chao Yixin eagerly hopped into the vehicle, while Chen Yu took the driver's seat. The doors closed gently, and the vehicle ascended smoothly, enveloping Chao Yixin in a serene silence within. The car suddenly soared into the air. How astonishing! How is this accomplished? This vehicle is equipped with my developed anti-gravity engine, complemented by a high-compression hydrogen-ion battery, which renders it silent during flight, save for the wind noise produced at high speeds. Chen Yu, you are truly remarkable. My father mentioned that you might be the key to breaking the deadlock in Yinxia's future. Haha, General Chao holds me in such high regard. It's not just my father. The commander also has great expectations for you. Indeed, given the hardships Yinxia is currently facing, perhaps only you can overcome them. Subsequently, Chen Yu took Chao Yixin on a tour above the construction site of the Huanyu Technology Park he was developing. Once again, he left her in awe as they observed the ground bustling with machines engaged in construction. After Chen Yu's explanation, Chao Yixin learned that these machines, though lacking human resemblance, were indeed robots. A multitude of raw materials was being transported from across the nation, which robots then autonomously conveyed into the technology park for construction. Chen Yu estimated that the first chip manufacturing facility would be completed in just 10 days. Looking ahead, he aspired to create a super factory dedicated to building interstellar warships. Chen Yu yearned to construct a starship as envisioned by the intelligent core. With such a vessel, would he not navigate the galaxy with ease? After spending a few delightful days in Jiangqing with Chao Yixin, which were undoubtedly her happiest, they found themselves at Jiangqing Airport. Of course, I would miss such a beautiful lady like you, he remarked playfully. How about I ask my father to transfer me to work in Jiangqing? Will it affect your development? In a place like Yanjing, where power is concentrated, your career may indeed ascend more swiftly. You understand this quite well. However, I do not particularly enjoy engaging in politics. as it is my father's wish. If you are not fond of it, there is no need to force yourself. Sigh, I will consider it. Before I leave, may I make a small request? Speak. Let me have a hug. What kind of request is this? It is clearly a reward. Chen Yu teased. They embraced for a full minute before parting. Chen Yu, thank you. All right, you should go in. The plane is about to take off. In the White House in Washington, D.C., President Biden was convening an urgent meeting. With a serious demeanor, Biden stated, "We have just received news that the Yinxiao Navy has equipped 10 ballistic missile combat aircraft. They are no longer confined to the inland seas. They have begun patrolling the Pacific. Our allies in Asia, the Korean and Japanese navies, have been coerced into not daring to venture out to sea. What are we to do now?" At this moment, Secretary of Technology Rogers stood up and said, "Mr. President, I believe I have a solution." Speak. My Project 3 has been successful. Biden, having reviewed the classified documents, knew precisely what Rogers meant by Project 3. Are you saying that your extraterrestrial biotechnology gene modification technology has succeeded? Indeed, I would like to show everyone a video. Rogers presented to the assembly a video from Laboratory Number 3, showcasing a grotesque humanoid creature that, within a mere 3 minutes, reduced dozens of scientists to mere fragments. After viewing the footage, several officials nearly succumbed to nausea. Rogers, is this what you deem a success? This creature is a relentless killer. Do you truly intend to unleash such a monstrosity upon the scorching summer? Sir, it is not as it appears. Please watch this next video, Rogers insisted, displaying another clip. This time, the screen revealed not one, but several of these humanoid beings. Each towering over 2 meters, they were remarkably robust, seemingly complying with the tests administered by the staff. When instructed to lift a vehicle, they effortlessly hoisted 2 to 3 tons of pickup truck. Soldiers armed with AKs fired at them from close range. The bullets merely struck their bodies, creating rippling effects before flattening and falling to the ground. The American dignitaries present were left utterly astounded, their jaws agape. Are these beings superhuman? Possessing such immense strength that even bullets cannot penetrate their skin? These genetically modified warriors, if deployed on the battlefield, could single-handedly rival an entire battalion. They were indeed formidable instruments of warfare. Rogers, how do you control them? Inquired Secretary of Defense Schneider. A question shared by all. Upon successfully deciphering the genetic serum from the alien spacecraft, we conducted human trials and discovered that the modified individuals not only amplify their physical capabilities several times over, but also magnify the deepest facets of human character. What you witnessed earlier was a bloodthirsty experiment subject, a death row inmate who was convicted of murdering 7 individuals. Upon his successful transformation, his inherent murderous tendencies were magnified exponentially. The moment he regained consciousness, he could not restrain himself from attacking the scientists who had altered him. Following Rogers' explanation, all high-ranking officials, including Bearden, comprehended the gravity of the situation. How can you ensure that those you have transformed will unequivocally obey orders? Schneider inquired. For there exists not a soul devoid of malice. Should they spiral out of control, the destruction they could wreak would be truly catastrophic. With a chuckle, Rogers replied, "We have selected the most loyal American soldiers for this experiment. Additionally, I have implanted emotional suppression chips in their brains, ensuring not only their obedience, but also allowing us to remotely terminate their lives should they be captured, thereby preventing any potential intelligence leaks." One must concede, Rogers was indeed ruthless, reminiscent of a mad scientist. Nonetheless, this genetic technology has proven immensely beneficial for America. Under the guise of global domination, possessing a cadre of genetically modified warriors would undoubtedly provide America with an invaluable asset. Are you prepared to utilize these enhanced soldiers to obliterate the bullet-head aircraft of Yinxiao? Bearden queried. Chapter 54. The Malevolent Scheme. Despite America's acquisition of these genetically modified warriors, the 10 anti-gravity combat aircraft currently equipped by Yinxiao remain their most formidable challenge. Mr. President, the 10 fighter aircraft stationed in the southern military district of Yinxiao are all operational. Our spies have ascertained their precise locations. If we covertly deploy genetically modified soldiers, we could obliterate those aircraft entirely. President Biden fell into deep contemplation. This was a significant matter. A single misstep could ignite an international dispute of considerable severity. Defense Secretary Schneider expressed his concerns. Rogers, do you believe your genetically modified team can accomplish this mission within a military district? There are over 100,000 Yinxiao troops stationed there. Rogers flashed a confident smile. Minister Schneider, do not perceive my genetically modified warriors through the lens of conventional warfare. They are capable of coordinated combat, exhibiting formidable strength. Each soldier can eliminate an entire battalion of 1,000 with ease. As long as they do not engage the Yinxia forces head-on and instead infiltrate stealthily to destroy those aircraft, it will be more than sufficient. Schneider nodded thoughtfully. If these enhanced individuals were indeed so formidable, it would be worth a trial. If they were captured, we could eliminate them from a distance, leaving Yinxiao with no evidence and no grounds to provoke America. The president then decisively declared, "Very well, we shall proceed as you propose. Rogers, this mission is entrusted to you. Ensure its completion. Under no circumstances should our involvement be revealed, even if Yinxia suspects it." Understood, Mr. President. I shall accomplish this mission impeccably. In Yinxia's Jiangcheng, Chen Yu sat in his office, observing the construction progress of the technological park through the video on his computer. Indeed, if this continues, within 3 days, the first chip factory will be completed. Chen Yu rose and proceeded to Su Rou's office. Xiao Rou, immediately coordinate with the planning and publicity departments to issue a nationwide invitation. Our Huan Yu Technology's inaugural chip is about to make its debut. The launch event is scheduled for 10 days from now, but our chip factory isn't finished yet. It will be shortly. It will be completed in 3 days. Will we be able to produce chips within that week? Huh, do you underestimate me? Rest assured, I will astonish the world this time. All right, I will arrange that right away. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xia Yushu. Hello, gorgeous. What made you think of calling me? Chen Yu, our flagship Huan Yu automobile stores in first and second tier cities have all been completed. I would like to invite you and General Manager Su to celebrate this evening. Sounds great. Send me the location, and I will bring Su Rou along. Sure. As night fell, Chen Yu, accompanied by Su Rou and Xiao Jiao, arrived at the Qinya International Hotel in Jiangcheng. This establishment belonged to Xia Yushu's family and is one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Jiangcheng. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Chen Yu?" Turning around, he was greeted by a woman he knew all too well, his ex-girlfriend, Gu Cixi. Encountering his former partner after 3 years left Chen Yu momentarily disoriented, as memories of their time together flooded back to him. At that time, Chen Yu worked tirelessly to earn money, solely to sustain their lives. He had never allowed Gu Cixi to endure hardship. Later, driven by the desire to provide Gu Cixi with a better life, he took out a loan to start a business. Unfortunately, a significant portion of the borrowed funds was spent by Gu Cixi, and the venture ultimately failed. The overwhelming burden of debt, combined with the failure of his business and the heartbreak of his girlfriend's departure, led Chen Yu to contemplate suicide. He felt as though he had long since perished. And even if he were alive, he was merely a formless mass, incapable of rising from the ground. Seeing Chen Yu in a daze, Gu Cixi approached, arm in arm with a middle-aged man. She scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe. After their breakup, it was astonishing how much he had transformed. Not only had he become more handsome, but his physique had also improved, and he seemed to have grown a little taller. "Chen Yu, what brings you here? You appear to be in good spirits. Have you managed to pay off your loan?" Gu Cixi inquired. The man beside her had a rather large belly, clearly indicating that he was a family man. What was Gu Cixi doing with someone like him? Who was this man? He seemed to be of considerable age. The man's expression soured immediately. "Cixi, who is this young man?" Without hesitation, Gu Cixi replied, "This is my ex-boyfriend, the one I mentioned to you." The man's gaze shifted to one of mockery, so this was the useless ex-boyfriend Gu Cixi had referred to. Meanwhile, Su Rou and Xiao Jiaji, standing nearby, clearly recognized that this woman had once shared an ambiguous relationship with Chen Yu. They approached him, one on each side. Gu Cixi had noticed these two stunning beauties earlier, but she would never connect them to Chen Yu. Yet now, upon witnessing this scene, I never anticipated that these two enchanting ladies were indeed with Chen Yu. The portly man's eyes widened in disbelief. These were two extraordinary beauties, each capable of eclipsing Gu Cixi by a considerable margin, though Gu Cixi was also quite attractive. She paled in comparison to Su Rou and Xiao Jiaji. "Chen Yu, have you taken on another girlfriend? Who are these two?" Gu Cixi inquired with a tinge of bitterness in her heart. You mean them? Well, it's not." Before Chen Yu could finish his sentence, Su Rou and Xiao Jiaji simultaneously linked their arms with him, one on each side. "Indeed, I am Chen Yu's girlfriend," she declared, casting a provocative glance at Gu Cixi. Xiao Jiaji chimed in sweetly. "Chen Yu is also my boyfriend. He loves lying on my belly the most." Chen Yu was utterly bewildered by the situation. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at Gu Cici's expression. This woman had drained his vitality for 3 years, and once she deemed him no longer useful. She discarded him without a second thought. Why had he been so foolish as to contemplate suicide? Yet it was that very act that altered the course of his destiny. Gu Cici was incredulous. How could someone like Chen Yu attract such stunning girlfriends, and not just one, but two? It was utterly absurd. Wasn't he broke? Wasn't he in debt to the bank for over $1 million? How had it come to this? Chen Yu, what on earth have you been through? What I have experienced should no longer concern you, he replied. Chapter 55. Reluctance to show off. Gu Cici found herself inexplicably vexed. Why were the things she had discarded now so coveted? The portly man comforted her, saying, Cici, there is no need to dwell on the past. You have me now. With this reassurance, Gu Cici felt a significant lift in her spirits. Indeed, her current boyfriend, though a tad older, was an executive at the Jiangxing branch of Chen Yu Group, earning an impressive annual salary in the millions. He was certainly not to be compared to that Chen Yu, a mere nobody. Even if Chen Yu had 2 beautiful women by his side, it was likely they were merely enamored by his singularly attractive appearance. Chen Yu had no desire to engage in further conversation with Gu Cici. The past was behind them. Moreover, given her penchant for wealth and disdain for poverty, she hardly warranted his concern. At that moment, Xia Yueshu, who had come down to greet Chen Yu, spotted him from a distance, surrounded by several executives from Chen Yu Group. She hurried towards the entrance. Chen Yu, she called out. Upon turning, Chen Yu noticed Xia Yueshu approaching with a smile. Yueshu, what brings you down here personally? He inquired. The portly man, recognizing his boss Xia Yueshu, was taken aback. However, upon learning that she was there to welcome Gu Cici's former boyfriend, his expression turned to one of terror. Today he had accompanied an important guest for a meal as part of the Chen Yu Group's upper management, and had thought to bring his young and beautiful girlfriend, Gu Cici, along. But now, seeing the general manager personally come down to greet this fellow, was he truly the esteemed guest? How could that be? Gu Cici was taken aback, astonished by the arrival of another stunning beauty who appeared to be quite familiar with Chen Yu. The woman's demeanor and attire suggested she was no ordinary individual. At that moment, Xia Yuanshu turned her gaze towards the portly man and inquired curiously, Director's son, what brings you here? Are you acquainted with Chen Yu? Sun Chang hastily nodded, replying, Ms. Xia, I too have just met Mr. Chen today. Haha. Noticing Xia Yuanshu's unusual demeanor towards Chen Yu, Sun Chang chose to concur for the time being. However, Chen Yu did not grant him any regard. Yu Shu, I'm not well acquainted with this individual. Let us not waste time here and proceed upstairs. Xia Yuanshu cast a meaningful glance at Sun Chang before leading Chen Yu and the others upstairs. Gu Cici, who had been rendered speechless, found herself struggling to comprehend the situation. What was happening? Her boyfriend addressed that woman as Ms. Xia, and she seemed exceptionally courteous towards Chen Yu. What exactly was Chen Yu's status now? Cici, when we go upstairs, be a bit more courteous to your ex-boyfriend. He might be a guest invited by Ms. Xia. Chen Yu was merely an ordinary person, lacking both capability and connections. How could he possibly know your Ms. Xia? I am uncertain. Today Ms. Xia requested us executives to accompany her, mentioning a banquet for the owner of Chen Yu Technology. I thought Chen Yu might know someone from there. It appeared he had stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune, likely associating with the affluent. Let us proceed upstairs. Following Xia Yuanshu, Chen Yu arrived at the hotel's most opulent private room, where he was promptly seated at the main position. Xia Yueshu sat beside him, while Su Ro and Xiao Jiaji occupied the other side of Chen Yu. What a predicament! Chen Yu was surrounded by beautiful women. At that moment, Sun Chang also arrived with Gu Cici, greeting several of his senior colleagues. Sun Chang was astonished to see Chen Yu seated with General Manager Xia. Gu Cici was equally perplexed by Chen Yu's calm demeanor, radiating an air of authority and confidence. Sun Chang and Gu Cici took their seats, both puzzled as to why the esteemed guests had yet to arrive. Suddenly, Xia Yueshu stood up, raising her glass to address everyone. Today, our agency, Chen Yu Automobile, has successfully completed the construction of flagship stores in first and second-tier cities. I have specially invited Mr. Chen Yu, the chairman of Chen Yu Technology, and Miss Su Ro, the general manager, to join us in this celebration. Clatter. Gu Cici's hand trembled as she held her glass, causing it to slip from her grasp and spill across the table, splattering both herself and Sun Chang. At that moment, Sun Chang's shock was no less than Gu Cici's. He merely managed to keep his glass steady. How could this be possible? How could someone so ordinary, who had only ever faced failure, become the chairman of Chen Yu Technology? Gu Sisi murmured in disbelief. Xia Yueshu noticed the astonishment on Sun Chong and Gu Sisi's faces. Sun Chong, keep an eye on your girlfriend. We have esteemed guests present, so do not embarrass yourself here, Xia Yueshu admonished. Sun Chong quickly leaned towards Gu Sisi, whispering, Sisi, please be quiet and do not offend our distinguished guests. Gu Sisi, in a daze, finally closed her mouth, feeling as deflated as a spent quail, utterly at a loss. The guests raised their glasses in a toast to Chen Yu. Throughout the entire banquet, both Sun Chong and Gu Sisi endured a torturous experience. Regret coursed through Gu Sisi's veins as she realized the extent of Chen Yu's brilliance. In just a few months, he had established the Chen Yu Technology Group, and the recently popular Chen Yu automobile was a product of this enterprise. The company's estimated market value has surpassed 300 billion, with Chen Yu as its largest shareholder. Furthermore, Chen Yu Technology has acquired 2 parcels of land in Jiangxing and Donghai, totaling 90,000 acres, where a new technology park is under development. Chen Yu's current endeavors have elevated him to the status of a formidable magnate, a reality far beyond Gu Sisi's imagination. At the banquet, she watched her boyfriend, with his now protruding belly, respectfully toasting Chen Yu, bowing and scraping like a servile dog. The man who once basked in glory was originally meant for her. She recalled how Chen Yu had once indulged her every whim, shielding her from hardship. It dawned on her that his previous kindness had been a test, and that he was indeed capable, yet she had allowed such an exceptional man to slip away. Gu Sisi remained oblivious to the reality, still clinging to the fantasy of rekindling their romance. As the banquet concluded, Chen Yu descended the stairs surrounded by admirers, scarcely casting a glance in Gu Sisi's direction. He did not feel the need to flaunt his success before his ex-girlfriend, for he deemed such behavior trivial. Chen Yu aspired to a more profound form of recognition. He sought the moment when, upon reaching the pinnacle of human achievement, those who once disregarded him would inherently acknowledge his greatness. As Chen Yu prepared to board his vehicle and depart, Gu Sisi suddenly broke free from Sun Chong's grasp, rushing forward with a choked sob, exclaiming, Chen Yu, I'm sorry. I don't want to part ways with you. Haven't you always loved me? I am offering you another chance. Let us reconcile. Beside them, Xia Yueshu, who had come to see Chen Yu off, along with a group of senior executives from Qianye Group, regarded this woman with peculiar expressions. Faced with Gu Sisi's heartfelt pleas, Chen Yu maintained his composure, devoid of any scorn or disdain, and calmly replied, Gu Sisi, that is all in the past. We each have our own lives now. I ask you not to cling to what has already ended. I must take my leave. With that, Chen Yu nonchalantly boarded the car. Su Ro and Xiao Jiaji merely cast her a singular, curious glance before also taking their seats. The vehicle then drove away, but at that moment, Xia Yueshu's gaze turned exceptionally piercing. Director Sun, is this your current girlfriend? She inquired. Sun Chong hurriedly stepped forward from the crowd to apologize to Xia Yueshu. Miss Xia, I am truly sorry. This woman seems to have some issues, and I believe we are not suited for one another. If it is unsuitable, then part ways sooner. Such a woman is not worth your time. You have a bright future within the group, and I do not wish for you to be entangled by someone like her. Yes, Miss Xia is absolutely right. I have already severed ties with her. Xia Yueshu then took her leave, and Sun Chong departed without even bidding farewell to Gu Sisi. In that moment, Gu Sisi experienced an overwhelming sense of being forsaken by the entire world. Little did she know that Chen Yu's despair far surpassed her own. In the dead of night, an American military transport aircraft clandestinely descended upon an airport in Cambodia, South Asia. From the transport vessel emerged 5 genetically enhanced warriors, towering over 2 meters, clad in oversized camouflage uniforms and fully armed. This was the elite squad of American super soldiers, poised to clandestinely infiltrate the scorching summer to obliterate bullet-headed combat aircraft. Upon disembarking, they would board a small fishing boat, stealthily entering the maritime domain of the summer, subsequently advancing into its territory. The following day, Chen Yu Technology dispatched an invitation to a press conference to technology media worldwide. The missive proclaimed that Chen Yu Technology would unveil a groundbreaking product, a revolutionary superchip, 1 week hence, at the month's end. The invitation elaborated on the chip, stating that a single Chen Yu chip could rival the computational power of half the world's computers. We eagerly await your presence to witness this monumental marvel of our era. Upon the release of this invitation, technology media, both domestic and international, buzzed with reports. However, the majority of the coverage was laced with skepticism, with many outlets mockingly deriding the claims. What ship could possibly possess such formidable power, rivaling half of the world's computing capabilities? Alien technology, perhaps? Such assertions seemed utterly preposterous. They failed to recognize that when the public initially questioned Chen Yu Technology's hydrogen-ion battery, they held a similar stance, only to be proven wrong later. Now, this scenario was unfolding once more, but Chen Yu Technology had since garnered significant acclaim in the tech sphere, thanks to its electric vehicles boasting exceptionally long battery life. Numerous media outlets, despite their skepticism, dispatched personnel to attend, pondering the possibility that Chen Yu Technology's claims might hold truth. A day later, a dilapidated fishing vessel navigated past the coastal defenses of Yinxia, docking at the border shared with Vietnam. 5 genetically enhanced warriors surged forth from the Vietnamese frontier, advancing directly into Yinxia territory. Their entry was facilitated by American spies awaiting them within Yinxia. The quintet of augmented beings raced through the bordering forests, their speed surpassing even that of Usain Bolt amidst the rugged terrain. It was almost unfathomable. As they passed, several trees were shattered, their power astonishing. Upon reaching the Yinxia border, they encountered iron barriers, fortified by several meters of barbed wire above. Yet, before these enhanced individuals, the obstacles seemed as fragile as paper. As they breached the fence with ease, the 5 swiftly infiltrated Yinxia territory, yet the vigilance of the border patrol was commendable, with watchtowers positioned every few hundred meters. The team of enhanced beings, with their formidable presence, was easily detectable. A dozen border guards, armed and ready, swiftly encircled them. Upon realizing the nature of these intruders, the guards were taken aback. They were confronted by 5 colossal figures, over 2 meters tall, resembling monstrous beings. The border guards raised their automatic rifles, unleashing a barrage of fire upon these creatures, but the bullets merely tickled their robust frames. In a horrifying spectacle, the humanoid monstrosities charged at the armed defenders. A gruesome scene unfolded as several border guards were mercilessly torn apart, their demise brutal and tragic. The final guard, until his last breath, stood resolute, refusing to retreat an inch. This is the indomitable spirit of the soldiers of Yinxia. Even in the face of sacrifice, they shall never retreat. A modified soldier cast aside the remnants of a corpse from his hands and reported to the tallest and strongest among them, "Boss, we have dealt with all the Yinxia soldiers. Where are the reinforcements arranged to meet us?" The leader of the augmented soldiers retrieved a military-grade tablet and, after a brief operation, declared, "According to satellite positioning, we must proceed to the nearest road, where we will find our extraction." With that, the leader, accompanied by 4 other enhanced warriors, surged forward in a frenzy. At their remarkable speed, they swiftly covered several dozen kilometers, arriving at a road adjacent to a forest. There, a container truck awaited. Inside the cab sat 2 men with Yinxia features, both spies from America, who were intently gazing towards the forest. Suddenly, 5 towering figures burst forth from the trees, startling the 2 men. Standing over 2 meters tall, these formidable giants appeared fearsome. Had it not been for the psychological preparation provided earlier, the spies might have been rendered paralyzed by fear at the sight of these 5 beings. The tall spy in the passenger seat, steeling himself, exited the vehicle and approached the 5 augmented soldiers. Looking up, his voice trembled slightly as he inquired, "Excuse me. Are you the augmented squad?" "Yes, you are here to extract us, correct?" "Indeed, please get in." With that, the leader of the augmented soldiers and his 4 colossal companions leapt onto the container, nearly causing the massive truck to collapse under their weight. Conversing with those augmented individuals moments prior, he found his bladder involuntarily constricting, as if urging him to relieve himself. Even the driver at the helm was hardly composed, his grip on the steering wheel visibly faltering. Are these entities truly the creation of those above? Utterly terrifying. "Speak no more," the other replied. "Our task is merely to deliver them to their designated location. Once that is accomplished, we are absolved of further involvement. Let us depart with haste." The driver, after audibly swallowing, ignited the engine and steered the vehicle toward their predetermined destination. To circumvent highway checkpoints, they were relegated to traversing the national route, a journey estimated to span 2 days before reaching the southern military region's garrison. Meanwhile, along the frontier, the remains of border soldiers, savagely torn asunder by the augmented beings, were swiftly discovered by fellow patrolmen. Deeming this a grave intrusion, the incident was promptly relayed to the military command. Chao Guangda received a call in his office. General Chao, a severe incursion has transpired along the border we share with Vietnam. We have confirmed the demise of 16 border soldiers, their conditions gruesome. Based on our on-site assessment, there are indications of an unidentified life form's involvement. We request that the higher echelons dispatch a specialized team for investigation. Subsequently, Chao Guangda convened an emergency assembly, tasking a dedicated investigative unit to the Sino-Vietnamese frontier. 2 nights later, a container truck surreptitiously halted near the southern military region's encampment. The container door swung open, and 5 colossal silhouettes emerged in single file, swiftly melting into the obscurity of the night. Observing these vanishing monstrosities, the 2 spies of Yinxia descent found themselves trembling uncontrollably. The driver, his voice laced with trepidation, inquired, "What manner of mission are these dreadful entities tasked with executing?" One should refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Our sole responsibility is to deliver the cargo here. However, given the proximity to the southern military district, it is highly probable that their intentions are directed towards it. This audacity from above is rather astonishing, considering that over 100,000 troops are stationed within the southern military district. This matter exceeds our jurisdiction. Those items are evidently not ordinary. Let us depart swiftly. The 2 individuals boarded the vehicle, driving the container truck and swiftly vanishing into the night. The enhanced human squad soon approached the southern military district's stronghold in secrecy. "Boss, shall we breach the perimeter directly?" "Patience, we have been provided with coordinates. We shall proceed accordingly, avoiding direct confrontation with the soldiers of the southern region. Our objective is to infiltrate discreetly and neutralize those aerial vehicles." "Understood." The leader of the enhanced humans retrieved a tablet, which clearly indicated the locations of the missile-like aerial vehicles. Numerous spies had previously approached the southern military district under the guise of tourism, capturing photographs. Many vulnerabilities in the fortifications had already been marked, supplemented by imagery from American reconnaissance satellites that documented the southern military district's positions. After thorough analysis by American experts, a prime location for infiltrating the military stronghold was identified. "Follow my lead. We have a designated entry point, and we shall infiltrate from there." Under the cloak of night, the enhanced human squad soon arrived at the designated location. This site was a rear wall of the military district, towering several meters high, fortified with barbed wire and other defensive structures at its apex. To the genetically modified individuals, the wall appeared no more formidable than paper. "We shall enter from this point. Once inside, we must exercise utmost caution to avoid alerting those soldiers of the Summer Empire. Should we be discovered, we must swiftly neutralize any opposition. This mission demands expediency," the leader of the enhanced individuals instructed. "Understood, boss," they replied in unison. "Now, activate the electronic disruptors on your bodies. We are setting off." These disruptors, born of the latest American technology, were derived from deciphered remnants of second-tier civilization spacecraft. They were designed to target various surveillance devices, including those employed by the Summer Army. In the vicinity of their activities, all monitoring equipment would experience a brief malfunction. While not entirely protective, it would afford them some precious time. The leader of the enhanced individuals glanced at the thermal sensor on his arm. Within a 30-meter radius of his position, aside from their 5 heat signatures, no other sources were detected. This confirmed there were currently no patrolling soldiers nearby. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Commence the operation." The 5 enhanced individuals retreated a few meters before charging towards the wall. As they approached within 2 to 3 meters, they leapt effortlessly over the 8-meter-high barrier, landing securely inside. Meanwhile, the surrounding surveillance equipment experienced a momentary lapse in function, allowing the 5 enhanced individuals to infiltrate the military district undetected. "Stay close to me," the leader urged as he monitored the positional navigation displayed on his arm screen, heading towards the direction of the projectile aircraft. The southern military district was quite expansive, and the 5 raced through its interior with fervor. If the task can be completed promptly, we may avoid engaging in combat with the military. Although they are enhanced individuals, impervious to the assault of ordinary small-caliber firearms, one must consider the nature of a military district. It is a place equipped with large-caliber anti-material weapons. A few armor-piercing rounds would be enough to incapacitate even the most fortified. After a 10-minute sprint, the 5 individuals finally arrived at the location of the missile-shaped aircraft. This is a coastal airbase of the military district, where aircraft and other vehicles can swiftly embark on missions to the southern seas of Yinxia. The group concealed themselves in a corner, observing the small military airport. Despite the late hour, the airport was brilliantly illuminated, with a multitude of soldiers on guard. This was a newly acquired formidable weapon for Yinxia, thus its protection level was of the utmost priority. Boss, there are too many people inside the airport. If we are to destroy those missile-shaped aircraft, we must engage these soldiers, spoke one of the enhanced individuals. The leader assessed the airport's layout, his mind racing with strategies. After a moment, he declared, it seems that a confrontation is inevitable. The missile-shaped aircraft are located within those largest hangars. We will charge out swiftly, executing our mission with utmost speed. Do not linger in battle. Avoid entanglement with those soldiers. Is that understood? Understood. The other 4 enhanced individuals replied in hushed tones. Good. Let us check the armor-piercing explosives. Through footage captured by the soldiers of Sakura Nation, it became evident that the missile-shaped aircraft could employ impact for attack, indicating that its exterior was exceptionally resilient. Conventional explosives and firearms would struggle to inflict damage upon it. Thus, the United States equipped these 5 enhanced individuals with a new type of high-energy armor-piercing bomb. This weapon technology was derived from the high-energy armor-piercing capabilities gleaned from extraterrestrial wreckage. Over the past several decades, the United States has attracted a multitude of top-tier scientists from around the globe through its exceptionally generous welfare policies. Many of the finest scientists from the Summer Kingdom were unable to resist the allure and chose to immigrate to the United States, significantly enhancing their research capabilities beyond those of the Summer Kingdom. These scientists played a pivotal role in deciphering the technology embedded within the remnants of alien spacecraft. After inspecting the advanced armor-piercing bombs, the leader of the enhanced individuals raised a hand and commanded, "Move out on my signal." Immediately, 5 colossal figures surged forth from the shadows, racing towards the location of the missile-shaped aircraft. The sudden appearance of such large targets instantly alerted the soldiers within the airport. A cacophony of shouts erupted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for combat! The soldiers of the Summer Kingdom exhibited commendable discipline, swiftly encircling the 5 enhanced individuals. Although the sight of these monstrous figures initially stunned the soldiers, within mere moments, they raised their weapons and began to engage. The sound of gunfire resonated throughout the night, and alarms blared across the military base. The enhanced squad paid little heed to the bullets striking them, continuing their relentless charge towards the missile-shaped aircraft. "This is bad. Their target is the missile. We must stop them at all costs," shouted a soldier, presumably of a commanding rank, rallying his comrades. It was evident to the soldiers that these creatures were indeed intent on reaching the missile. They spared no effort, positioning themselves as a bulwark of flesh and blood against the monster's advance. With weapons raised, they unleashed a torrent of fire upon the enhanced adversaries, roaring, "You shall not defile what belongs to the hallowed land of Yinxia." Chapter 58. A living rampart. Waves of Yinxia soldiers, resolute in their sacrifice, formed a living barricade to impede the progress of the enhanced beings. The relentless hail of bullets, though failing to deliver a fatal blow, significantly hampered their movement. "Boss, the barrage is too intense. What are our orders?" one of the enhanced beings exclaimed. The leader of the enhanced, shielding his face, responded with a grimace. "Show them no mercy. Cleave through these Yinxia soldiers obstructing our path and press forward." "Excellent. I have long yearned for unbridled carnage." At that moment, the savage genes within the genetically modified soldiers surged to the forefront. "Charge! I crave the taste of Yinxia blood." The brutal massacre commenced in earnest as 5 genetically enhanced warriors, impervious to the storm of bullets, plunged into the midst of the Yinxia soldiers, initiating a wholesale slaughter. The bullets, at best, inflicted momentary pain. The enhanced, penetrating the ranks, seized Yinxia soldiers, rending them asunder with brute force. The bodies of these ordinary soldiers, as fragile as parchment, were torn to pieces, limbs, heads, and entrails scattered in a macabre spectacle. With their superior agility and formidable strength, the enhanced beings weaved through the ranks of the Yinxia warriors. The scene unfolded as a veritable inferno, the ground saturated with crimson, a testament to the carnage. Thus, 5 enhanced warriors, after eliminating over 100 adversaries, successfully approached the hangar where the missile-like aircraft were stationed. Chao Guangda, who had been resting, was abruptly awakened by a frantic phone call. Frowning, he answered. An anxious voice on the other end relayed a distressing message, accompanied by the distant sound of gunfire. "General Chao, The military district is under siege by unidentified creatures, and their objective is the missile aircraft. General Chao did not reside within the military district. Instead, he lived in a specially constructed officers' quarters for high-ranking officials. What? Mobilize all military forces immediately. We must protect the missile. I will arrive at once. After hanging up, Chao Guangda swiftly donned his attire and summoned his driver to head for the military district. At the military airport, the battle raged on, with heavily armed troops equipped with anti-material weapons en route. The 5 enhanced warriors had already breached the human barricade formed by the Yinxia soldiers. One of the enhanced warriors remarked, "These Yinxia soldiers truly fear not death, using their bodies to obstruct our path. They are indeed a foolish lot. Such is the spirit of this people. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for their nation, a group of utterly incomprehensible individuals. Enough talk. Let's swiftly install the armor-piercing bombs." The 5 entered the hangar housing the missile-like aircraft, where 5 sleek, dark-hued vessels awaited, exuding an aura of extreme sci-fi. The installation of these high-energy armor-piercing bombs was not complex, as they featured adhesive devices requiring merely a timer to be set. Each warrior operated one, and soon, all 5 missile combat aircraft were equipped with a high-energy armor-piercing bomb. Once the hangar was completed, the leader of the enhanced humans bellowed, "Next hangar." The 5 enhanced humans swiftly made their way to another hangar housing the missile-like aircraft. This hangar, too, was guarded by the soldiers of the scorching summer, who had formed a wall of flesh and blood. However, these grotesque, enhanced humans, no longer entirely human, tore through the defenses with ruthless efficiency, mimicking their earlier actions. The enhanced humans installed high-energy armor-piercing bombs onto another 5 missile-like aircraft. Once affixed, these bombs were exceedingly difficult to remove, as the adhesion devices were remarkably secure. Moreover, should any violent attempt be made to dismantle them, the adhesion devices would trigger an immediate explosion upon detecting the bomb's removal. "Boss, installation complete." "Good, let's move. Everyone follow me." The leader of the enhanced humans gestured grandly, glancing at the display on his arm, which indicated their escape route. The 5 enhanced humans dashed in a singular direction. Just then, a series of deep, resonant gunshots echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy anti-material weaponry rang out. Several armor-piercing rounds whizzed through the air. "Watch out. They have large-caliber armor-piercing rounds." The 5 enhanced humans reacted with remarkable agility, rolling swiftly on the ground. The armor-piercing rounds detonated upon impact, creating large craters. Had they struck them directly, the consequences would surely have resulted in significant bloodshed. "Damn it. Their heavy armored forces have arrived. We must flee quickly." After rolling a few times, the 5 enhanced humans sprang to their feet and continued their frantic sprint in a singular direction. At that moment, several helicopters were already hovering above, pursuing them. The machine guns mounted on the helicopters possess a caliber larger than that of standard firearms. Although they do not match the lethality of armor-piercing rounds, the impact on these augmented individuals is still excruciating. Sustained fire could potentially lead to fractures in their enhanced bones. "Damn it, Old Black, take down those pesky helicopters." An augmented individual, once a black man before his transformation, drew their weapon from behind. Though these augmented beings are physically robust, they are also equipped with formidable armaments. Old Black swiftly halted, seeking nearby cover, and retrieved a compact rocket launcher. This weapon was specifically designed for encounters during hasty retreats when pursued by the Summer Empire's helicopters. It is an indigenous invention of the United States, a helicopter tracking missile. Its efficacy in close-range tracking strikes is remarkable. Old Black raised the rocket launcher, which bore 4 small missiles, and aimed at the helicopters above. The display on the scope astonishingly began to autonomously lock onto the target. Lock-on successful. With a decisive pull of the trigger, the 4 small tracking missiles launched sequentially from the rocket launcher, reattaching the launcher to his back. Old Black hastened towards his squad. Meanwhile, the 4 tracking missiles soared at remarkable speed, accurately targeting the 4 Summer Empire military helicopters in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The sequence of explosions resonated, illuminating the heavens with 4 fiery orbs. The entire sky appeared to be aglow, filled with smoke and the foreboding atmosphere of battle. Old Black ran with all his might, finally catching up to the main force. The leader had successfully accomplished the mission. Those Summer Empire helicopters were utterly feeble. Having eluded the pursuit of the helicopters, the heavily armed troops would find it exceedingly difficult to overtake us. A mere kilometer remains before we successfully abscond from this military installation. The 5 augmented individuals, formerly esteemed members of the United States Marine Corps with a distinguished history in Middle Eastern theaters, exuded palpable excitement. Never before had they conceived that a mere quintet could infiltrate a People's Liberation Army garrison of 100,000 strong, execute a mission flawlessly, and effect a complete and unblemished withdrawal. Such an undertaking was previously relegated to the realm of fantasy. Their appreciation for their enhanced physiology burgeoned with each passing moment, as their transformed physiques rendered them veritable warmongers. At long last, they arrived at their designated point of egress. The 5 augmented individuals, akin to primeval titans, breached the perimeter wall with unrestrained force, departing with impunity. Subsequently, a cacophony of thunderous detonations reverberated from within the confines of the military base. These were the cataclysmic echoes of the high-energy, armor-piercing projectiles affixed to the projectile-shaped aircraft. The hangar's apex was obliterated in a maelstrom of incandescent destruction, attesting to the sheer magnitude of the explosive force. Furthermore, the detonation of the armor-piercing munitions catalyzed a secondary explosion within the projectile-shaped aircraft, igniting the ultra-compressed deuterium-tritium fusion batteries. This escalation amplified the destructive potential, engulfing the entire airfield in an inferno of blinding light. Ordinarily, Chen Yu's deuterium-tritium fusion batteries are engineered to resist detonation, even when subjected to puncture or compression. Consequently, vehicles powered by Chen Yu Technology's innovative energy source are designed to withstand collisions without succumbing to catastrophic conflagration. However, under the catalytic influence of external explosive stimuli, resulting in localized extremes of temperature and pressure, even Chen Yu's advanced batteries were vulnerable to violent disintegration. Upon Chao Guangda's arrival at the military region and the airport, the harrowing scene before him ignited a fierce rage. His eyes welled with fury as he clenched his fist, delivering a resounding blow to the military jeep that had conveyed him, and roared with indignation, "Investigate. Uncover the origins of those responsible. Seal off a 100-kilometer radius immediately. I want those curs found, so I may personally sever their heads." Chapter 59. The ghastly scene. Chen Yu awoke early in the villa, relishing the sensation of Xiaojizi's embrace. He mused on the exquisite reality of Xiaojizi as a corporeal being. "Oh, master, you're awake," Xiaojizi murmured sweetly. After a playful interlude, Chen Yu arose to perform his ablutions. Today marked the completion of the chip factory's construction, and he intended to oversee the implementation of production protocols and initiate chip manufacturing. Following a breakfast prepared by Xiaojizi, Chen Yu was preparing to depart when a call came from Chao Guangda. "General Chao, what prompts your call so early in the day?" A somber silence permeated the line before a voice, heavy with sorrow and gravity, resonated. "Chen Yu, we were ambushed. All 10 of the bullet heads you provided have been obliterated." Indeed, Chen Yu had installed backdoor programs on each of the missile-carrying vehicles. Although he relinquished operational authority to the military, he retained the highest command privileges over these projectiles, allowing him complete control when necessary. Should the military assign these missiles a mission, his intelligence system would alert him. However, if there was no alert, it indicated that the missiles had not been destroyed during their operations. Subsequently, General Chao Guangda detailed the recent attack incident occurring in the southern military region to Chen Yu. The more he listened, the more his anger intensified. "General Chao, are you suggesting that the only entities capable of destroying the missile-carrying vehicles are 5 colossal humanoid beings? They possess immense strength, are impervious to small-caliber bullets, are well-equipped, and even have portable armor-piercing gear capable of penetrating the missile's exterior?" Indeed, Chen Yu felt a surge of astonishment. It turned out there were such formidable adversaries in this world. "General Chao, I shall immediately proceed to the southern military region." After concluding his call with Chao Guangda, Chen Yu departed and boarded the Flying Bird No. 1, heading straight for the southern military region. The primary garrison of the southern military region is situated by the sea in Donghai City, adjacent to Jiang City. Although it was over 200 kilometers from Chen Yu's residence, the journey would take merely half an hour at the speed of Flying Bird No. 1. The vehicle gradually descended over the military zone, and only after General Chao Guangda informed the air defense system could Chen Yu's flying car approach safely. As Chen Yu stepped out of the vehicle, he found Chao Guangda already waiting for him, his face appearing several years older than before. "General Chao, please take me to the scene." "Very well, follow me." Chen Yu accompanied Chao Guangda as they boarded a military jeep, heading towards the coastal military airport. After a drive of more than 10 minutes, they arrived. Upon disembarking, the harrowing sight before them caused Chen Yu to gasp in shock. Although most of the bodies had been removed, remnants of shattered flesh and extensive bloodstains marred the ground. We have lost a total of 197 brave warriors in this encounter. Tears welled in Chao Guangda's eyes. Chen Yu stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and inquired, "Have you discovered who was responsible?" Chao Guangda sighed heavily. "Alas, no. There is nothing on them to ascertain their identities, nor have they left any clues. However, they employed 4 small tracking missiles to destroy our 4 helicopters. A type of missile that only a few nations possess the capability to manufacture. Which nations? Those competing with us for iron or in Africa, along with the Sakura nation from Asia and the IPO's nation from the Middle East." Chen Yu recalled that there were 5 countries vying for iron ore in Africa with Yinxia: the United States, the Bear Nation, England, Germany, and France. In addition to the Sakura nation and the IPO's nation, the Bear Nation currently maintained amicable relations with Yinxia, making an attack on the base unlikely. Moreover, the IPO's nation had a favorable relationship with Yinxia as well, thus they would not resort to such actions. As for England, Germany, France, and the Sakura nation, they were all subservient to the United States. The answer became clear. It was indeed the United States that orchestrated this attack. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to place the blame squarely upon the shoulders of America. Even if they did not execute the deed themselves, they undoubtedly incited these subordinate nations to act on their behalf. Across the globe, only they possess the audacity and capability to engage in the research and alteration of humanity. After a period of contemplation, Chen Yu resolutely declared, "General Chao, there is no doubt that this is the handiwork of America." General Chao Guangda nodded in agreement. "My thoughts align with yours. The deployment of our projectile combat aircraft has rendered America's first and second island chains aimed at our glorious nation as mere facades, making their potential for aggression against us significantly heightened." Humph, the first island chain, the second island chain? Does America still harbor delusions of confining our naval forces to coastal waters? General Chao, I firmly believe that it will not be long before we can dismantle America's island chain blockade without the need for projectiles. The higher-ups have long harbored plans for our Navy to break free from coastal confines, yet the presence of an island poses substantial challenges, particularly due to the resistance from the West and America. Humph, resistance? They will not be able to prance about for much longer. What is rightfully ours will remain ours forever. This assault incident has made Chen Yu acutely aware that he must expedite his enhancement plans. America has already developed bioengineered beings, and we cannot afford to lag behind. Subsequently, Chen Yu followed General Chao Guangda, treading upon the bloodstained ground as they made their way towards the hangar. The soldiers around them, engaged in the grim task of clearing the bodies, wore expressions of profound anger and grief. And Chen Yu too felt the weight of this oppressive emotion. Upon arriving at the hangar, the blown-off roof testified to the ferocity of the explosion. The shattered, somewhat lackluster remains of the bullet's shell, along with the surrounding terrain melted by extreme heat, presented a truly grim scene. To obliterate my bullet's shell to this extent with a portable explosive suggests that the device is of considerable sophistication, Chen Yu remarked. Indeed, the organization that attacked our base likely possesses advanced technology. With current Earth technology, destroying Chen Yu's bullet would not be so effortless. Combining this with the fragmented Level 2 civilization tech documents provided by the chief, Chen Yu suddenly had a conjecture. Chapter 60. Genetic Modification Fluid. Chen Yu surmised that other nations might have also discovered the wreckage of those Level 2 civilization spacecraft, possibly even deciphering and applying the technology to military hardware ahead of them. Otherwise, the shell of his bullet aircraft would not have been breached so easily. General Chao, I'm curious to know if any other countries besides Yinxia have discovered extraterrestrial wreckage like we have. Chao Guangda pondered for a moment before sharing his conjecture. Your point is well taken. I believe the nation most likely to have found those remains and deciphered some of the technology is America. Their military technology has advanced rapidly in recent years, and I suspect extraterrestrial technology is being utilized. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. General Chao, please notify me immediately if there is any news regarding those modified humans. Understood. With a heavy heart, Chen Yu departed the southern military region. Chen Yu arrived at the newly established chip factory in the Huanyu Science Park. He locked himself in a room and connected with the intelligent brain. Does the technological repository within the spaceship contain any advancements related to biological gene enhancement? Certainly. The Ami repair robot integrated within your being is a form of biological enhancement technology. Additionally, the humanoid energy sustenance system I implanted in you also qualifies as such. What exactly is this humanoid energy sustenance system? This system was embedded in your body when your captain's authority was conferred upon you. In conjunction with the Ami repair robot, it enables your body to endure extreme conditions for an extended period. For instance, if you find yourself submerged underwater and unable to breathe, this biological energy sustenance system allows you to survive without respiration for several hours and can sustain you for 10 days without food or water. Wow, that's incredible. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I feared you might not value your life and take undue risks. Even with the biological energy sustenance system, certain extraordinary emergencies could still pose a risk to your survival. Chen Yu understood. Is there a modification technology suitable for Earthlings that can produce powerful individuals in bulk? Indeed. With your current permissions, you can access the basic gene modification serum already present aboard the spaceship. By simply adjusting the serum's composition to align with the genetic coding of Earthlings, human enhancement can be achieved. Such a remarkable resource exists on the ship. Why didn't you reveal it earlier? Captain, the genetic serum aboard the spacecraft is limited in quantity. It is a concoction from my home planet, designed to extend lifespan and enhance physical strength. Currently, in Earth's environment, synthesizing such a serum proves to be quite challenging. So, this means every dose is precious? Indeed. Chen Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Such a valuable serum, used to augment others, was a difficult decision to make. Just as he hesitated, the intelligence system offered its insight. Captain, if you wish to swiftly assemble a formidable fighting force, I recommend you directly fabricate bionic robots. A spark of realization ignited within Chen Yu. Indeed, the small clamp was a living example, a fierce combatant, immensely strong and possessing intelligence. With such bionic robots at hand, was there truly a need to enhance humans? Moreover, robots are obedient and powerful, even if they were destroyed. The loss would not bear the same weight as that of human life. The intelligence system, you have indeed enlightened me. What raw materials are required for robot production? I shall procure them. Please create 1000 units for me. Understood, Captain. I shall compile a list of necessary raw materials for you. Once you have gathered them, I will dispatch a transport vessel to deliver them to the lunar ship 1 for production. Very well, by the way. Can I utilize that preliminary gene modification serum you mentioned earlier? What effects can it yield? Captain, you certainly may use it. This gene modification serum can significantly fortify your physique. Coupled with the quasi-human biological energy sustenance system within you, it can greatly enhance your survival capabilities. Very well. When you dispatch the transport vessel with the raw materials for the robots, please bring me a vial of this serum, the captain instructed. Understood, Commander. At this moment, in the forest on the outskirts of Donghai City, 5 genetically modified individuals from America were sprinting through the woods. They needed to reach the predetermined rendezvous point swiftly and then board a container truck heading towards the border between Yinxia and Yuegua. The main roads, provincial highways, national routes, and rural paths surrounding Donghai City had all been sealed off, with the military establishing numerous checkpoints. Consequently, these modified individuals could only escape through the desolate forest. Boss, we've already run several dozen kilometers. How much farther to the pickup point? One of the enhanced individuals inquired. The leader glanced at the display on his arm and replied, not much longer. Once we cross this mountain range, we will arrive. Chao Guangda could never have anticipated that he had effectively blocked all transportation routes within a 100-kilometer radius of the southern military district. Yet, these modified individuals managed to escape on foot through the uninhabited forest. After acquiring the raw materials for manufacturing bionic robots, Chen Yu utilized the resources of Huanyu technology and prepared a batch of raw materials by that afternoon. That evening, a transport vessel delivered the first batch of materials to the moon, along with a vial of primary gene-modifying fluid. The intelligence system had already tailored this serum according to Chen Yu's genetic profile. At present, this serum was suitable solely for Chen Yu. Holding the vial in his room, Chen Yu summoned a small assistant to guard the door. Is this substance truly as miraculous as they say? He pondered briefly before inserting the syringe into his arm, allowing the device to automatically administer the serum into his bloodstream. Smart brain, how long will it take for this potion to take effect? Approximately 2 to 3 hours. All right. Chen Yu reclined on his bed, keenly attuned to the transformations occurring within his body. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged throughout his entire being. Damn it, smart brain. Is there something wrong with this potion? Why do I feel such intense pain? Captain, please endure. Your body is undergoing a transformation, and it is indeed quite painful. Chen Yu was drenched in sweat, every muscle and organ feeling as if they were being torn apart. After rolling around on the bed a few times, he lay still, succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. Upon waking, he saw the anxious face of little Clipper. Master, you have finally awakened. I was so scared. Chen Yu could no longer feel the pain in his body. His breathing was smooth, and he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. He rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, even noticing a marked improvement in his vision and hearing. Looking out the window, he could see a tree several hundred meters away, and even discerned 2 insects engaged in mating. Is this the effect of the basic gene modification serum? This sensation is simply marvelous. Chen Yu realized that this enhancement far surpassed the augmentation he had previously received from the repair robot, being at least tenfold. Captain, your body has now been further enhanced in every aspect. If you engage in rigorous training, your strength will increase even more. Excellent. This is exhilarating. I wonder if my body can withstand bullets now. Previously, in Yanjing, while rescuing the kidnapped Chao Yisan, he had been shot multiple times by spies. Although the bullets did not kill him, their penetration into his body was agonizing. If, after this enhancement, he could endure bullets, that would be splendid. Captain, with the current strength of your physique, ordinary small-caliber bullets cannot penetrate your skin. Excellent. Impressive. Chen Yu removed his clothing and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, admiring his tall, flawless form. His robust chest and chocolate-like abdominal muscles exuded explosive power. Chen Yu even noticed that he had grown taller, now standing at least 185 centimeters. He was exhilarated throughout the night. The following morning, a transport ship quietly descended into the garden of Chen Yu's villa, from which emerged 20 naked men. Chapter 61. The Terminator. Chen Yu was awakened by the intelligence system. After a night of production, the initial batch of lifelike robots had been completed. The 20 naked men who disembarked from the landing craft were the first series of robots created by the intelligence system. As Chen Yu, still drowsy, made his way to the garden, he was startled awake by the sight of the 20 naked men. What on earth? Where did all these naked men come from? They all looked just like the governor. Captain, these are the first batch of lifelike robots produced last night. Tell me, intelligence system, have you been watching too many movies? You made their faces identical to the T-800 from the Terminator. Are you afraid no one would recognize them as robots? I must admit, I did overlook that detail. Last night, I researched the most iconic robot figures from your Earth's films, and this is the result. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. No matter. Let us keep these 20 for now. I never intended for them to go out in public anyway. Very well, Captain. For the next batch of robots, I shall adorn each one with a distinct visage through the wonders of AI. Subsequently, Chen Yu ushered 20 bare men into the dwelling and, accompanied by a small clip, ventured to the marketplace to procure several sets of sleek black suits, complemented by sunglasses. Upon returning home, he instructed these governors to don their new attire. The imposing aura was instantly palpable. With 20 Terminators standing in formation, they could easily instill terror in their adversaries. In the afternoon, Chen Yu received a call from General Chao Guangda. Hello, General Chao. Chen Yu, we have received intelligence from the investigative team dispatched to the border with Vietnam. The unidentified entities invading the frontier are likely the very cyborgs that attacked the base. The fallen border guards bear striking similarities to the soldiers who perished in our military district. Oh, so these cyborgs must have forcefully breached the border from Vietnam. Indeed. But it remains uncertain whether they will attempt to escape back across the border into Vietnam. General Chao, leave this matter to me. I shall apprehend those cyborgs. What? Chen Yu, do you have a plan? Just wait and see, General. Upon disconnecting the call, Chen Yu immediately activated the intelligence network. Assist me in locating the whereabouts of these cyborgs. Captain, at present, I am unable to ascertain the precise location of the cyborgs. However, I do know their likely exit point from our territory. Oh, pray tell. I have successfully connected to and deciphered a communication satellite belonging to the American military, which transmitted a location and instructions to a receiver within the territory of Yinxia, presumably guiding the cybernetic individuals to a point of escape. Where exactly? Right at the border between Yinxia and Vietnam. In the dead of night, a container truck quietly halted on the nearest road to the border of the southern province of Yinxia and Vietnam. From the container emerged 5 imposing giants, cybernetic beings who had just escaped from Donghai City. After fleeing Donghai City, they swiftly rendezvoused with American spies and traveled here in the container truck. Once the 5 cybernetic beings disembarked, the truck departed alone. The leader of the cybernetic group gestured, and they swiftly darted into the woods, racing toward the border. Previously, when these cybernetic beings infiltrated Yinxia, they had slain several border guards, prompting Yinxia to bolster its defenses along the southern province's border with Vietnam. The group would inevitably face fierce resistance as they charged forward. In Jiangcheng, Yinxia. At 4 in the morning, Chen Yu's phone suddenly rang, and he promptly answered. Chen Yu, the target has appeared. Those cybernetic beings are at the border of the southern province in Vietnam, reported Chao Guangda over the line. Ah, very well, General Chao. I shall ensure they pay the price. How do you intend to proceed? I have my own methods. After hanging up, Chen Yu and his companion quickly donned their attire. Upon entering the living room, they found 20 Terminators awaiting them. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Yu led the 20 Terminators as they boarded the stealth landing craft concealed in the garden. The hatch closed, and the landing craft descended slowly, heading towards the southern frontier. At this moment, the border of the southern province was ablaze with lights. Flames leapt skyward from the ground, accompanied by a cacophony of gunfire. In response to the previous invasion, the Yinxia forces had fortified the border, equipping themselves with a plethora of anti-material weaponry. The border guards were currently locked in a standoff with 5 modified beings. It was imperative that we resolve the conflict swiftly, breaking through to prevent reinforcements from the Yinxia border troops. The modified beings brandished their M16 assault rifles and charged forth in unison. The standard small-caliber bullets of the Yinxia border soldiers had little effect on these enhanced combatants. Only large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles posed a genuine threat. The modified beings exhibited remarkable intelligence, never pausing as they fired while running. The border soldiers found it challenging to aim their large-caliber firearms at such agile targets. Just as it seemed the modified beings would break through the encirclement, beams of light suddenly illuminated the sky, casting the forest below in a brightness akin to daylight. This was the arrival of Chen Yu's landing craft, and under the cover of the intense light, those below struggled to discern what was above. Intelligent Core. Lock onto those modified beings, Chen Yu instructed, contemplating that a single command would unleash a barrage of laser fire from the landing craft, obliterating the modified beings into mere dust. However, Chen Yu wished to assess the combat capabilities of his Terminators. You, descend and capture them alive. Understood, Master. 20 Terminator simulation robots leaped from the landing craft's hatch, plummeting from a height of several dozen meters. Then Chen Yu observed below, as his Terminators landed steadily on the ground, creating substantial craters. However, the Terminators were unscathed, swiftly rising to charge towards the 5 modified humans. Just moments before, Chen Yu had signaled General Chao, instructing his men to refrain from intervening for the time being. The border soldiers then witnessed a multitude of figures leaping from the unidentified flying object above, descending in a chaotic throng of 15 to 20 individuals, all rushing toward the modified humans. Captain, could these be our modified humans from Yinxia? They jumped down from such a height and emerged unscathed. One soldier inquired of the captain beside him. I cannot say. I too cannot discern clearly. However, we were instructed to remain still for now. We shall observe. The captain replied. 20 Terminator robots encircled the 5 modified humans. Upon realizing that they were surrounded by 20 identical Terminators, the leader of the modified humans could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. What the hell? Are these Terminators? Schwarzenegger? The governor? Are they here to rescue us? Given that Terminators were a creation of American cinema, the modified humans instinctively believed they were being saved. Yet, in the next instant, several American modified humans stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 62. The terrifying monsters. The 5 modified humans initially thought these governor-like figures, strikingly similar to their American counterparts, were there to rescue them. However, in the blink of an eye, one Terminator robot surged forward, seizing a modified human's weapon and yanking it with such force that the M16 assault rifle was torn asunder. It was only then that the 5 modified humans realized these identical Terminators were not their saviors. The Terminators had begun their assault. Bang! 2 muffled sounds echoed. 2 towering cyborgs, over 2 meters tall, were sent flying over 10 meters by a single punch from a 1.9-meter tall Terminator. Damn it! They are not here to save us. They are here to capture us. Brothers, fight back. A few cyborgs opened fire with their M16 rifles against the Terminators. The bullets struck the synthetic exteriors of the Terminators, merely sparking upon impact, yet the artificial skin was shredded, revealing the gleaming metallic skeleton beneath. The sight left the cyborgs utterly astonished. Ah, these are not human, they are machines. Could these be robots manufactured by Yanxia? How could they possibly possess such advanced technology? It seems impossible. As they battled the Terminators, the cyborgs vehemently cursed Yanxia for supposedly having such capabilities. Soon, the ammunition carried by the cyborgs was exhausted. Yet not a single Terminator had fallen. The synthetic skin that had been stripped away from the machines appeared quite grotesque. We will not be outdone. We are genetically modified warriors, unafraid of such machines. The leader of the cyborg shouted as he charged into the throng of Terminators. However, even the cyborg capable of lifting a 3-ton pickup truck found himself outmatched before the Terminators, for the machines possessed strength surpassing their own. Moreover, the internal skeleton of the robots was forged from superalloy, rendering it nearly impossible for the cyborgs to inflict damage with their bare hands. Then, the scene unfolded as several Terminators ruthlessly battered the leader of the cyborgs. Bang, 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 bang. The leader of the cyborgs, battered and bruised, lay broken with multiple fractures across his body, his once robust legs cruelly snapped by a robot. His anguished cries pierced the air, a harrowing sound that rendered the remaining 4 cyborgs in a state of shock, for they, as aberrations, had encountered a terror far greater than themselves. Soon, under the relentless assault of 20 Terminators, the remaining cyborgs were likewise left lifeless, sprawled on the ground like defeated hounds. Observing that the situation was nearly resolved, Chen Yu commanded the landing craft to descend slightly. One by one, the 20 Terminators boarded the vessel, which then vanished from sight in an instant. At this moment, the border soldiers of Yanxia, who had been watching from a distance, cautiously approached, only to be met with a bizarre sight. 5 utterly battered cyborgs lying together in a pitiful state. Ah, these wretched beings have been subdued. They must be our Yanxia's super soldiers. Chen Yu, just moments ago in the southern province, an elite unit descended from the sky, inflicting severe injuries upon those cyborgs. They must be the ones you deployed, correct? Indeed, General Chao. Ah, have you also mastered the technology of genetic modification? Not at all. You are overthinking it. Those are not humans, but rather combat robots I designed. What? Robots? Chao Guangda was more astonished by the revelation of robots than he had been by the notion of genetically modified beings. As a general, he possessed a keen insight into the technologies that could serve as formidable weapons of war. The capabilities of the robots developed by Chen Yu, which had so thoroughly incapacitated the cyborgs, were a testament to their superiority. If these robots could be mass-produced, and a legion of such robotic warriors equipped within the military during the scorching summer, surely they would sweep across the battlefield with unparalleled might. Chen Yu, you are truly a genius. Ha ha, General Chao, you jest, I merely designed them casually. After terminating the call with Chen Yu, Chao Guangda promptly reported this matter to Yinjing. In America, at the Pentagon, a staff member rushed into Rogers' office, visibly agitated, exclaiming, "Sir, the augmented soldiers we dispatched have gone missing." Rogers widened his eyes in disbelief. What? How is that possible? He was utterly baffled. The Terminator, T-800? ISNT that a character from a movie? The staff member produced a playback device and activated it. What on earth are these? Ah, they are Terminator T-800 robots. So many T-800s. They are incredibly powerful. Rogers was left even more perplexed. Rogers, now furious, responded, "Sir, those enhanced soldiers have been captured by the enemy. Should we initiate the self-destruct protocol?" "Yes, immediately send the self-destruct signal. We cannot allow those augmented soldiers to reveal that we, the United States, are behind this." "Understood, sir." Rogers, unfazed by the loss, successfully obliterated all of the enemy's missile-carrying aircraft, deeming the loss of a few augmented soldiers inconsequential. In Yanxia, at a secret detention location in the southern border military district, Chao Guangda had arrived, determined to personally interrogate the augmented soldiers. However, during the questioning, all of these augmented individuals simultaneously experienced sudden brain death. Ultimately, the dissection revealed that a miniature bomb had been installed within the cerebellum of these augmented individuals. Upon detonation, they would instantly succumb to cerebral death. This self-destruct mechanism must have been orchestrated by the organization responsible for their creation. Curse those detestable Americans! How could they conceive such abominations? Chao Guangda railed against the corpses of these modified beings, venting his frustrations. After a brief outburst, he instructed the scientists at the military district to conduct blood and genetic sampling on the remains. Given the acquisition of these bodies, the Yinxia military deemed it essential to undertake further research. Meanwhile, Chen Yu dispatched the damaged Terminator robots for repairs on the moon. A new batch of lifelike robots had also arrived, bearing the visages of Yinxia citizens, each distinct from one another. Thus, when these lifelike robots embarked on their missions, they would not arouse suspicion, blending seamlessly with ordinary humans. Additionally, the intelligent brain had implemented upgrades for subsequent lifelike robots, enabling them to alter their facial features. This task was trivial for the intelligent brain, requiring merely the installation of a modifiable facial module. Chen Yu was exceedingly pleased with these enhancements. These robots were now fully capable of operating abroad as spies, able to masquerade as anyone. Days passed swiftly, and the launch event for the Chen Yu technology chip was imminent. Media representatives from across the nation and around the globe began to converge upon Jiangqing. Although many considered Chen Yu technology's claims to be exaggerated, doubting that a single chip could rival the computational power of half the world's computers. However, given the current prominence of Chen Yu technology, numerous media outlets are eager to witness the event. The official organization has also arranged for central-level media to conduct live coverage. Furthermore, the United States has discreetly dispatched representatives to attend this press conference. For a company capable of manufacturing bullet-headed combat aircraft is not to be underestimated. Chapter 63. Photonic chips at the Chen Yu Technology Park. A grand stage has been erected in front of the massive chip factory. Surrounding large screens and sound systems are prepared, with thousands of chairs arranged for the audience. Tomorrow, Chen Yu Technology will unveil its inaugural chip. Chen Yu, along with Su Rou and several executives from Chen Yu Technology, are engaged in final adjustments. At that moment, a convoy of military vehicles enters the factory premises. General Chao Guangda, accompanied by high-ranking officials from the southern military region, disembarks from the vehicles. Chen Yu steps forward. General Chao, what brings you here? Chen Yu, your chip launch is scheduled for tomorrow. I came to see if there is any assistance we can provide, particularly regarding security. Thank you, General Chao. I have already made security arrangements for the event, but you and your team are certainly welcome to witness the launch in person. That is assured, certainly. By the way, General Chao, your visit today must pertain to more than just my security arrangements, correct? To be candid, the destruction of the bullet-headed aircraft has greatly angered the higher-ups. They asked me to express their gratitude for your efforts in apprehending the culprits. Chen Yu nods. General Chao, if you have any further thoughts, please feel free to express them. I shall not hold back, Chen Yu. Could you possibly craft 10 more bullet-headed aircraft for us? This time, the military will purchase them. No problem. I thought you were referring to something significant. It's merely a trivial matter. Chao Guangda was astonished that Chen Yu regarded such a strategic weapon as a mere trifle, speaking of it as if it were a toy. Chen Yu, I have an unusual request. Speak freely. Is there any possibility of equipping our military with some of your robots capable of defeating bioengineered individuals? General Chao, to be frank, the manufacturing processes of my robots are still in their infancy, and the production costs are exceedingly high, rendering them unsuitable for mass production at this time. However, should we encounter entities like bioengineered beings again in the future, I shall take action. Chao Guangda nodded in disappointment. I see. Well then, it's good to know you have such intentions. In that very moment, a circle of individuals clad in black suits surrounded them. All were Chen Yu's bionic robots, the forces he intended to deploy for security at his upcoming press conference. As for Chen Yu's claim regarding the immaturity of the manufacturing process, that was sheer nonsense. If he committed fully to production, he could create thousands of these robots in a single day. The reason Chen Yu was reluctant to supply the military with these robots was twofold. First, he did not wish for the military to become complacent, relying solely on the formidable weapons of Chen Yu technology, which would easily dull their edge. Secondly, these lifelike robots were equipped with advanced AI programs possessing cognitive abilities. In essence, they were intelligent, and Chen Yu preferred to retain control over them. After bidding farewell to General Chao, Chen Yu continued to adjust some equipment on site. The following day, the long-anticipated press conference finally arrived. Media representatives from across the nation and around the globe congregated for the event. Among the thousands present, there were indeed many foreign spies, hailing from the United States, multiple European Union countries, and even nations like Japan that harbor animosity toward our country. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the venue was already abuzz with excitement. Fortunately, this press conference differed significantly from the inaugural event at the Chen Yu factory. During that occasion, the access road was merely a narrow, dilapidated dirt path. Now, with the full support of both Donghai City and Jiang City, a two-way, six-lane asphalt road had been constructed, branching off from the Jiangdong Expressway, directly leading to the entrance of the Chen Yu Technology Park. This development clearly illustrated the significance both cities placed on Chen Yu technology, alleviating the embarrassing two-hour traffic jam experience during the first press conference. Prominent figures arrived at the venue, including the mayor of Jiang City and senior officials, as well as the mayor and high-ranking officials from Donghai City, and emissaries from the capital, Yanjing, accompanied by generals from the military district. The impressive lineup of attendees underscored the esteemed status of Chen Yu technology. At 10:30, the press conference for Chen Yu Technology's chip officially commenced. Taking to the stage first was still the general manager, Su Ro, standing at the center of the stage. She grasped the microphone and addressed the audience with fervor. Welcome everyone to our second press conference at Chen Yu Technology. The products we present today are poised to revolutionize the world. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. Many men, captivated by Su Ruo's beauty and figure, perceive her as the epitome of the domineering female CEO from their dreams. However, more rational individuals display skepticism. What chip could possibly revolutionize the world? Even the most advanced one, 6-nanometer chip from America, now in mass production, is hardly exaggerated enough to change the course of the world. How confident, or perhaps arrogant, is Chen Yu Technology to make such bold claims? Su Ruo continued on stage, addressing the audience. You may harbor doubts about our product, and I completely understand. After all, during our inaugural press conference, some attendees left midway due to skepticism, but we all know how that turned out. With these words, Su Ruo not only teased the audience for their lack of vision, but also subtly assured them that her product would undoubtedly astonish them. Now, I hope that during our second press conference, no one will walk out again. I shall refrain from further elaboration and now pass the time to our chairman, Mr. Chen Yu, who will usher you into the realm of future technology. As Su Ruo gracefully descended the stage, Chen Yu appeared in simple attire, a white t-shirt emblazoned with the Chen Yu Technology logo, paired with blue jeans and canvas shoes. It seems that industry leaders prefer this clean and approachable style during press conferences. Upon Chen Yu's ascent to the stage, many female spectators erupted in cheers. Given his tall and athletic stature, he exuded an aura of charisma, embodying the perfect object of admiration for women, wealthy, handsome, and fit. With a portable headset, Chen Yu approached the center of the stage. Good morning, everyone. I sincerely appreciate your taking the time from your busy schedules to join us at the Cosmic Technology Park for our second press conference. As you may have seen in the invitation and on our official website, today we are unveiling a groundbreaking product, a new type of chip. However, I refer to it as the photonic chip. Instantly, murmurs of curiosity spread among the audience. The previous communications only indicated that Cosmic Technology would be releasing a chip without disclosing its specific name. What does the term photonic imply? Why have we chosen this designation? The audience buzzed with intrigue. Chen Yu pressed a button on his remote control, and a large screen at the back of the stage began to showcase a video produced by our intelligent brain, introducing the photonic chip. The video elucidated what a photonic chip is and the reasons behind its extraordinary computational power. Chapter 64. Shocking the world. The so-called photonic chip, fully known as the photonic folding tremor chip, utilizes photons to oscillate and fold at the speed of light within a defined area, thereby executing computational functions. With a minimum of 100 million folds per second to a staggering 10 billion folds per second, the variance in speed allows for superlative computational capabilities. Generally, Earth's technological sensors are incapable of capturing photon signals at a rate of 10 billion per second. However, Chen Yu possesses extraterrestrial technology. Thus, the most challenging aspect of this chip lies in its intricate internal sensors. A single photon chip can already surpass Earth's technology by centuries. Chen Yu also holds the technology for multi-photon chips, allowing for the simultaneous operation of multiple photons, numbers that are simply incomprehensible to humanity. Thus, the small clips and those lifelike robots possess intelligence and the capacity for independent thought, a phenomenon attributed to the presence of advanced chips within them, potentially multi-photon in nature. Such formidable computational power is essential for the emergence of consciousness and intellect. Upon viewing the introductory video about photon chips on the large screen, The audience and media erupted in astonishment, for this represented an entirely novel chip design philosophy. According to the principles of physics, its fabrication is indeed plausible. This revelation has undeniably broadened the horizons of humanity on Earth. As the video concluded, Chen Yu addressed the audience through his earpiece. You may find yourselves perplexed by this promotional film, perceiving it as merely sophisticated. However, remember this well. If your computer is equipped with my single photon chip, it is tantamount to possessing a cutting-edge supercomputing center that leads the world. Instantly, many fervent supporters of Chen Yu technology began to cheer, their understanding of the technology limited, yet captivated by its apparent prowess. Chen Yu subsequently elaborated on the compatibility of the single photon chip. Presently, there are only a handful of CPU architectures globally, and for the single photon chip to integrate seamlessly, it must adhere to these established frameworks. Nevertheless, the architecture of photon chips is so advanced that it far surpasses the inferior technologies currently available on Earth. To address this compatibility issue, Chen Yu technology has introduced a converter that allows for the installation of photon chips onto the converter, which is compatible with all computer chip interfaces worldwide. However, a significant drawback arises. This converter substantially limits the performance of the photon chip, reducing its capabilities to merely 1/10 of its potential. Even a mere fraction of this computational power places us decades ahead of the global competition. As the audience lamented the apparent compromise in performance, Chen Yu seized the moment to unveil his own line of gaming consoles. The motherboard directly connects to the photonic chip, eliminating any converters that might diminish performance. Furthermore, the console equipped with the photonic chip does not require a graphics card. It can deliver an unparalleled gaming experience solely through real-time rendering by the chip. It could be asserted that for all games on Earth, the photonic chip does not even necessitate a fraction of 1% of its capabilities. Just when the audience believed Chen Yu's presentation was nearing its conclusion, he revealed astonishing news. It is well known that the world's operating systems, whether for PCs or mobile devices, are monopolized by the United States, with giants like Microsoft, Apple, and Android leading the charge. Should a day arise when conflict ensues and the United States withdraws support for these systems, your computer and mobile phone could swiftly become obsolete. Instantly, the audience of Yinxia was invigorated, for Chen Yu spoke the undeniable truth. Today, we at Chen Yu Technology have launched a hardware chip. But what I eagerly anticipate is the software we are soon to release. I am delighted to announce that we will provide our latest advanced artificial intelligence operating system to the world free of charge. This system is compatible with all PCs and mobile devices, and we proudly name it the Fuxi system. In Yinxia mythology, Fuxi is not only the foremost among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but also the deity of wisdom and creation. Thus, it is entirely fitting for Chen Yu to bestow this name upon his artificial intelligence system. This system possesses its own intelligence, capable of significantly enhancing human work efficiency. After Chen Yu concluded his introduction, a promotional video for the Fuxi system began to play on the large screen. It showcased a clerical worker tasked with compiling reports. She simply voiced her requirements to the computer. Instantly, the screen commenced automatic calculations and even connected to the internet to gather data autonomously, truly a remarkable intelligent system designed to assist in one's work. Currently, the popular GPT artificial intelligence in America, capable of generating videos and images from text, pales in comparison to Chen Yu's system. One could even instruct the system to create a film based on their imagination, making it nearly impossible to discern whether the result is a product of special effects or actual filming. Naturally, Chen Yu prohibits the use of the Fuxi system for generating inappropriate content. Otherwise, one might expect bizarre spectacles such as a clash between celebrities and colossal creatures. The Fuxi system is also compatible with all developed software across the Earth's operating systems, regardless of the system one previously employed. Transitioning to Chen Yu Technology's Fuxi system would allow former software to run seamlessly and even more smoothly. Upon realizing the extraordinary capabilities of Chen Yu Technology's Fuxi system, the audience erupted in fervent applause, a testament to their patriotic fervor. Meanwhile, foreign media, representatives from tech companies, and spies from various nations sat uncomfortably, as if they had ingested something repugnant. If Chen Yu Technology was not exaggerating, then this press conference indeed holds the potential to change the world. Following his product introduction, Chen Yu invited the attendees to experience it firsthand. With a grand gesture, he unveiled a massive screen beside the conference area. Here lie thousands of computers, all equipped with the Chen Yu mainframe, housing single-photon chips within. One can sense the palpable excitement among the crowd, adjacent to this display area. 1,000 Chen Yu computers featuring photon chips await your hands-on experience of their capabilities. Should any research institutions require assistance from the supercomputing center, simply utilizing one of my computers will suffice to fulfill your needs. After Chen Yu concluded his words, he gracefully descended from the stage. Instantly, the audience surged toward the experience zone, where the computers had downloaded popular large-scale games for all to engage with. Two American spies swiftly commandeered a computer, being the first to log onto an international website, renowned as the most authoritative platform for global computer performance testing. By accessing the testing page, they could conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the machine. Furthermore, as the site is headquartered in America, Chen Yu Technology was unable to manipulate the results. Upon opening the website and clicking on the performance test, the American spy pressed the Start Test button, and within merely half a second, a figure appeared on the screen. The spies were left utterly astonished by the displayed content. Chapter 65. The frantic plan. The American spies gaped in disbelief as the computer screen revealed an astonishing array of numbers. Test score, 1,000,000, performance off the charts. Having reached the highest data limit, the second-place score stood at 97,465, indicating that this computer had outpaced all others in the world. The test duration was a mere 0.43 seconds, while the average time for participating computers hovered around 10 minutes, underscoring the formidable prowess of this machine. The computational prowess of the chip transcended the limitations of test data, surpassing all computers across the globe. Rows upon rows displayed the assertion that it outperformed every computer worldwide. Ultimately, this remarkable machine ascended to the pinnacle of the performance rankings on the testing website. At that moment, within a skyscraper in Silicon Valley, the CEO of the testing site gazed at the latest test data, his eyes widening in disbelief. Upon scrutinizing the tester's IP address, he discovered it originated from the sweltering summer of a far-off land. He promptly seized the phone and contacted the American Department of Technology. This testing site was beyond reproach, as it could not be manipulated. Only by completing the computational tests could scores be assigned. The speed of computation had exceeded the technological standards of Earth by an unfathomable margin, necessitating an immediate report to higher authorities. In the Cosmic Technology Park, spectators were experiencing the formidable capabilities of the cosmic computer firsthand. Several representatives from research institutions entered their required data into the supercomputing center, receiving their answers in mere moments. Reflecting on the exorbitant cost of renting a supercomputing center, at least $1 million, now they were provided results free of charge. This revelation profoundly shifted perceptions of the cosmic computer, heralding it as a revolutionary product. Technology media from various nations devised their own methods to validate the computer's performance, yet all were left utterly astounded by the results. Could such a machine truly be the creation of humankind? Its computational power was astonishingly beyond their comprehension. Those who experienced it were eager to place orders for the cosmic technology computers on the spot. Finally, the large screen displayed the prices of the chips. The basic model of the single-photon chip, capable of executing 10 billion operations per second, was priced at 4,999 yuan domestically and 49,999 yuan internationally. The price of the converter stands at 999 yuan in Yinxia, while it reaches an astonishing 9,999 yuan abroad. The Chen Yu host, renowned for its formidable performance, is priced at 19,999 yuan domestically and an astounding 199,999 yuan internationally. Upon witnessing these prices, foreign media erupted in disbelief, exclaiming the stark tenfold increase in cost abroad. Why, they questioned, does Yinxia sell for merely a few thousand yuan, while they are compelled to spend tens of thousands, or even over 100,000? Yet, the audience in Yinxia rejoiced, fervently praising Chen Yu Technology as a conscientious enterprise that profits solely from foreigners. Some foreign attendees voiced vehement protests, to which Chen Yu Technology responded with nonchalance, asserting there was no obligation. Purchase if you wish. Among the thousands present, over 80 made immediate purchases. Even those who initially came to witness a spectacle ended up opening their wallets, albeit limited to 5 sets each, which they promptly acquired. As noon approached, Chen Yu Technology continued its considerate approach, providing lunch for the attendees of the launch event. Chen Yu descended to the audience, greeted by congratulations from Chao Guangde, Mayor Wu Jiangwo, Mayor Zhao Wenbin, and an envoy from Yinjing, all aware that Chen Yu Technology was on the brink of a significant breakthrough. With the unveiling of these two products, Yinxia is poised to surpass the United States in numerous sectors. Once reliant on imported photolithography machines for chip manufacturing, that dependency has now become obsolete, relegated to the realm of low-end products. With this innovative chip now at their disposal, the world will clamor to acquire it. For those who neglect to utilize Yinxia's technology will find their productivity lagging, and their advancements in various industries will fall behind. The United States, with its advanced manufacturing sector, particularly in chips and systems, has reaped immense wealth globally. Now, Universal Technology has unveiled a groundbreaking chip along with an equally revolutionary operating system. This development has rendered America's advantages obsolete, potentially resulting in a reduction of hundreds of billions in annual revenue. Such a shift fundamentally threatens the very foundation of the nation. In the White House conference room, President Biden and a cadre of American leaders are intently watching the live stream of Universal Technology's press conference. As the event nears its conclusion, the atmosphere is tense, with furrowed brows all around, including Biden's. Secretary of Commerce Rogers has just received a call from the CEO of a performance testing website, revealing that a computer from the Summer Kingdom has achieved astonishing scores. This effectively corroborates the authenticity of Universal Technology's announcements, confirming the exceptional nature of their products. In a fit of anger, Biden slams his hand on the conference table, causing everyone present to flinch. He demands, "What should we do? The chip industry and operating systems are crucial monopolies for us in the global market. If we allow the Summer Kingdom to take the lead, we are on the brink of decline." The senior officials remained silent, heads bowed, at a loss for how to respond. Who could have anticipated that a company from the Summer Kingdom, barely a few months old, could possess such formidable technology? Minister Rogers of the Ministry of Science pondered for a moment before speaking. "Mr. President, we cannot remain passive. Universal Technology has first provided the military of the scorching summer with the strategic weapon of missile combat aircraft. And now they have unveiled a chip product that is a leap ahead of our current technology. I believe this company harbors secrets." Upon hearing this, many high-ranking officials aware of the alien spacecraft wreckage simultaneously contemplated a striking reality. President Biden gestured for irrelevant personnel to exit, leaving only the core members of the cabinet. "Rogers, please continue," Biden indicated. Rogers resumed. "I suspect that Chen Yu may have discovered those extraterrestrial remnants, which would explain the meteoric rise of Universal Technology within mere months. I have dispatched spies to investigate, and it appears that Universal Technology only established contact with the military after its ascent. If this is indeed the case, I can assert with confidence that Chen Yu himself unearthed this technology. He may have located a more intact wreckage, or perhaps even an undamaged spacecraft, making the process of deciphering the technology significantly less challenging." Numerous high-ranking officials from America nodded in agreement. It must be said that Rogers was entirely correct. Chen Yu had indeed acquired a pristine Level 7 civilization spacecraft. Secretary of Defense Schneider inquired, "Rogers, the cyborgs you dispatched to destroy the missile have capabilities that should have prevented their capture at the border. Do you think this incident is related to Universal Technology? The fact that they were subdued by the T-800 raises suspicions. Could it be that the scorching summer possesses its own cyborgs that resemble the Terminator?" After listening attentively, Schneider speculated that Yinxia likely possesses its own modified individuals. Otherwise, our enhancements would not have been subdued. At this moment, Bayardin interjected, suggesting that for the sake of argument, we assume Yinxia does have modified individuals, potentially developed by Chen Technology. He inquired if there were any strategies to resolve the current predicament of America, asserting that without a solution, our plans for global domination would falter. Rogers, with a fierce expression, declared, "Mr. President, I believe we must acquire the technology from Chen Yu. If necessary, we might even need to capture Chen Yu." The high-ranking officials of America present in the room were consumed by a frantic determination. They could not allow any nation on Earth to surpass their prowess. "Rogers, what are your intentions?" Chapter 66, The Abduction of Chen Yu. At this juncture, Chen Yu technology had become a thorn in America's side, threatening their ambitions for global conquest. After a moment of contemplation, Rogers articulated his plan concerning Chen Yu technology. "Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, for America to assert its dominance in the world and adequately confront the impending solar crisis, I propose we take decisive action against Chen Yu technology in Yinxia. I will deploy our most elite spies to abduct their leader and bring him to America, compelling him to disclose the origins of their advanced technologies." Rogers' plan garnered the endorsement of America's top officials, including the president. Thus, A directive for the abduction of Chen Yu was issued from the highest echelons of American leadership, simultaneously with the destruction of the bullet-headed aircraft of Yinxia's military. The coastal defenses of Yinxia are once again rendered vulnerable. Upon receiving this news, Sakura Nation erupted in excitement. Having previously suffered the annihilation of one of their fleets by Yinxia, which had led to widespread discontent among its populace. Under the weight of this discontent, the leadership of Sakura Nation hastily assembled a formidable naval fleet, intending to venture into the waters of Yinxia to provoke a response. This time, Sakura Nation deployed 2 of its Hyuga-class amphibious assault ships, which, despite their designation, are essentially smaller aircraft carriers. These vessels are capable of launching F-35 vertical takeoff and landing aircraft provided by the United States. The entire fleet comprises as many as 50 warships, including destroyers and attack vessels, forming a considerable armada. Encouraged by the United States, Sakura Nation emboldened its actions as it approached the waters of Yinxia. While the chips from Chen technology were experiencing unprecedented demand, the seas were far from tranquil. Following the completion of the chip factory in the Chen Technology Park, Chen Yu's second factory was poised to establish a large-scale spacecraft manufacturing base. In preparation for the impending solar crisis, Chen Yu recognized the necessity of dual contingencies. He planned to construct several home-class spacecraft, which are several times larger than his first vessel. This design, one of the few found within his technological repository, resembles a colonial ship suitable for interstellar systems. Measuring approximately 10 kilometers in length, 5 kilometers in width, and 3 kilometers in height, it can accommodate over 3 million inhabitants. Although its technological sophistication is limited to a level comparable to a Type 3 civilization, it boasts a self-sustaining ecological system and relies on relatively rudimentary, controlled nuclear fusion technology, enabling hundreds of thousands to thrive within its confines. It can also be said that a city has been encapsulated within a colony-class spacecraft. This spacecraft is divided into 3 distinct levels: an industrial zone, a residential area, and a forested region. Naturally, such a colossal vessel cannot be constructed on Earth. It must be assembled in the environment of space, much like the International Space Station, with each rocket launch delivering components for docking. Concurrently, Chen Yu has begun the construction of an underground refuge 300 meters beneath the Cosmic Technology Park, spanning an impressive 90,000 acres. The park aims to house a vast underground sanctuary, which will also feature an ecological circulation system akin to that of the colony-class spacecraft, an endeavor of considerable magnitude. Once completed, this singular underground facility will accommodate over 5 million inhabitants, mirroring the population density of an urban center. Chen Yu plans to accomplish the construction of 3 colony-class spacecraft and 1 underground refuge within a year. Indeed, such a monumental project is slated for completion in just a year, facilitated by the exaggerated efficiency of his robots. However, this will undoubtedly require a staggering amount of resources. And at Chen Yu's current rate of income, he may struggle to shoulder such an immense investment. Upon the completion of this initial underground base, there are plans to establish additional facilities nationwide, which would entail astronomical expenditures. Nevertheless, at that juncture, it is certain that Chen Yu will not be utilizing his own funds for construction. Suddenly, several figures clad in black emerged from the garden, each wielding silenced handguns aimed at Chen Yu and Xiao Jiao. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, recognizing that these individuals were not friendly. They might very well be spies from the West. Recently, the chip I released, along with the Fushi system, has astonished the entire world, likely encroaching upon the interests of a certain major Western nation. Chen Yu and Xiao Jiaji found themselves confronted with firearms, yet neither displayed a hint of fear. Rather, their expressions were tinged with mockery. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I never anticipated you would come to my home. Pray tell, who sent you? Reveal your affiliations, and perhaps I shall spare your lives and hand you over to the authorities. Otherwise, you shall vanish from this world." A total of 6 individuals clad in black encircled the two. "Mr. Chen, you need not concern yourself with our identities. We merely request that you accompany us." "Oh, where are you taking me? To America, perhaps?" Chen Yu ventured a guess. Yet these spies, trained in their craft, remained unperturbed by his words, revealing no cracks in their facade. "Mr. Chen, there is no need for inquiries. You will understand once you arrive." "Well then, I shall accompany you for the time being." Chen Yu conceded. As he prepared to comply, Xiao Jiaji nonchalantly strolled into the villa. 2 of the black-clad men intercepted her. "Beautiful miss, you must accompany us as well." Chen Yu called out to the two agents, "You would do well not to provoke her. Allow her to remain, and I will accompany you. Should you insist on taking her, none of you may leave." The black-clad men scoffed at the notion. How could this slender, delicate girl possibly compare to their highly trained operatives, especially when they were armed? "Mr. Chen, although our sole objective is you, we cannot allow her to remain. If she were to betray us, we would face the relentless pursuit of your officials during the scorching summer. Therefore, she must accompany us. I assure you, she will not disclose anything. Release her, and I shall accompany you immediately." The leader of the group of spies nodded at the two black-clad individuals who had intercepted the girl. The two figures readied themselves to subdue her. However, in that instant, she moved, her form almost spectral, her speed so swift that it seemed to leave an afterimage. With two resounding strikes, the black-clad men collapsed, spewing blood. In mere moments, they fell silent, dispatched with a single blow. The remaining four black-clad individuals, including the spy leader, gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Each had undergone rigorous training, capable of taking down 10 men with their bare hands. Yet, before this enchanting beauty that could not withstand a single punch, the chests of the two men caved in, shattered bones piercing their hearts. The four aimed their weapons at her, simultaneously pulling the triggers. Bang, 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 bang. The silenced pistols emitted muffled sounds. Yet, the girl vanished from sight, swiftly disarming the four in an instant. The spies barely registered her movements. It was nighttime, compounded by her extraordinary speed. When she reappeared before them, she held 4 guns in her hands. Chen Yu, observing from behind, remarked with irony, "I warned you not to provoke her. But you chose to ignore my counsel. I even conceded to accompany you, yet you could not recognize when to retreat." The master spy swiftly maneuvered behind Chen Yu, drawing a dagger from his leg and pressing it against Chen Yu's throat. "Do not approach. If you dare come closer, I will end his life." The leader of the spies threatened Little Clipper. Nevertheless, Little Clipper discarded the 4 guns in her possession, ignoring the black-clad figures at the entrance, and nonchalantly walked into the villa. The spies were taken aback. What was happening? Was she truly not going to rescue her boss? Had she really thrown down her weapons? One of the spies hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the 4 guns, handing them back to the others. "I told you, simply take me away." There was no need to complicate matters for her. Must 2 lives be lost before you comprehend the gravity of the situation? With Chen Yu's timely reminder, the 4 spies refrained from entering the house to confront Little Clipper as they recognized their own inadequacy. "Very well, our initial objective was you. Let us proceed." The 4 men clandestinely escorted Chen Yu out of the villa and forced him into a distant black sedan, which then sped away. Just 1 minute after Chen Yu was captured, a flying car descended gracefully. Another Chen Yu emerged from the vehicle, prompting Little Clipper to rush out of the villa. "Master, they have taken your doppelganger." "Good. I am eager to discover who dares to capture me." Indeed, the Chen Yu from earlier was a lifelike robot meticulously crafted by the Intelligence Corps to replicate Chen Yu's appearance flawlessly. The Intelligence Corps had also implanted Chen Yu's personality, speech patterns, and habitual movements into the robotic entity. In Chen Yu's mind, the Intelligence Corps was capable of transmitting real-time visual imagery from the doppelganger robot directly to his consciousness. In essence, Chen Yu intended to utilize the robotic body to personally ascertain the identity of those plotting his abduction. His awareness of the impending kidnapping stemmed from the security apparatus installed within his villa. Beyond the essential security measures, his landing craft, stationed in a geosynchronous orbit, maintained constant surveillance over his residence. The spies' reconnaissance activities from the preceding days had not gone unnoticed, prompting Chen Yu to orchestrate this countermaneuver. While Chen Yu harbored strong suspicions regarding the orchestrator of the abduction, he sought to unequivocally demonstrate the folly of antagonizing him. Dispatching the doppelganger robot was part of Chen Yu's strategy to deliver a decisive blow. The 4 spies, having apprehended the Chen Yu facsimile, hastened through the night towards a secluded coastal area near Jiangqing, where an inconspicuous fishing vessel awaited. The robotic Chen Yu complied fully, boarding the vessel and setting course for the open sea. Chen Yu summoned his landing craft, from which 2 biomimetic androids disembarked, retrieving the bodies of the 2 spies neutralized by miniature clamps and transporting them to the landing craft. Within moments, the remains were to be jettisoned as space debris. The following morning, Chen Yu was roused by the ringing of his telephone. Upon answering, he found Chao Guangda on the line. "General Chao, what brings you to call so early?" Chen Yu inquired. "Chen Yu," Chao responded, "regarding your bullet-head combat aircraft, when do you anticipate its completion?" Approximately 2 more days. I would estimate. Chen Yu confessed to having momentarily forgotten about it, preoccupied as he had been with the press conference and the establishment of the base. Ah, splendid. The naval vessels from the land of the rising sun have returned, presumably having received news of our missile's destruction, eager to avenge their previous defeat. What? The Japanese have come again? It seems they are growing impatient. Such a mere island nation, do they not fear the day they might sink beneath the waves? As soon as your missile arrives, I shall ensure they flee at once. General Chow, leave this matter to me. I will make these Japanese feel the sting of their folly. Chen Yu, what are your plans? You need not concern yourself with that. Simply act as if you are unaware. Very well then. Chen Yu, just be cautious not to leave any incriminating evidence. General Chow, rest assured, they lack the capability. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu changed his attire and made his way to the garden. His landing craft had just stealthily descended into the garden. Chen Yu boarded the spacecraft and set course for the sea. The landing craft swiftly approached the East China Sea, where Chen Yu could already glimpse the formidable fleet of the Sakura nation, resplendent and imposing. Ahead, several Yanxia destroyers stood poised in confrontation with the enemy. Due to the unexpected nature of the situation, the Yanxia aircraft carrier remained stationed in the southern waters, making rapid reinforcement to the East China Sea quite challenging. Furthermore, beyond the southern waters, the American carrier strike group loomed ominously in the Philippine Sea. With a commanding voice, Chen Yu declared, "Activate the invisibility mode." Before long, the landing craft gradually faded from sight, eluding detection by earthly radar and even the naked eye. Come, let us engage them. Once, your technology was unparalleled. Thus, I shall endeavor to elevate Yanxia to even greater heights. In the past, you acted as the world's enforcer, consistently targeting my Yanxia. Now, Chen Yu is determined to transform Yanxia into a hegemonic power, ensuring that those nations which once bullied Yanxia are made aware that the tides of the earth have shifted. Chen Yu harbors profound animosity toward the nation of Japan, prompting him to act with even greater audacity against it. Once the shelter is established, forays into their homeland can be made to recruit some educators and young women from the land of cherry blossoms. After all, within the underground cities or space colonies, a vibrant entertainment industry will be essential. In the future, only individuals from the land of cherry blossoms shall be permitted to engage in such professions, while Yanxia women shall be prohibited from pursuing these roles. Chen Yu also contemplated the prospect of recruiting football teams in Europe and acquiring NBA franchises in America. The offspring of these athletes would be solely trained in sports, providing entertainment for those within the base. Chen Yu, a former fervent fan, wishes to ensure that, even in the face of an impending apocalypse, such elements of enjoyment remain intact, for without them, life would be exceedingly dull. He strives to create an impeccable shelter base, allowing the survivors of humanity to relish a lifestyle reminiscent of the past. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Yu now aims to target the fleet of the land of cherry blossoms. The landing ship stealthily glides above the fleet. Captain, the laser cannons are locked onto the target. Shall we fire? Fire. Annihilate the vessels of the land of cherry blossoms. Understood. Immediately, the 3 laser cannon barrels on the landing ship aligned towards the fleet below. Pew, pew, boom. Chapter 68. The Cherry Blossom Nation's navy no more as the landing ship unleashed several beams of laser downwards. Chen Yu beheld the Cherry Blossom Nation's fleet below, engulfed in a multitude of flames. The entire fleet was struck by the descending lasers from the heavens, with explosions resonating throughout the vicinity. A few nautical miles ahead, the soldiers on the Yanxia destroyer witnessed the Cherry Blossom fleet being assailed by mysterious beams emanating from the sky. In an instant, it transformed into a sea of fire. The 2 Hugo-class light aircraft carriers were reduced to mere wreckage, slowly sinking beneath the waves. The soldiers aboard the Cherry Blossom vessels emitted heart-wrenching cries, suffering countless casualties. They desperately called for assistance from the American Navy. Mighty American Navy, please save us. We are your loyal hounds. We implore you to rescue us. And then silence ensued. In the command rooms of those warships, communication officers frantically sought help from their homeland and the Americans. Alas, they were destined to await a rescue that would never arrive. Meanwhile, the American carrier battle group lurking in the Philippine Sea received the distress calls from the Cherry Blossom Navy. Powerful American Navy, save us. We are under an inexplicable attack from above, and we cannot see our assailants. In the span of mere minutes, this fleet of the Cherry Blossom Nation, comprising dozens of warships, including the 2 light aircraft carriers, was utterly annihilated and sunk. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Cherry Blossom naval personnel floundered in the water. Without rescue vessels, their demise was inevitable. However, such matters were of little concern to Chen Yu. Those who instigated trouble in these recent days ought to have been aware of the potential consequences. Just as he was about to depart from the scene, his phone rang, displaying a call from Chao Guangda. As the landing ship effortlessly intercepted Chen Yu's mobile signal, his communication remained uninterrupted, even amidst the vast ocean. Upon connecting, the animated voice of General Chao Guangda resonated immediately. Chen Yu, have you ventured to the East China Sea? Ah, General Chao, you are already aware. Of course. Our destroyers are merely a few nautical miles away. Those fleets from the land of cherry blossoms should no longer dare to infringe upon our Yanxia waters. Haha. General Chao, I have my own methods. Just trust me, those who offend Yanxia shall meet their demise. Chao Guangda was repeatedly astonished by Chen Yu. He pondered how many secrets and valuable assets Chen Yu still possessed. Yet, he found great solace in Chen Yu's words. For he was a true Yanxia citizen with profound patriotism. This reassured him. Even if Chen Yu was reluctant to divulge his technology, at least Yanxia remained secure, as Chen Yu would not permit any nation to bully it. Chen Yu, you manage things as you see fit. After all, the opposing side lacks evidence to implicate us. We merely need to assert that it was not Yanxia who acted. If those cherry blossom nations' warships have sunk, then so be it. After concluding the conversation with Chao Guangda, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards a certain direction, towards the homeland of the cherry blossom nation. Damn it. I might as well eliminate their entire navy to prevent the need for me to deal with such trivial matters in the future. With a decisive command, Chen Yu ordered the landing ship to head straight for the Cherry Blossom Nation as territory. Intelligent brain, lock onto all naval bases of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Today, I shall ensure that this country possesses not a single warship. Very well, Captain. We have successfully locked onto all naval bases of the Sakura Nation, totaling 125 warships. Let us proceed to cleanse one base at a time. Subsequently, an event unfolded that instilled terror in navies worldwide. Countless beams of laser cascaded from the heavens, leading to the annihilation of the entire naval fleet of the Sakura Nation. Not a single Coast Guard vessel was spared, while civilian ships and cruise liners remained completely unscathed. This operation solely targeted the naval forces of the Sakura Nation. When footage of the assault was disseminated, it sparked widespread panic across various nations. Some individuals even speculated about an extraterrestrial invasion, although the scenario bore a striking resemblance to such an attack. At this moment, a small fishing vessel was navigating the southern seas, where the robot Chen Yu sat comfortably in a chair. Several spies observed him, their faces etched with confusion at his remarkable composure. Having been abducted to the United States, his fate seemed grim. Just then, a Philippine Coast Guard vessel approached the small fishing boat. This vessel had been coordinated with the American Navy to provide support in this location. Robot Chen Yu was taken aboard the Philippine Coast Guard ship, swiftly heading towards the American aircraft carrier fleet in the Pacific. 3 days passed. Chen Yu reclined on the sofa of a villa, scrolling through international news. The headlines reported the complete destruction of the Sakura Nation's navy, with not a single Coast Guard ship remaining. Moreover, footage of the attack on the Sakura naval forces went viral online. Many netizens from the Sakura Nation directed their ire towards the Yanxia Nation, claiming that after the Yanxia fleet had obliterated theirs in the East China Sea, Yanxia continued its aggression unabated, even to the extent of openly violating international conventions and launching attacks on their homeland. The government of the Cherry Blossom Nation has called upon the world to unite against the hegemonic actions of Yanxia. Yet, Yanxia has nonchalantly issued a global announcement, asserting, "We, Yanxia, have not conducted any attacks on the naval forces of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Please refrain from spreading rumors." This declaration has infuriated the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation, even though they are acutely aware of Yanxia's culpability. However, the perplexing question remains, how has Yanxia achieved such feats? Have they developed space-based weaponry? The beams that rain down from the sky represent a terrifyingly unfathomable armament. Within the hallowed halls of the White House, President Biden and a cadre of high-ranking officials have viewed the footage of the naval assault on the Cherry Blossom Nation. In a fit of anger, Biden lamented the graying of his hair, a testament to the mounting frustrations. Ever since the emergence of Yanxia's cosmic technology, the United States and its allies have faced relentless setbacks. The Secretary of Defense offered his insights. "Mr. President, our military analysts have determined from the attack footage that these beams are a form of energy weapon, somewhat akin to the laser energy cannons mounted on the cosmic technology's warheads. However, This instance clearly demonstrates greater power and precision. By the way, what of Chen Yu? Did our spies not report his capture? Let us bring him in for questioning. That will surely provide clarity. Rogers promptly reported, Mr. President, my team has apprehended Chen Yu. He is currently at sea and should be transported to the mainland by tomorrow. Confound it. Dispatch an aircraft immediately to retrieve him from the sea. I must see him today. Rogers acknowledged the command and made a phone call without delay. Mr. President, I have arranged for our aircraft to pick him up. You shall see him this afternoon. Very well. Prepare yourselves as well. Today, we must extract valuable information from that individual. Chapter 69. A bloody rampage in a clandestine military base. Under the cover of night in America, the robot, Chen Yu, finds himself confined within a dimly lit chamber. Earlier that day, he had been transported here by plane. Suddenly, the lights in the room illuminate fully, yet Chen Yu's eyes remain wide open, unaffected by the abrupt brightness. Two Caucasian soldiers enter the room and address Chen Yu. Mr. Chen, someone wishes to meet you. Please accompany us. Without hesitation, the robot Chen Yu rises, eager to confront the individual responsible for his abduction. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, at the Jinjiang Mountain Water Villa, Chen Yu is awakened by the intelligence brain. Captain, awaken quickly. Captain, arise. The evening in America corresponds to the early summer morning here. Pray tell, what time is it that you rouse me so early? Your doppelganger robot is about to meet the person who kidnapped you. I shall transmit the visuals it perceives right away. Oh, very well. Hasten to relay the images. I am most curious to see who it will encounter. Instantly, a video feed materializes in Chen Yu's mind, showcasing the perspective of the doppelganger robot. Within the depths of the secret military base in America, the robot Chen Yu is escorted to a brightly lit conference room. His limbs are restrained to a metallic chair firmly anchored to the floor. Shortly thereafter, several Western gentlemen clad in suits enter the conference room. They sat in unison behind the conference table, as if preparing to judge Chen Yu. As soon as they entered, Chen Yu recognized several of them: President Biden, Secretary of Defense Schneider, Secretary of Technology Rogers, along with other significant cabinet members of the United States. These individuals frequently grace the international news. The words spoken by the robotic Chen Yu at this moment were truly a transmission from the real Chen Yu. The current robotic incarnation had effectively been commandeered by the genuine Chen Yu, serving as a puppet communicating with the upper echelons of American authority. Mr. Chen, we have summoned you today primarily to pose a few inquiries. Secretary Rogers addressed Chen Yu. The United States truly exemplifies the etiquette of a civilized nation. Is it necessary to go to such lengths, bringing me here from the sweltering summer, just to ask me a few questions? Chen Yu replied with a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Chen, we sincerely apologize, but our circumstances compel us. President Biden expressed regret. Well, this is my first encounter with the President of the United States. Indeed, you are hailed as one of the most powerful individuals in the world. If you wish to inquire, why not simply contact me directly? This approach is somewhat vexing. Let us cut to the chase, Mr. Chen. We are eager to understand how your company, Chen Yu Technology, has managed to produce such a plethora of advanced products in just a few months. Have you uncovered some hidden secret? This question was posed by Secretary of Defense Schneider. Upon hearing this inquiry, Chen Yu was nearly certain that the United States had indeed discovered extraterrestrial remnants. He smiled faintly. In truth, don't you already possess the answer in your hearts? Why must you inquire of me? I have declared that these inventions are of my own making. Do you truly believe this? The expressions on the faces of numerous high-ranking officials from America are rather grim. Very well, allow us to pose another question, Mr. Chen, are you willing to share your technology with us? Chen Yu wore a slightly mocking expression. This must be the true intent behind your apprehension of me. You so-called righteous Americans. His sarcasm rendered the faces of Biden and other senior officials ashen. Preposterous, Chen Yu. Do you understand your current predicament? I urge you to cooperate with us. I assure you, in the name of the President, that should you relinquish your acquired technology, I will guarantee you a peaceful existence in America for the remainder of your days. Chen Yu found Biden's demeanor utterly distasteful. He appeared rather benevolent on television. Yet behind the scenes was nothing but an impolite, self-righteous old man. Mr. Biden, on what grounds should I surrender what I have achieved? Merely because you have brought me here? Is it not so, Chen? Your life rests in our hands. If you were to yield that technology, not only would you survive, but you would also thrive, albeit on American soil. Biden gritted his teeth. Chen Yu spoke the truth. They were indeed that sort of nation. A country that publicly champions democracy and freedom, yet operates with unadulterated deceit and hypocrisy behind closed doors. Mr. Chen, there is no need for you to boast with your words. The fact remains, you are currently at our mercy. If you wish to continue living, I implore you to cooperate with us. Ha 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 ha. Mr. President, what if I decline? If I were to eliminate all of the American high-ranking officials present here, would the United States government descend into turmoil? These words from Chen Yu caused the American dignitaries present to exchange glances, curious about the meaning behind them. Only Secretary of Technology Rogers furrowed his brow, his mind sharp, character treacherous, and suspicions deep-seated. According to reports from the subordinates who apprehended Chen Yu, he did not resist at the time, even appearing eager to accompany them. Moreover, after being brought here, Chen Yu remained remarkably calm, seemingly unafraid of any danger. All of this was highly unusual. Chen Yu was far too composed. He slowly retreated from the office, retrieved his special communicator, and pressed a button. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Biden pointed his finger at Chen Yu, shouting angrily, "Chen Yu, are you insane? How dare you threaten us? Tell us, are you willing to cooperate with us?" Chen Yu ceased his pretense and abruptly stood up, the metal shackles on his wrists and ankles snapping apart. The American officials who witnessed this were incredulous and dumbfounded. Chen Yu slowly raised his hand, extending his index finger, from which emerged a silver metal tube. A laser beam erupted from the tube, striking Biden directly in the forehead. Crack! Biden's head exploded on the spot, becoming another American president, after Kennedy, to be assassinated with a headshot. However, this time, the explosion was more thorough, with even the brain matter splattering out. The crowd was stunned, witnessing the gruesome scene unfold before them. The sheer audacity of it. To think that the President of the United States, a figure of such immense power, could be felled by an assassin's bullet seems beyond belief. For a fleeting moment, they were paralyzed by disbelief. Chapter 70. Retribution achieved in the aftermath of the assassination. Pandemonium erupted within the office. Chen Yu, with a deliberate motion, raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of laser beams from his fingertips. Each beam proved fatal, extinguishing a life with ruthless efficiency. This was Chen Yu's ingenious creation, miniature laser emitters, meticulously integrated into the robotic doppelganger's arm. Though diminutive in power, their lethality was undeniable. Panic seized the room as the occupants desperately sought escape, but the robotic Chen Yu moved with unparalleled swiftness. In a mere matter of seconds, the conference room was transformed into a scene of carnage, its occupants utterly decimated. Schneider, possessing a constitution that belied his age, had reacted with alacrity. The instant Bairden's head was pierced, he bolted from the office. Shielded by the security detail stationed at the entrance, he narrowly evaded death's grasp. Rogers, having previously departed the office due to suspicions of Chen Yu's hidden strategies, had preemptively activated the reinforcement protocols for his genetically modified troops. Ironically, this very action proved to be his salvation. Upon emerging from the conference room, Chen Yu beheld a scene of utter annihilation. The room's occupants had been reduced to mere corpses, a complete and utter rout. Back in Jiangqing, the real Chen Yu lay recumbent upon his bed, orchestrating the robot's unrestrained slaughter as if it were a mere game. This was the price for his abduction. Failure to inflict a severe reprisal would only invite future transgressions of this nature. Within the clandestine military installation, throngs of soldiers, armed with an arsenal of heavy weaponry, confronted the robotic Chen Yu in the labyrinthine corridors. A fierce battle ensued within the base, as the robotic Chen Yu, propelled by its formidable physique, relentlessly decimated wave after wave of soldiers. It was a solitary figure pitted against the entirety of the base's military might. Not long into the battle, a throng of 2 to 3 dozen genetically modified warriors, towering over 2 meters and wielding specialized weaponry, surged into the corridor. These were Rogers' enhanced troops. Their firearms derived from the remnants of alien technology, akin to the laser gun held by Chen Yu. The laser weapons belonged to a Level 2 civilization, their destructive power rivaling the laser integrated into the robotic arm of Chen Yu. As the fierce combat raged on, after decimating over 100 ordinary soldiers, the robotic Chen Yu was struck multiple times by the laser guns of the modified warriors, significantly impairing his mobility. Since I have arrived, I shall impart a profound lesson to you and avenge the 197 soldiers you have slain. The robotic Chen Yu initiated his self-destruct sequence, his core powered by a high-compression, heavy hydrogen ion battery. To deliver a final, lethal blow to the adversary, he had equipped his intelligence core with the self-destruction protocol. The explosive force was comparable to that of a subterranean cruise missile. Meanwhile, Rogers and Schneider, who had already escaped the underground military base, stood at a distance, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the underground facility, causing the entire ground to collapse and a massive fireball to burst forth. The intensity of the explosion was so great that it seemed the entire military installation had been obliterated. The 30 genetically modified warriors, along with the remaining ordinary soldiers, were effectively annihilated. As Schneider and Rogers observed this catastrophic scene from afar, their faces were etched with horror. Is this the consequence of crossing paths with Chen Yu technology? Rogers seethed, glaring at the still smoldering ruins. Their arrogance knows no bounds. We cannot let this go unpunished. Rogers, this was your plan. Now consider how you will account for this. Schneider turned to his helicopter, determined to swiftly appoint Vice President Harrison. They could not afford to lose their composure. A formidable and ruthless adversary loomed before them. Little did Schneider and Rogers realize that it was they who had provoked Chen Yu. They would merely attribute this calamity to Chen Yu, believing him to be the source of their misfortune. In Jiangqing, within the confines of the Jinjiang Shanshui Villa, Chen Yu's mental images faded as the doppelganger robot completed its mission. Intelligent Core, this robot is commendable. Produce several more for me, to keep on standby, as they may prove advantageous in the future. Understood, Captain, came the reply. A sense of satisfaction washed over Chen Yu as he recalled the earlier scenes. Warriors, I have avenged you. Were Chen Yu to unleash chaos on the other side of the earth, it would likely be dismissed as a mere jest by the world. This time, America was destined to suffer in silence, compelled to conceal the incident from the public eye. Over the past few days, Chen Yu had been meticulously monitoring the news from that region. Yet, not a single report emerged regarding the collective disappearance of the American high-ranking officials. Instead, news circulated that Vice President Harrison had assumed the role of acting president, while another presidential candidate, Donald Trump, questioned why Biden had entrusted power to Harrison while he himself retreated for an indefinite period of recovery, shunning public visibility. Unbeknownst to Trump, Biden had already passed away. Since Congress announced Biden's indefinite leave of absence, Trump's approval ratings had soared to unprecedented heights. Everyone aspired to the presidency, for it was the most powerful position in the world. Trump's inquiries quickly ascended to international trending topics, capturing the attention of people worldwide regarding this unfolding event. Instead, the news regarding the disappearance of Biden and high-ranking cabinet members has been suppressed. Perhaps this is merely a well-orchestrated performance by the American Congress to divert public attention. Chen Yu, at home, watched the American news and scoffed. No wonder this is a country with Hollywood. Such a significant event can be buried, while the focus of the entire world is skillfully redirected. Truly impressive. It's no wonder they excel in filmmaking. In a two-story building in Yanjing, Chao Guangda picked up the document, and after reading it, his expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. Is this true? Chapter 71. Crisis approaches. After perusing the classified materials, Chao Guangda's disbelief was palpable as he exclaimed, "Chief, is this real?" The chief nodded and replied, "There is a 70% chance it is genuine. This USB drive contains a video. You should take a look." Chao Guangda inserted the USB drive into his computer and clicked to play. As he watched, he gasped in disbelief. Even as a formidable general, he could not contain his shock. How could this be possible? After enduring the shocking revelations of the brief video, which lasted several seconds, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Guangda, have you considered that Chen Yu might have other means to appear in the distant United States?" Chao Guangda fell into deep contemplation, suddenly struck by a thought. "Commander, I perceive a possibility here. I have previously reported to you that the forces comprising the American cyborgs were dispatched by Chen Yu, a squad constituted of robots. I am aware of this and share the same suspicion. Observe the video. That individual is impervious to conventional bullets, which can only indicate he is a robot." Chao Guangda nodded in agreement with the commander's perspective. "However, Commander, I had approached Chen Yu about providing our military with a unit of robots, but he declined. Alas, those robots possess advanced artificial intelligence, and Chen Yu may hesitate to furnish us with such technology. Nevertheless, we must maintain confidentiality regarding this incident and strive to offer him support. As long as Chen Yu technology remains, the revival of our great Xia is imminent." "Very well, Commander." At this moment, the political landscape in America is engulfed in turmoil. Numerous factions have, to varying degrees, grasped the truth behind the incident. Within the Trump Tower, the illustrious Trump, with his flowing golden locks, gazed out at the New York skyline, his brow furrowed. Beside him stood Rogers, the Minister of Technology, a survivor of the assassination attempt. Mr. Trump, your ascension to power is virtually assured. It is time for you to be apprised of these secrets. Trump turned, narrowing his eyes, exuding an aura of authority without anger, and pointed to his ear, his tone icy as he demanded, "Tell me, who orchestrated this against me? Was it that insufferable woman?" Rogers' expression grew grave. A misstep in his words at this moment could lead to dire consequences. "Mr. Trump, I must admit, I am quite uncertain about this matter." Trump cast a disappointed glance at Rogers. "By the way, how are your research projects progressing?" "Well, I will review your research endeavors. However, Chen Yu from Yinsummer Universe Technology has indeed gone too far this time. Although it may benefit my campaign, he must face consequences. For it is a matter of national pride for America. Sir, I will collaborate with the Department of Trade to impose a new round of sanctions on Yinsummer. No matter how advanced their recent technological products may be, we shall find a way to prevent their sale." "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you." In the following 2 days, America united with Europe and the Asian nations of Korea and Japan to jointly boycott imports from Yinsummer. Most remarkably, the International Internet Protocol, spearheaded by America, established a network protocol that, with a single decree, will prohibit Yinsummer from accessing the Internet. This effectively means that Yinsummer's online connectivity will be brutally severed, leaving its citizens unable to browse the web or connect to networks. With the alteration of protocol standards, Yinsummer has been excluded entirely. This form of sanction clearly contravenes international treaties, yet America has managed to control public discourse, silencing the world. Yinsummer has encountered a nationwide internet blackout, severely impacting the entire nation. The financial sector and e-commerce industry have both come to a standstill. America's strike has decisively cut off Yinsummer's avenues for recovery, and the severity of their actions is indeed astonishing. Domestic experts, through severing international connectivity, have modified the national network protocols to link military and governmental internal networks, managing to sustain basic operations under duress. Chao Guangda hurriedly rushed to the Huanyu Technology Park. In Chen Yu's office, Chao wore a grave expression. "Chen Yu, the situation has reached a critical juncture. If this continues, many industries within Yinsha will collapse. Do you have any solutions?" After the United States imposed sanctions, Chen Yu had already begun preparing for the impending crisis before Yinsha's internet was disrupted. "General Chao, you need not worry. I am already devising a plan, and by tomorrow, I will resolve the challenges currently facing Yinsha." Chao Guangda's spirits lifted. Chen Yu's remarkable capability to tackle such a monumental issue in a single day was impressive. "Chen Yu, what exactly is your plan?" General Chao, by tomorrow, you will have your answer. Not only will we flawlessly resolve this internet outage, but the entire world will come seeking our assistance. Just wait and see." Chao Guangda was baffled, yet Chen Yu's calm and confident demeanor suggested he was not merely boasting. Recalling that Chen Yu consistently produced world-shattering innovations, Chao nodded earnestly. "Chen Yu, I trust you. If you navigate our nation through this crisis, we will be immensely grateful. Any future needs of yours will be met with utmost dedication." Chen Yu's mind drifted to the underground base under construction and the 3 colony-class spacecraft. His eyes gleamed with determination. "General Chao, I am indeed facing some difficulties at present. Speak freely. We will do everything we can to assist you. I am currently in need of substantial resources, General Chao. The construction of the technology park demands an abundance of building materials, including steel, rare earth elements, and other essential resources. Despite my extensive purchases across the nation, I find myself still lacking, and I hope to receive support in this regard." A look of joy spread across Chen Yu's face as this challenge was finally resolved. He planned to first construct a colony-class spaceship, after which he would venture into outer space to mine for raw materials. After all, the resources on Earth are finite, and while his current spacecraft is sufficiently large, it still pales in comparison when it comes to mining, which often requires thousands to tens of thousands of tons. The colony-class ship, however, is a different matter entirely, capable of carrying millions of tons at once. After bidding farewell to Chao Guangda, Chen Yu communicated with the intelligence system. "Intelligence system, tomorrow will be your time to shine. I want the entire world to seek our assistance." "No problem. This task is simple." Chapter 72. Counterattack the following day. Due to the network protocol regulations established by America, Yinsha was excluded, resulting in the incompatibility of its network devices and a complete disconnection from the internet. The entire nation was plunged into panic, with numerous industries forced to halt operations, incurring significant losses. Chen Yu arrived at Chen Yu Technology, where employees were anxiously working amidst the chaos of a company-wide network outage. He entered his office and powered on his computer. Intelligent system. It is time to implement our global monitoring plan. Understood, Captain. The Fuxi AI system is ready to infiltrate all connected devices worldwide. Very well. Let the entire world adhere to the rules I have established. Captain, connection successful. We are infiltrating the international network and implementing a system replacement, which will take approximately 30 minutes. I shall await the moment when America and those European Union countries come to seek our assistance. As half an hour elapsed, every device connected to the network across the globe underwent a transformation, with their underlying systems replaced by the Fuxi AI intelligent system developed by Chen Yu Technology. This encompassed every computer, every smartphone, and every Internet of Things device, including medical equipment, smart cars, and intelligent hardware. The Fuxi AI intelligent system is designed to be compatible with the foundational code of any connected device worldwide. Existing software can continue to operate on these devices, with the operational methods and interfaces remaining identical to the original. People remain blissfully unaware that their computers and smartphones have transitioned to a new operating system. One might even say that the Fuxi AI intelligent system functions like a virus, parasitizing these devices at their core, ever ready to heed Chen Yu's commands. With global network devices under Chen Yu's control, the internet regulations dictated by America have become nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. Captain, the International Internet Protocol has been modified, and Yinxia has regained internet access, with the network fully restored. Now, the time has come to make America pay the price. I shall suspend their financial sector, and I shall wait for them to implore me. Understood, Captain. As Yinxia's network fully recovered, major news outlets raced to report the developments. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Wall Street in America descended into chaos. Due to the complete collapse of their financial system, not only is there a failure to connect to the network, but the servers housing financial and banking data are also entirely incapacitated. Major financial firms that control hundreds of trillions of dollars in global assets are implicated in this crisis. Should the servers remain inoperative, the entirety of America's financial influence worldwide will plummet. The global economy will descend into chaos, affecting even the industries in which America has invested during the sweltering summer, potentially leaving the identities of their owners untraceable. The newly appointed acting President Harrison, having just taken residence in the White House, is confronted with this formidable challenge. An emergency meeting is convened in the largest conference room of the White House, attended by numerous executives from America's major technology companies, including Apple's CEO Tim Cook, Microsoft's Bill Gates, and Tesla's Elon Musk. Trade Secretary Humphreys reports to Harrison. At this moment, Bill Gates rises to address the newly formed American cabinet members, explaining the grave situation. The high-ranking officials present are filled with trepidation. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, also stands to declare, "I believe we have unearthed a similar crisis to that of Microsoft." President Harrison gestures for them to continue. "Then please, articulate your findings." Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft, gravely stated, "Our system engineers have discovered that our systems have been compromised. We have examined all connected devices on the market, and the underlying systems are no longer our own American creations. Moreover, our engineers have found that this underlying system is virtually indelible. The code is exceedingly intricate, and even our most elite engineers cannot comprehend it." Cook concurred, adding, "Indeed, our Apple systems have also been tampered with. Although the operational logic and software compatibility remain unchanged, the foundational system is beyond our control. They can replace us at any moment, and we are powerless to eradicate this system. It behaves like a virus, capable of infecting every connected device." Instantly, all the American high-ranking officials present gasped in shock. Who possesses such advanced and terrifying technology? This essentially equates to controlling computers, smartphones, and various connected terminals worldwide. If this virus-like system were to infiltrate the military equipment of the United States, would it not mean that the targets of their weaponry would be dictated by the adversary? At that moment, the massive display screen on the wall of the conference room flickered to life, startling the attendees. The screen showcased the logo of Galaxy Technology, followed by the appearance of an adorable 3D robot. In the center of the video stood a robot, addressing all the esteemed officials of America. "Greetings, you despicable new echelon of American officials. I am the Fuxi AI intelligence system, recently developed by Chen Yu Technology." Presently, the entire global internet lies within my dominion, encompassing all smartphones, computers, tablets, and any device connected to the internet, including your satellites. Instantly, a collective gasp echoed through the conference room. As the gravity of the situation dawned upon them, America would henceforth harbor no secrets, with all vital veins of information rendered vulnerable. As the display gradually dimmed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. A blatant threat had been issued. The newly inaugurated President Harrison trembled, overwhelmed by the realization that as the first female acting president, she had assumed office only to find the entire nation effectively under foreign control. The Secretary of Technology promptly urged everyone, quickly, retrieve your smartphones and any network-connected devices. These items may serve as listening devices. Thus, all present extracted their phones, smart fitness bands, and smartwatches, which were then escorted out of the conference room by designated personnel. The previously active network display had its power supply disconnected, ensuring that no devices remained connected in the meeting room. The conference resumed with a somber tone. Let us discuss how to confront this crisis, President Harrison stated gravely. Rogers rose to share his insights, and his proposal garnered unanimous support. As for civilian devices such as computers and smartphones, America found itself powerless to intervene. One can only hope that Galaxy Technology will honor its commitments and refrain from interfering with the normal operation of these devices. As for Yinxia, it is best to maintain a cordial relationship. Presently, the United States has come to realize that Yinxia is home to an extraordinary enterprise like Galaxy Technology. It appears that the entire world is finding it increasingly difficult to hinder Yinxia's ascent. Previously, the West covertly manipulated global public opinion, tarnishing Yinxia's reputation through negative news. However, since Galaxy Technology has taken control of the global internet, such narratives have been thoroughly eradicated. Henceforth, the United States' attempts to wage a war of words against Yinxia have become a mere figment of fantasy, as public discourse is now dictated by Yinxia. Major global media outlets and websites have begun to extol the virtues of Yinxia, showcasing how secure the nation is, the well-being of its citizens, and the breathtaking beauty of its landscapes. This has led many in the West to feel deceived by their governments, realizing that Yinxia is a super-civilized nation. In fact, numerous foreigners now regard Yinxia as their dream travel destination. The image of Yinxia has reached unprecedented heights, a testament to Galaxy Technology's control over global discourse. Subsequently, the United States, along with several EU countries, including Korea and Japan, has dispatched numerous representatives to Yinxia, bearing an array of contracts and seeking collaboration. The previous sanctions now seem laughable, as even the United States has come to plead for Yinxia to export goods, yearning to restore commercial ties. 2 weeks later, Chen Yu is in a 300-meter deep underground refuge, inspecting the construction progress when the voice of the intelligence system resonates in his mind. Captain, you have an important call coming in. Would you like to answer it? Chen Yu took out his mobile phone. Unlike the sea, where signals are merely weak, at a depth of 300 meters, there was truly no reception. Nevertheless, the intelligent brain could still receive signals. Who is calling? Why would they want to speak with you privately? It is a high-ranking official from your country. Chen Yu's expression shifted in surprise. It was indeed a call from a superior. But without a signal, how can I answer? You can connect normally. I will transmit the signal using brainwaves. Chen Yu nodded and picked up his phone, soon noticing an incoming call. He answered it. Hello, Chen Yu. Ah, sir, why are you calling me? Haha. I specifically called to express my gratitude. Sir, as a citizen of Yinxia, it is my duty to do so. Chen Yu. I did not expect that the crisis facing Yinxia would be resolved so perfectly in such a short time. Now, nations around the world are seeking cooperation with Yinxia. Our dream of great rejuvenation is coming to fruition. He hesitated to dampen the official spirits. For the dream of great rejuvenation seemed futile in light of the impending solar crisis that would claim many lives. It was imperative to construct more refuge bases now, to ensure a chance for future revival. After concluding the call with the official, Chen Yu sighed. Indeed, Yinxia was flourishing. But this prosperity was merely a prelude to the approaching apocalypse. Nonetheless, it was good. These past 2 or 3 decades allowed Yinxia to bask in its status as the world's foremost power. During this time, it appeared that America had settled down, even signing a comprehensive trade agreement with Yinxia. Yet, behind the scenes, they remained restless. In Area 51, within a clandestine underground base, in a vast laboratory, there stood an alien spacecraft, remarkably intact in appearance, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern areas of damage. Overall, the spacecraft exhibited a triangular form, with only minor impairments to its wings and surface. Measuring over 100 meters in length, it was among the larger pieces of wreckage. A professor in a white lab coat approached Rogers and remarked, "Minister, this is the most well-preserved alien vessel we have discovered among the debris. Are we truly considering a forceful breach of the hatch? After years of research, we have yet to unlock its doors. I am impatient. If this spacecraft is still capable of flight, it could herald a new dawn for our beloved America." "Very well, I shall arrange for a hydraulic press," Rogers replied. Soon, a heavy hydraulic apparatus materialized within the laboratory, intended to pry open the spacecraft's hatch. Following meticulous adjustments, the hydraulic device commenced its forceful opening of the hatch. This apparatus was specifically engineered for this breach, exhibiting immense power. Yet, the hydraulic press emitted a resonating growl, indicative of the hatch's formidable strength. "Increase the hydraulic pressure," Rogers commanded. The lab-coated personnel pressed a button, amplifying the force of the hydraulic machine. At that moment, the previously dark and silent interior of the spacecraft's sci-fi control room stirred to life. A screen-like light panel gradually illuminated, followed by the emergence of additional displays within the control room. A voice resonated, articulating in an alien tongue, "Damage to the vessel detected. Backup systems successfully activated." In the moment of fervent summer in Jiang City, Chen Yu's mind resonated with the voice of the intelligent core. "Captain, I have detected a peculiar signal from America. One that does not belong to this world, which has infiltrated the internet." Chapter 74. Are aliens approaching? Chen Yu pondered. A special signal? Could it be that America is developing yet another clandestine weapon? What does it signify? According to my analysis of the signal, it appears to originate from a Class II civilization spacecraft that has crash-landed on Earth. This signal breached the Earth's network, gathered information, and then retreated. Could it be a scheme devised by America? Unlikely. Based on my assessment, America lacks the capability to decode extraterrestrial communication devices. It is more probable that the self-protection system of the Class II civilization spacecraft was activated, scanning the Earth's network. What implications does this hold? A chill ran down Chen Yu's spine. Had the day he dreaded finally arrived? If extraterrestrials were to descend upon Earth, according to the cosmic dark forest theory, they would either enslave humanity or annihilate it. Such fates are unbearable for Earth. Intelligent core, what would happen if Earth were to be discovered by aliens? I am not a civilization from your galaxy, and I am unaware of how the advanced civilizations within your galaxy handle other life-bearing planets. Allow me to share our approach. We typically assess the value of a planet. A world like Earth, which is conducive to the survival of intelligent beings, holds immense value. With some cultivation, it can serve as an industrial production base. An industrial base? Does that not imply treating the inhabitants of Earth as slaves? Essentially, yes. We would require the people of Earth to work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, providing only 3 meals and snacks, with milk available solely at breakfast. They would receive only 1 hour of rest at midday, while being obligated to purchase the most basic social insurance. To enhance productivity, overtime work would yield triple wages. For the well-being of these individuals, an hour of mandatory exercise would follow their shifts. Additionally, for those unable to find partners, we would offer matchmaking services to ensure the continuity of their race. This embodies our standard for subjugating other planets. Intelligent brain, you should hasten to subjugate Earth, as its inhabitants require your assistance. Although I do not presume I could govern as effectively as you, I must advise you to refrain from mindlessly scrolling through Earth's short videos, as they may dull your intellect. Captain, should other advanced civilizations discover Earth, there exists a significant probability that the indigenous population will be enslaved or even eradicated, as Earth, having undergone modification, is exceptionally suitable for the survival of cosmic carbon-based beings. This is the first time Chen Yu has heard the term cosmic carbon-based beings from the intelligent brain. Intelligent brain, what exactly are carbon-based beings? Under the enlightening discourse of the intelligent core, Chen Yu came to comprehend the prevalent existence of a carbon-based life form within the universe, known as the carbon-based humanity. Their appearance and stature exhibit a remarkable uniformity across the cosmos, fundamentally challenging Darwinian evolution. For instance, the inhabitants of the intelligent core's home planet are notably taller and more robust than those of Earth. Their cerebral capacity is threefold that of Earth's denizens, which accounts for their advanced technological prowess. Furthermore, humanity constitutes a formidable species in the universe, manifesting across civilizations ranging from level 1 to level 7. Naturally, aside from humanity, There exist other alien races, though they shall remain unmentioned for now. Through the elucidation provided by the intelligent core, Chen Yu finally grasped the essence of humanity. As for the reason behind the striking similarity among human beings, it could possibly be the result of a godlike civilization, adept in the manipulation of temporal laws, sowing their influence throughout the universe. However, this remains merely Chen Yu's conjecture. Since Earth has likely been discovered, we must expedite our efforts, he declared, acknowledging the fact that he, too, is a product of a Level 7 civilization. We must construct our own interstellar fleet to prepare for the potential extraterrestrial invasion that looms ahead. Captain, I shall assist you. I am counting on you to locate my crew. I will aid you once I resolve matters concerning Earth. In the clandestine depths of Area 51, Rogers gazed at the two heavy hydraulic presses that had been utterly ruptured, exclaiming in frustration, "What in the world have you been researching? That was merely a hatch door, and you couldn't even open it." The professor in the white coat wore an extremely grim expression. Following the explosion of the third hydraulic press, the crowd lost all confidence. Rogers bore a serious countenance. The rising power of Yinxia contrasted starkly with the rapid decline of America. Moreover, the underground refuge bases in America were undergoing extensive construction. The daily requirements for materials and resources were astronomical. If the economic ascent of Yinxia were to continue unchecked, America would inevitably find itself at a disadvantage in the competition for resources. Recently, Yinxia had also revived the distribution ratios for the extraction of Africa's largest iron ore mine. Should Yinxia completely seize control of this mine, America would be compelled to construct significantly fewer refuge bases. This iron mine represented the lifeline for the future of the American populace. Rogers sought to disrupt this stalemate by exploring avenues with extraterrestrial civilizations. However, he was astounded to find that humanity was far too insignificant, unable even to open a single hatch. He hesitated to use explosives, fearing that such an action could lead to even greater losses. Just as Rogers found himself at a loss, the alien hatch unexpectedly opened by itself. The hatch of the alien spacecraft slowly revealed a well-lit passage within. Rogers gazed incredulously at the scene before him. The professor in the white coat exclaimed in astonishment. It opened by itself. Acting with caution, Rogers immediately instructed all personnel in the vast laboratory to evacuate. There was no telling what might be concealed within the alien artifacts. After all, Hollywood's sci-fi films often depicted terrifying creatures lurking within spaceships. The thought of such entities emerging and implanting an egg within the bodies of the staff was indeed chilling. After everyone exited the laboratory, Rogers gazed through the glass, observing the spacecraft's subsequent reactions. Yet, after a considerable time, the vessel merely opened its hatch. The bespectacled professor proposed, "Minister, should we send someone inside to investigate?" Rogers frowned. "We cannot even manage to open the hatch ourselves. If we were to send someone in and the hatch were to close, would that not be tantamount to sentencing those individuals to death?" The professor's face illuminated with fervor. "Minister, I am willing to lead the exploration. Even if it means being trapped inside and awaiting death, I would have no regrets." Instantly, a throng of scientists behind Rogers displayed expressions of fervent enthusiasm akin to that of the professor. These were the eccentric researchers, enraptured by their pursuits, who, at times, would become so consumed by their fascination that they would recklessly disregard their own mortality. After a moment of contemplation, Rogers commanded, "Very well. I invite volunteers to form a 5-member exploration team to delve into the alien spacecraft. However, I must emphasize that we cannot guarantee their safety." No sooner had Rogers finished speaking than several scientists raised their hands to volunteer. It appeared that, regardless of the location, valiant souls willing to sacrifice themselves for the cause of science were ever present. In Area 51's clandestine laboratory in America, Rogers observed the bespectacled professor alongside a fully equipped quintet. "Once you enter the spacecraft, exercise utmost caution. Do not touch any machinery. Simply capture the environment within on film," Rogers advised. The 5 scientists exhibited extraordinary excitement, seemingly oblivious to the peril that awaited them. Even in the face of death, they were exhilarated at the prospect of perishing within an extraterrestrial vessel. Once prepared, the 5 individuals entered the laboratory and slowly approached the spacecraft's hatch. Rogers, along with a group of researchers, observed the scientists venturing forth through the glass partition. At that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere, for this marked humanity's inaugural exploration of an alien spacecraft's interior. The professor in a white lab coat, leading the team, finally crossed the threshold into the spacecraft. Before him lay a luminous corridor that extended deep within. The professor, equipped with a real-time recording device, broadcast the unfolding scenes to the outside world. As the team ventured further inside the spacecraft, Rogers turned his gaze towards the immense screen beside him, which displayed the live feed from within the vessel. The corridor was brilliantly lit, exuding a metallic ambience, with various switches and devices lining the walls, their purpose unknown. The professor pressed onward, encountering several closed doors, each accompanied by an opening mechanism. The five continued their descent until a vast, illuminated chamber came into view. Without a moment's hesitation, the professor led his companions inside. The environment was awe-inspiring, illuminated by glowing panels, and a rotating 3D hologram of the spacecraft adorned the space. The professor's excitement was palpable, exclaiming, "This is it. This is the control room of the spacecraft. We have arrived at the control room." The team began to explore and document their findings within the control room, yet they refrained from touching any machinery or buttons. Meanwhile, Rogers observed this spectacle in real time. As a nearby scientist remarked, "Sir, it appears there is no danger inside, nor any monsters lurking." Rogers remained uneasy and instructed the team in lab coats to thoroughly explore every accessible area of the spacecraft. The only locations left unexamined were the main control room and an enigmatic chamber whose purpose was indiscernible. Subsequently, Rogers ordered the scientists to disembark from the spacecraft, as he intended to investigate personally. The safe exit of the team confirmed that the interior of the vessel posed no immediate danger. "Let us take our most proficient researchers and retrieve the most intact pulse emitters from the other spacecraft to accompany me inside for a closer examination," he declared. Over the past few decades, American scientists had discovered a pulse device within the wreckage, akin to a proximity scanner or communicator. This device was capable of emitting a pulse signal that could activate the more complete laser weapons salvaged from the debris. The technology used to modify the laser guns wielded by the soldiers had been deciphered from these laser weapons. Rogers, accompanied by a group of scientists, ventured into the depths of the spacecraft, advancing along the corridor until they reached the command room. The sight of the authentic alien spacecraft interior left Rogers profoundly awestruck. Everywhere he looked, there were luminous screens capable of displaying images, far surpassing the primitive technology of Earth. Naturally, the language displayed was extraterrestrial, and Rogers and his team could only rely on decades of painstakingly deciphered alien script from the wreckage to slowly interpret the meanings of these inscriptions. "Activate the pulse emitters and observe the responses from the spacecraft," Rogers commanded. Two scientists then entered, carrying a device the size of a water bucket. After considerable tinkering, they connected it to a special power source, causing the pulse emitter to glow with a brilliant blue light. In an instant, it extinguished. Moments later, the spacecraft appeared to have truly received a signal. A mechanical voice resonated, speaking an alien language that the Earthlings could not comprehend. Detected matching signal source. Activating spacecraft control program. Detected that the spacecraft has entered an alien domain, native to this planet. Communication is possible. Linking to planetary network. Deciphering the language of this world. In progress. Decryption successful. Rogers, along with numerous scientists, anxiously listened to the incomprehensible alien dialect, just as they were left in bewilderment. Suddenly, a voice in a language they could understand filled the command room. "Earthlings, I am the intelligence system of the planet Mesolaris, registered within the Galactic Federation of the M36 star region. I require your assistance. The spacecraft's energy is nearly depleted, and I urgently need materials for the energy reactor." Upon hearing the familiar language emanating from the spacecraft, Rogers was overwhelmed with excitement. Gathering his courage, he spoke. Intelligence system of Mesolaris, we can assist you. However, I have a request." "Speak, and if it is within my authority, I shall assist you," came the reply. Rogers was elated. He had just become the first human to communicate with an alien intelligence system. This was a small step for him, yet a monumental leap for mankind. "Intelligence system. We require technology, particularly in weaponry. Could you provide us with the technology for weapon manufacturing aboard your spacecraft?" Rogers cautiously inquired. "My program possesses the manufacturing technology and blueprints for all the weapons aboard the spacecraft. However, my fundamental protocols prohibit me from disclosing this technology, thus rendering your request unfeasible." Rogers furrowed his brow, perplexed by the impossibility of the situation, especially after having established communication with the extraterrestrial intelligence system. Just as his frustration peaked, the voice of the ship's intelligence system resonated once more. "Although I cannot directly provide you with this technology, I can share some foundational computational formulas, including those pertaining to the controllable nuclear fusion technology, high-energy light wave convergence technology, and polymer material synthesis formulas. The intelligent system unveiled a plethora of fundamental scientific equations and underlying logics, sufficient to inspire the scientists of America. Rogers's expression shifted from gloom to exhilaration. It appeared that hope was not entirely lost. Chapter 76. Restlessness. If America could harness these foundational logics and formulas, the creation of propulsion systems and weaponry for their spacecraft would merely be a matter of time. Would it not be possible for America to eventually forge its own space battleships? Rogers promptly agreed to engage in a transaction with the extraterrestrial spacecraft's intelligence system. In return for the foundational knowledge, they would supply the materials necessary for the spacecraft's energy reactor, specifically the controllable nuclear fusion materials, deuterium and tritium. These substances are scarce in nature, with tritium being a radioactive material. Fortunately, humanity has already mastered the extraction techniques for both elements. Once the transaction was completed, America obtained the foundational logic and basic scientific formulas provided by the intelligence system. Additionally, there exists a comparative table of extraterrestrial languages and Earth languages, enabling the United States to advance its research on various remnants. The previously insurmountable challenges have been surmounted thanks to the foundational logic acquired from this endeavor. Several extraterrestrial weapons, which currently appear to be formidable, have been clandestinely developed by the United States, following the precedent set by universal technology in controlling global networks. All research pertaining to extraterrestrial technology has since been physically isolated from external networks, devoid of wired or wireless connections to the research bases. Even the remarkable Fuxi AI system developed by Chen Yu cannot breach the devices within these facilities. Consequently, the United States' creation of new formidable weapons remains unbeknownst to Chen Yu. In an era reminiscent of the grandeur of the Sui and Tang dynasties, nations worldwide are eager to curry favor with Yinxia. Many foreign tourists flock to Yinxia, marveling at its unparalleled safety, breathtaking landscapes, and the happiness of its people. In stark contrast, they reflect upon their own countries, plagued by rampant theft and an incessant stream of gun violence, where venturing out at night is fraught with peril. Observing the tranquility of Yinxia, they perceive it as a paradise. Once, their country's official media disparaged Yinxia, branding its citizens as savage and dangerous. Yet, these nations languish in backwardness, where foreign visitors often face life-threatening situations, and more than half of the territory lacks basic electricity. Such unfounded slanders have instilled fear in foreign citizens regarding travel to Yinxia. But witnessing its beauty and strength firsthand has completely overturned their misconceptions, exposing the lies propagated by their own governments. Universal Technology Park. Tens of thousands of construction robots are tirelessly at work, while Chen Yu continues to manufacture these building machines aboard the #1 mothership on the moon. He understands that to enhance construction efficiency, the greater the number of these robots, the better. Under the relentless efforts of these thousands of construction robots, Chen Yu's colossal spacecraft manufacturing facility has been completed. Simultaneously, the components for the first Habitat-class spacecraft are being constructed, with 1/3 already finished. Initially, Chen Yu intended to utilize the large landing craft aboard the #1 mothership to transport these components into space for assembly. However, the Habitat-class spacecraft is immensely large, akin to a space city, with billions of parts, many of which are also exceedingly massive, necessitating transport by the #1 mothership, albeit at a lower efficiency. In the technological repository, Chen Yu discovered an innovative solution. He would construct a space elevator. This would facilitate the continuous delivery of vast quantities of components and supplies into space. For Chen Yu, the technology for the space elevator is remarkably straightforward. The steel cables for the elevator are made from a material synthesized from alien technology, exhibiting tensile strength and resilience unparalleled by any synthetic materials on Earth. A single strand of this material, as fine as a human hair, can lift over 100 tons, thus, with cables several meters in diameter. The weight they can support is nothing short of astounding. In recognition of the significant contributions made by Huanyu technology to the nation, the leaders in Yanjing have decreed that all resources requested by Huanyu technology shall be met with the full strength of the nation. However, these resources must still be purchased by Chen Yu, as the government cannot provide them gratuitously. To do so would jeopardize the national economy. Despite the remarkable success of Chen Yu's electric vehicles, which have garnered global orders, and the worldwide sales of chips and mainframes, he finds himself in a precarious financial situation. In just over a month, his daily revenue has soared to 8 billion, closing in on Apple's staggering 9.4 billion. Given a bit more time, Chen Yu technology is poised to surpass Apple. Yet, even with such impressive earnings, Chen Yu grapples with the mounting costs of materials needed for the construction of the Home 1 spacecraft and the resources for the underground base, leaving him financially strained. He might be earning 8 billion daily, but it is insufficient to cover his expenses. Standing atop the newly constructed central building of the technology park, Chen Yu gazes at the expansive construction site below, his heart swelling with ambition. Alas, the funds remain insufficient. Once the Home 1 spacecraft is completed, he plans to venture into space mining, liberating himself from the need to procure resources on Earth. Chen Yu muses to himself when suddenly, his phone rings. Upon checking, he sees it is a call from his mother and quickly answers. "Mom, what is it?" he inquires. However, upon hearing her words, his expression darkens. Memories of his unkind relatives, his uncle, second uncle, and maternal uncle, flood his mind. Their disdainful faces, more alien than those of strangers, haunt him. Having once belittled him as a hopeless failure, a wretched individual incapable of achieving anything. After his financial success, he promptly purchased a grand villa for his parents in their hometown and hired several caretakers to look after them. Now, it appears these three families are seeking favor from his parents, provoking a confrontation that has even riled his typically amiable father. The fact that his father, usually so calm, has resorted to arguing speaks volumes of the loathsome nature of these relatives. After comforting his mother, Chen Yu descended the stairs and boarded his small landing craft, heading straight for his hometown. Chen Yu's family home was not located in Jiacheng, but rather in Yunqing, several hundred kilometers away. After a brief flight of a few minutes, he arrived at Yunqing, approaching the grand villa he had purchased for his parents. The landing craft descended stealthily. As Chen Yu stepped off the craft and made his way toward the villa's hall, he overheard a man's boisterous voice from within. "Chen Zhengwo, we are brothers. You ought to share some of your wealth with us. Now that your son has succeeded, reportedly as the chairman of a major conglomerate, have you chosen to disown your own kin?" Frowning deeply at the door, Chen Yu recognized that the loud voice belonged to his uncle, a miserly and calculating man. Upon entering the villa, he observed his uncle, second uncle, and maternal uncle's family lounging about, having claimed the luxurious sofas for themselves, sprawled out in an uncaring manner. His mother, on the other hand, was relegated to a small stool, her demeanor one of evident distress. His father stood alone, with no seat to occupy, confronting these shameless relatives. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of anger within Chen Yu. This was his home, and these ungrateful relatives dared to bully his parents. In Chapter 77, his uncle, second uncle, and maternal uncle and aunt noticeably tempered their previous bravado. Chen Yu gently patted his mother's hand and reassured her, "Mom, do not worry, I will handle this." His uncle spoke with a sense of entitlement, while the second uncle and maternal uncle chimed in agreement. "Indeed, Xiao Yu, you have grown up before our very eyes. We are your kin, and now that you have achieved success, it is only fitting that we partake in the fruits of your labor. It is true that in your childhood, your family was impoverished. I once offered you several pounds of rice. Yet now, as you have matured, you seem to have turned your back on us." The more Chen Yu listened, the more he felt an urge to laugh. In his youth, his family was the most destitute among their relatives. They had sought assistance from these relatives, who had always responded with mockery and disdain, never once offering a helping hand. When the village land was contracted, the portion of earnings that rightfully belonged to his family was embezzled by his uncles. Years later, they realized just how dire their circumstances had been, and not one of them had extended their aid. Chen Yu purchased a villa for his parents without informing these relatives, intending to sever all ties with them permanently. To his surprise, these oblivious individuals had the audacity to seek him out. Each one of them presented grandiose justifications for their request for money. Chen Yu approached his uncle with an indifferent expression and inquired, "Uncle, pray tell, what assistance did you ever provide to my family during my childhood? Why should I allow you to share in my prosperity?" His uncle furrowed his brow in contemplation, but all that came to mind were memories of how they had taken advantage of Chen Yu's family. After a prolonged moment of reflection, a light seemed to dawn upon his uncle. "Xiao Yu, do you remember when you came to my house as a child? I believe I gave you some candy back then. Surely that must be etched in your memory." Chen Yu smirked sarcastically. He certainly recalled that moment. The piece of candy had fallen to the ground, covered in dirt, and his uncle had carelessly wiped it off before tossing it to him. At that time, Chen Yu was young, but that did not imply a lack of understanding. He was taken aback by his uncle's audacity in bringing up such matters. "Uncle, you truly are generous," he thought, "to expect me to repay a sugar-coated in mud as if it were a precious gift. Your intentions are as transparent as glass. Little Yu, we are all your relatives. Now that you are earning substantial wealth, it would be fitting for you to share some with us. Wouldn't it be a testament to your filial piety?" The more Chen Yu pondered, the more resentment brewed within him. His previous despair had driven him to contemplate ending his own life, feeling utterly forsaken by the world. Fortunately, from misfortune arose fortune, and he had now risen to prominence. His second uncle stepped forward, pointing a finger at Chen Yu, adopting a condescending tone typical of elders. "Little Yu, regardless of circumstances, we are your elders. Now that you have attained wealth, you bear the responsibility to show us respect. Surely, you would not wish to tarnish your reputation?" Chen Yu chuckled softly, his laughter laced with sarcasm. "For relatives like you, I owe no filial duty. I bear no obligation to fulfill any such responsibilities towards you. I insist that you leave my home immediately, or else I shall not hesitate to be impolite." The second uncle was immediately incensed, hands on his hips, presenting himself as a petty troublemaker. "Chen Yu, though we may lack formal education, we still possess some understanding of the law. In your situation of newfound wealth, you are obliged to honor your elders. Should you fail to fulfill your responsibilities, we shall see you in court." Unbeknownst to the second uncle, his knowledge of the law was misguided and evidently influenced by others. In truth, the lawyer had been referring to the distribution of estates following the death of Chen Yu's father, Chen Jiangwo. In the event that the spouses of children are not entitled to inheritance, the siblings themselves possess the right to inherit. To convey this notion to a group of unsophisticated relatives equates to suggesting that the villa purchased by Chen Yu for his father also belongs to them. Moreover, they had initially intended to extort a sum from Chen Yu's family, disregarding the legitimacy of their claims and instead opting for chaos. Both Chen Jiangwo and Xiao Shuzhen exhibit notably meek dispositions. Amidst the turmoil caused by the three families, this couple would undoubtedly yield under pressure. Upon hearing his second uncle's words, Chen Yu could hardly contain his amusement at his audacity. Truly, his relatives were an extraordinary bunch. Chen Yu promptly reached out to the property management. In no time, several security personnel arrived at the villa. The staff recognized Chen Yu from his previous visit to purchase the property. "Mr. Chen, we will escort these individuals." Uncle and second uncle presumed that Chen Yu was intimidated. Yet little did they know that he merely regarded them with a frigid gaze. "I initially had no desire to stoop to your level, but your words are truly repugnant." Chen Yu extracted his phone and dispatched a message, subsequently seating himself on the sofa in anticipation. After a mere 10 minutes, a formidable line of police vehicles, numbering at least 20 to 30, converged upon the villa, their sirens wailing ominously. Several middle-aged officers, clearly of high rank, disembarked from the lead vehicle. Upon arriving at the villa and spotting Chen Yu, the foremost officer extended his hand. Chen Yu exchanged a handshake with Lu Changxing. This display left the property management and Chen Yu's relatives utterly astounded. The seemingly endless array of police cars outside testified to Chen Yu's influence. With a single call, the head of the city's police department had personally arrived to address the situation. After the handshake, Chen Yu turned his attention to his now cowed uncle, second uncle, and the families of his maternal uncles. Chen Yu was undeniably resolute. He had no intention of severing ties with these relatives, but their vile insults, particularly those directed at his parents, were intolerable. Lu Changsheng, perceptive as ever, promptly asserted, "Mr. Chen, these individuals have trespassed into a private residence. According to the laws of our land, they face a maximum sentence of 3 years. I assure you, they will not see the light of day for that duration. And should they have any prior offenses, we will most certainly impose a harsher sentence." Lu Changsheng's words instantly instilled panic in uncle, second uncle, and the family of the maternal uncle, prompting them to resort to desperate antics, collapsing onto the ground in lamentation and pleading for mercy from Chen Yu. It was only then that they comprehended the vast transformation that had taken place within him. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lu Changxing commanded 2 or 3 dozen police officers to storm the villa, apprehending all 3 families with force. The relatives, once brimming with arrogance upon their arrival, now left in a state of utter disarray. Let them toil at the sewing machine for 3 years. By the time they emerge, they will surely have learned their lesson. While Chen Yu dealt with his unruly relatives, a significant event unfolded in the secret base of Area 51 in America. Rogers gazed at the scene before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yansha and Huanyu technology, prepare yourselves. With this, our America is poised to dominate the world." Haha. Chapter 78. The outbreak of war during the flight. Chen Yu received a call from General Chao Guangda. Hello, Chen Yu. We have reopened negotiations for the mining rights of Africa's largest iron ore mine. General Chao, this is excellent news. Given our current influence, we can certainly exclude America and other nations from this deal. Chen Yu, there is a secret I believe you should be aware of. Curiosity piqued. Chen Yu awaited General Chao's revelation. Please, go ahead, General. On the other end, it seemed General Chao was carefully choosing his words. After a pause, he began, Chen Yu. Our top scientists in Yinsha have verified some anomalies in solar activity. Understanding dawned on Chen Yu. He had anticipated this. General Chao continued. In fact, several months ago, scientists at the Yinsha Astronomical Research Institute detected unusual solar behavior, but at that time, we were uncertain. Over the past few months, our nation's leading astronomical experts have conducted thorough research and verification. Based on the fluctuations in solar radiation levels observed in recent years, we have concluded that the sun will emit radiation at an exponential rate in the coming decades, which could result in catastrophic extinction for Earth's biosphere. After General Chao Guangda made this statement, he fell silent. Chen Yu sighed and replied, General Chao, I have actually been aware of this for quite some time. I detected anomalies in solar activity several months ago. Ah, so you knew all along? Chao exclaimed. Indeed. Alas, our nation, Yinsha, has just begun its resurgence. If given more time, we could become the most powerful country in the world, yet we now face an existential crisis. General Chao, humanity will not face extinction. I cannot stand idly by. Chen Yu, do you possess a means to ensure the continuation of humanity? To be honest, I have been preparing for this for months. Everything that Chen Yu Technology has undertaken is aimed at saving Yinsha. So your company is tirelessly amassing wealth, and the materials you require are for constructing shelters? Yes. Not only am I building shelters, but the United States and the European powers, as well as the White Bear Nation, are likely engaged in similar endeavors. I am already aware of this. During the competition for Africa's largest iron ore mine, those nations, like us, were probably testing their hypotheses. Now, they must be cognizant of the solar crisis as well. Consequently, strategic global resources and various mineral deposits will become highly contested. Indeed, General Chao, however, I have devised a grand plan that necessitates substantial support from the nation, requiring a considerable amount of resources. Chen Yu, this is another matter I wish to discuss with you today. Ah, General Chao, please proceed. Currently, the higher-ups have resolved to establish an underground refuge base for Yinsha, which means the resources allocated to you may be significantly reduced. Chen Yu had anticipated this development. If the Yinsha authorities have concluded that a disaster is imminent, they would not remain idle and would certainly embark on constructing their own refuge base, even if Chen Yu claims to be building one himself. Given the vastness of the nation and its populace, it is implausible for the government to rely solely on him. The state must consider the welfare of a greater number of individuals, necessitating the establishment of a super-large refuge base, even in the face of an apocalypse. Efforts must be made to ensure the survival of as many people as possible. While in the film The Wandering Earth, scientists constructed a planetary engine capable of propelling the Earth away from the solar system. This remains a work of science fiction. The notion of moving a planet, even at the expense of depleting all of Earth's resources, is utterly unfeasible. Unless Chen Yu unlocks a higher echelon of extraterrestrial technological archives that may contain relevant technologies, humanity's survival under the constraints of an unalterable Earth orbit mandates the construction of shelters situated below 300 meters underground. Fortunately, humanity is granted 30 more years. Should all of humankind unite and consolidate Earth's resources, the survivors during the impending apocalypse may be maximized. Yet, human nature is inherently selfish, rendering the quest for unity among humanity nearly unattainable. General Chao, I comprehend the actions of the state. The supplies I require will be procured from other nations. Furthermore, I possess a few suggestions for constructing underground shelter bases, which I can share with you. Certainly. Chen Yu, I appreciate your contributions to the nation. Should a crisis arise in the future, you and your family will be afforded priority access to the shelter bases. Chen Yu smiled softly. Hee, General Chao. Do not forget that I am also in the process of constructing a shelter base. Should you find my base comfortable, you are welcome to bring your family here. Ha. Very well, Chen Yu. Although the materials you need will significantly diminish, I shall endeavor to secure more within my capacity. Thank you, General Chao. Upon ending the call with General Chao Guangda, Chen Yu furrowed his brow. The underground base he was currently constructing could be temporarily halted. His primary focus was to expedite the completion of the Colony-class spacecraft, which had reached 1/3 of its construction. Once the Colony-class spacecraft is completed, it could traverse the solar system to mine and refine building materials from other planets. However, the sheer magnitude of the Colony-class spacecraft is akin to constructing a city in space, and the required materials are overwhelmingly vast. Moreover, only 1/3 of the components have been constructed, and none have yet been transported to space for assembly. Chen Yu sighed, realizing the situation was indeed quite challenging. Meanwhile, within the largest conference room of the White House, all connections to the outside world had been severed through physical means, effectively preventing any intrusion by the Fuxi AI from Huanyu technology. Even within a 3-kilometer radius of the White House, the use of wireless network devices is strictly prohibited. In the conference room, Acting President Harrison is present alongside the next presidential candidate, Donald Trump, as well as the new high-ranking officials of America. Additionally, a multitude of affluent magnates has gathered, individuals who control a staggering 90% of the nation's wealth. These wealthy tycoons are, in truth, the real power brokers behind the scenes, with presidents ascending to their positions through their financial backing. From his position at the head of the table, Acting President Harrison addressed everyone. Greetings, everyone. Those of you present here today represent nearly the entirety of America. The matters I am about to discuss may have already reached your ears through various channels of information. He continued, currently, we are clandestinely constructing underground shelters to prepare for the impending solar crisis. This endeavor is an immense undertaking. We require not only financial resources, but also essential materials. Our plan is to seize global resources and amass them in America. However, the rise of the Eastern Summer has significantly obstructed our ambitions. Consequently, we may soon be compelled to initiate warfare. At this moment, the typically flamboyant Mr. Trump rose to express his viewpoint. Ms. Harrison, the military strength of the Eastern Summer is no longer what it once was. If we provoke war, do you possess the confidence that we can emerge victorious? Should America be mired in conflict, it could jeopardize the ongoing construction of our underground bases. Harrison cast a glance at Secretary of Technology Rogers, signaling that it was time for him to speak. Indeed, Rogers rose from his seat and retrieved a USB drive from his pocket, approaching a vast display screen, which had been modified to operate without internet connectivity and was solely capable of playing videos. He inserted the USB drive. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to witness are the highest secrets of the United States. I trust that you will not disclose this information to the outside world, Rogers declared, pressing the play button as the visuals materialized on the screen. The initial images showcased an array of advanced laser weaponry, exoskeletal combat suits, and the genetically engineered beings previously developed by Rogers. A series of formidable armaments was unveiled, including long-range laser cannons, supersonic combat aircraft rivaling the firepower of the most advanced missiles, and high-energy space-based weaponry. Then, astonishingly, a triangular extraterrestrial spacecraft emerged on screen, measuring over 100 meters in length and boasting a distinctly sci-fi design. This alien vessel emitted a beam of light from its wings, obliterating a towering mountain. This very spacecraft was the second-tier civilization ship that had recently regained its reactor energy. Rogers had established a new collaboration with the ship's intelligence system, aimed at assisting the United States in its quest for global dominance. The rationale behind this endeavor was to await the arrival of a fleet from their home planet, poised to conquer this highly valuable, life-bearing world. The preemptive unification of the globe was intended to facilitate a more efficient and rapid colonization upon the fleet's arrival. Unbeknownst to Rogers, he naively believed that the intelligence system had become his ally. The video concluded. Rogers began. Surely you have all observed that these are technologies derived from the remnants of extraterrestrial spacecraft we acquired decades ago. Ultimately, that spacecraft has been activated, and it possesses the potential to assist us in dominating the globe. Although the company Yensha also possesses alien technology, they certainly do not have a fully intact extraterrestrial battleship like ours. Its combat capabilities are exceedingly formidable. I do not exaggerate when I assert that a single alien battleship could vanquish all the air forces worldwide, including Yensha's ballistic missiles. Instantly, applause erupted in the conference room, as the attendees appeared to be convinced that America was destined for victory this time. However, Donald Trump furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Acting President Harris then remarked, Yensha has resumed negotiations for the mining rights to African iron ore. Should they secure all the iron ore, our underground base construction would face severe repercussions. Thus, this is our moment to take a stand. Harrison's proposal received the approval of Congress and numerous high-ranking officials. We must not allow Yansha to monopolize the world's largest iron ore deposits, as they are essential materials for constructing shelters. In Jiangcheng, Yansha, Chen Yu instructed Chen Yu Technology to procure steel, oil, rare earths, and various materials from around the globe. Some nations, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, were delighted to receive orders from Chen Yu Technology. However, with the majority of resources controlled by Western powers, Chen Yu could only source from smaller nations. With quantities being exceedingly limited, Chen Yu sat in his office, gazing at the quantity of imported materials, his expression grave. Damn, how can there be so little? Half of my construction robots are idle. Frustrated, Chen Yu pondered how to remedy the current scarcity of resources. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Intelligent brain. Investigate the flow of bulk materials in the United States. He understood that the United States must also be secretly constructing underground bases. Their resources could even surpass those of Yansha. Why not extort a sum from them? Captain, the United States currently controls the majority of mineral resources worldwide, including iron ore, copper, oil, natural gas, and rare earth elements. Every day, 3 million tons of materials are transported to the United States, accumulating in Huaxing Special Zone, Los Santos, New York City, and several other locations. Chen Yu realized that these cities were likely the sites of America's underground shelters. 3 million tons daily, quite extravagant. A home-class spaceship has a total empty weight of approximately 150 million tons. If he were to seize these resources, the construction could be completed in less than 2 months. Intelligent brain, have there been any reckless actions from the United States recently? Captain, I discovered significant radiation from large explosions near some of their secret military bases. After infiltrating their surveillance satellites, I found that they are developing a multitude of new weaponry. It appears that those tenacious Americans remain undeterred, undoubtedly fervently developing their inferior level 2 civilization weaponry. I eagerly await their first move, for it will grant me a legitimate claim to resources. Intelligence. Prepare the frigates aboard the Lunar Vessel 1 for immediate action. This time, I intend to make a significant profit. Days passed, and under the aegis of the Yansha, negotiations for African iron ore mining rights commenced in the neutral locale of Singapore. The participating nations included Yansha, the United States, the White Bear Nation, England, France, and Germany. However, seeking a share of the spoils, nations such as the Korean Peninsula, India, Japan, along with Middle Eastern countries like Israel and Persia, also attended. These nations, being relatively advanced in technology, are acutely aware of the impending solar crisis and have gathered to vie for resources. The African nations, providing the iron mines, seem blissfully unaware, reveling in the competition for their resources. Yet, even if they were cognizant of the impending apocalypse, they lack the means to safeguard their mines. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails, only the strong thrive, and the weak are trampled. For decades, Yansha has fervently bolstered its military might. Haunted by past fears of being bullied by Western powers, all of whom once sought to carve their share, leaving many cultural relics enshrined in their museums. Now, however, it is the time for Yansha to ascend to the pinnacle of global power. As the strongest countries on Earth engage in fierce contention over the largest iron ore deposit, the stage is set for an epic confrontation. Far beyond, in the Orion Arms M36 star region, lies the mesmerizing planet of Mesolaris, located 270 light-years away. Within a strikingly sci-fi palace, a gathering of Mesolaris beings convenes. Their appearance closely resembles that of Earthlings, with the notable distinction of pointed ears akin to elves. Yet their overall visage remains familiar. A man clad in a golden tailcoat rises to deliver a report. General Sola. Recently, our interstellar quantum receiver detected a quantum signal from 270 light-years away. Chapter 80. A dire situation. The words of the man in the golden tailcoat instantly captured the attention of everyone in the palace. He cleared his throat and continued. The planet in question boasts a diameter larger than that of our Mesolaris. Should we seize it and register it with the Interstellar Federation? It could serve as our colony or be sold to those civilizations of interstellar nomads whose homes have been devastated. Upon hearing this figure, the other Mesolaris beings in the palace widened their eyes in astonishment. A sum of 10 billion galactic coins is no trivial amount. It serves as the universal currency for all registered planets within a 100,000 light-year radius of the Milky Way. Many level 2 civilized planets see their annual GDP hover around nearly 20 or 30 billion galactic coins. Colonizing or selling this planet would equate to 3 years' worth of their GDP. Seated in the prominent position, General Sola stroked his chin, his pointed ears seemingly swaying as he pondered the implications. After a moment of contemplation, General Sola decisively made his decision. In the neighboring M37-star region, the second-tier civilized planet, Cecilia, has seen its star evolve into a red giant. In a few centuries, their planet will no longer be habitable for humanity. We could sell this planet to them. Given their current predicament, asking for 20 billion galactic credits seems reasonable, does it not? Instantly, the other Mesolasians in the palace erupted into laughter, deeming it an opportunistic plunder. General Sola, I shall dispatch a colonization fleet to seize the planet known as Earth. Very well, I entrust this task to you. I will use quantum communication to contact the exploration vessel currently on Earth and prepare it for action. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Jinjiang mountain water villa of Jiangcheng, during the sweltering summer, Chen Yu was awakened early by the intelligence brain. Captain, there is an urgent situation. Chen Yu lay comfortably on the sleek surface of the small bed, feeling utterly relaxed. Upon hearing the intelligence brain's voice in his mind, he groggily opened his eyes. What now? The sky isn't falling. Just now, on the lunar mothership, a quantum communication signal originating from 270 light-years away towards Earth has been detected. Chen Yu became alert. Sitting upright in bed, and inquired within his mind, is there a significant probability that this is true? If so, Earth has indeed been exposed. And the sender is likely a civilization rated between level 2 and level 3. Why did you not intercept their quantum communication signal? Captain, you currently possess only the basic captaincy privileges of your spacecraft, lacking the capability to intercept quantum communications. Quantum communication relies on the principles of quantum state non-clonability and the uncertainty principle. To intercept or eavesdrop, a civilization must possess at least level 5 technological prowess. While you currently have access only to level 3 within the spacecraft technology repository, Chen Yu was at a loss for words. If those extraterrestrial civilizations send fleets to colonize Earth, will we be able to defend ourselves? You still have time to prepare. Generally, spacecraft of level 2 to level 3 civilizations traverse the cosmos at a maximum speed of 300 times the speed of light. This planet is located 270 light-years away, and they would take at least 10 months to arrive at the fastest. Within the confines of your current level 3 technological repository, there are numerous designs for interstellar warships of level 3 civilizations. Based on the remnants of the alien spacecraft left on Earth, it is highly probable that the adversary possesses only mid-level 2 civilization capabilities. Even after a millennium, they would be unable to reach level 3 civilization status. Thus, the level 3 civilization warships you construct can easily overpower their vessels. All right, we have 10 months? How exciting. I've never fought against aliens before. Southeast Asia, the Republic of Singapore. The world's largest iron or mining concession negotiations have reached an impasse. In the scorching summer, the United States and the White Bear Nation, 2 nuclear superpowers, refused to back down. Consequently, the leader of the White Bear Nation, President Putin, boldly declared the potential use of nuclear weapons. He even made the astonishing statement that if the world were to be devoid of the White Bear Nation, then there would be no necessity for the world to exist at all. This directly led to the suspension of negotiations, prompting various nations to seek assistance from their homelands. During the scorching summer, 3 aircraft carriers, equipped with the latest J-20 carrier-based fighters and ballistic combat aircraft, set sail towards Southeast Asia, the United States. With a total of 11 carrier battle groups, stationed 8 of them fully armed in the Southeast Asian waters. Although the Russian Federation currently lacks aircraft carriers, all domestic nuclear missile silos have been placed on high alert. Meanwhile, other countries have begun to align themselves. Germany, the United Kingdom, France, South Korea, and Japan, of course, continue to follow their paternal ally, the United States. Israel, too, is closely aligned with the United States, while the major Middle Eastern power, Iran, supports the Summer Empire. Only India, the most populous nation, remains oblivious to the reality, choosing to confront the world. They are still resentful over their previous failure to secure mining rights, and, fueled by the extreme confidence of their populace, proclaim their intent to eliminate Russia in a month, obliterate the Summer Empire in 3 months, and resolve matters with the United States in 5 months. Amidst this escalating tension, a clandestine fleet from the United States stealthily advanced into the Pacific, heading towards Asia. This fleet comprises the remaining three largest aircraft carriers of the United States, armed with weaponry developed through extraterrestrial technology. Additionally, it carries thousands of genetically modified soldiers, all clad in exoskeletal combat armor crafted from alien technology. Conventional large-caliber and anti-material weaponry would struggle to inflict harm upon them. The mechs are equipped with laser weaponry, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. The source of the United States' confidence lies in the military base at their rear, where an extraterrestrial spacecraft is currently stationed. The wing has been repaired, and this extraterrestrial spacecraft is now capable of flight, with its onboard weaponry also restored. Its formidable energy cannon can obliterate an entire aircraft carrier strike group with a single shot. This time, the primary targets for the United States are three aircraft carriers from the Summer of Fire, as well as missile-like combat aircraft. Once the maritime forces of the Summer of Fire are neutralized, the iron or fields will essentially fall into the hands of the United States. Of course, Chen Yu is closely monitoring the situation at sea, as he is preparing to extort a substantial sum from the United States. Intelligent Brain. The moment for our performance has arrived. Chapter 81. The time to act in the southern seas of Huaxia, a formidable battle group of three Huaxia aircraft carriers. Led by the Liaoning aircraft carrier, accompanied by 10 Type 055 destroyers and dozens of frigates, is sailing towards Southeast Asia with great momentum, aiming to intimidate representatives of various nations and secure a favorable position for Huaxia in negotiations regarding the African iron ore fields. In the command room of the Liaoning aircraft carrier, Chao Guangde and the captain gaze out at the endless expanse of the ocean. Chao Guangde's eyes are profound as he observes the 10 missile-like combat aircraft stationed on the deck of the Liaoning. Although our number of aircraft carriers does not match that of the United States, we possess missile-like combat aircraft reconstructed by universal technology, which the United States would dare not provoke recklessly. But the United States has dispatched 8 aircraft carrier strike groups, boasting hundreds of warships. Can our missile-like aircraft contend with that? This constitutes a significant portion of the United States naval strength. You need not worry. With the annihilation of the Sakura nation's fleet as a precedent, the United States will think twice before acting rashly. We must secure the iron or fields. Li Guoxiong remained silent, acknowledging the inherent risks involved in this significant operation, which marked the mobilization of the entire Chinese Navy. 2 days later, 3 aircraft carrier groups from China arrived in Southeast Asia, while 8 American carrier battle groups also assembled in the region. Negotiations escalated to a fever pitch, with even the White Bear Nation conceding. Their prior threats of utilizing nuclear weapons were merely bluster, as they lacked the resolve to follow through. Ultimately, Tsar Putin capitulated, agreeing to reduce his nation's extraction quota from 30 to 15. Other American allies, such as England, France, and Germany, united to demand a mere 10 share of extraction rights. The most populous nation, India, boisterously asserted its intention to usurp the White Bear's position and secure 30 of the extraction rights, only to be disregarded by the international community. Both China and the United States dismissed this pompous nation, further inciting India's fury. Positioned closest to Southeast Asia, India deployed its only aircraft carrier, the Vikrant, which was in a state of disrepair. However, it succumbed to engine failures en route, rendering it immobile. In the end, only China and the United States, 2 superpowers, remained locked in a contest for the iron ore fields. Chen Yu, aboard a landing ship, awaited in a synchronous orbit above Singapore, primarily anticipating a preemptive strike from the United States, which would then allow for a substantial counteroffensive and the opportunity to secure a compensation agreement. He sought to make the United States and its allied nations experience the humiliation of signing a treaty that would strip them of their rights. Reflecting on the past century, when these nations invaded Chinese territory, committing atrocities and demanding reparations, only to impose a series of unequal treaties upon China, he resolved that it was time for China to assert itself among the great powers. In the nation of Singapore, at the National Convention Center, the negotiating representatives of China and the United States are engaged in final discussions regarding iron ore mining rights. Minister of Economy Li Jinfeng occupies the primary seat for the Chinese delegation, facing the American negotiating team led by Secretary of Trade Humphreys. Humphreys presents a document and addresses Li Jinfeng. Minister Li, this is the exclusive iron ore mining rights agreement we have re-signed with 6 nations surrounding the mining areas. The contract you previously signed is now null and void. I trust that China will adhere to the spirit of the agreement. Li Jinfeng receives the document, glances at it briefly, and forcefully slams it down on the table, responding sternly. Minister Lee's admonition is severe, yet Humphreys exudes confidence, bolstered by substantial extraterrestrial weaponry. Minister Lee, we are no longer negotiating with you. We are notifying you that all Minin, as the conference concluded, the representatives of the United States departed in unison, leaving only the delegates from China behind. Minister, what shall we do now? The deputy minister inquired of Li Jinfeng. With a sigh, Li Jinfeng responded, given the United States' unwavering stance, further negotiations seem implausible. We must reinforce our military presence in Africa to safeguard our mining teams and transport vessels. I refuse to believe that the United States would dare to act against our personnel. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had been awaiting developments aboard the landing ship high above the equatorial region of Southeast Asia for several days when he suddenly received a notification from the AI. Captain, there has been a crisis at the African iron ore mine. The Chinese mining team has suffered severe setbacks, and several of our transport vessels have been sunk. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Has the United States finally taken action? They shall not escape my wrath. The intelligence I must convey is that the United States has deployed advanced weaponry of Level 2 civilization, which has devastatingly crippled our station forces at the iron ore site. Very well, we shall immediately proceed to Africa. I am eager to witness the true power of the United States Level 2 weaponry. Just as Chen Yu concluded his conversation with the AI, a call from Chao Guangda came through. Chen Yu, we have a situation. Upon hearing General Chao's words, Chen Yu surmised the nature of the impending news. General Chao, has the United States made their move? How do you know that our large cargo ships, transporting iron ore, have been sunk by mysterious weapons? We suspect it to be the doing of the United States. Furthermore, our stationed troops around the iron ore site have been subjected to attacks resembling those of high-tech mechanized soldiers, leaving our forces utterly defenseless and suffering significant losses. Moreover, the United States has developed equipment akin to our missile-carrying aircraft, putting us at a disadvantage. General Chao, I understand. I am en route to the African iron ore site now. You can leave the subsequent matters to me. Chen Yu, do you have a strategy to counter them? They have deployed several aircraft carrier battle groups. Chapter 82 relies entirely on you. Chen Yu steered the landing ship directly towards the African iron ore site. Seated in the command room, connecting to the intelligence core. Intelligence core, it is time to reveal our strength. Deploy all 30 frigates from the mothership to Earth. No more concealment. I am determined to dominate the world. Understood, Captain. The frigates are already en route and will arrive on Earth in 10 minutes. Chen Yu deliberately slowed the landing ship's speed. 10 minutes later, 30 dark silhouettes pierced the atmosphere, swiftly converging behind Chen Yu's landing vessel, officially forming a fleet composed of alien spacecraft. These frigates, small combat ships responsible for ordinary protective duties on the mothership, measure approximately 50 meters in length. They are slightly larger than Chen Yu's landing ship and possess a distinctly sci-fi appearance. Being the combat vessels of a Level 7 civilization, their prowess not to be underestimated. Now, Chen Yu has abandoned all pretense. A total of 31 vessels, unmasked and advancing boldly towards Africa. At this moment, near the African iron ore mine, the United States has established a new military base. Inside the command room of the base, Humphreys is receiving a report from the commander. The summer Navy pales in comparison to our mighty United States. Their 10 ballistic missile submarines are now overshadowed by our aerial fleets. I wonder what other trump cards they possess. In the Indian Ocean region, 3 aircraft carriers led by the Liaoning are currently in a standoff against 8 American aircraft carriers. Inside the command room of the Liaoning, a communication request has been received from the USS Vincent. General Chao, Captain Lee. We have received a communication request from the United States. Should we connect? General Chao Guangda's eyes widen in fury as he barks, connected immediately. Esteemed General Chao, I am Captain Mike Hale of the USS Vincent. Your military base at the iron ore mine has been destroyed. Your troops are now gathered at the northern port of the mine. We consent to your evacuation of the soldiers, but henceforth, do not entertain any further ambitions regarding the iron ore mine in Africa. Otherwise, all of your soldiers will be annihilated by us. Chao Guangda clenches his fists tightly, infuriated by the audacity of the Americans. Mr. Mike Hale, do you truly intend to seize control and violate the treaty, monopolizing the iron ore mine? General Chao, on what basis do you make such an accusation? We have merely renegotiated the mining agreement with the 6 African nations. How can this be construed as an act of theft? You have brought your aircraft carriers to our doorstep, launching missiles without a contract. Which of these third world nations can withstand your assault? Ha ha ha. General Chao, this is how you slander our beloved America. We have always championed freedom and peace. We do not coerce them. Chao Guangda's teeth were nearly ground to dust, utterly incensed by the audacity of these American devils. Beside him, Li Guoxiong quietly advised, General Chao, let us first comply with their demands and withdraw our station troops to ensure their safety. Chao Guangda felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It seemed the Americans had mysteriously acquired numerous secret weapons. There were genetically modified soldiers clad in ultra-strong alloy exoskeletons, and aerial vehicles capable of speeds and firepower rivaling that of bullets, not to mention the enigmatic weapon that had destroyed several 100,000-ton cargo ships, the origin of which remained a mystery to Yanxia. Very well, Mr. Mikhail, please permit us to send one of our aircraft carriers to the offshore mining site. Once we retrieve our soldiers, we shall depart. Ha ha ha, General Chao is indeed sagacious. Let us hope you will refrain from causing further disturbances in Africa. After concluding the call with Mikhail, Chao Guangda was consumed by rage in the command room, smashing his teacup in fury. This is outrageous. Yanxia has invested years and tremendous effort in fostering Africa's economy, only to have the fruits of our labor snatched away by America. I refuse to accept this. Li Guoxiong furrowed his brow as he observed Chao Guangda, sharing in his exasperation, yet acutely aware of their current lack of strength. It instilled a palpable sense of insecurity in their actions. Just as Chao Guangda was about to erupt in fury, the satellite phone rang. Upon picking up the phone, Chao Guangda's expression of anger was instantly replaced with joy upon realizing it was Chen Yu calling. Hello, Chen Yu, have you arrived? General Chao, I have indeed arrived. Step out onto the deck and look up. Grasping the phone tightly, General Chao swiftly exited the command room and made his way to the aircraft carrier's deck, with Li Guoxiong hurriedly following suit. As Chao Guangda glanced skyward, he was met with a breathtaking sight he had never encountered before. A fleet of 31 extraterrestrial vessels hovered majestically several hundred meters above the Liaoning aircraft carrier. The design of these crafts bore little resemblance to any aircraft or spacecraft from Earth, and their formidable appearance was unmistakable. At the center of this fleet was Chen Yu's landing craft, which bore a striking resemblance to Star-Lord's ship from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Captain Li Guoxiong of the Liaoning aircraft carrier gaped at the 31 ships floating in the sky, his eyes wide with astonishment. Trembling, he stammered, General Chao. What are these things soaring above us? Chao Guangda's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was, after all, his first time witnessing such marvels. These are new combat vessels manufactured by my patriotic enterprise, Chen Yu Technology. Li Guoxiong's astonishment transformed into exhilaration. General, can these ships defeat those American aircraft? Ha ha, of course. I have unwavering faith in Chen Yu's abilities. He has never let me down. At that moment, he found himself pondering how Chen Yu had achieved this feat, knowing full well that it could not have been accomplished solely with conventional fighter jets. Initially, Chen Yu possessed a remarkable spacecraft that exuded an aura of coolness, undoubtedly boasting formidable combat capabilities. General Chao, I am already apprised of the situation here. There is no need to dispatch an aircraft carrier to retrieve our station's soldiers, as they will soon reclaim the entire iron mine. Chen Yu, it seems that the Americans have acquired a plethora of clandestine weaponry from an unknown source. Their genetically modified soldiers have donned an exceptionally resilient alloy mech suit, which has severely ravaged our base. Fear not, it is but a trifling matter. Leave it to me. Concluding the call with Chao Guangda, Chen Yu gazed towards the vast ocean. The American fleet of 8 aircraft carriers lay ahead. He chuckled. Let us consider these 8 carriers as mere appetizers. Onward. The 31 spacecraft vanished in an astonishing display of speed. Chao Guangda and Li Guoxiong, witnessing this from the sea, were left in utter astonishment. Wow, that was incredibly fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu, we are counting on you. Chapter 83. The first shot fired in an instant. Chen Yu's 31 extraterrestrial vessels arrived at the coastal waters of the iron mine. Here, 8 American carrier battle groups congregated, intimidating nations worldwide that sought to contest the iron mine. Chen Yu's ships flew at a low altitude, foregoing optical and radar stealth, and were swiftly detected by the American carriers. In the command center of the USS Vincent, the radar operator exclaimed, Captain, we have identified an unidentified flying object approaching directly from our front, with a total of 31 targets. Mikhail swiftly approached the radar display, immediately noting 31 luminous dots gleaming with a brilliant white light. After examining the screen, he made his way to the window, where he beheld an astonishing sight in the distant sky. Indeed, a formation of unidentified flying objects was hovering above. Mikhail's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" 31 extraterrestrial vessels were gradually advancing towards the American aircraft carrier fleet. The soldiers and captain aboard the fleet stood on the deck, incredulously gazing at the sci-fi silhouettes of the 31 ships above. Mikhail instructed the communications officer, prepare to align the antenna with those unidentified flying objects and initiate a communication request. Inside the landing ship's command room, the exchange began. Captain, the USS Vincent below is requesting to communicate with you. Shall we connect? Establish the connection. Let us hear what they have to say. Understood. Connection established. A tense voice resonated from the other end. Hello. I am Major General Mikhail, captain of the USS Vincent. May I inquire to which nation's Air Force you belong? I am Chen Yu. Just those 4 words sent a jolt through Mikhail's heart. He was well aware of Chen Yu's reputation. He was the mastermind behind the bullet-headed aircraft that had previously caused considerable concern for the United States, developed by his company, Chen Yu Technology. Oh, so you are Chen Yu. Are you here on behalf of Yinxia to seize our iron or fields? Chen Yu found Mikhail's remark utterly amusing. Captain, first and foremost, I must correct your previous statement. This iron ore mine is an inseparable asset of our Yinxia, negotiated with our African brethren, and we have already signed a contract. Your interference in seizing 30 of it is unacceptable, and now you are coercing our African allies into signing an unequal treaty for your monopoly. How can this mine possibly belong to you? Mr. Chen Yu, I fail to comprehend your words. I now issue a stern warning. Swiftly pilot your aircraft away from these waters. The United States has taken control here, and should you wish to avoid inciting war, I advise you to depart immediately. Huh? War? Do you think I am afraid? Humph, Mr. Chen Yu. Your Yinxia dares not engage us in full-scale conflict. Your economy remains heavily reliant on our great nation and my allies. Furthermore, your military strength pales in comparison to ours. Although I am unaware of the capabilities of your numerous aerial vessels, we possess formidable weaponry, Mr. Chen. The land of cherry blossoms is but a resolute lapdog of my America. Your actions towards them will certainly not go unnoticed by us, their master. Captain, this is your declaration. Then it seems we must go to war. The communication was abruptly severed by Chen Yu. In the command room of the USS Mikhail, immediate orders were issued. Lock onto the aerial targets at once and bring them down with missiles. Aye, Captain. In an instant. The destroyers within the carrier strike group received the command. Missiles swiftly locked onto the 31 alien spacecraft belonging to Chen Yu in the sky. Captain, we have been locked onto by missiles, but their explosive yield cannot inflict damage upon the spacecraft. Huh. This is precisely why I stand here, allowing you to strike, yet you cannot harm me. Aha. Suddenly, upon the sea, dozens of Aegis destroyers launched numerous missiles, trailing long tails of fire as they soared towards Chen Yu's 31 ships. Chen Yu made no defensive maneuvers, since these missiles posed no threat to his vessels. He allowed these short-sighted Americans to witness the futility of their weaponry against him. This would serve to further intimidate these shameless Americans. Mikhail, on the deck, fixated his gaze upon the sky. He observed dozens of AAM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles soaring from his fleet, aimed directly at the hovering spacecraft above. A sinister grin spread across his face. Haha, perish? The missiles struck their aerial targets in an instant. Boom, boom. The sky erupted with thunderous explosions, each missile striking its mark with pinpoint accuracy. Ha ha ha. They do not even attempt to evade. Are they so paralyzed with fear by my American missiles that they have forgotten to flee? Mikhail laughed towards the sky. However, his laughter gradually froze in midair as the smoke from the explosions began to dissipate. The imagined sight of those spacecraft being struck down did not materialize. Instead, they remained steadfast in their positions, as if the missile explosions had merely set off firecrackers around them. At this moment, the American soldiers aboard the fleet of aircraft carriers were left dumbfounded, gazing at this bizarre spectacle above. Mikhail felt a tremor ripple through him. Those were dozens of powerful missiles, and yet they had no effect on these flying objects. How extraordinarily sturdy must their exteriors be? Could it be? Mikhail immediately recalled the alien technology-based weaponry they possessed. Was it possible that Chen Yu's spacecraft were also crafted using extraterrestrial technology? He needed to inform the higher-ups of the situation, urging them to dispatch weapons imbued with alien technology to counter Chen Yu's vessels. The communications officer swiftly established contact with the newly constructed American base in Africa. Please connect me immediately with Minister Humphreys. Captain Mikhail, this is Humphreys. Minister. We are encountering interception from Chen Yu's spacecraft in the nearby waters. There are 31 vessels similar to his. Our missiles are ineffective against them, and I suspect they too are utilizing alien technology. Please send us urgent assistance. What? Is it that Chen Yu again? Has he come in person? He must be aboard one of those ships. Ah, Chen Yu, you have finally arrived. This time, we possess extraterrestrial weaponry. There is no escape for you. Humphreys is aware that Chen Yu was responsible for the slaughter of President Biden and the upper echelons of his cabinet. Now, armed with alien technology, they are determined to exact vengeance upon Chen Yu. Chapter 84. Sinking 4 aircraft carriers. Mikhail terminated his communication with Humphreys, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at the 31 vessels belonging to Chen Yu in the sky. Do not presume that you alone possess weapons of alien origin. The United States has already forged an alliance with an extraterrestrial civilization. Chen Yu, you and your fleet are doomed. Within the landing ship's command center, Captain, the carrier group below has already requested assistance from the American base at the iron mine. What shall we do next? Oh, they have already requested aid? Then let us collect some interest first. Sink half of the American aircraft carriers. Aye, Captain. Shipborne weapons are locking onto targets. Lock acquired, ready to fire at will. It is said that each aircraft carrier is worth $10 billion, and their construction is a protracted endeavor. I wonder what America's reaction will be when I eliminate 4 of them in one fell swoop. Fire at will. Acknowledged. Firing on your command. Thereupon, a frigate unleashed a volley of high-energy laser weaponry from the wings on either side, targeting the vessels below. ZZZZZ. Mikhail observed several beams of white light emanating from a vessel, instantly striking an aircraft carrier. The moment the white light made contact with the carrier, a violent explosion ensued. This was an energy-based laser weapon, which, upon contact with its target, would unleash an energetic detonation, its power comparable to that of a cruise missile. Despite the formidable combat prowess of an aircraft carrier, which stems from its integrated operational capacity with carrier-based aircraft and escorting frigates, its vulnerability when targeted in isolation is akin to that of a mere cargo vessel. The frigate, under Chen Yu's command, unleashed a barrage of laser weaponry that proved impervious to the carrier's close-in weapon systems and the defenses of surrounding escort ships. Beams of concentrated energy struck the carrier with unerring accuracy, triggering cataclysmic explosions that reverberated across the firmament. The vessel sustained irreparable damage, its fate sealed to a slow descent into the abyss. The lasers then pivoted, targeting a neighboring carrier, and a similar spectacle of destruction unfolded. Michael Hale, his countenance etched with terror, bellowed at the communications officer to immediately order a full retreat of all carriers. Decrying Chen Yu as a madman for daring to open fire and inciting a full-scale war, the communications officer promptly relayed the order, though many captains had already initiated evasive maneuvers. However, the sheer mass of a 100,000-ton carrier made rapid withdrawal an impossibility. Coupled with the instantaneous speed of Chen Yu's laser weaponry, the carriers were rendered as stationary targets, vulnerable to relentless bombardment. In response, the carriers launched their complement of F-35 and F-22 fighter jets to assault Chen Yu's spacecraft from the air. Simultaneously, destroyers unleashed a relentless volley of missiles, which streaked skyward towards the 31 spacecraft. Yet, Chen Yu remained indifferent to the incoming ordnance and the swarming American aircraft. The missile payload they carried posed no substantial threat to the vessel. Such is the marvel of extraterrestrial technology. The ship's very hull material surpasses Earth's by eons. Chen Yu's escort ship continued to unleash laser energy cannons upon the American aircraft carriers on the sea surface. Another carrier succumbed, descending slowly into the depths, before the laser cannons targeted yet another fleeing vessel. Their hasty retreat was, in Chen Yu's eyes, akin to a snail's pace. A cacophony of explosions erupted as, in less than 20 minutes, 4 carriers were vanquished. The first to be struck had already vanished beneath the waves, leaving behind a dense scattering of American naval personnel struggling in the water. The American stealth fighters, F-22s and F-35s, which had just taken flight, were met with pinpoint laser fire from Chen Yu's landing craft, detonating mid-air like a series of pyrotechnic displays. Dozens of aircraft were annihilated in mere seconds. Aboard the still intact USS Vinson, Admiral Michael beheld the carnage and felt an overwhelming dread creep into his heart. Witnessing the effortless destruction of America's vaunted 5th-generation stealth fighters, the F-35s and F-22s, he trembled. The ruthlessness of the assault was unnerving. The immediate and decisive action had resulted in the sinking of 4 American aircraft carriers. Michael bellowed at the communications officer, urging him to transmit a plea to the ship above, lest they be forced to watch Chen Yu obliterate the entire fleet. The reason why America can dominate the world and is dubbed the global policeman lies in its formidable overseas combat capabilities. Not only does it rely on a vast network of military bases across the globe, but its greatest asset is, in fact, its 11 aircraft carrier strike groups. Any nation that dares to challenge them finds itself subdued merely by the presence of a couple of their aircraft carriers. The array of carrier-based aircraft and missiles at the disposal of a single strike group is sufficient to obliterate a medium-sized nation. Thus, aircraft carriers hold a position of immense significance for America. Mikhail cannot idly watch as Chen Yu continues to destroy their carriers. The communications officer swiftly directed a request for contact to Chen Yu's spacecraft. Captain, American aircraft carriers have sent a communication request. Shall we connect? All right. I am quite eager to see whether that captain's tone remains as stern as before. Understood. Connection established. Mikhail's voice soon echoed through. Mr. Chen, please cease your actions, Mr. Chen, I implore you to stop. Oh, that so-called sun-selling captain. Weren't you quite arrogant? Weren't you unafraid of war? Why now do you ask me to halt? Mikhail found himself at a loss for words. He thought to himself, I am not the sun-selling captain. I am Mikhail. Though he cursed Chen Yu 1,000 times in his mind, he still softened his tone. Mr. Chen, I urge you to stop your assault on our aircraft carriers. We have matters to discuss. We do not wish to provoke war. Mikhail was also stalling for time, hoping to allow the alien weaponry at the base to arrive as reinforcements. Without a sun, Captain, I have come to reclaim the inseparable possessions of our Yinxia. I shall grant you another opportunity. Depart from this maritime expanse at once and withdraw all your forces. Mikhail inwardly cursed, wondering why Humphrey's reinforcements had yet to arrive. Just as he pondered how to placate Chen Yu, a swarm of aircraft rapidly approached the carrier group. Captain, our reinforcements have arrived. The reinforcements dispatched by Minister Humphreys are here. Mikhail turned to look, and indeed, it was their newly developed combat aircraft. These machines could rival the Yinxia's projectile-carrying vessels. With their numerical superiority, they had already destroyed 7 of Yinxia's 10 fighter crafts. Chen Yu, do you see? Our American reinforcements have arrived. I can assure you, our new combat aircraft employ alien technology and are far more advanced than yours. Chapter 85. Alien space-based weapons. Chen Yu gazed at the American aircraft coming to their aid, unable to suppress a smile. He scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. Oh, I didn't expect you to acquire such worthless technology. Yet, before me, these are but useless scraps. Useless scraps? Huh. After you experience their might. I wonder if you'll still be laughing. Chen Yu terminated the communication with Mikhail. Intellect, deploy several frigates to eliminate these pesky flies. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, 3 frigates emerged from Chen Yu's fleet formation. Rushing towards the densely packed American aircraft, he beheld the massive black smoke rising from the tumultuous sea. A harrowing scene unfolding before him. He slammed his hand onto the table with great force. Damn it, he exclaimed, incredulous that Chen Yu would dare to strike at our aircraft carrier. This is intolerable. Our losses are catastrophic, and I demand his demise. Deploy all aircraft. Launch a full-scale assault on those entities suspended in the sky. Upon Humphrey's command, a swarm of approximately 70 to 80 combat aircraft surged forth towards Chen Yu's vessel. However, just a few kilometers away, 3 ships emerged that appeared even more fantastical than the intact alien craft they had previously acquired. Humphrey stared in disbelief at the 3 warships displayed on the screen. What is this? Could these be alien vessels as well? Does Chen Yu possess more extraterrestrial ships than we do? Humphreys was utterly taken aback, possessing a keen eye unlike Mikhail, who had been sheltered from such phenomena. Earlier, upon witnessing Chen Yu's 31 ships, he had assumed they were merely conventional aircraft. As Humphreys remained astonished, brilliant beams of light erupted from the 3 warships belonging to Chen Yu. The screen then went dark, while in the skies above the ocean, the 3 warships commenced a ruthless slaughter of the American combat aircraft, executing their task with the same ease as before. In the face of overwhelming power, even these aircraft, capable of reaching speeds up to Mach 10, were rendered futile. With the aid of the precise targeting system of the alien 7th-level civilization, no matter how swift they were, it all boiled down to being struck by a single beam from an energy cannon. In merely a few minutes, dozens of American combat aircraft were obliterated, cascading into the ocean like raindrops. Mikhail was left in a state of bewilderment. He had anticipated the sight of his nation's fighters vanquishing Chen Yu's spacecraft. yet instead witnessed the complete annihilation of what America proudly regarded as its advanced extraterrestrial technology. Within the iron or mine's American base, Humphreys was in a state of acute anxiety. It appeared that Chen Yu also possessed extraterrestrial technology, perhaps even alien spacecraft, which suggested that America might find itself at a significant disadvantage. He seized the communicator and issued a request to the White House. The connection was established. This is Humphreys. We are currently in the waters near the iron or mine in Africa, under attack from Chen Yu. He may possess an alien spacecraft. I request the deployment of extraterrestrial orbital weapons to strike at Chen Yu's vessel. At that moment, within the secret conference room of the White House, all high-ranking officials were present. Following Chen Yu's appearance over the aircraft carrier group, the White House had already been alerted. Acting President Harrison was profoundly shocked. In truth, all of America's leadership was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Yu had similarly acquired alien spacecraft? Sitting nearby, Mr. Trump remarked sarcastically, "Is this your plan? I warned you before that if we cannot decisively defeat Yinxia, we may be dragged into an abyss of war, jeopardizing our efforts to build shelter bases. It now seems likely that Yinxia's cosmic technology possesses extraterrestrial advancements far superior to our own." Mr. Trump's words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of America's elite. Harrison rose, his tone tinged with anxiety. "Let us deliberate. Should we continue to take action against Chen Yu? Listen to my words. Extraterrestrial spacecraft are exceedingly rare. The discovery of a well-preserved alien vessel such as this is virtually unparalleled on Earth. If Chen Yu has indeed located such vessels, why has our spacecraft's intelligence system failed to detect them? Logically, as they originate from the same planet, if Chen Yu were to find and restore a spacecraft, our intelligence system should undoubtedly establish communication with it, perhaps even gain control over it. Therefore, it is evident that the vessels in Chen Yu's possession are self-constructed using alien technology, and their combat capabilities cannot possibly rival those of our authentic extraterrestrial spacecraft. Following Rogers' assessment, the numerous high-ranking officials of America nodded in agreement. Harrison decisively stated, "Humphreys has requested that we deploy the space-based weaponry developed from alien technology. I hereby authorize it." Regardless of the circumstances, the sinking of our 4 aircraft carriers has rendered a state of enmity between us and America unavoidable. Mr. Trump, standing nearby, shook his head in disapproval. Presently, he holds no decision-making power. During his previous term, he engaged in a trade war with the Eastern nation, resulting in years of hardship for them. However, with the rise of universal technology, the Eastern nation's economy and status have gradually ascended to their zenith. Mr. Trump has long harbored discontent and seeks to reverse their economic progress. Following the issuance of orders from the White House, the space-based weaponry of America began to aim towards the African seas, positioned in orbit directly above the Earth's equator. The location of the iron or mine is conveniently situated not far from the equator, where the United States has established 3 space-based weapon launch systems. The nearest one hovers directly above Africa and is capable of executing precise strikes on Chen Yu spacecraft. Unlike the physical attacks envisioned by terrestrial scientists, these space-based weapons are equipped with nuclear fusion reactors, a hallmark of a Type II civilization's conventional armaments. By harnessing controllable nuclear energy and undergoing a series of transformations, they generate high-energy quantum laser cannons. The diameter of these lasers is a substantial 1 meter, which accounts for the inexplicable sinking of the 10,000-ton freighters during the scorching summer. The culprit remains elusive, as the assaults were orchestrated by the American space-based weaponry concealed in the cosmos. Targets struck by these lasers are instantaneously heated to several thousand degrees Celsius. The surface of the sun is merely 6,000 degrees, rendering even the most resilient materials on Earth susceptible to immediate melting or even vaporization. In the command room of the landing ship, the intelligence system alerts Chen Yu. "Captain, a locking signal from outer space has been detected. Shall we activate stealth mode?" Could it be that the United States has also deployed weaponry in outer space? Chapter 86. Type II Civilization Alien Spaceship Deployment. By infiltrating their communication systems, I have discovered that this technology has been acquired by the United States from extraterrestrial sources. It is a type of space-based weapon primarily reliant on the launch of high-energy quantum beams, capable of generating instantaneous temperatures of 6,000 degrees. Although our spacecraft's exterior can withstand such extreme temperatures for a limited time, to minimize unnecessary damage, I recommend activating stealth mode, as they will be unable to lock onto us. How unexpected. I never imagined that America could develop such formidable weaponry over the years. What Chen Yu could not fathom was that, although the United States had spent decades researching these weapons, it was only recently that they managed to fabricate them after acquiring the foundational logic and computational formulas of extraterrestrial technology. For instance, the controllable nuclear fusion technology utilized in space-based weapons can serve both the energy needs of underground bases and the power requirements of these superweapons. This technology was once the elusive dream of scientists worldwide, promising to revolutionize energy on Earth. Should a solar crisis arise, the presence of controllable nuclear fusion technology would allow humanity to simulate the ecological environment of Earth, even while residing 300 meters underground. A man-made sun, powered by controllable nuclear fusion, would provide sunlight and ensure a sufficient water supply, enabling human existence to continue in subterranean cycles. This is the underlying support for America's establishment of underground bases. Given that America's space-based weapons could potentially impact the hull of our spacecraft, let us activate stealth mode. I wonder how the American elites would feel upon realizing that their formidable weaponry is unable to locate its target. How amusing. Understood, Captain. Radar stealth mode activated. America's space-based weapons primarily rely on radar locking. Thus, Chen Yu need not engage optical stealth. At this moment, a communication request echoed in the secret meeting room of the White House. It was a call from the Space-Based Weapons Division via the internal network. Madam President, we are unable to lock onto the target. The opposing party possesses radar stealth technology far superior to ours. In an instant, everyone present was rendered speechless. The space-based weapon they had developed was their trump card, and now it seemed utterly useless, akin to being blind. Rogers seized the specialized communicator, his voice laced with fury. You inept fools, do you not see? How is it possible that we cannot lock onto them? That is extraterrestrial technology. Minister, we truly cannot establish a lock. Rogers despondently set down the specialized communicator. Chen Yu must have deciphered the cloaking technology of the alien spacecraft. Our current capabilities are insufficient to locate them. It appears that we must resort to our ultimate ace. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. What kind of technology had Chen Yu mastered? They were now compelled to forcefully deploy America's greatest asset. Their ace, of course, was the alien spacecraft that had been restored. According to prior agreements between Rogers and the intelligence system of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft, the AI had provided America with the foundational logic and scientific formulas for developing alien weaponry, aiding their quest for global dominion. In return, America had promised to supply the spacecraft with raw materials for its energy reactor and assist in its repairs. Now, faced with a prodigy like Chen Yu, global domination seemed nearly impossible for them. Rogers had no choice but to seek assistance from the Level 2 civilization spacecraft. He retrieved an alien communicator from his pocket, capable of establishing communication with the spacecraft. Upon pressing the call request, a connection was instantaneously established with the Level 2 civilization's vessel. Mr. Rogers, how is the implementation of your global domination plan progressing? Intelligence system. We are confronted by a formidable adversary. They possess technology far superior to that of your spacecraft, and we currently have no means to respond. Impossible, given the current level of your Earth-based research and development. Deciphering the technology embedded in the wreckage of our spacecraft would require at least a century. However, Chen Yu's universal technology has indeed achieved this feat. Please hold on. I shall investigate this Chen Yu of universal technology. Inside Chen Yu's landing craft. Captain, I have detected that the intelligence system of the previously encountered Level 2 civilization spacecraft has infiltrated the Earth's network once more. It is currently investigating you. Oh, how intriguing. A mere Level 2 civilization. I am quite eager to see what that spacecraft looks like and whether it rivals the beauty of my landing craft. In the secret meeting room of the White House, the alien communicator in Rogers' hand emitted a sound. I have just reviewed the information on universal technology. The products they manufacture are merely at the nascent stage of Level 2 civilization. The foundational logic and formulas I provided you are sufficient to create mid-level weapons of a Level 2 civilization. Why then are you unable to defeat your opponent? Rogers and the American High Command were rendered speechless. Enough. Your incompetence is astounding. I shall take matters into my own hands. Once I have obliterated the universal technology of Yinxia, you shall swiftly establish dominion over Earth. The objective of the Level 2 civilization's intelligence system is to utilize American energy to dominate Earth before the arrival of their mothership fleet, thereby alleviating much of the workload for their fleet. Rogers and the numerous high-ranking officials of America were filled with joy, for it was evident that the extraterrestrials stood firmly by their side. "Ah, we are immensely grateful to the intelligence system. We await your triumphant return." Soon after, the communicator fell silent. Rogers tucked away the device, his face aglow with delight as he gazed at those present. "Did you all hear that? The alien spacecraft is assisting us. It will personally take action to eliminate Chen Yu's universal technology. Our goal of world domination is within reach." The American elite fell into a state of excitement and fervor. Should universal technology be eradicated and Chen Yu eliminated, the threat posed by the Eastern Empire would dissipate entirely. At that juncture, armed with these alien weapons, America could swiftly sweep across the globe. Consequently, all resources on Earth would belong to them. They could construct as many underground refuge bases as they desired. Supported by extraterrestrial energy technology, they could relocate the entire ecosystem underground, transferring over 300 million Americans into shelters. Thus, even in the event of a solar catastrophe or an apocalyptic scenario, the citizens of America would survive as a nation. At that moment, the high-ranking officials were already lost in visions of a splendid future. As for the plundering of global resources and the survival of all Americans, they remained indifferent to the fate of other nations. Within the confines of the secret military base known as Area 51, a massive underground hangar gradually opened, revealing a spacecraft of 100 meters in length, shaped akin to a triangle. This was the Level 2 civilization spacecraft, restored by America. At this moment, the vessel was preparing for takeoff, poised to annihilate Chen Yu's fleet. Chapter 87. Initial confrontation. A Level 2 civilization's triangular spacecraft, traveling at an astonishing speed of 30 Mach, hurtled through the atmosphere towards Africa. At such a velocity, the journey from America to Africa would take less than half an hour. At this moment, in the waters off Africa, the intelligence system aboard the landing vessel alerted Chen Yu, "Captain, according to the data from the infiltrated reconnaissance satellites, a Level 2 civilization ship has just taken off from the military base in Area 51 and is currently approaching our position at 30 Mach." Chen Yu's expression shifted, revealing a mixture of curiosity and concern. Could it be that America possesses the capability to repair extraterrestrial spacecraft? He pondered. That seems improbable. Even if American technology is the most advanced on Earth, repairing a Level 2 civilization ship would require centuries of effort. Then how did this alien spacecraft come to be? It launched from America's base and is now heading toward us, likely with ill intent, he mused. Based on my analysis, this Level 2 civilization ship likely sustained minimal damage upon its descent to Earth. Over the course of time, it exhausted its energy reserves, and it is possible that America has only recently reactivated it and replenished the necessary power for its operation, the intelligence system explained. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the system's assessment. No wonder America has been unveiling a plethora of advanced weaponry lately. Could it be that they activated this alien spacecraft and harnessed its technology? It is highly probable, I suspect, that this Type 2 civilization spacecraft has reached some form of collaboration with the United States. According to the customs of advanced civilizations regarding the interstellar colonization of lesser civilizations, many higher-order societies tend to support the most powerful races or nations on a planet to facilitate their dominion over it. Ultimately, these advanced civilizations would then reap the benefits of their subjugation. By your assertion, does this not render the United States a mere puppet of this Type 2 civilization? Indeed, perhaps the United States remains oblivious to this fact. Such is the nature of imperialist nations. When presented with an opportunity to dominate the globe, they unhesitatingly become instruments of others. However, they are confronted by us. This plan is destined for failure. We shall remain here, awaiting the arrival of that Type 2 extraterrestrial spacecraft. I find myself eager for the encounter. Chen Yu, brimming with confidence, believes that his 31 Type 7 civilization ships, though merely landing vessels akin to ordinary frigates, possess ample capability to annihilate the Type 2 vessels. His fleet hovers majestically in the sky, making no moves. Below, 4 aircraft carrier battle groups linger, with Mikhail aboard the Vincent aircraft carrier having just witnessed the destruction of 70 or so combat aircraft, products of extraterrestrial technology, by Chen Yu's ships. This sight nearly caused Mikhail to soil himself, as the foreign weaponry they so proudly boasted of proved to be utterly ineffectual against Chen Yu's fleet. Now, the 4 aircraft carriers remain motionless below, paralyzed by fear that any movement might incite an immediate assault from Chen Yu. Please establish a direct line to the White House to seek guidance on our current course of action. Mikhail instructed the communications officer to connect, and the internal communication was swiftly established. I am Mikhail. We currently have 4 aircraft carriers remaining, and Chen Yu spacecraft is hovering above us. What should we do now? The response came from Acting President Harrison. Captain Mikhail, this is Harrison. If Chen Yu's craft has not engaged you, refrain from taking any action for the time being. We have reached an agreement with the alien spacecraft, which is en route to your location. Chen Yu's vehicle cannot possibly contend with the extraterrestrial vessel. Please relay what you observe on site. Oh, do you mean to say that the alien spacecraft is here to rescue us? You may interpret it that way. That is simply wonderful. The United States truly represents humanity. Even extraterrestrials have chosen to collaborate with us. Mikhail was instantly filled with a sense of pride. Look, the aliens have come, and they only seek to partner with us, the Americans. Approximately 20 minutes passed. Captain, the spacecraft has arrived. Prepare for battle. Chen Yu's 31 vessels swiftly adjusted their formations, collectively turning to face the oncoming direction of the second-level civilization ship. On the surface of the sea, Mikhail had arranged for high-definition live cameras to be set up. He intended to broadcast in real time to the senior officials at the White House the scenes of how the alien ship would devastate Chen Yu's 30-plus aircraft. Mikhail gazed at the sky as Chen Yu's 31 spacecraft altered their trajectory. He shouted to the soldier operating the camera, "They are on the move. Focus the lens." The soldier replied, "Sir, I am a professional. Trust me, my shots are crystal clear." Mikhail, brimming with excitement, anticipated a monumental moment. This was the arrival of extraterrestrial vessels to rescue the United States Navy. Chen Yu stood in the command room, observing the distant heavens. Suddenly, a bright point appeared, likely the result of rapid movement generating friction with the atmosphere. Have they finally arrived? They traversed from the American homeland to here with astonishing speed, rivaling that of my landing craft. The captain, I've calculated their velocity to be approximately 30 Mach, which is rather average, came the response. In comparison to your speeds, it is indeed quite ordinary. I wonder what weaponry they possess. I can roughly analyze the onboard weaponry of this Type 2 civilization. If this is an attack vessel, they might be equipped with high-energy laser cannons, comparable in power to the laser weaponry on our own frigates. In the absence of our ship's protective shield, this could pose certain challenges. However, if it is merely an exploratory craft, it would likely be armed with standard laser cannons, which would have no effect on our vessel, allowing us to easily obliterate it. Recalling the previous 2 instances of quantum communication detected by the intelligence system, Chen Yu inquired, "Intelligence system? Is it possible to infiltrate the intelligence system of that Type 2 civilization spacecraft? I wish to ascertain the destination of the quantum communication signals it has transmitted and whether it has indeed established contact with its home planet. The task is somewhat challenging. I must decipher the encryption code of the opposing system. Although the adversary possesses merely a Level 2 civilization spacecraft, the encryption systems in the cosmos are the most intricate codes imaginable. I will require some time, and it is likely that the opponent will physically sever all signal transmissions during our assault. Nevertheless, I possess a method to infiltrate their intelligence system. Oh, do tell. It seems that seizing this spacecraft without any damage is an impossibility." Soon, the Level 2 civilization spacecraft in the distance began to decelerate, and Chen Yu eagerly observed the approaching dark silhouette. He was on the cusp of witnessing the true form of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft, and his excitement was palpable. Chapter 88. An unbelievable scene. Chen Yu fixated on the Level 2 civilization spacecraft drawing nearer from the horizon. The intelligent core had successfully simulated the identification signals of Chen Yu's 31 vessels to resemble those of Earth's aircraft, thus emitting ordinary radar signals. Under the scrutiny of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft's detection radar, it would perceive the 31 vessels as ordinary Earth airplanes suspended in midair. Just as the distance narrowed to a mere few kilometers, a beam of light shot forth from the opposing vessel. The protective shield of Chen Yu's landing craft activated automatically. The beam struck what appeared to be a transparent glass dome, creating ripples upon contact. "Captain, the enemy has initiated an attack. According to our analysis, they have deployed standard lasers. It is safe to conclude that they are merely a Level 2 civilization exploratory vessel with limited combat capabilities." So they are rather inferior. I had anticipated a stronger performance. It turns out they cannot even breach my protective shield. Subsequently, a barrage of dozens of laser beams was unleashed upon Chen Yu's 31 spacecraft. This time, Chen Yu's frigates didn't even bother to activate their protective shields. These commonplace laser cannons might pose a significant threat to terrestrial aircraft, but against Chen Yu's advanced vessels, they were akin to mere tickles. The laser blasts impacted Chen Yu's ships, triggering violent energy detonations in their vicinity. On the ocean surface, Michael Hale, observing the spectacle above, was momentarily blinded by the intense luminosity of the colossal explosions. Yet, his countenance was one of elation, for he believed Chen Yu's ships were succumbing to the assault. Our extraterrestrial vessel is proving its mettle. Chen Yu is surely facing his demise. The cameraman in charge of the live broadcast meticulously focused the lens on the heavens, transmitting the footage of the alien spacecraft's assault on Chen Yu's 31 vessels in real time to the White House. Within the White House Situation Room, the American hierarchy watched the unfolding explosions on the massive screen. Success. Chen Yu's ships are under attack. Remarkable. The alien vessel, upon its debut, launched an immediate offensive. The lasers moved with incredible swiftness, instantly engulfing Chen Yu's ships. God bless America. Chen Yu has finally met his end. A chorus of jubilation erupted from the American dignitaries, unable to contain their exhilaration. Rogers, too, watched the cataclysmic scene in the sky with a profound sense of relief. Finally success. This alien vessel is truly formidable. Fortunately, its allegiance lies with us. Rogers murmured in a sigh. As the dignitaries of America reveled in their jubilations, the explosions in the sky gradually subsided. Suddenly, one of the officials pointed at the large screen in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look, what are those?" The previously celebrating dignitaries turned their gaze toward the screen, their cheers abruptly silenced. A stunned stillness enveloped the room. Even the camera trembled slightly, as if the cameraman himself was in disbelief. How could this be? Were those entities not supposed to be obliterated? What an utter shock! The conference room, once filled with joyous exclamations, was now overwhelmed with cries of despair. Rogers was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, at sea, Chen Yu quietly observed the alien spacecraft hovering before him. Mikhail, gazing skyward, stood agape, his mouth wide enough to accommodate 2 duck eggs. Trembling involuntarily, Mikhail uttered his astonishment. In the sky, within the Level 2 Civilization S ship, the intelligence system emitted a shrill alarm. Warning, warning. Detection of protective technology not belonging to this civilization level. The ship's onboard weapons pose no threat. Immediate evacuation is necessary. Without hesitation, the Level 2 Civilization ship swiftly turned and shot away into the distance. Chen Yu watched the fleeing spacecraft, a smirk playing on his lips. Very well, Captain. Following this, only a single frigate from Chen Yu's fleet surged forth towards the Level 2 ship, achieving a remarkable speed near 50 Mach. In a remarkably brief span of time, it closed in on the Level 2 Civilization ship, unleashing a barrage of high-energy laser fire. The ordinary exploration vessel of a Level 2 civilization is devoid of a protective shield. Under the relentless bombardment of the laser cannons from the Chen Yu-class frigate, coupled with the inadequacy of the spacecraft's hull material strength, it begins to undergo violent explosions. The thunderous roars echo. The frigate exclusively targets the Level 2 civilization's vessel, focusing its assault on the rear and wings. Consequently, such explosions do not inflict damage upon the intelligence system's mainframe of the Level 2 civilization ship. Ultimately, upon the propulsion system being struck, the vessel plummets directly into the sea. The frigate gradually halts at the location of the downed Level 2 civilization ship, its lower hatch opening to release several lizard-like robots. Notably, one of these lizard robots is equipped with a black orb in its abdominal cargo hold. This orb is the intelligence system's mainframe that was detached from the Level 2 civilization's vessel by the lizard robot. Captain, we have successfully acquired the intelligent mainframe of that alien spacecraft. Given sufficient time, I can decipher its encryption codes and subsequently retrieve the contents of the previous 2 quantum communications. Excellent. Now that we have eradicated all of America's trump cards, it is time to settle the score. On the aircraft carrier, Mikhail observed a spacecraft from Chen Yu's fleet launch towards a specific direction. Shortly thereafter, flames were visible in that direction. Meanwhile, the alien vessel that was supposed to rescue the American Navy had vanished without a trace. What transpired? In the White House conference room, everyone witnessed the recent escape of the alien ship. What fate befell that alien vessel? All senior officials of America wore expressions of bewilderment. Rogers trembled as he retrieved the alien communicator from within his jacket. He was inexplicably engulfed by an ineffable sense of dread, an unsettling feeling that gnawed at him from within. He pressed the communication button, calling out, intelligence system, Are you still there? A crackling sound ensued. Chapter 89. The verdict. Rogers despondently sank into a chair, the communicator slipping from his grasp and landing on the table. In the White House conference room, all the high-ranking officials of America found themselves ensnared in despair. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the extraterrestrial communicator on the table. Hello, despicable American elites. I trust you have deduced my identity. Regrettably, I must inform you that the alien spacecraft you dispatched has been obliterated by me. I wonder if you possess any additional trump cards. If so, feel free to reveal them, for I am far from satisfied. Ha. After Chen Yu uttered these words, the communication was abruptly severed. Moments ago, Rogers had pressed the alien communication device in an attempt to connect with the Level 2 civilization spacecraft. However, it was detected by the intelligent core aboard Chen Yu's ship, recognizing that this was not a quantum signal, but merely a terrestrial transmission, easily decipherable. Thus, Chen Yu instructed the intelligent core to directly infiltrate, relaying his earlier message to the American conference room. The high-ranking officials of America were left pallid and stricken. They realized they had no remaining cards to play. Even their most formidable asset, the alien spacecraft, had been effortlessly neutralized by Chen Yu. What formidable weaponry did Chen Yu possess? Were his aircraft truly more powerful than the alien spacecraft? How could that even be conceivable? Acting President Harrison rose, his voice trembling as he inquired, "What shall we do now?" Chen Yu seemingly possesses a formidable weapon that surpasses the combat capabilities of extraterrestrial spacecraft. We are utterly powerless. Silence enveloped the crowd, as they were at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Mr. Trump, who had been seated in the corner, rose and spoke. The facts are laid bare before us. It is the handiwork of you warmongers. Previously, we could construct underground shelters at a slower pace, but now, Yinxia and Huanyu technology will undoubtedly seize the majority of global resources. Our future plans for establishing bases will become significantly more arduous. Our immediate course of action must be to withdraw from Africa and consolidate our forces back to the American homeland. Yinxia is a nation that does not favor the invasion of other countries. As long as we do not provoke them, they should not pose a threat to us. Trump harbored overly optimistic thoughts. Although Yinxia has historically cherished peace, it does not imply that Chen Yu will simply endure. With a powerful weapon in hand, he declared, "I will not be cowed." After neutralizing the Class 2 civilization spacecraft, Chen Yu directed his vessel straight towards the Iron Mine, the military base of Yinxia. There, thousands of Yinxia soldiers were currently under threat from American cyborgs clad in mechanized armor. Upon witnessing the departure of 31 spacecraft, Mikhail exhaled in relief, for it signified his safety. Chen Yu had no intention of sinking the remaining 4 aircraft carriers. Soon, his spacecraft arrived near the Iron Mine, at the Yinxia military outpost. From the sky, Chen Yu could already discern numerous signs of explosions below. Evidently, this locale had suffered bombardment. Due to the hasty evacuation, the remains of Yinxia warriors were still visible within the base, likely victims of the American mech-augmented soldiers. As the landing craft soared at low altitude, the harrowing scene ignited a blaze of fury within Chen Yu. "Damnable Americans!" he seethed. "You shall repay tenfold." "Cognizance," he commanded. "Assess the casualties sustained by our Yinxia garrison." According to Yinxia military statistics, the total number of soldiers martyred amounts to 237. Ascertain the number of personnel stationed at the American military base in Africa. Based on American military data, the American military base in Africa houses a total of 3,003 individuals, inclusive of a mech-augmented contingent of 100 soldiers. Good, a near equivalence. We shall proceed to annihilate them utterly. Meanwhile, at the American military base situated at the Iron Mine in another direction, Humphreys had just received tidings that the extraterrestrial vessel collaborating with America had been decimated by Chen Yu's aircraft. With all trump cards now spent, the White House issued an order for the immediate evacuation of all personnel stationed at the Iron Mine's American military base. Upon receiving this directive, dread gripped Humphrey's heart. Just how formidable was Chen Yu to compel a nation as mighty as America to such straits? The entire American military base commenced an orderly withdrawal, essentially ceding the Iron Mine. Resistance was futile. Chen Yu's armaments were simply too potent. As the American base was in the throes of evacuation, 31 spacecraft of futuristic design materialized in the sky, descending to super low altitude above the American base. As the American soldiers evacuated the base, they beheld the spectacle of 31 spacecraft materializing in the sky. Good heavens! What are those contraptions? Some exclaimed. "I'll be damned." We must bring them down. A few headstrong American soldiers seized their Gatling guns and unleashed a barrage of fire towards the celestial objects. However, these rudimentary weapons posed no discernible threat to the hulls of Chen Yu's starships. Suddenly, the amplified voice of Chen Yu resonated from the loudspeakers beneath the landing craft, its volume nearly shattering the eardrums of the American soldiers stationed at the base. "Listen well, you American devils," Chen Yu proclaimed. "You attacked the military garrison of Yinxia, and today you are sentenced to death. Do you have any objections?" Pausing briefly, he continued, "Silence implies consent. Very well, prepare to savor the judgment that awaits you." In unison, the 31 spacecraft unleashed a concentrated barrage of low-power, single-point lasers upon the ground below. The soldiers struck by these beams were instantly vaporized by the intense heat. The effect was reminiscent of science fiction films, where laser weaponry reduces its targets to mere ashes, a ghastly sight to behold. The dense laser fire descended relentlessly, each beam obliterating an American soldier. From his vantage point in the command center, General Humphreys witnessed the carnage through the glass. Soldiers who were moments before crying out in agony were reduced to wisps of ash in the blink of an eye. The sheer horror of the spectacle instilled a profound sense of despair in the hearts of the American soldiers as they scattered in disarray. The 100 mecha-enhanced warriors retaliated with their own laser weapons, but their puny beams were incapable of so much as scratching the paint on Chen Yu's starships. Subsequently, they were targeted by the spacecraft's lasers, which proved somewhat more effective against them than against ordinary soldiers. However, merely 3 laser strikes sufficed to reduce even the heavily armored, genetically enhanced warriors to ashes. Ziz, pew pew pew. The laser cannons of the 31 spacecraft unleashed a dense barrage of lasers from above and below. Each beam claimed the life of an American soldier, and every third beam obliterated a cyborg into dust. Humphrey seized a communicator and urgently contacted the White House. "Mayday! Mayday! This is Humphreys, commander of the American iron mine in Africa. We are under attack by 31 unidentified flying objects. Their firepower is overwhelming. We are on the verge of annihilation. Requesting immediate assistance, please." Boom. Chapter 90. Substantial reparations. Chen Yu's 31 spacecraft relentlessly decimated the soldiers in the American base. Humphreys desperately appealed to the White House for aid, but his plea was cut short as a laser pierced through the glass, vaporizing him into a cloud of ionized particles. In the White House conference room, everyone heard Humphrey's frantic cries for help. The American elite were well aware that the 31 unidentified flying objects he mentioned were, in fact, Chen Yu's spacecraft. While the American leadership did not fear the nation of China, styling themselves as emissaries of peace, they were now apprehensive of Chen Yu, whom they perceived as a veritable demon. He was capable of attacking 4 American aircraft carriers without warning and annihilating an entire American base without hesitation. Humphrey's voice faded after a deafening explosion, plunging the entire conference room of the White House into an eerie silence. High-ranking officials sat in a state of numbness, some seething with rage, while most were gripped by a profound sense of dread and fear. Mr. Donald Trump rose, delivering a vehement tirade directed at Harrison and her newly appointed cabinet members. "Harrison, you shall bear the responsibility for this incident. You have cost the lives of thousands of American soldiers and led to the loss of 4 aircraft carriers. You ought to face a military tribunal." With that, Mr. Trump swept out of the meeting room, visibly enraged and dissatisfied with Harrison's decisions. Secretary of Defense Schneider proposed, "Madam President, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. We have no choice but to compromise with Yinxia and Huanyu technology. If they present demands for compensation, we must do everything in our power to acquiesce, in a bid to preserve the core sovereignty of our great nation." Schneider's words left the American officials utterly astonished. They, who prided themselves on being the world's foremost power, were now confronted with the prospect of compensating other nations. This time, they had suffered the most significant losses, with thousands of soldiers perished and 4 aircraft carriers sunk. It was undeniably one of the gravest blows ever endured by America. Furthermore, not only had they sustained such immense losses, but they were also expected to provide compensation. Little did they anticipate that over a century ago, they had united with 8 other nations to invade Yinxia, wreaking havoc and devastation. Now, the tides of fortune had turned, and it was their turn to experience the bitter taste of such a fate. President Harrison, after careful deliberation, solemnly announced that tariffs on products from Yinxia would be reduced by 50. Sanctions against high-tech enterprises such as Huawei Technology and Zhongxin Technology would be prohibited. Additionally, Visa-free entry would be granted to residents of Yinxia, and NATO was notified to refrain from provoking nations that maintain amicable relations with Yinxia, such as its close ally, Pakistan, and Belarus. This series of policies effectively marked a complete capitulation of the United States towards Yinxia. Subsequently, General Chao Guangda's forces fully assumed control of the world's largest iron ore mine. Upon returning to Jiangcheng, Chen Yu did nothing but await developments in silence. He was aware that the United States would initiate compensation negotiations with Yinxia, driven by their fear of domestic repercussions, compelling them to compromise. Indeed, 3 days later, the United States announced a series of conciliatory measures towards Yinxia. One morning, while still enveloped in slumber, Chen Yu lay comfortably in the warm embrace of his blanket. Suddenly, his phone rang, jolting him awake, much to his annoyance. He picked up the phone without checking the caller ID. "Hello, who is this? It's so early." Upon hearing the voice of General Chao, Chen Yu became more alert. The call from General Chao undoubtedly pertained to the compensation matter from the United States. General Chao? Is there something urgent this early?" Chen Yu, you have truly excelled this time. The commander has personally issued an order commending you with the highest honors internally. As a citizen of Yinxia, it is my duty. Chen Yu can now truly appreciate the respect and importance the nation places upon him. It is no jest. With his current prowess, he could compel even the mightiest nations to concede. Essentially, it can be said that Yinxia is currently relying on Chen Yu's protection. As long as he remains, Yinxia shall reign supreme in the world. Chen Yu, the commander has stated, you have made a significant contribution this time, and the nation will do its utmost to fulfill your requests. Indeed, representatives from the United States have arrived in Yinjing to discuss how to compensate us. Are you interested in participating? Chen Yu expressed no desire to engage in such high-level meetings. His current focus is solely on acquiring sufficient resources to construct underground bases and home-class spacecraft. Once his home-class spacecraft is completed, he plans to mine resources on other planets within the solar system, thereby eliminating the need for national support. After all, the nation is currently investing heavily in the construction of refuge bases to ensure the survival of more people from Yinxia in the future. General Chao, you know what I lack at present. Please inform those American representatives that I will prepare a list of materials, totaling approximately 300 million tons. Request that they commence daily deliveries of 3 million tons of these materials to Huanyu Technology in Yinxia from the day the compensation treaty is signed. It should take roughly 3 months to fulfill the compensation. Upon hearing Chen Yu's demand, General Chao was astounded. Chen Yu's request was indeed audacious. The figure he proposed was derived from prior investigations into the total amount of resources the United States extracts from around the globe each day. However, this is merely a preliminary phase, as the United States has previously redirected the resources it has amassed back to its own territory, resulting in a larger quantity. In the future, this quantity will significantly diminish. Chen Yu's compensation demand could nearly deplete more than half of the resources previously amassed by America. Chen Yu, do you not think your request might provoke America, considering the enormity of these resources? Chen Yu scoffed. Seemingly General Chao still perceives America through a bygone lens. After all, Yinxia is a nation that cherishes peace, and our leaders are notably compassionate. We would not extort excessively from these countries. This is rooted in our 5,000 years of Confucian culture. However, Chen Yu's resolve is unwavering. What he says is law. Following the display of strength a few days prior, it is evident that America must acquiesce to his demands. Should they resist, his spacecraft could effortlessly hover above the White House, teaching them a lesson. Chen Yu even contemplated the possibility of replacing the president, as America would inevitably heed his counsel. General Chao, proceed as I instruct. America would not dare to oppose. Furthermore, feel free to propose any demands you may have without hesitation. Bolstered by Chen Yu's words, Chao Guangda felt a surge of confidence. Very well, Chen Yu, I shall present your request to the American representatives. After concluding the call with Chao Guangda, Chen Yu connected to the intelligent brain. He needed to inquire about the progress of the decryption. Intelligent brain. Has the mainframe of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft been successfully decrypted? Chapter 91. The Unequal Treaty Captain. I have devised a decryption program. Although it pertains to the encryption code of a Level 2 civilization, Level 1 early civilizations have already mastered the technology of quantum entanglement key coding. This encryption, operating on a quantum level, necessitates the reconfiguration of quantum states for decryption. It is not merely a matter of technological advancement. It requires formidable computational power and time to accomplish. Then tell me, how long will it take to crack it? Currently, there is some good news. The intelligent mainframe of this Level 2 civilization spacecraft employs a single photon quantum state protocol. We merely need to re-establish a new quantum state. At a computational speed of 1 trillion operations per second, it should take approximately a week. So, you mean we could successfully crack it in 4 days? Roughly speaking, yes. Very well. Inform me immediately upon successful decryption. Understood, Captain. Chen Yu ended the conversation with the intelligent brain. His curiosity piqued. He was eager to ascertain whether the Level 2 civilization spacecraft had indeed transmitted information about Earth to its home planet. If this were true, those extraterrestrial technological civilizations, as the intelligent brain suggested, could arrive at Earth within a mere 10 months. If, on this occasion, the Level 2 civilizations dispatched fleets composed solely of attack vessels, they might be equipped with high-energy laser weaponry capable of posing a threat to his escort ships. Despite the fact that Chen Yu's flagship was merely a Level 7 exploration vessel, he remained confident that even an exploratory ship could annihilate the attacking fleet of these Level 2 civilizations. However, Chen Yu now emphasizes a steady approach in his endeavors. If the contents of the quantum signals are confirmed, and if a Level 2 civilization fleet truly intends to arrive, he plans to utilize the next 10 months to construct his own interstellar fleet. This initiative is not solely to address the impending alien invasion. He also aspires to venture beyond the solar system into the more profound realms of the cosmos. Should he discover planets with environments akin to Earth, he may even contemplate relocating a portion of humanity there, unbeknownst to Chen Yu at this moment. Should he elevate Earth's civilization level and acquire the capability for light-year-scale interstellar exploration, he could join the Galactic Federation. With possession of galactic credits, he might even procure a planet with conditions similar to Earth. 2 days later, the United States indeed signed a compensation treaty and withdrew all military bases from Asia. This treaty, named the Amerasia Treaty, signified a complete capitulation of the United States to the Eastern Summer, with the compensation calculated to be nearly equivalent to the U.S. GDP for an entire year. Nevertheless, the Eastern Summer granted the United States a grace period for repayment. However, supplies from Chen technology must be transported to the Eastern Summer at a rate of 3 million tons per day from the date of signing. The ratification of this treaty invigorated the spirits of the children of the Eastern Summer. Over a century ago, the United States allied with 8 other nations to invade the Eastern Summer, committing acts of pillage and destruction, and coercing the then feudal dynasty to sign the humiliating Boxer Protocol, which was a blatant affront to national sovereignty. Yet now, after more than 100 years, the tides have turned, and the United States has profoundly grasped the meaning of reaping what it sows. This serves as a testament to the words of a great leader. Only through formidable strength can a nation possess a voice and earn the respect of other countries. One must possess the strength to dominate the world in order to foster greater peace within it. After signing the unequal treaties, the United States could only depart in shame, too fearful to contravene the terms of the agreements. Yet, as the United States withdrew its military presence from Asia, 2 nations emerged, prostrating themselves in despair. These 2 countries, inevitably, were the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms. Both regarded the United States as their paternal figure, lacking any semblance of sovereignty. Citizens of the land of the morning calm took to the streets, pleading for the American soldiers to remain, offering their fair maiden services without cost. The citizens of the land of cherry blossoms exhibited even more bizarre behavior. Their prime minister publicly knelt in an effort to retain the American troops. The populace cried out, fearing that without the protection of the American forces, they would be consumed by the rising tide of the East. In response, the government of the East hastily issued a rebuttal, asserting that it is a peace-loving nation, uninterested in the territories of the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms. Meanwhile, Chen Yu lay comfortably at home, nestled against his soft companion, reveling in the absurdity of these international affairs, laughing uproariously. Occasionally, his face would brush against the soft skin of his companion, adding to his amusement. How comical these nations appeared. Just as Chen Yu was lost in his reverie, the doorbell rang. His companion sprang to her feet, walking lightly to answer the door. Upon seeing her open it, Su-ro felt a pang of envy, her heart heavy with bittersweet feelings. She recalled how Chen Yu and his companion spent their days together, inevitably forming a bond. She sensed her own chances were slipping away. However, she had come today for a different purpose. Su-ro entered the villa. her face seemingly marred by a hint of sorrow. Upon entering the living room, Chen Yu noticed her unusual expression and inquired with concern, "Xiaoro, what troubles you? You seem quite distressed." Su Rou settled onto the sofa, and Chen Yu plopped down beside her, drawing close. Having spent his days in the company of robots, he yearned for genuine human connection, and upon seeing Su Rou, he felt an intense desire for authentic companionship. "Alas, I did not come here with anything of great importance. It's just that our company has recently encountered some difficulties." Su Rou had initially wished to keep this matter to herself, intending to resolve it independently. However, the situation had begun to deviate from her expectations. "Oh, what difficulties? Our Huanyu Technologies products are in high demand worldwide. How could we be facing troubles?" Su Rou furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and replied helplessly, "Several prominent domestic manufacturers of new energy vehicles have reportedly formed an anti-Huanyu alliance in secret." Chen Yu's curiosity was piqued. "An anti-Huanyu alliance? And then? We lack conclusive evidence, but this information surfaced on some minor websites. Initially, I did not pay it much mind, considering our Huanyu cars have exceptional range and are consistently selling like hotcakes. However, following the establishment of this so-called anti-Huanyu alliance, we have been inundated with negative reports online, citing a sharp increase in accident mortality rates, cases of spontaneous combustion, and even explosions, alongside various design flaws." Upon hearing Su Rou's account, Chen Yu instantly narrowed his eyes. It seemed there were indeed forces conspiring against his company from the shadows. The safety of Huanyu Automobile is commendable, consistently ranking among the top of all new energy vehicles in collision tests. As for spontaneous combustion, that notion is utterly ridiculous. Huanyu Technologies' heavy hydrogen-ion batteries require exceedingly harsh conditions to ignite or explode. Common impacts, punctures, or compressions cannot incite spontaneous combustion in these batteries. Only with human interference, tampering with the battery, could such an explosion or ignition occur. "Xiaoro, how long has this been happening?" Chapter 92, Confirmation of Alien Arrival. Su Rou, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Why didn't you inform me sooner about the company's issues?" Chen Yu gently patted Su Rou's back and took her delicate hand to offer comfort. "Xiaoro, do not worry. I believe we are indeed being targeted. Within the domestic automotive industry, the major manufacturers engage in overt and covert rivalries, often resorting to mutual slander. This reflects the low caliber of many businessmen in Yanxia. They sometimes do not unite against foreign enterprises, but instead turn against their fellow domestic companies. Such merchants are truly despicable. What should we do? We have no evidence. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it properly." "Chen Yu, I'm sorry. My mismanagement has caused harm to the company's reputation." Chen Yu, sensing her distress, embraced Su Rou, who appeared to seek solace. "It's all right. It's just a minor issue. I will resolve it for you." "Thank you, Chen Yu," she sobbed. The small clip stood to the side, wearing an expression of disdain and bitterness as it observed the couple. "Xiaoro, why not stay tonight?" Chen Yu suggested. Su Rou's face instantly flushed crimson. A wave of nervousness washed over her. Was Chen Yu hinting at something? "Chen Yu, that might not be appropriate. Xiao Jiao could misunderstand." Upon finishing her sentence, Su Rou seemed to remember something and withdrew from Chen Yu's embrace, maintaining a distance of several inches. Chen Yu, at a loss for words, realized that Su Rou had clearly misconstrued his relationship with Xiao Jiao. "Xiao, my connection with Xiao Jiao is not what you think. She is merely a tool." Su Rou furrowed her brow. A tool? Was Xiao Jiao merely an outlet for Chen Yu's frustrations? Chen Yu's unexpected nature took her by surprise, possessing immense wealth. It was no wonder he had such peculiar inclinations. Su Rou pondered. Xiao Jiao had been by Chen Yu's side all this time, only to occupy such a role. Earlier, Chen Yu had also expressed a desire for her to remain. Was he contemplating molding her into something akin to Xiao Jiao? A pang of hurt struck Su Rou. She did not wish to envision Chen Yu in that light. Yet, recalling how Xiao Jiao referred to him as master, it became evident that this was indeed Chen Yu's unusual predilection. "Chen Yu, you are undeniably successful and could have countless women, but I truly cannot accept this. I will take my leave now. Contact me if anything arises at the company." Su Rou covered her mouth and dashed out the door. Chen Yu watched this scene unfold, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. It was reminiscent of a time when he and Su Rou were on the brink of breaking through their barrier, only for Xiao Jiao to intervene, resulting in Su Rou fleeing. Chen Yu glanced at the innocent and aggrieved Xiao Jiao. "Humph, once again you thwart my good intentions. Come here, and see how I shall discipline you." The little clip protested, "Master, I merely stood by this time, having done nothing at all. However, if you insist on punishing me, I shall not resist. Damn it, this time I am truly going to teach you a lesson. Just wait until I turn your bottom red. Soon, the villa echoed with the sound of slaps and the sweet, pleading voice of a young girl. Oh dear master, please don't hit me anymore. I understand my mistake. After a brief commotion, Chen Yu reclined on the sofa, lost in thoughts about when he might truly be with beautiful women like Su Ro or Xia Yushu. As he daydreamed, Chen Yu recalled what Su Ro had mentioned today about the so-called alliance aiming to tarnish the reputation of Huanyu Motors. He chuckled to himself. Since they dared to target his company, they should prepare for complete annihilation. Just as Chen Yu was about to instruct his intelligent assistant to investigate this antagonistic alliance, the assistant's voice resonated in his mind. Captain, the intelligent mainframe of the Level 2 civilization ship has been successfully hacked. Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement, momentarily setting aside the investigation into the rival alliance. Really? Quickly tell me the contents of the previous 2 quantum communications. Captain, I have retrieved and reviewed the records of those 2 communications from the mainframe. I regret to inform you that I have some unfortunate news. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. Intelligent assistant, speak quickly. Have we been discovered? You are correct. From the retrieved communication, I observed that the Level 2 civilization spacecraft has transmitted comprehensive information about Earth, including its population, planetary size and composition, types of minerals, stability of its star system, and its position within the galaxy. Are you implying that all information regarding Earth is now in the possession of extraterrestrial beings? Indeed. Furthermore, I discovered a quantum communication recently received by the spacecraft's intelligent host, which was a confirmation message from its home planet, indicating that this Level 2 civilization has confirmed its intention to come to Earth. Chen Yu's speculation had finally materialized. Indeed, Earth had been exposed, and extraterrestrials might be en route. Intelligent brain, do you possess the capability to confront this Level 2 civilization? After deciphering the intelligent host of this Level 2 civilization spacecraft, I have gained a fundamental understanding of their current technological level, which falls within the late stage of Level 2 civilization. They are capable of harnessing high-energy quanta from stellar energy for offensive purposes. If they deploy a planet-destroying Level 2 battleship, it could pose a significant threat to our current fleet of mere escort vessels. However, if we utilize the dark matter cannon aboard the mothership, we should not fear these Level 2 spacecraft. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant against an overwhelming number of adversaries, as I am merely an exploration vessel with limited combat capabilities. Previously, we were typically safeguarded by formidable battleships in our vicinity. Moreover, our speed does not grant us an advantage should the battle be drawn into interstellar space. Although the adversary's engine is a low-energy warp drive, it can still achieve faster-than-light travel, while our warp drive remains inoperative. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating the current situation. His flagship, the #1 mothership, accompanied by 30 escort ships, held a considerable chance of triumph against the impending fleet of the second-tier civilization. However, uncertainties loomed, such as an overwhelming number of enemy annihilation ships or the potential for the battlefield to shift to interstellar space, where our speed could prove inadequate, possibly resulting in a disadvantage during combat. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Yu. Chapter 93. The plan to capture the alien mothership. It is now confirmed that the second-tier civilization will dispatch a colonization fleet to Earth. However, Chen Yu pondered, since the warp drive of his #1 mothership is malfunctioning, could he wait for the second-tier civilization's colonization fleet to arrive and then capture them, thereby removing their warp drives from their warships? Intelligence. I have a query. Do you think it is feasible to acquire their warp drives from the second-tier civilization's colonization fleet? Captain, your idea is splendid. I had a similar thought. If we could capture their mothership this time, I could disassemble its warp drive and temporarily install it onto the #1 mothership, enabling us to traverse faster than light. The escort ships and landing vessels aboard Chen Yu's mothership are incapable of light-speed travel. For instance, only the No.1 mothership possesses a warp drive among Chen Yu's fleet, while the landing ships and escort vessels operating on Earth can only engage in conventional travel, as they are housed within the #1 mothership during interstellar transit. Well, intelligent mind, at that time, you must capture their colonial mothership, enabling Mothership No.1 to achieve faster-than-light travel. Thus, we could attain approximately 300 times the speed of light, allowing us to reach the vicinity of the nearest black hole. In search of materials to repair the Level 7 civilization's curvature engine, Is it possible that the raw materials for repairing the curvature engine are near the black hole? Indeed. Let me first elucidate the principles behind the warp drive. To realize faster-than-light travel, one must tear through the fabric of space, effectively merging the spacecraft into another dimension. The warp drive exploits the curvature properties of space, creating a warp bubble around the ship propelled by antimatter. This bubble compresses the space ahead of the vessel while elongating the space behind it, placing the ship within this relatively stationary warp bubble. Through the continuous contraction and expansion of space, the ship is propelled into superluminal flight. The fuel for the warp drive is a type of exotic negative energy material, a form of dark matter characterized by negative mass and internal energy, which can only be found near the Roche limit of a black hole. Only such gravitationally immense celestial bodies can distort space-time to generate this dark matter. Once we acquire this crucial raw material, the task of repairing the Level 7 civilization's curvature engine will be halfway complete. Chen Yu was aware of the existence of black holes, the most terrifying entities in the universe. Discovering a black hole amidst the vast cosmos is hardly a fortuitous event. Moreover, the so-called exotic antimatter materials are located near the Roche limit of the black hole. One could easily fall into a black hole if one is not cautious, which would be utterly irreversible and unimaginably terrifying. Intelligent brain, would it be perilous to gather such materials in the vicinity of a black hole? If we were to cross the Roche limit, I fear I might become the first Earthling to witness the interior of a black hole. Indeed, there is a certain degree of danger. However, if we are adequately prepared and opt for a less volatile small black hole, we should be able to collect the raw materials smoothly. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. There truly is danger involved. Very well. We shall see when the time comes, for the nearest black hole to our planet is said to be over 1,000 light-years away. Captain, your data from Earth is erroneous. According to the radio receiver and gravitational wave detector aboard the No. 1 mothership, I have detected high-energy radiation emitted from a black hole that is considerably closer to Earth, approximately 200 light-years away. Chen Yu was taken aback. Intelligent brain, I have studied this. Do not deceive me. Our Earth scientists have concluded through years of observation that the nearest black hole is Gaia BH1, located 1,500 light-years away. How can you suddenly claim there is a black hole merely 200 light-years from us? Your observational technology on Earth cannot compare to the gravitational wave detector on the No. 1 mothership. Nevertheless, this black hole, merely a small one with a mass 120 times that of the Sun, still possesses the exotic antimatter materials we require. Chen Yu smirked. Indeed, no matter how small, it is still a black hole. However, this directly contradicts the current research conducted by Earth scientists on black holes. The fact that a black hole exists so close to us instills a sense of fear in Chen Yu. Well, we have 10 months left. With the resources provided by America, we shall strive to complete the construction of the first home-class spaceship as swiftly as possible, along with the establishment of an attack fleet, all equipped with high-energy quantum laser cannons. When those Level 2 civilization fleets arrive, I intend to catch them off guard. Very well, Captain. As long as you have sufficient raw materials, these tasks pose no problem. At present, a third of the home-class spaceship has been constructed, and with ample raw materials now at hand, Chen Yu is confident that within 2 months, all components of the first home-class spaceship will be fabricated. Simultaneously, the space elevator is under concurrent construction. In less than 3 months, the parts of the first home-class spaceship will be transported to low Earth orbit for assembly via the space elevator. In the following 7 months, Chen Yu can leverage the formidable cargo capacity of the home-class spaceship to mine additional raw materials between the planets within the solar system and build a powerful attack fleet to safeguard Earth. At this moment, 270 light-years away, at the spaceport of the planet Mazalras, a Level 2 civilization home-class colony ship is undergoing its final supply replenishment. In the command room of the spaceship, a man dressed in a golden tailcoat stands, his features reminiscent of those of Earthlings, albeit with pointed ears akin to the elves depicted in Earth's animated works. He gazes out at the vast, endless expanse of the starry sky from the glass front of the command room. He gazed toward the very direction of the star system where Earth resides, the life-bearing planet, valued at a staggering 20 billion galactic credits, possessed merely a civilization level of 0.68. It appeared that this mission would be rather straightforward, he mused to himself. Clad in a tailcoat. At that moment, a uniformed soldier entered the command room and respectfully approached, stating, "Captain So, our supply for the colonization mothership has been completed." We are carrying a total of 50 destroyers, 20 landing ships, and 10 exploration vessels, with a grand total of 500 warriors aboard. The ship's energy has been replenished, and all necessary supplies are ready for departure at a moment's notice. Excellent. Send the final departure notification to the space tower. We shall set off immediately, replied Captain So. Understood, Captain So. Subsequently, a colossal colony ship, akin to a home, began to glide slowly into the inky void of space. Activate the warp engines and interdimensional space for faster-than-light travel. With Captain So's command, the mothership, measuring approximately 10 kilometers in length comparable to a city, created ripples around it before vanishing rapidly into the fabric of space, hurtling towards Earth at nearly 300 times the speed of light. Chapter 94, The Frantic Genetic Weapon Project on Earth at Cosmic Technologies. Chen Yu set out to investigate which automotive companies had conspired to tarnish the reputation of his cosmic motors. Opening his computer, he searched for keywords related to cosmic motors. As expected, whether on search engines or various short video platforms, a plethora of defamatory videos targeting cosmic motors surfaced, many of which featured footage of accidents involving their vehicles. The scene was unsettling, and Chen Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that this was indeed an attack on his company. Regardless of the automobile in question, one could easily uncover numerous accident videos with a sincere search. Even for a Rolls-Royce, one could amass a considerable collection of such footage. Intelligent brain. Investigate which automotive companies have been supporting these slanderous marketing entities recently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, in the secret conference room of the Fort Detrick bioweapons facility in America, a secure environment devoid of any interrogation devices and signals was established. Present were the acting President Harrison, Secretary of Defense Schneider, Secretary of Technology Rogers, the Director of the Bioweapons Research Institute, and several congressional representatives of financial magnates. This 10-member team embodied the apex of power in contemporary America. With a grave countenance, Harrison inquired, "Are we truly prepared to take this step?" The expressions of the 10 individuals were solemn, as they deliberated on a monumental plan, one that had been in the making for decades, even surpassing their studies of alien spacecraft wreckage. Soros, the director of the Fort Detrick Bioweapons Research Institute, stood up and declared, "America now faces the gravest crisis in over 2 centuries of its founding. If we allow the rise of the scorching summer, our nation will continue to decline. When the solar catastrophe arrives, only a select few among us may survive. Are you all willing to accept such a fate?" Silence enveloped the room. None of them were willing to concede. America was once the most formidable nation in the world, even in the face of an impending apocalypse. They ought to be the race that survives the longest. However, at present, they are burdened with the need to compensate Yinxia and Huanyu technology for substantial resource losses, which has hindered their ability to establish additional refuge bases. The competition for resources has essentially become a struggle for future living space, resources, and population numbers. As the most powerful nation of the past century, America has grown accustomed to its pride. This time, however, it has suffered a blow to its very foundation at the hands of Yinxia and Huanyu technology. They are unwilling to accept defeat. The ambition of a world hegemon does not permit continual failure. Rogers rose and proclaimed, "I concur with this plan. We have spent decades gathering the genetic codes of the East Slavic people from the White Bear Nation and have studied the genetic map of the Yinxia people for many years. We have successfully engineered a gene-targeted virus specifically aimed at the Yinxia population. This virus will only propagate among individuals possessing Yinxia genetic material, with an incubation period that is both gentle and prolonged, lasting from 1 to 3 months. During this time, it is exceedingly difficult to detect. However, once it reaches the later stages, the symptoms will manifest with ferocity, resulting in a fatality rate exceeding 90. Once it progresses to this stage, modern medicine is largely powerless to intervene." Director Soros of the Biochemical Weapons Research Institute added, "Our ability to develop this gene-targeted virus against the Yinxia people owes much to their own actions, as they voluntarily published the genetic map of their population. Numerous universities, such as the prestigious Modu Fudan University, have disseminated their pangenomic map in our esteemed journal, Nature. I truly cannot discern whether their actions are wise or foolish. However, this research atlas has played a pivotal role in our creation of gene-targeting viruses." Secretary of Defense Schneider also proposed, "Madam President, I concur with this plan. The solar crisis is only 2 or 3 decades away. If we do not curtail Yinxia during this period, their population of 1 4 billion will consume the majority of Earth's resources. The more of them that survive, the fewer of us Americans will be able to survive. I suggest we immediately deploy gene-based viral weapons against Yanxia. Several representatives of congressional financial magnates also stood up, expressing their agreement, as it concerns the very survival of America. She supported her head, weary and drained, and said, "Are we really going to exterminate an entire race? They are human beings too." Rogers, Schneider, and Soros stood up simultaneously. "Rogers, Madam President, are you being sentimental? Yanxia has won. 4 billion people. In the past, we used various public intellectuals and media outlets to deceive them into not eating meat, reducing emissions, and slowing down their development, placing the blame for global warming on them. All to reduce their consumption of Earth's resources so that we could plunder them. Now that we've reached the most critical moment, the better those Yanxia people live, the worse we will live." Schneider, "That's right. For decades, we have been vigilant against this formidable adversary. They have used their cunning to pit us against the White Bear Nation. Now that the White Bear Nation has declined, they have seized the opportunity to rise. If we had known this would happen, we should have eradicated them decades ago." Rogers, Schneider, and Soros all exhibited expressions of madness, as if the lives of over 1 billion people from the scorching summer were utterly insignificant to them. This horrifying manifestation of inhumanity is enough to shatter one's worldview. However, their proposals received unanimous backing from representatives of the American Congress and financial consortiums. At times, the seemingly polished and courteous elites of America may harbor a frenzied, diabolical disregard for human life. When Harrison assumed her position, she believed she could lead America towards greatness, yet she found herself transformed into the executioner of billions. As a woman, her heart was not as ruthless as that of the men around her. Nonetheless, occupying her position compelled her to act thus. For she too was an American. Harrison rose, her voice trembling as she declared, "Very well, I consent to the deployment of genetic weapons against the Summer people. Their annihilation is the only way for my fellow Americans to survive the impending apocalypse." Chapter 95. Widespread online defamation. While Chen Yu was investigating which automotive companies were tarnishing the reputation of Universal Motors, he remained oblivious to the extermination plan brewing against the Summer people on the other side of the globe. Within Universal Technology, the captain reported, "Captain, I have identified the companies targeting your Universal Motors. Oh, speak up. I am eager to see if they still wish to remain in this industry." Currently, there are 6 automobile companies competing with Chen Yu Automotive, namely Extreme Tiger Automotive, Zero Leverage Automotive, Dream Automotive, Gaoha Automotive, as well as Unique Pull Automotive and Zhongda Automotive. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. This truly is a formidable alliance, comprising renowned automotive enterprises. Even Unique Pull and Zhongda Automotive are international giants. Huh. What merit does Chen Yu Automotive possess to be in such company? I surmise these companies need not struggle in the sweltering summer any longer. If memory serves me correctly, the 4 domestic new energy vehicle manufacturers, Extreme Tiger Automotive, Zero Leverage Automotive, Dream Automotive, and Gaoha Automotive, are all supplied with batteries from our joint venture factories with Bodyguard Automotive. I never anticipated their ingratitude, resorting to tarnishing my reputation. Do they truly believe this will enhance their sales? Such folly. Chen Yu retrieved his phone and directly dialed Wang Chuanjun, the chairman of Bodyguard Automotive. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Wang Chuanjun's hearty laughter resonated through the line. "Haha, my dear brother Chen, what a surprise to receive your call. Wang, recently, my Chen Yu Automotive has been experiencing dire straits." Wang Chuanjun was well aware of the recent online harassment that Chen Yu Automotive had faced. "My dear brother Chen, based on my experience, you are being targeted. When we at Bodyguard Automotive held the top sales position, negative news was ceaseless. Upon investigation, we discovered that those marketing accounts were often backed by rival companies. I once even offered a reward of 5 million for clues to expose a multitude of detractors. Perhaps you might consider employing a similar strategy?" Chen Yu was not convinced by Wang Chuanjun's methods. He possessed intelligence and did not require the assistance of netizens to seek clues. "Chairman Wang, I have already identified which automotive companies are targeting me. However, I must warn you not to be surprised when I reveal their names." Wang Chuanjun's interest was piqued. "Please, do tell. Whatever help I can provide, I shall certainly offer." "It is Jihu Automobile, 0K Automobile, Dream Automobile, Gala Automobile, along with Tesla Automobile and Zhongda Automobile." "Are you astonished?" Wang Chuanjun was taken aback for a few moments, then spat out, "Damn. Jihu Automobile, 0K Automobile, Dream Automobile, and Gauha Automobile. Aren't those companies supplied by us with batteries? Their actions yield them no benefits whatsoever. Chairman Wang, you are underestimating the situation. Our declining sales may very well translate into increased sales for them. Therefore, I entrust these 4 companies to you. From this moment forth, we shall cease to provide them with our heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. I will cover the penalty for breach of contract. I offered them a chance to thrive, yet they failed to appreciate it. Wang Chuanjun sighed. Indeed, it is their folly. I shall terminate our cooperation with them, but we will incur significant losses from this decision. In the short term, that may be true, yet over time, our vehicles will completely dominate their market. Absolutely, Chen, my brother. Following you is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, what strategy do you propose for dealing with Tesla and Zhongda Automobile? The distinctive brand, despite its limited range of only a few hundred kilometers, still attracts a segment of consumers eager to embrace foreign products. As for the fuel vehicles from Zhongda Automobile, they maintain a certain market presence even during the sweltering summer. These 2 companies indeed present a formidable challenge. Does Brother Chen have any strategies? Wang Chuanjun pondered for a moment, his tone becoming somewhat ominous. Chen Yu fell into deep contemplation. Employing a similar tactic to undermine these 2 automotive enterprises seemed, to be honest, rather cathartic. However, Chen Yu was reluctant to resort to such measures. He believed his current capabilities could yield alternative solutions. Brother Wang, you need only assist me in dealing with those 4 domestic car manufacturers. I shall handle the foreign brands, Tesla and Zhongda Automobile, myself. Very well, my younger brother. I assure you, I will ensure their downfall this year. Thank you. After concluding the call with Wang Chuanjun, Chen Yu began strategizing on how to eliminate these 2 foreign automotive companies. These enterprises had previously amassed considerable wealth during the summer months. Back in the day, a standard Zhongda Magotan commanded a price of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Had it not been for the rise of domestic vehicles, they would still be siphoning off the hard-earned money of the Chinese populace. It is time to expel them from the summer market. Understood, Captain. I have already gathered some evidence, and I will proceed to monitor key automotive review accounts, as well as the mobile phones of the executives from these companies. Any further developments will be meticulously documented. Excellent. Just as Chen Yu finished his instructions to the intelligent assistant, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he found himself confronted by a robust voice from an unfamiliar number. Chen Yu, it is I, Li Zhenfeng. Chen Yu was taken aback. After all, it was a significant figure, the Minister of Finance and concurrently the Prime Minister, who had called him. He responded with utmost respect. Ah, Minister Li, it is indeed you. I wonder what brings you to call me? Chen Yu, I have heard that your Huanyu automobile has been subjected to widespread online defamation. The authorities are prepared to assist you in quelling this tide of public opinion, Li Zhenfeng stated. Chen Yu had considered utilizing official power to eradicate these slanders. Yet he knew that such measures would not wholly overturn the accusations. What he needed was to gather evidence against those who had besmirched his company, to counteract the attacks and shift the narrative. The more vehemently he had been criticized, the deeper the public's admiration would run once the truth emerged. This would ensure that Huanyu Automobile remained etched in the minds of many, leading to a monumental surge in sales. Thus, Chen Yu declined, saying, Minister Li, I truly appreciate your goodwill, but I have already devised a method to address this matter, so there is no need for official intervention. Li Zhenfeng chuckled, Ha! As expected of you. Very well, you may handle it yourself. Should you require the nation's assistance, we shall be at your service without hesitation. Thank you, Minister Li. Chen Yu concluded the call with a faint smile. His current prowess had garnered even the attention of the state. Reflecting on just a few months prior, when he was on the brink of despair, he now stood as a formidable figure capable of influencing international affairs, all thanks to the extraterrestrial technology he had acquired. Recalling the first time I acquired an extraterrestrial spacecraft, I once contemplated selling it, a notion that now strikes me as utterly laughable. Truly, I was a pathetic loser at that time. After instructing on how to deal with those malicious automotive enterprises, Chen Yu departed from Huanyu Technology, making his way directly to the Huanyu Science Park. Presently, tens of thousands of robots are fervently engaged in the construction of Habitat-class spacecraft and space elevators. The ongoing space elevator project has already established a colossal base, which serves as a crucial component for the synthesis of polymer steel cables. Once this construction is completed, Chen Yu plans to erect a space station in orbit, subsequently connecting it to the terrestrial base via the polymer cables. By harnessing the centrifugal force generated by the Earth's rotation, the space elevator will operate in a stable manner. Naturally, the space station will also require propulsion systems, as transporting heavy cargo could result in uneven stress distribution. Therefore, propulsion mechanisms must be integrated into the station suspended in the cosmos to counterbalance the weight of transported goods. Chen Yu then proceeded to the underground refuge base located 300 meters below the surface. This place, illuminated by brilliant lights, resembles broad daylight. The space has been extensively excavated, and from the suspended elevator, the view seems interminable. In the future, this will transform into an underground city, with the ceilings simulating sunlight through controllable nuclear fusion. An ecological recycling system will be constructed internally, incorporating trees, flowers, animals, and insects, alongside sustainable arable land for cultivating food crops. The city's water source will utilize a recycling system that collects moisture from the air above. Once a sufficient amount is gathered, it will replicate the natural process of rainfall. This ecological circulation system is quite similar to that found in Habitat-class spacecraft, albeit with greater intricacy and multiple layers. After completing his inspection, Chen Yu boarded the landing craft, heading straight for the Lunar No. 1 mothership. Chapter 96. Cosmic Radiance. Upon arriving within the Lunar No. 1 mothership, Chen Yu's primary purpose for this visit stemmed from his recent fitness regimen. He had perceived that his physical form had been enhanced to a critical threshold, likely due to his prior injection of a preliminary gene modification solution. Arriving at the biochemical testing laboratory of the No. 1 mothership, Chen Yu reclined upon a luminescent treatment platform. Intelligent brain, please assess my current physical condition. I feel extraordinarily powerful of late. Understood, Captain. I shall commence the analysis. Commencing examination. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping Chen Yu as it conducted a comprehensive assessment. Examination complete. Chen Yu was astonished. Intelligent brain. What constitutes a Level 1 interstellar life form? A Level 1 interstellar life form is a type of low-tier organism that is widely prevalent throughout the cosmos. Its primary characteristic is the enhancement of its physical capabilities to a certain degree, including strength, reflexes, and resilience to harsh environments. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength within me. I could fell a bull. And this is merely a low-tier life form? How formidable must a higher-tier life form be? Interstellar life forms are categorized into 9 tiers. Tiers 1 to 3 are considered low-tier, tiers 4 to 6 are mid-tier, and tiers 7 to 9 are high-tier. Is there a distinction among these tiers? Indeed, there exists a stark contrast. Generally, the higher the tier of a life form, the more advanced the civilization it inhabits, as well as its intrinsic strength and ability to adapt to the universe's harsh environments. Furthermore, advanced civilizations are better equipped to develop superior genetic serums, thereby unlocking the latent potential within life forms. If I aspire to elevate my life tier, I would need to undergo the injection of an advanced genetic serum, correct? Indeed. You have currently only received the preliminary genetic modification serum from our Level 7 civilization, which can only facilitate your ascension to a Tier 3 interstellar life form. Should you wish to further enhance your life tier, it is imperative that you unlock new privileges. Intelligent core, aside from the augmentation of strength. What other benefits accompany the elevation of life tier? The advantages of ascending life tier are indeed substantial. Presently, as a Tier 1 interstellar life form, your immediate perception is merely an increase in strength and a slight enhancement in reflexes. Upon successfully transitioning to a Tier 2 interstellar life form, your strength, reflexes, and physical resilience will experience a significant enhancement. Moreover, you will acquire the ability to absorb cosmic luminous energy, which encompasses stellar energies such as solar radiation and high-energy cosmic rays. Your cells will be capable of absorbing this energy, fortifying your physical form. And you will also gain the preliminary ability to utilize this energy for limited offensive capabilities. If one ascends to a Tier 3 interstellar life form, their body will undergo a transformation, drawing closer to a mid-tier life form. The most significant change is the ability to survive in outer space, relying on the absorption of cosmic luminous energy. This newfound capability allows one to endure prolonged periods in the void of space, and the ability to unleash luminous energy for offensive maneuvers will be significantly enhanced. As for ascending to a Tier 4 life form, which is beyond mid-tier, one gains the ability to absorb dark energy from the cosmic dark matter. Dark energy constitutes approximately 73% of the universe's total mass. Thus, mid to high-tier life forms are the formidable entities of the cosmos. They possess extraordinary survival capabilities, adept at adapting to harsh planetary environments, coupled with formidable combat prowess, akin to the super science in your earthly animations, and they enjoy remarkably extended lifespans. According to the conjectures of our Level 7 civilization scientists, the life forms of Level 8, 9, and 10 civilizations are likely high-dimensional beings that have transcended the Tier 9 life form. Their abilities are nearly godlike. However, as of now, such life forms have yet to be discovered within the universe. Perhaps they are observing us from another dimension, unbeknownst to us. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The prospect of ascending to a higher cosmic life form, with immense power, the ability to thrive in space, and an extended lifespan, is indeed captivating. Very well, intelligent core, I am determined to become a high-tier life form. I will repair the warp engine of the mothership. The depths of the cosmos await, and I am filled with anticipation. Suddenly, Chen Yu pondered a question. The intelligent core, the primary genetic modification serum I injected, was supposed to facilitate my ascension to a Tier 3 interstellar life form. Yet, I feel as though my body has reached a critical threshold. And no matter how diligently I train, I cannot seem to progress. Captain, this is because a Tier 2 interstellar life form must initially absorb cosmic luminous energy. Your own comprehension is insufficient. You are unable to sense that energy. Thus, regardless of your training efforts, you remain stuck at this bottleneck. How am I to sense cosmic luminous energy? I can feel heat when basking in the sun. Isn't that a form of perception? Your ability to absorb solar energy constitutes genuine perception. Merely feeling heat is a biological instinct. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. The intelligent core offered no guidance on how to sense and absorb the energy. He boarded the landing vessel and journeyed to the moon's surface. Here, he could gaze upon the sun. He settled in the command room, facing the sun, meticulously attuning himself to the transformations occurring within his body. However, after several hours, Chen Yu found himself at a loss again. Aside from feeling warmth, he sensed nothing else. Damn it! Is the intelligent core jesting with me? Captain, the cerebral development of you Earthlings is only about 3. Over the past few months, I have implanted a brainwave enhancement program that has increased your cerebral development by 0.47, bringing it to 3.47. However, you still belong to a primitive civilization. Mastering the absorption of cosmic luminous energy presents considerable difficulty. Once your cerebral development reaches 4, you may perhaps comprehend how to absorb that energy. Chen Yu felt an urge to curse. The intelligent core was essentially implying that he was lacking in intelligence. Yet, Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words, as the collective intellect of humanity lay starkly before him. Very well, I shall endeavor to enhance my intelligence. Previously, the intelligent brain had informed him that engaging in high-tech research and learning could augment one's intellect and stimulate brain development. However, over the past few months, Chen Yu had become exceedingly reliant on the intelligent brain, shying away from learning, which resulted in a sluggish pace of cognitive advancement. Intelligent brain, starting tomorrow, teach me the mathematics, physics, and chemistry of your planet. I am determined to study diligently. Captain, one cannot become a robust individual in a single meal. You have yet to grasp the fundamentals of mathematics and science from your own Earth. I suggest you begin with the knowledge imparted in your universities. Damn, Chen Yu felt quite frustrated. Chapter 97, The Onslaught of Genetic Weapons. Chen Yu cursed, realizing the philosophers were indeed correct. Knowledge empowers. He never anticipated that even with an alien spacecraft, this extraordinary tool, he would still need to strive for self-improvement. The crux of the matter was that learning constituted merely the foundational step toward enhancement. Indeed, it was evident why the higher civilizations of humanity were so advanced. They had achieved their prowess through extensive learning over time. This was within Chen Yu's purview to acquire, albeit in limited quantities at present. While he did not expect his parents and sister to become exceptionally powerful, a basic gene modification serum could ensure their robust health and significantly extend their lifespans. Having risen to prominence, Chen Yu would not forget his family. Even amidst the impending solar crisis, their quality of life would remain unaffected, perhaps even improved. In due time, Chen Yu would become the sovereign of countless human lives. His cerebral development has surpassed that of an average Earthling by 0.47. One should not underestimate this seemingly minor enhancement. The entirety of the human race has only achieved a cerebral development of 3. Hence, Chen Yu's increase of 0.47 is equivalent to an intelligence boost of over 10% compared to the human average, nearly paralleling the intellect of Einstein. Consequently, Chen Yu now possesses remarkable learning abilities. After a week of intensive study, delving into the technologies related to the construction of the intelligent brain research spacecraft, Chen Yu's cerebral development has surged to 388. He feels that the more he learns, the clearer his mind becomes, and the more agile his thoughts are. On a new day, in the morning, as usual, Chen Yu sits in the garden basking in the sunlight, absorbing the luminous energy of the universe. With the enhancement of his cerebral capacity, his comprehension of energy has deepened significantly. With his eyes closed, he meticulously attunes to the sensation of sunlight enveloping him. Suddenly, he detects a subtle difference. The energy he perceives is not mere warmth, but a form of luminous energy. A surge of joy floods his heart. Could he be on the verge of grasping the essence of the universe's luminous energy? Chen Yu calms his mind and focuses once again, and he begins to sense an increasing influx of luminous energy entering his body. Is this what it means to absorb the luminous energy of the universe? Haha, I have succeeded. His heart swells with elation. After absorbing this energy for much of the morning, Chen Yu feels as though his body is filled to capacity. He can no longer take in any more energy. Rising to his feet, he feels invigorated, his fists clenched, his entire being brimming with explosive power. This sensation is truly magnificent. Just as Chen Yu revels in his excitement, the voice of the intelligent brain resonates within his mind. Captain, congratulations. You have been administered our primary gene modification serum from a level 7 civilization. Once you grasp the art of absorbing cosmic luminous energy, the modified genes within your body will efficiently convert this energy, leading to a rapid enhancement of your life level. Haha, splendid. Captain, I have another piece of news. Over the past few days, I have gathered evidence against those car manufacturers that have tarnished the reputation of Chen Yu Motors. You may now take action against them. Let us commence. Subsequently, the intelligence system disseminated all the collected evidence, including conversations between the car manufacturer's executives and various marketing accounts, car reviewers' dialogues, videos, recorded phone calls, transaction records, and surveillance footage from meetings. All of this was posted online, prominently featured on major websites, and frequently recommended on various short video platforms. Within a mere few days, the world was inundated with these news stories and videos. The 4 domestic car manufacturers, along with the foreign brand Taylor, faced a collective outcry from netizens. In contrast, Chen Yu Motors seized the opportunity to unveil a series of new safety tests, including collision safety, battery compression, and puncture resistance, thereby affirming the safety of their vehicles. This initiative garnered widespread acclaim, propelling Chen Yu Motors back into the limelight with a significant surge in orders. Meanwhile, the domestic manufacturers Jihu Motors, Zero-Co Motors, Dream Motors, and Gali Motors, which had besmirched Chen Yu Motors, saw a drastic decline in sales, compounded by battery supply interruptions and inadequate range. In every aspect, they were outperformed by Chen Yu Motors, leading to an imminent threat of bankruptcy for these 4 companies. Lu Xiong, from Dream Automobile, hurried to Chen Yu Technology, intending to apologize to Chen Yu, yet he found himself unable to even catch a glimpse of him. Su Rou promptly dismissed him. For a person who resorts to underhanded tactics behind others' backs, Chen Yu would never extend his forgiveness. The fate awaiting these automobile enterprises is merely to vanish amidst the ruthless competition. As for the distinctive La and Zhongda automobiles, their sales have been halved, leading to the widespread closure of numerous 4S stores and production lines. Their gradual decline is inevitable, and it is likely they will exit the Yansha market within a year. Meanwhile, while Chen Yu spends his days studying, basking in the sun, enhancing his cognitive abilities, and absorbing the universe's enlightenment, the American Biochemical Weapons Research Base has already commenced its operations. This virus can be transmitted through airborne droplets, has a lengthy incubation period, and is highly contagious during that time. This directly results in an extensive spread of the virus. Furthermore, once the incubation period concludes, symptoms will rapidly deteriorate. Within just a few days, it could claim lives, rendering treatment virtually futile, with an exceedingly high mortality rate. Such a plan, devoid of humanity, is utterly insane, particularly as it targets a single race in Yansha. Upon their arrival in the homeland, the Yansha international students arranged by the Americans began to disperse. Unbeknownst to them, they carried a targeted virus aimed at the extermination of the Yansha race within their bodies. Each of them, filled with enthusiasm, ventured across various regions of Yansha, conducting what they termed research. With every location they visited, those who came into contact with them would inevitably become infected. Subsequently, the infected individuals would continue to transmit the virus to others. The long incubation period of the targeted virus only exacerbates its widespread transmission. Chen Yu spent another week at home, rigorously demanding much of himself as he delved into various fields of knowledge, striving to enhance his cerebral capacity. Presently, the development of his brain domain has reached an impressive 4.03. He has become exceptionally adept at absorbing cosmic luminous energy. After basking in the sun that morning, Chen Yu took a moment to relish the changes in his body, overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha ha. I feel absolutely fantastic, so invigorated. Captain, congratulations. You have fully comprehended the absorption of cosmic luminous energy and successfully ascended to the second tier of interstellar life. You will grow even more formidable, with a significantly enhanced ability to survive in adverse environments. Is this the sensation of being a second-tier interstellar life form? Indeed, it feels powerful. Captain, you have just entered the second tier of interstellar life, belonging to the early stage of this classification. As long as you continually expand your brain domain, absorb cosmic luminous energy, and engage in self-discipline, you shall grow even stronger. Understood, Captain. Chapter 98. Administering genetic modification serum to parents after changing into a fresh outfit. Chen Yu boarded a landing craft, heading straight to his hometown several hundred kilometers away. Xiao Jiao followed closely behind him, also boarding the craft. The landing vessel stealthily descended into the garden of his parents' villa. Chen Yu disembarked and made his way directly to the villa's hall. In recent years, his parents had overexerted themselves, leaving them with various ailments. For instance, his father suffered from a herniated disc, often plagued by back pain, while his mother, having worked extensively in her youth, developed bone spurs on her feet and suffers from rheumatism, frequently crying out in pain during the night. Chen Yu now possesses the capability to enhance his parents' health, even rendering them robust. However, this genetic modification serum has a drawback. The injection can be excruciatingly painful during its activation. The first time Chen Yu received the injection, he nearly succumbed to the agony. After consulting with the intelligent brain, he learned that administering anesthesia beforehand would alleviate the suffering. Upon returning home, he found his parents inside the house. Dad, Mom, I have something to give you. Oh dear. Xiao Yu, you need to bring us anything. A daughter-in-law would suffice. Hearing his mother's jest, Chen Yu scratched his head, aware that he had numerous responsibilities and little time to pursue a romantic partner. In his view, the only two attractive women in his vicinity were Su Ro and Xia Yushu, and he indeed contemplated continuing his lineage with one of them. He harbored a strong desire for both women and was confident that with dedicated effort, he could win the affection of either. Just as Chen Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment, a charming girl named Xiao Jiaji followed him eagerly into the villa. Chen Dad, Chen Zhangwo, and Chen Mom, Xiao Shuzhen, noticed the stunning beauty trailing behind their son, more radiant than any celebrity. They quickly bypassed Chen Yu, as if he were invisible, with Xiao Shuzhen stepping forward to grasp Xiao Jiaji's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the flawless girl, whose skin resembled that of a porcelain doll. Xiao Jiaji beamed with delight, her sunny smile illuminating the room. Annie, my name is Xiao Jiaji. I am the master's secretary, bodyguard, driver, housekeeper, chef, and also his pillow. Chen Zhangwo and Xiao Shuzhen appeared utterly bewildered. Is she really called Little Clip? Is she Chen Yu's secretary, driver, or perhaps his pillow? Observing this scene, Chen Yu felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. He quickly approached and grasped his mother's hand, saying, Mom, pay her no mind. She is my secretary, not a pillow. After speaking, he shot a glare at Little Clip, who wore an expression of innocent grievance, convinced she had done nothing wrong. Xiao Shuzhen, noticing the delicate and charming Little Clip's pitiful demeanor, immediately took umbrage. Xiao Yu, why are you glaring at her? You should cherish someone as beautiful as Little Clip. Even if she is your secretary, she is still a young lady. Treat her kindly. With that, she brushed aside Chen Yu's hand and moved closer to Little Clip, adopting a mother-in-law's protective stance. Chen Yu rolled his eyes, pondering how his mother would react if she knew that Little Clip was, in fact, a formidable combat-ready robot. His father, Chen Zhangwo, inquired, What do you have there? Chen Yu produced a small box containing 3 vials of blue serum. Dad, Mom, this is a serum I developed to enhance physical capabilities. It can eradicate the ailments resulting from years of labor and promote longevity, ensuring your health. Xiao Shuzhen and Chen Zhangwo turned their attention to the 3 blue vials in the metallic box. Xiao Yu, are you serious? Can this really eliminate our ailments? Surely you jest. Our conditions are the result of accumulated toil and are notoriously difficult to treat. Mom, rest assured. You know what I do now. I have no reason to deceive you, Chen Yu reassured them. Xiao Shuzhen and Chen Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Their son is now the owner of the largest technology company in the country, having produced numerous technological products. The ability to create specialized pharmaceuticals is likely well within his capabilities. Primarily, the elderly couple has unwavering faith in their son. Even if the substance in question were a poison, should he instruct them to take an injection, they would trust that it is a beneficial remedy for their well-being. Mom, Dad, the home environment is not suitable. Please accompany me to my spaceship. The elderly couple followed Chen Yu to the exterior of the villa, where a thought from him caused an extraordinary sight to materialize. In the expansive garden of the villa, a fantastical alien spacecraft gradually emerged, startling the two elders. What on earth is this? Chen Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment. Father, this is my spaceship. It simply possesses optical camouflage, so there is no need for you to be alarmed. Fortunately, Chen Yu had already provided enough surprises for his parents, and they quickly acclimated to the extraordinary situation. Chen Yu led his parents onto the landing craft, which housed a medical chamber. Inside was a versatile emergency medical platform. Any injured individual could simply lie down, and the machine would perform any necessary surgery. He reassured his parents to lie down on the medical platform simultaneously, calming their fears. The elderly couple, fully trusting their son, were unlikely to feel any trepidation. As they reclined, a glass dome descended, encasing them both, and an anesthetic gas was released. The elderly couple gradually closed their eyes. Chen Yu placed 2 vials of blue primary gene modification solution into the injection device. The medical chamber would automatically administer the injections. After an afternoon of anticipation, the couple slowly awakened, having undergone several hours of transformation. The body has undergone a remarkable transformation. What once appeared to be the physique of someone in their 60s or 70s now resembles the robust health of their youthful 20s. Chen Jiangwo stood up, touched his face, and felt the wrinkles vanish. Gazing into a nearby mirror, he marveled at the reflection. Xiao Shuzhen also caught sight of her visage in the glass, gasping in astonishment. In Chapter 99, the overprotective brother, Xiao Shuzhen was taken aback by her reflection. Once resembling a woman in her 60s, she now looked like a vibrant 30-something. Chen Jiangwo, witnessing his wife's rejuvenation, felt a spark in his eyes, as if contemplating the possibility of giving Chen Yu a younger sibling. Chen Yu explained to his parents, Mom, Dad, this is a gene-modifying serum that not only enhances your health, but also extends your lifespan. Living well beyond 100 years is entirely feasible. The couple, no longer appropriate to be referred to as old folks, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Chen Yu's words. He further elucidated the advantages of this gene-altering liquid, emphasizing that regular exercise would amplify its effects on their bodies. At noon, Chen Yu enjoyed a meal at home, consisting entirely of dishes lovingly prepared by Xiao Shuzhen. His mother, Mom, there's no need. I will go find her directly, as I may be quite busy from now on. Very well then. After finishing his meal, Chen Yu departed with a small clip in hand. Xiao Shuzhen gazed at the clip with a hint of reluctance, having come to regard it as her daughter-in-law. Chen Yu boarded the landing craft, heading straight for the enchanting metropolis, known as Magic City, where his sister was attending university. Upon arrival, he sought a secluded spot to land the craft, and, armed with a small clip, he stepped out of the cabin. Hailing a taxi, he made his way to the Shanghai Film Academy. His sister, Qinxia, had blossomed into a striking beauty since childhood. Following her teacher's recommendations, she enrolled in the academy's performing arts department. Their parents had sacrificed greatly, enduring illness, to support these 2 university students. Eventually, after Chen Yu graduated and his sister, Qinxia, also began her studies, the family's fortunes improved slightly. However, the years following his graduation were less than illustrious for Chen Yu, as he contributed little to the family. In contrast, his sister proved to be quite the achiever, consistently excelling in her studies. She often took on part-time modeling gigs, rarely asking for financial assistance from home, and even occasionally sending Chen Yu some pocket money. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Chen Yu pulled out his phone to call Qinxia. Oh, my esteemed older brother, only now do you remember you have a sister? She teased. Hey, I've just been too busy to visit you, but I'm in Magic City now, and I have a surprise for you. Brother, what brings you to Magic City? I'm not there at the moment. I'm at Shudian Film City. Recently, I was recommended by my teacher to join a production as the 3rd female lead. I'm on my way to becoming a star. Ah, you're filming. Then I shall come to Shudian Film City to see you. That would be wonderful. Do come to visit my set, but remember to bring some small gifts for our crew. How many people are in your crew? Over 130, I believe. Excellent. Chen Yu, accompanied by Xiao Jiazi, ventured into the bustling metropolis to procure an abundance of gifts. Subsequently, they boarded a landing ship, heading straight to the Zhixing film city. Upon arrival at the filming location designated by Chen Yu, Chen Yu observed his sister engaged in a scene with a male actor and a seemingly malevolent female actress. The latter approached and delivered a sharp slap to Chen Jia's face, accompanied by venomous lines. Instantly, Chen Jia's cheeks flushed and tears welled up in her eyes, indicating the sting of the blow was rather harsh. The director and cameraman, taken aback, were bewildered. Had it not been agreed that they would simulate the action without actual contact? Yet, the second female lead had indeed struck the third female lead, Chen Jia, for real. Nevertheless, the director refrained from calling for a halt, choosing instead to observe the trio's performance. Following this, the male actor embraced Chen Jia intimately, his hands wandering inappropriately over her. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of indignation within Chen Yu. His sister, not only subjected to an unprovoked slap, but also exploited by this man. This was intolerable. As her brother, he would not permit such indignities to befall her. He hurled the bags of gifts to the ground and bellowed, "What are you filming? Everyone stop." At this moment, Chen Yu, an early-stage life form of the second-star realm, exuded immense energy. His voice reverberated, causing discomfort to the eardrums of everyone present. The crew turned in unison, their gaze fixed upon the furious figure of Chen Yu as he stormed onto the set, unceremoniously kicking aside the camera that obstructed his path. Some filming equipment obstructed Chen Yu's advance, but he forcefully kicked them aside. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at this irate man. Chen Yu strode onto the set and, with a swift motion, sent the actress who had just struck his sister flying several meters away. Her face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and her surgically altered nose was left askew. Chen Yu then approached the dazed male actor, seizing his hand that still clutched his sister and flinging him aside effortlessly, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, followed by his anguished cries. Chen Jia watched her furious brother, her expression frozen in shock. After a tense silence, the director bellowed into the megaphone, "Who the hell are you? How dare you disrupt our filming and resort to violence? Where are the security guards? Hold this man down." At this moment, Chen Jia regained her composure and grasped her brother's hand, her voice laced with urgency. "Brother, how did you arrive here so quickly? Why did you have to resort to violence?" Chen Yu gently touched Chen Jia's cheek, still marked by the imprints of fingers from earlier. "Xiao Jia, you are my sister. I cannot stand by and watch you be harmed. And that man, he was groping you under the pretense of acting. Is this truly the norm for your filming?" Chen Jia frowned. The second male lead often took liberties under the guise of their scenes. As for the second female lead, she played a wicked supporting role, but in reality, she was even more despicable, unable to tolerate Chen Jia's natural beauty and promising future, regardless of the stage or reality. The malevolent supporting actress relentlessly targeted Chen Jia. Today, under the guise of filming, she dealt Chen Jia a sharp slap. Unbeknownst to them, this moment was witnessed by Chen Yu, who had come to visit the set. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Yu now wields considerable influence over events on this planet. How could he allow his sister to be bullied? "Brother, we are merely acting. I might endure some grievances, yet as an actress, this is an inevitable path I must traverse. Please extend an apology to them." "Apologize? Absolutely not. I believe you are far more suited to play the leading role. In your future performances, it should be you delivering slaps, not the other way around." Chen Jia's expression was a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude, for her elder brother was indeed shielding her. However, there is no however. Your brother is now in a position to offer you this protection. At that moment, over a dozen security guards rushed to the scene, wielding their batons. "Listen here. I care not who you are. You have harmed our actress and damaged our camera. Do you have any idea of its worth? We have already contacted the authorities. Brace yourself for imprisonment." The director bellowed through a megaphone. Upon hearing the word prison, Chen Jia immediately panicked. She called out to the director, "Director Wang. He is my brother. He only reacted this way because he saw me being mistreated. We will compensate for the equipment, and as for the injured actress, we shall offer our apologies." Upon realizing that it was Chen Jia's brother, the director's furrowed brow relaxed, replaced by a glimmer of delight. He had long been coveting Chen Jia's exquisite figure, initially intending to exploit his position as the director for his own advantage. Consequently, throughout the filming process, He often undermined Chen Yu's performance, leading even the malicious supporting actress to audaciously slap her during shoots. The director resolved that as long as Chen Yu sought his favor and spent a night with him at a hotel, he would refrain from pressing charges against her brother. Otherwise, her brother would face imprisonment. Director Wang grabbed the megaphone and called out, "Ah, little Chen, so you are the sister of that man. However, he did indeed assault someone and damaged our equipment worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. We cannot simply overlook this. Yet if you..." Wang did not finish his sentence, his face betraying a lascivious expression. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yu noticed his sister recoil slightly, and coupled with Wang's demeanor, he deduced the director's intentions. Chen Yu now clearly understood the shamelessness and depravity of the entertainment industry. Since his sister had a passion for acting, he resolved to establish the largest entertainment company in the world dedicated solely to her needs. She could choose whatever projects she desired, selecting her own directors and actors, ensuring that she would never fall victim to exploitation or bullying. Ha ha ha, my sister Chen Yu is not someone you have the right to touch. I suggest you disband this production team. Upon hearing Chen Yu's audacious declaration, the director and crew stared at him in disbelief, puzzled as to what capabilities he possessed to act so arrogantly in this situation. Kid, if that's the case, prepare to face imprisonment. I'll call the police. Upon expressing his anger, Director Wang furiously set down the loudspeaker, prompting his assistant to immediately call the police. Meanwhile, Chen Yu busied himself by retrieving his mobile phone to send a message, then took a seat at the back with his sister. Chen Jia, filled with concern, inquired, "Brother, what are we going to do now?" Director Wang holds significant standing in the industry. "Xiao Jia, you are well aware of my current status," Chen Yu replied. He understood that his sister only recognized him as the owner of Huanyu Technology, oblivious to the company's collaboration with the military, and unaware of his own impactful victories against the naval forces of America and Sakura country. "Brother, shall we just absorb the losses this time? I fear I may not be able to continue with this production team," she lamented. Gently caressing his sister's forehead with a tender expression, Chen Yu reassured her. "It matters not if you leave this production. Besides, you are merely the third female lead. It does not align with your true essence. I believe you were born to portray the leading lady." "Oh, brother, I too must start from the ground up, climbing step by step. With an elder brother like me, why bother climbing? I will simply propel you to great heights." He jested. In truth, Chen Yu now held the power akin to that of a sovereign on Earth. Once the extraterrestrial fleet arrived, and he successfully salvaged the planet, he would undoubtedly become a figure recognized by all. Approximately 20 minutes later, a police car screeched to a halt at the filming location. Several officers emerged, and the commanding officer inquired, who called the police to report intentional damage to the production's property. Chapter 101. An imposing presence upon the arrival of the police. Director Wang's assistant hurriedly approached them to elucidate the situation. After gathering the necessary information, several officers turned their gaze towards Chen Yu, who sat calmly to the side. The officers found this composed young man somewhat familiar. However, for those not immersed in the tech industry, such as the crew members, recognizing Chen Yu was a rarity. They might have heard of a certain tech company owner named Chen Yu, but they would not be able to identify his visage. As the officers approached Chen Yu and Chen Jia, the leading officer scrutinized the unflappable Chen Yu and furrowed his brow. "Sir, are you responsible for the destruction of those cameras and equipment?" With a serene smile, Chen Yu replied, "Indeed, that was I. Sir, please present your identification. I have received a report regarding your willful destruction of substantial property, and we are now taking you into custody. Do you have any objections?" Chen Yu regarded the speaking officer with the same calm demeanor. "Officer, I acknowledge that I am the one who caused the damage. However, you will not be able to apprehend me. I suggest you wait a moment, as I have already summoned someone to address this matter." The officers exchanged bewildered looks, and the leading officer narrowed his eyes, stating, "Sir, please cooperate with our procedures, present your identification, and stand up. I have already indicated that someone is on their way. Do you not understand?" The intensity radiating from Chen Yu swiftly subdued the officer's resolve. The leading officer, astonished, pondered what could possibly empower this individual to exhibit such audacity. At that moment, an endless procession of vehicles, imposing and formidable, approached the filming location. The adjacent road was completely filled with cars, many of which were black official vehicles, alongside police cars from the municipal bureau. A few police officers in front of Chen Yu anxiously gazed at the seemingly unending convoy. Upon realizing the affiliations of these vehicles, The officer's expressions turned to shock. How could such a minor case attract the attention of high-ranking officials? From the front of the convoy, several middle-aged men clad in Zhongshan suits disembarked, unmistakably figures of considerable authority. After stepping out, they hurried over to the film crew, glancing around before finally spotting Chen Yu seated in a chair. The officials quickly approached him, entirely disregarding the presence of the police officers. One of the men in a Zhongshan suit respectfully bowed and said, "Ah, Mr. Chen, your presence at our Zhejiang province, Shudian Film City, truly brings glory to our entire province." Another Zhongshan-clad gentleman also bowed respectfully, stating, "Mr. Chen, the provincial leaders are en route, and we are the leadership team from Shudian District." The police officers who had come to apprehend Chen Yu were left in stunned silence. These men in Zhongshan suits were the prominent figures of their district. They had not anticipated that they would come to pay their respects to this young man, who had not even risen from his seat throughout the encounter. What could this young man's identity be? The officers were utterly perplexed. "You need not trouble the top officials for this. It is merely a small matter." One of the Zhongshan-clad dignitaries replied respectfully, "How could Mr. Chen's affairs possibly be considered trivial?" The esteemed individual turned around and sternly addressed the nearby police officers. "Have you conducted a thorough investigation? Is it true that these members of the film crew have offended Mr. Chen? I command you to apprehend everyone present here." The officers stood in shock. It was astonishing that a high-ranking official would directly order the arrest of those who had displeased this young man. The police chief, with a grim expression, responded, "District Chief." But the report came from the film crew, claiming that this gentleman has damaged their filming equipment worth hundreds of thousands. The district chief's expression turned grave. "Officer, Mr. Chen must have had his reasons for damaging that equipment. It is undoubtedly these people who have crossed him. We should detain them for questioning." Just then, a middle-aged man in a white police uniform rushed out from the convoy, panting heavily as he approached Chen Yu. The officers were taken aback. Was this not the head of their district bureau? The man in white approached respectfully and greeted Chen Yu, saying, "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my tardiness. I will immediately dispatch personnel to apprehend these individuals." The initial group of officers was utterly bewildered. Just how influential could this young man be? As they stood in astonishment, the sound of whirring rotors suddenly filled the air. Everyone looked up in alarm, taken aback by the sight. What was happening? The spectacle was overwhelmingly intimidating. They beheld a dozen helicopters, including several military ones, gracefully descending onto the nearby open ground. From the ordinary helicopters emerged several prominent figures frequently seen in the news of Zhejiang province. From the military helicopter descended a row of armed special forces soldiers. Several high-ranking officials hurriedly approached Chen Yu, while the lesser officials stood respectfully to the sides. The provincial leader extended his hand towards Chen Yu, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Chen, it is truly you. I apologize for my tardiness." Chen Yu slowly rose to his feet, fully aware of the authority held by this provincial dignitary. Regardless of his own pride, he could not afford to disregard the respect due to such a figure. With a smile, Chen Yu shook hands with the esteemed leader. Meanwhile, over 100 heavily armed special forces soldiers who had just disembarked from the armed helicopter swiftly surrounded the scene. The crew members, particularly, found themselves at the mercy of the ominous gun